Ah, you mean Orochimaru? His name is familiar. I and my comrades narrowly escaped his grasp not long ago. Seeing Tsujiri's exasperated expression, Jiraiya's demeanor grew noticeably more solemn. So he's actually attacking the candidates. This matter must be brought before the Hokage at once. Though the serpent had vanished via reverse summoning technique, Jiraiya dared not lower his guard. He needed to deliver this intelligence without delay. After bidding Tsujiri farewell, Jiraiya's figure flickered across the nearby forest, swiftly vanishing from Tsujiri's sight. Watching Jiraiya recede into the distance, Tsujiri sighed softly, then led his team smoothly toward the central tower. The second exam had been passed, now only the third remained. Yet why had Jiraiya abandoned his search for the child of prophecy? Was it yet another ripple of the butterfly effect, sparked by himself? On the very day the Chunin exam concluded, Tsujiri employed the Flying Thunder God technique to visit all three sage realms, seeking the sage's aid in concealing his true identity. Though each agreed, they confirmed the summoning contract scroll could not be altered. Striking out or adding characters to names on a summoning contract scroll was strictly forbidden, among the gravest taboos. Only after learning the summoning scroll could neither be kept secret nor modified did Tsujiri return at dusk to his temporary lodgings in Konoha. My head feels strangely light. Still unaccustomed to repeated long-distance spatial perception and teleportation in rapid succession, Tsujiri sat heavily in his chair, massaging his temples with a faintly pallid expression. Sister Tsujiri, would you like something to drink? As Haku offered an orange juice, Tsujiri nodded gently. Yes, something cool would indeed soothe me. Thank you, Haku. Sister Tsujiri is family, and between family gratitude need never be spoken. Watching Haku stand before him, hands folded, smiling serenely, Tsujiri shook his head lightly and chuckled warmly. There was comfort indeed in having someone beside you. That night, Konoha dispatched teams of shinobi and summoned beasts deep into the forest of death to scour for traces of Orochimaru. While in the Hokage's office, Kakashi reported the 7th team's ambush to Hiruzen Sarutobi. What a... Orochimaru attacked the 7th team. Is Naruto all right? Rest assured, Lord Hokage. The Nine Tails holds no interest for Orochimaru. His primary target this time appears to be Uchiha Sasuke. At the mention of the last surviving heir of the Uchiha clan, Hiruzen's brow furrowed deeply. What does Orochimaru want with Uchiha Sasuke? Does he intend to use an Uchiha body for some abominable experiment? Incidentally, during the assault, 3 shinobi from the Land of Snow played a notable delaying role. A certain shinobi named Yukimi Tsujiri proved exceptionally formidable. By Konoha's current standards, competing for Chunin rank may well prove difficult for her. Kakashi remarked, holding the Land of Snow's dossier with a faint smile. Indeed, she held off Orochimaru himself. Her strength seems almost unbelievable. Reading Kakashi's report, Hiruzen's frown deepened into profound contemplation. Had Orochimaru held back? Could mere children truly have stalled him? Yet that serpent never acted without purpose. Such a waste of time seemed utterly unlike him. As Hiruzen remained lost in thought, the door burst open, and Jiraiya strode in, pausing momentarily upon spotting the dossier in Kakashi's hand. Ah, my dear little junior sister. I never imagined you'd fancy such types, Kakashi. Jiraiya teased, whereupon Kakashi's expression darkened instantly. Master Jiraiya, please show some decorum. Ha ha ha, just a jest. Besides, my novels never feature flat-chested girls, or minors for that matter. Compared to clueless children, he preferred mature, intelligent women, especially in print. Kakashi, ahem, what did you say just now? Hiruzen, startled as if doubting his own ears, looked up with genuine surprise. I said my novels never feature. That's not what I meant. I meant the part before. Hiruzen interjected, and Jiraiya blinked, then snapped his fingers in sudden realization. Oh, I haven't told you yet, have I? This young one mastered sage art years ago at Myobo-Kuzen. Though our ages differ greatly by lineage, she is indeed my junior sister. She hails from Myobo-Kuzen. Hearing Jiraiya confirm it himself, Hiruzen instinctively shifted Tsujiri's standing, quietly, subtly, closer to Konoha's inner circle. After all, ever since Jiraiya attained sagehood, Myobo-Kuzen and Konoha had maintained enduring friendship. One personally recognized by the great Toad Sage was surely upright in character, and had further aided Konoha's shinobi during the Chunin exams. She likely held Konoha in high regard. There might even be opportunity to leverage her influence in strengthening ties with the Land of Snow. Its maritime routes had only opened a few years prior. Its heavy industrial exports were precisely what the Land of Fire urgently required. To master sage art at such a tender age, to hold Orochimaru at bay during the Chunin exams, Hiruzen couldn't help but marvel how had that sparsely populated remote land nurtured such a peerless genius. What a loss, for she hadn't been born in Konoha. Speaking of which, why did you come to participate in the Chunin exam? With your mastery of sage mode, the other candidates here have no chance of winning, let alone the purpose of training. With almost a month until the next exam, Jiraiya sat beside the setting sun at the Ichiraku ramen shop in Konoha, pondering his doubts. Because I am a genin. Well, from all aspects, Shiyong is right. Since I am a genin, why can't I participate in the Chunin exam? It seems that only those like Orochimaru who disguise themselves as others are truly unconventional individuals. Mr. Jiraiya, are you really this idle lately? You have no time to capture Orochimaru, yet you come here to dine with someone you're not very familiar with. Hearing Xiang's complaints, Jiraiya shook his head with a smile, refusing. Haha, you can't say that. In the eyes of the great toad, sage, you are a replacement for the child of prophecy. As your senior brother, I naturally have to come and see what charm you possess. Jiraiya leaned closer to Xiang, but when he saw her tightly clutching her skirt, his expression fell. Hey, I'm not interested in little kids. Do you really need to guard yourself against me like this? Well, who made Mr. Jiraiya a well-known pervert? What if one day he suddenly wants to change his taste? Shouldn't I be on guard? Seeing that Xiang seemed unwilling to get too close, Jiraiya chose not to argue further. After all, claiming he didn't like the ordinary might come off as disrespectful, and he could end up taking a couple of punches for nothing. Alright, it seems you little brat must have heard some bad rumors about me liking to peep at women's baths from somewhere in Konoha. But it doesn't matter, a true great writer wouldn't care about such gossip, ha. After chatting with Xiang for a while, Jiraiya finished his ramen and left. Strange, how could she have a scent of snakes on her? Did I misinterpret something? Glancing back at Xiang, who had finished over 10 bowls of ramen, Jiraiya furrowed his brow slightly. After Jiraiya gradually faded from her sight, Xiang let out a faint sigh and touched the talisman, emitting a milky light hidden against her chest. You are quite perceptive, Mr. Jiraiya. You almost detected me. This is the transformation talisman I requested from the White Snake Sage, a special transformation ability belonging to the same tier as the healing talisman from Mayaboka Mountain. Although she had studied the sage mode of the three great lands during this tense period of Orochimaru's invasion, it was better not to mention any relation to snakes. It seems the show is about to begin soon. After finishing her last bowl of Ichiraku ramen, Xiang placed the coins under the bowl, stood up, and slowly disappeared into the night. After the second round of the Chunin exam had ended, and before the third round could commence, suddenly a message reached all the candidates. Preliminary round. Due to the excessive number of candidates remaining from the second exam, a preliminary round is required for a second selection. Nanny, how could they suddenly hold a preliminary round? The second exam was already tough enough. Oh, it's fine. No matter how difficult the exam is, as long as I can knock out all my opponents, he'll be fine. What a drop, buddy. Hearing Naruto's exceedingly optimistic remark, Kakashi gave him a hard knock on the head. Kakashi-sensei, why did you hit me? Holding his head, which had developed a large bump, Naruto looked at Kakashi in confusion. Optimism is indeed a good thing, but being overly optimistic is not good. After all, this year's Chunin exam is quite perilous. If you don't face your enemies with the determination to win at all costs, it will be very difficult to succeed. As an elite jonin of Konoha, Kakashi clearly understands what kind of monsters this year's candidates are. If they only faced regular geniuses like Niji or Lee or those training maniacs, it would still be manageable. However, encountering a bloodthirsty Jinchuriki like Gaara from the Sand Village or the Mayaboka Mountain Sage, Shueishan Xiang, would leave them with no chance of victory. Moreover, the special ninja tools used by the Sound Ninja are definitely not something that can be dealt with easily. In this tier, even the so-called genius Sasuke can only be ranked in the upper middle tier, and Naruto and Sakura with slightly inferior strength would find it even harder to cope. Alright, there are only a few days until the preliminary round, but even with just those few days, we absolutely cannot slack off. Let's train together. Kakashi organized training for Team 7, while other teams were also undergoing similar special training, all vying for a spot in the third round of the Chunin exam. Meanwhile, in the dimly lit basement, Xiang, leading the Snow Country, was discussing certain matters. That preliminary round seems to be a solo battle. What should I do? She was just an ordinary genin from the Snow Country, having managed to get through the first 2 rounds alongside her teammates. To actually compete against those monsters, she truly felt she couldn't win. As for the preliminary round, it depends on your personal choice. Although we are teammates, we will not restrict your freedom. Looking at Xiang's smile under the light, the Snow Ninja felt her face flush slightly. Is Lady Xiang always this sunny and adorable? No, she cannot forfeit. She still needs to fight for the face of the Snow Country for Lady Queen and Lady Xiang. While the Snow Ninja was still researching her training plan with a small notebook, Xiang handed a kunai engraved with the Flying Thunder God mark to buy. For the preliminary round, just do your best individually. However, after the third exam officially begins, I may need to leave for a while. When the chaos starts, just focus on protecting yourself and your teammates. Even if it turns into a battle of shadow-level intensity, prioritize your own safety and do not use the sage art of the Dragon Cave. If there's anything else you need to do, I will personally find you through the Flying Thunder God mark. Looking at the kunai in her hand, engraved with the 3-mo pattern, Bai nodded seriously. Sister Xiang, don't worry. I will definitely follow your orders. Seeing Bai's obedient appearance, Xiang smiled and ruffled her hair. The success of future plans depends on this time. Gradually, the time for the preliminary round before the third exam had arrived. Candidates who had previously passed the Death Forest trial now gathered in an arena-like venue. Hiruzen Sarutobi, clad in the ceremonial Hokage robe, nodded slightly as he stood before over 20 candidates, and behind him several Jonin and Chunin examiners from Konoha. First, congratulations on passing the second phase of the Chunin exams. To have reached the central tower within the allotted time under such grueling conditions is proof enough of your resolve and prowess as shinobi. Yet the third phase carries extraordinary significance. Not only will civilians and nobles from allied nations attend as spectators, but also the daimyo, the sovereign rulers, and the kage, the supreme leaders of their respective hidden villages. Hearing that such eminent figures would be present, several candidates faltered, stunned into momentary silence. It felt akin to a middle school student preparing for high school entrance exams, suddenly learning that national leaders themselves would be presiding over the final examination. Is this grand scale truly necessary, just to advance to Chunin? I know many questions stir in your minds. At this point, I must reveal the true purpose of the Chunin exams. Hiruzen Sarutobi exhaled a slow ring of smoke. Beneath his Hokage hat, his gaze shifted instantly, from benevolent warmth to piercing acuity. Why do we hold the Chunin exams jointly with neighboring nations? Is it to foster friendly competition among allied nations, thereby strengthening shinobi capabilities and sharpening collective vigilance against foreign invasion? In a sense, yes, but there is another deeper dimension. Here Hiruzen took a quiet breath, and the air itself seemed to tighten with unspoken gravity. A microcosm of war between neighboring countries. Upon hearing this stark truth, several candidates' pupils contracted sharply. What does that mean? At Tenten's question, Hiruzen paused briefly before continuing, exactly as the phrase implies. Our neighboring nations were once frequent adversaries, engaged in recurring friction and open conflict. To prevent mutual exhaustion that might invite opportunistic invasion by third parties, the second Hokage Hashirama Senju's brother Tobarama Senju instituted a unique system, the Chunin exams, held in a designated arena designed precisely for this purpose. Wait, why this format? Isn't this exam meant solely for promotion to Chunin? Naruto's question drew a thoughtful nod from Hiruzen. Indeed, selecting outstanding shinobi for Chunin rank remains one vital function. Yet equally important, the Chunin exams serve as a stage upon which each hidden village projects its prestige and demonstrates its martial strength. Prestige. At this new query, Hiruzen continued, the next generation of shinobi embodies the future power of their nation. Only villages whose shinobi emerge victorious gain preferential access to high-value missions and international commissions. Moreover, dominant nations use these contests to assert military superiority, quietly yet unmistakably, before their peers. In essence, your victories and defeats exert invisible yet profound pressure upon diplomatic relations. Thus, the preliminary round exists not merely to test skill, but to spotlight true strength before the entire shinobi world. So even that scheming silver-haired man possessed strategic brilliance after all. I hadn't realized the Chunin exam system was his invention, Yohi muttered softly, intrigued. Shortly after Hiruzen's address, preparations for the preliminary round commenced, and Moonlight Hayate, the appointed examiner, arrived promptly on site. I am Hayate Gecko, chief examiner for this preliminary round. I shall now, explain the format of today's examination. His frail voice echoed across the arena. Observing his pale, feverish countenance, Yohi half-feared Hayate might collapse mid-sentence. The preliminary round remains a unknown fair combat trial, meaning actual battle. Once the match begins, it ends only when one participant surrenders or falls. Therefore, if you wish to avoid death, you may withdraw from the exam now. After a long pause, none chose to leave. Having come this far, who would turn back? Amid this hush, a lone figure raised his right hand. Orochimaru's subordinate Kabuto Yakushi declared that injuries sustained during the second phase remained unresolved, and that given his comparatively weak standing, he saw no reason to risk his life needlessly. Hayate swiftly struck Kabuto's name from the roster. As Kabuto passed the assembled candidates, he turned his gaze toward Yohi, standing quietly at the rear of the line. So this is the one who thwarted Lord Orochimaru's plan. He'll require careful adjustment in our strategy. Kabuto adjusted his glasses, but just as he turned away, Yohi glanced back and offered him a gentle, inscrutable smile. Kabuto froze momentarily at that ambiguous expression, then quickly composed himself and departed the arena. After drawing lots on site, the preliminary round entered a brief recess. Yet Yohi had already vanished from the arena without notice. It appears one candidate drew a bye. For the others, perhaps this is a stroke of fortune. Kakashi raised an eyebrow at the solitary fan-shaped slip bearing Yohi's name in the lottery urn. The strongest candidate had drawn a bye, so the upcoming matches promised anything but dullness. Lee, your opponent proves astonishingly formidable, but never fear. Your teacher believes utterly in your dedication. Go forth, and let outsiders witness the blazing color of youth. Might Guy, elated to see his beloved protege Rock Lee matched against Gaara, embraced him fervently. Fate has granted Lee the rarest opportunity to face the strongest opponent on the battlefield. They must not betray this divine choice. Sensei, please rest assured. I shall never disappoint your expectations, for I aspire to become Konoha's green beast just like you. Hiya, Kakashi, foreign shinobi, just some odd fellow with thick eyebrows. Glancing at Lee, whose very silhouette seemed wreathed in fiery aura, Gaara lost interest almost immediately. In his eyes, only Yohi warranted a true confrontation, because only the blood of the strong could ignite his thrill. Within the examination hall of the preliminary competition, the matchups, determined by the draw, were gradually being announced. After a brief period of preparation, the exam commenced. In the first match, Uchiha Sasuke faced off against Chidori, and due to Sasuke not being affected by the cursed seal as in the original story, he resolved the match with a single lion's barrage within a few minutes. Sasuke not bad, winning so quickly. After returning to the stage, Sasuke merely stuffed his hands into his pockets and slowly walked towards the backstage, ignoring Naruto, who was cheerfully extending his fist towards him. You really are that arrogant guy? I shouldn't have expected you to give any good reactions. As Naruto ridiculed Sasuke, the candidates of the second examination had already arrived at the center of the arena. Aburame Shino faced off against Sekiyō, and Shino utilized bugs to clog the sound wave device, causing Sekiyō's attack to backfire and lose his combat ability. Kenshin faced off against Kankuro, with Kankuro emerging victorious. Haruno Sakura competed against Yamanaka Ino, resulting in a tie, and both were eliminated. Tenten faced Shikamaru, but her expertise in ninja tools was countered by wind release, leading to her unfortunate defeat. Naruto Uzumaki battled against Inuzuka Kiba, where Kiba's overly sensitive sense of smell exposed a flaw, allowing Naruto to defeat him with a barrage. Hinata Hyuga faced Neji Hyuga, a duel steeped in destiny and one of great intrigue on the field. Before we begin, I must say, Hinata, you should give up. You are not suited to be a ninja. Upon entering the arena, Neji spoke to Hinata with a tone that carried both respect and an undeniable certainty. Seeing Neji's complex expression, Hinata was momentarily taken aback. You are too kind-hearted, yearning for peace while avoiding conflict, always conforming to others' thoughts, and harboring an irrepressible sense of inferiority. With such a disposition, even on the battlefield, you would merely be seen as a soft target. If it weren't for the need for teams in the Chunin exam, you probably wouldn't even be here, would you? Wait, no, I'm just trying to change. Seeing Hinata's flustered expression, Neji's gaze sharpened slightly. Truly, as expected of the main family's eldest daughter, a person's character is what it is, and she will not change in any other way. But it is precisely because there is no change that various types of people and destinies emerge, just like the main and branch families. Upon hearing these two frequently mentioned terms within the family, Hinata's body trembled slightly. A person's value is judged based on their appearance, abilities, character, and family background. These unchangeable aspects define the boundary between oneself and others. This is the insurmountable chasm between you and ninjas. So for now, just follow your heart and choose to escape, flee to a place where you won't be hurt. Wait, I'm not, you bastard. Is it really okay to casually evaluate the hearts of others? Just because you think you have the title of genius doesn't mean you're a life coach. Hearing Naruto's shout from behind, Hinata froze in place, her previously fearful expression transforming into one of determination. No, Naruto-kun is still watching me from behind. I can't just give up. I must follow in his footsteps. I cannot fall behind. I will not forfeit. Seeing Hinata take her stance, Neji's expression also became serious. The opponent I truly wish to defeat is a ninja stronger than me. If you insist on continuing, I cannot guarantee what the outcome will be. Hinata, go for it. Take down that annoying guy. Watching Naruto cheer Hinata on, Haku slowly approached Sasuke and inquired, are they siblings? It seems their relationship is not very good. Observing Neji's less than favorable attitude towards Hinata, Haku was reminded of the way Kurenai treated her as a sister. If she does not become stronger, will she too be neglected like this brother in the arena? After all, it seems she hasn't been able to offer much help recently. They both belong to the Hyuga clan. By relation, they are indeed cousins. However, due to the separation and main family systems, there may be considerable gaps. But why do you ask this? Wait, where did Yuki go? Noticing that Yuki was absent, Naruto expressed her confusion. When did this guy leave? While Hinata was still engaged in her duel with Neji in a dark underground chamber, in Konoha, Kabuto had already arrived with several scrolls. Kabuto, you seem to have arrived a bit late. From the darkness, a pair of dark golden pupils gradually emerged. Seeing Orochimaru, who had changed his appearance, Kabuto bowed apologetically. I apologize, Lord Orochimaru. I had a few loose ends to tie up along the way, which took a bit of time. Moi. Is it because you repeatedly forfeited in the Chunin exams that it drew the old man's suspicion? But it's fine, he should still be occupied with preparing the defenses for Konoha and organizing the third round of the Chunin exam, so he likely won't bother with such trivial matters. As he spoke, Orochimaru let out a sinister chuckle and then handed 2 scrolls to Kabuto. I will be going to Tsunade here to discuss matters with the Kazekage in the next few days. As for the preparations for the impure world reincarnation technique, I leave it to you. This plan to bring Konoha down must be foolproof. Kabuto nodded earnestly at the 2 scrolls in his hands. I will ensure that all necessary materials for the impure world reincarnation are prepared, Lord Orochimaru. Just wait for the plan to go perfectly. Seeing how obedient Kabuto was, Orochimaru nodded. Kabuto, you are a smart person and a very competent tool. I hope you won't let me down, Orochimaru said before disappearing back into the darkness. After putting the scrolls into his clothing, a figure dressed in black suddenly stepped out from behind Kabuto. Orochimaru is indeed a cautious person. Perhaps he only shows slight vulnerabilities when facing his most trusted assistant. A beam of sunlight streamed through the skylight, and amidst the dim light, a faint red glow flickered beneath Kabuto's glasses. This one is not bad, this one is quite impressive. Outside a bathhouse in Konoha, Jiraiya was hiding in a tree, observing the misty scenery inside the bathhouse through a telescope. Hey, is it beautiful? Of course. Only by witnessing it with your own eyes can you understand this blood-pumping sensation. You are. Bang. Just as Jiraiya turned around, a deafening sound of a gong erupted beside him. The intense sound wave struck like a bolt of lightning, swirling through his mind. Oh dear, peeking is a bad habit, you know, Zhao Yu-san say. After a brief moment of confusion, Jiraiya looked at the sunset before him, who was winking at him, and suddenly stiffened, turning to look behind. Good, it's this guy again. White-haired pervert daring to peek today, just wait until I pull your hair out and use it as a mop. Wait, this is all a misunderstanding. Seeing the woman approaching with a stick, a basin, and a bench full of killing intent, Jiraiya's originally flushed face turned pale in an instant. What a wicked little brat from the land of snow. He truly has caused him a lot of trouble. Watching Jiraiya being chased down the street by a group of women, the sunset lay back on a branch, then took out a bottle of chilled orange juice from his clothes and leisurely took a couple of sips. Oh, this is life, don't you think so, Mr. Jiraiya? After half an hour of the chase, Jiraiya returned to a nearby tavern, applying a few band-aids to the swollen parts of his face. Hey, how can you treat your elder like this, you little brat? This is too reckless, hiss. Seeing Jiraiya grimacing in pain after touching his injury, the sunset could only shrug his shoulders helplessly. Peeking at others' privacy is not a good habit. Just helping, Mr. Jiraiya corrected. At worst, he'll treat you to something nice. Jiraiya, seeing the orange juice pushed in front of him, opened the bottle without hesitation and drank it down. This drink is strange. Hey, it's autumn now. I'll be careful with cold drinks, or you'll have a stomach ache at night. Since the shops in Konoha don't sell me alcohol, I can only buy some chilled orange juice to quench my thirst. Drinking the icy juice, the sunset said with some regret. Clearly outside, as long as you pay more, you can buy it. Although your personality is quite terrible, you don't look like a child at all. Is that so? Perhaps I matured early. Oh, I've already seen through many things deeply. But speaking of which, shouldn't you still be participating in the preliminary round of the Chunin exam? Why are you sneaking out? Jiraiya bought a bottle of beer, looking at the sunset with confusion. Playing house is the most boring thing for kids, and I just happened to have a buy, so I naturally had to come out for some fresh air, the sunset said, reaching for the bottle of alcohol on the table, but Jiraiya lifted it up. Minors cannot drink alcohol. The sunset, so stingy. Seeing the sunset pouting at the table, Jiraiya smiled, as if he had gained some advantage in his heart. After chatting with Jiraiya for a while, the sunset lazily walked toward the location of the Konoha preliminary exam. I wonder how far along it is now. Well, let's go back and take a look. Watching the sunset leisurely leaving with the orange juice, Jiraiya scratched his chin, seemingly changing his impression of the sunset in his heart. Is this guy really a genius? Clearly just a child, but aside from some sick sense of humor, her mindset and strength seemed to belong entirely to someone beyond her age, just like Orochimaru back in the day. It seems that the great Toad Sage was right. Waiting for her to grow up might really change this ninja world, ha. Jiraiya laughed twice, but seemed to have tugged at the injury on his face, causing him to grimace in pain. Those few she-tigers are really ruthless. In the Chunin exam's preliminary arena, even after exerting her full strength, Hinata still couldn't defeat Niji, who was known as a genius. After falling and getting injured time and again, Hinata continued to stand up, her body already covered with bruises, yet she fought against Niji with an incredible will. This made Niji question his own previous theories. Why do you keep standing up? Didn't you always like to avoid? Clearly unable to defeat me, why do you want to suffer for nothing? Absolutely not. Everyone's fate is predetermined. If you can't win, you just can't win. Thud. The gentle fist technique struck at her heart, and in the azure chakra wave, Hinata's figure fell to the ground, a pool of crimson blood flowing out. Rolling up her sleeve, Hinata looked at the blood-stained acupoints beneath her clothes. Gritting her teeth, she tried to stand up from the ground, but due to the intense pain in her chest, she collapsed back down. That child has already reached her limit, Kakashi said with a frown, watching Hinata struggle to stand in the arena. Sigh, I didn't expect Hinata would have such a stubborn moment. Kakashi glanced at Yui Kurenai and Might Guy beside him, and the three of them immediately understood. Hey Hinata, woo woo woo. Naruto, seeing Hinata unable to get up, was about to say something when he suddenly felt a can of cold drink blocking his mouth. Alright, everyone's physique is different. Encouraging her like this will only have the opposite effect, the sunset said with some surprise, watching Hinata, who was already covered in injuries, in the arena. Indeed, watching anime and watching live have a huge difference. If a person's chakra points are blocked by 90%, continuing to fight is nothing but suicide. Naruto-kun seemed to hear Naruto's shout, and a surge of inexplicable power surged in Hinata's heart, allowing her to stand up. Why do you keep standing up? You should be able to sense with your Byakugan that if you keep fighting you will die. Because I've finally been noticed, especially in front of the person I like. I can't let him see such an embarrassing scene. Don't push yourself too hard. Burdened with the destiny of the Hyuga clan, you cannot defeat me in the cycle of self-blame and pain. This is fate. Watching Niji drop his guard, Hinata shook her head. Cough cough. Niji, brother, actually I can tell that you are in more pain than me. Caught in the divergence and path between the main and branch families, you must be more confused and tormented than I am, right? What do you understand? What right do you have to criticize me? Watching Niji roar as he charged towards Hinata, the few jonin present instantly vanished from sight. Swish. Niji's palm technique was grasped in hand, and even the powerful chakra-penetrating ability of the Hyuga clan could not shake the sunset's form. Get out of my way. Oh dear, if you feel fate is unfair, shouldn't you seek the answer your heart desires? Isn't it a bit too much to harbor murderous intent against a little girl, just because of words, eh? Looking through Byakugan at the subtle chakra fluctuations within the sunset, Niji's pupils suddenly shook. This guy? You scoundrel. Although most of the meridians within Shiri were covered by a strange energy, making it impossible for Bai to perceive the specific chakra fluctuations, the mere presence exuded was enough for Niji to understand that he had no chance of winning against the current Shiri. Hinata. Shiri Hong rushed to Hinata's side, supporting her to the side. Cough, cough. I'm sorry, Shiri Hong sensei, I've let you down. Hinata spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted in Shiri Hong's embrace. Infusing a trace of chakra into Hinata's chest, Shiri Hong's expression changed drastically. She actually has ventricular fibrillation, already medical team. A group of ninjas dressed in white arrived at Hinata's side and carefully lifted her onto a stretcher. We must get her to the emergency room immediately. Hurry, move faster, clear the way. The injured person is in critical condition. On the roadside, Naruto jumped over the railing and ran over, staring at Hinata's pale face, frozen in shock. How could Hinata end up like this? Wait. Just before the medical team carried Hinata away, Shiri suddenly stopped them and placed her hand on Hinata's chest. A wave of invisible force emanated from the air, breaking through the chakra sealed in her heart, and the yang release chakra, representing physical energy, flowed into Hinata's body, causing her previously rapid heartbeat to stabilize instantly. While she's responding, the medical ninjas widened their eyes at the sudden rhythmic fluctuations appearing on the injured person's chest. Who would have thought that the Land of Snow not only has advanced heavy industry, but also such high medical technology? Hinata was taken away by the medical team, and Shiri walked over to Naruto, patting him on the shoulder. Sometimes it's not enough to just have passion. Life is fragile, and one must cherish those who are important to you. Watching Zyrus' departing figure, Naruto reflected on Hinata's departure, feeling a sense of loss as he looked at Kakashi coming towards him. Kakashi-sensei, will Hinata be alright? Trust in the capabilities of the Konoha medical team. This is just a minor issue. However, it seems Niji is still brooding over matters from years ago. Kakashi sighed as he observed Hyuga Niji staring intently at Shiri in the distance. There were too many decisive factors in that incident back then, or it feels like the Hyuga clan has managed to avoid a complete break with the Uchiha clan and Konoha. He as a jonin of Konoha could do little. Seeing Niji, who appeared unfazed in the distance, a surge of anger welled up within Naruto. Hey, you scoundrel, are you brave enough to duel me in the third exam? Niji crossed his arms disdainfully, watching Naruto approach him with a fierce demeanor. My goal is not to be at the bottom. Hey, you bastard. Naruto angrily tried to rush at Niji to give him a beating, but was intercepted by Kakashi halfway. Naruto, there are rules in the exam. If you really want to seek justice for Hinata, wait until the third exam to talk about it. Niji passed by Naruto, and Kakashi then approached Shiri, saying, You are Shuifan Shiri, right? Your strength is formidable, I will not lose to you in the third exam. Is that so? Wishing to defeat me is commendable, but I would not recommend you pursue it that way. We'll see when the time comes. Watching Niji leave Shiri sighed helplessly. We are all people toyed with by fate. It seems the world of Hokage is abundant with troubled youths. After the battle between Niji and Hinata, the remaining preliminary matches continued. Whether it was fate or Konoha's manipulation, the snow ninjas from the Land of Snow were matched against each other. Teammates fighting each other, the snow ninja automatically forfeited. Oh, it's a pity we can't see that guy in action, Sasuke remarked regretfully as he looked at Bai, who had sat back down. This guy may not have fought much, but standing beside Shiri indicates he is no weakling, after all, which bloodline limit does not have its uses. Akadu Dingzi vs. Tosu Shina, Tosu won using sound-based ninjutsu. Finally, it was time for the last match, the most exciting part of the entire exam. Might Guy's disciple Rock Lee vs. Gaara of Sunagakure. A clash between physical prowess and absolute defense. Yo, show all your strength, Lee. It's finally time for your youth to blossom. As he was about to jump down into the arena, Little Lee glanced at Guy in the distance, giving him a thumbs up, nodding excitedly. Guy-sensei, I understand. Gaara glanced at the excited Little Lee from afar and transformed himself into quicksand, gathering back at the center of the arena. Little Lee leapt from the platform to the center of the arena, taking a deep breath and gesturing towards Gaara, saying, I'm very happy to meet you so soon. In response to Little Lee's greeting, Gaara seemed indifferent, or rather he did not care at all. In his eyes there was only Shuifan Shiri, while Uchiha Sasuke and Hyuga Niji were nothing to him. With both opponents reaching the center, the examiner Tsukikari Jikaze stepped between them and waved his hand, shouting, Fight, begin. That guy Xiao Li isn't bad at all, though he is somewhat restrained. Looking at Xiao Li in the arena, who was darting around, as if truly evenly matched with Gaara Xiong's side. Practicing physical techniques in sand is indeed quite challenging. 2 weighted training plates worn on his hands and feet were thrown onto the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust and revealing 2 massive craters before Gaara's eyes. Lotus of the 8 Gates. With the 8 gates open, Xiao Li soared into the sky while carrying Gaara, only to crash down violently, smashing through a thick layer of sand armor. Even after receiving encouragement from Guy and opening the 5th gate, he still failed to inflict any real damage on Gaara. After using the forbidden technique in the aftermath of exhaustion, Xiao Li managed to save a leg with Zhang's early intervention, but he was severely injured and had to be taken to the infirmary. Woo, thank you so much. I never expected there would be such a kind-hearted person thinking of Konoha in the Land of Snow. Seeing Akai, who was almost hugging him while crying, Xiong quickly supported him with his hands. Uncle, can you calm down a bit, hey? The preliminary round ended, and in the center of the arena as he watched the sand scattered by Xiang, Gaara slowly began to collect it back using the gourd on his back. Shueshan Xiang, you are indeed very strong. Wiping the blood from his cheek, Gaara returned to the sand village's troops, and gradually left the arena under Konoha's command. By the time they exited the competition venue, the sky outside was already approaching evening. Amidst the bustling streets, Xiang glanced at the now distant Team 7 before returning to his residence to begin chakra training. Gradually time passed, and it was more than 10 days later, marking the most important battle in the Chunin exams. As the exam approached, Kakashi took Sasuke for private training in Chidori, while Naruto was entrusted to a man wearing black glasses and a headscarf. How could it be you, this aloof pervert? Can't you find me a more reliable teacher? Seeing the familiar figure in front of him, Naruto complained. Hey kid, you should show some respect to your elders. And don't underestimate me, I'm a Konoha elite at the very least. I won't acknowledge being taught by someone weaker than me. Seeing Naruto turn away in rejection, a grid appeared on Hibi's forehead. Even though I'm not the one teaching you, underestimating others is a bad habit. Let me, Hibi, show you the strength of a Jonin. Hibi spread his hands intending to engage Naruto in an exhilarating duel, but Naruto suddenly grinned, as if he had thought of something. Hehe, it seems the lesson I gave you last time wasn't enough. This time I'll make you surrender completely. Naruto gathered his chakra, forming a cross with his hands. Hibi was still on guard against the sudden attack, but upon seeing the swirling white mist and the faintly visible fair skin, his eyes widened. What is this move? Harem Jutsu, mister. Hibi, do you like this form of Naruto? The Naruto, seemingly dressed in a thin white cloud shirt, appeared beside Hibi with numerous clones. Watching Naruto's delicate little hand gently touch his chest, Hibi suddenly spewed 2 streams of blood from his nose and flew away. It seems the aloof pervert still can't handle it. How pathetic. Seeing Hibi incapacitated by the harem jutsu, Naruto laughed heartily. Is this real? I can't see clearly. As he felt a hand suddenly cup his chest, Naruto's laughter abruptly halted. Hey, where did you come from? Seeing Xiang suddenly appear before him, Naruto quickly dispelled the harem jutsu covering his chest, and stepping back a few paces somewhat frightened. Yar, I was just a bit curious about the seduction technique. Don't take my previous actions too seriously. Reflecting on the feeling of those 2 bunny-like hands, Xiang patted his chest. After all, fake is fake. It still can't compare to my own comfort. Hey, all the candidates are here. Why do you still have time to show up? In response to Naruto's question, Xiang helplessly said, what can I do? I took on a mission from Kakashizen, so will be in charge of your special training. Nanny. Naruto seemed very unwilling to accept being taught ninjutsu by a kid like Xiang. Even though she was very strong, having someone of the same age as a teacher was something he found hard to accept. However, after being properly beaten by Xiang, Naruto temporarily acknowledged her as the special training teacher. In truth, Xiang didn't want to put in the effort to be this special training teacher, but Naruto would soon sign the summoning contract with Mount Myaboku. Rather than letting Jiraiya discover his identity together with Naruto, it was better for him to do some things midway to prevent his identity from being exposed. However, being a teacher would only be for this period. After that, the actual training should still be left to that Uncle Jiraiya. When signing the summoning scroll at Mount Myaboku, Naruto looked at Xiang, deliberately covering the previous name with some confusion and incomprehension. Why are you covering the name? My handwriting is rather ugly, so I won't show it to you. Time gradually passed, and Xiang usually taught Naruto the use of summoning techniques and Rasengan, while for more advanced applications, she said Jiraiya was more suitable. One new Naruto, drenched in sweat, sat on a wooden stump surrounded by some broken rubber balls. Zying Sensei, is it really okay for you to be slacking off like this day after day? Seeing Xiang leaning against a big tree with her eyes closed, Naruto couldn't help but complain. It feels so uncomfortable training alone like this. After all, we're both candidates for the Chunin exams. Why is there such a big gap? This is purification training for sage arts. You just can't feel it usually. As he detached from the perception of nature, Xiang looked at the debris beside Naruto and let out a sigh of relief. Sage arts. It's a special application combining energy from the ninja world with chakra. You'll learn it in the future. Watching Xiang close her eyes again, Naruto scratched his head in confusion. Is sage mode really about becoming like those frogs? As the season approaches autumn, under the clear sky of the wooden leaves, a convoy of carriages passed through the main gate. It was the army of the daimyo of the Land of Fire, and in addition, the Kazekage of Sunagakure was also bringing a number of sand ninjas from the west. Watching a group of unfamiliar ninjas dressed in sandy-colored vests on their way to the arena, Shikamaru couldn't help but frown slightly. Isn't there a bit too many ninjas coming today? I have a feeling that something significant is about to happen. The time for the 3rd exam was gradually approaching, and the originally vacant spots from the preliminaries were slowly being filled by the crowd. After exchanging greetings with the daimyo of the Land of Fire, Sarutobi Hiruzen headed towards the highest seating area of the entire arena. That was a place reserved for the 2 Kages, and also the most contested location in the entire examination venue. As he watched the old man and several Umbu approaching him, the glint in Raza's eyes hidden beneath the Kazekage's hat flashed with a hint of sharpness. It seems that the politics of Konoha have reached a point of stagnation. The 3rd Hokage is already so old, yet he still holds this position. It seems his policies are quite effective. As long as he can execute a scheme here to rip a piece off Konoha, it would significantly help alleviate the economic crisis of Sunagakure. It has been many years since we last met. I didn't expect the Hokage to still be so robust. Oh, you two Kazekage-sama are still youthful and accomplished. I apologize for the trouble caused by our long journey. No problem, thankfully the venue is in Konoha. It's much more comfortable here than our sand-filled homeland. Sarutobi Hiruzen exchanged a few pleasantries with Raza and then took his seat. Hokage-sama, it seems there are quite a few ninjas today. We should be a bit cautious. An Umbu leaned close to Sarutobi Hiruzen's ear, advising him. It's fine, they won't pose a threat to me. Just keep an eye on the surroundings and ensure the daimyo and civilians are safe, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, turning his gaze into the distance. Dressed in a loose red kimono, Jiraiya walked down the steps. Haha, looks like I haven't arrived too late, have I? What's Jiraiya doing here? Seeing the white-haired middle-aged man standing beside Sarutobi Hiruzen, Raza murmured, slightly frowning. Wasn't Jiraiya traveling across the ninja world? Why didn't any of Orochimaru's intel mention this? If those two old geezers are here, then his situation might be a bit precarious. Sitting here, Raza suddenly felt like he had been set up by Orochimaru. Kazekage-sama, if you find it too sunny, do you need me to hold an umbrella for you? Observing the disguised Orochimaru holding an umbrella to shield himself from the sun, Raza let out a cold snort. They'll settle accounts with you after the exam is over. The crowd gradually increased, and Konoha's 12 young ninjas along with other promoted genin arrived at the grand viewing platform. As the main examiner Yugao stood at the front, picked up the list, and after some unnecessary opening remarks officially displayed the matchups on the projector. First match, Uzumaki Naruto vs. Hyuga. Second match, Sabaku Nogara vs. Uchiha Sasuke. Third match, Nara Shikamaru vs. Yamanaka Ino. Fourth match, Temari vs. Nara Shikamaru. Fifth match, Yukake's Haku vs. Yukake's Sunset. This is quite an unexpected result, Sunset remarked with a slightly strange expression upon seeing the final matchups. It is indeed quite coincidental. It's possible that Konoha manipulated the matches, but it doesn't matter now. The event likely won't last until that time. So it's that guy Niji. After learning new ninjutsu, just wait to be blasted away by me. Sunset cough on the field, we are opponents, but even so, I won't disgrace you. As he said this, Naruto performed a backflip and appeared in the arena, casting a sidelong glance at Sunset, who stood on the platform with his arms crossed. It's a strange feeling being in the same examination as my former teacher. Naruto seems to have changed a bit, Sasuke frowned as he watched Naruto confidently in the arena. Yeah, he trained hard during this time, and he hasn't been stagnant either, Kakashi smiled, glancing at Sunset in the distance. I was originally thinking of asking Jiraiya Sensei to teach Naruto, but I didn't expect Yukake's Sunset to jump in. Is this part of the genius charm? To turn someone who was once at the bottom into a genius. No longer thinking about those messy things, the battle on the scene had already begun. I didn't expect to run into you right at the beginning. Ooh, what a waste of time. Bastard, I'm no longer the same as before. Just wait to apologize to Hinata. Swish. With a shout from Yugao, the battle began, and Niji instantly vanished from his spot. A dazzling array of palm techniques struck towards Naruto's body, the incredible speed, even leaving afterimages in the air. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Poof. Dozens of shadow clones appeared around Naruto, charging towards Niji, but were all dispersed by a single strike of the 8 trigrams empty palm. Give up, go loser, like you cannot defeat me. As he passed through the dissipating smoke of the shadow clones, Niji appeared in front of Naruto, intending to deliver a fatal blow to incapacitate him completely. Smack! Niji knocked the kunai out of Naruto's hand, and seeing Niji's palm technique coming, Naruto revealed a faint smile. Clang! Naruto grasped Niji's palms tightly with both hands, but the fierce chakra flow pierced straight through his palms. Looking at the 2 pools of blood left on the ground, Niji chuckled. For you planning to trade small for big. But your hands are injured, your hand seals should be affected, right? What do you want to do? Clang! Pulling Niji's hands, Naruto yanked hard, and the hard forehead protector collided with Niji's face, leaving another pool of thick blood on the ground. Don't underestimate a loser, you bastard. As Naruto battled Niji, Orochimaru watched from the viewing platform, his gaze towards Kabuto, revealing a sinister smile beneath his mask. Truly an excellent assistant, his actions are faster than I anticipated. Ningji, who had been knocked around and dazed, finally reacted as he saw a massive blue chakra sphere hurtling towards him. Boom. He quickly leaped into the air, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and upon seeing the large crater left by the Rasengan in the distance, his expression turned grim. Could that have been a decoy? A hit from that thing would likely leave him severely injured, if not dead. Did he actually dodge it? The 2 shadow clones dispersed around Naruto, and seeing Ningji gradually calming down, Naruto pulled several bandages from his waist and wrapped them around his hands. Having missed the previous opportunity, the next chance might not come so easily. Whether for Ningji's outrageous actions in the past, or to prove his own worth, Naruto felt he had no reason to lose here. Just as he prepared to battle Ningji again with his shadow clones, he suddenly looked up at the sky as if sensing something. Shouldn't it be too early for winter? Is that snow? But it didn't quite look like it. In the sky, the feather-like snowflakes began to thicken, and the ordinary spectators sitting in the viewing platform suddenly felt their eyelids grow heavy. What's going on? Just when it was getting exciting, my eyelids feel so heavy. So sleepy, I want to sleep. Seeing the civilians around him collapsing in rows, Kakashi's pupils trembled, and he waved to the surrounding Konoha ninjas, saying, "This is an illusion. Enemies are invading. You remember to gather your chakra and resist." Swish. In a dreamlike scene, the daimyo of the Fire Country was escorted back towards the heart of Konoha, while the previously docile Sannin suddenly pulled out kunai and attacked the nearby Konoha ninjas. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. In the blink of an eye, chaos erupted, and Sarutobi Hiruzen, sitting on the high platform, suddenly sprang to his feet. "Kazekage, I need you to explain yourself." Is there really anything more to say? Konoha has prospered for so many years. Should it be an issue to bring some local specialties back to our allied nation? Raza removed the Kazekage's hat and coldly mocked Sarutobi Hiruzen. On the platform, Haku kicked a sand ninja flying and then returned to the side of Xiong, asking, "Sister Xiong, what should we do now?" Boom. In an instant, waves of dust and rumbling sounds erupted outside the Konoha's defenses as massive summoning snakes smashed through the barrier, roaring in the outskirts of Konoha. "You go take care of the snakes outside and send them back to the dragon cave. As for me, I have other matters to attend to." Understood. Haku leaped up onto the surrounding wall, running towards the direction where the giant snake was sensed attacking, while Xiang's original position was enveloped in a cloud of dust. Swish. Xiong jumped away from the open ground as a gigantic hand made of sand came crashing down. "I will kill you." As she watched Gaara with his bloodthirsty gaze charging towards her, Xiong pulled out a kunai and spun it twice before running towards the open forest. "You want to catch me? That's fine. It will give my true self some space to act." "Hey, what's going on?" In the center of the arena, Naruto looked around at the viewing platform, confused by the scene of blood and severed limbs flying everywhere. Everyone was clearly sitting together to watch the match. Oh, why did it turn into a fight? Was it simply for so-called war profits? If it seems these guys were prepared for this, they're definitely not good people. But it's truly unfortunate to be fighting alongside you, the last in the class, Ninji said, frowning as he pushed back a sand ninja. "Hey, you almost lost to me just now, okay? Even if I am the last in the class, I still intend to be the last in line to become Hokage. What a letdown, buddy." On the platform, Maki was engaged in combat with Kakashi, while the other Konoha rookies coordinated with the nearby Konoha ninjas to fend off the joint attack from the sand and sound ninjas. The acrid smell of gunpowder wafted into the sky, wisps of black smoke rising from the surroundings, and a purple barrier instantly enveloped the area where the two shadows were located. "Long time no see, teacher Sarutobi," the disguised Orochimaru said, removing his mask and walking beside Raza with a sinister smile. "Orochimaru, I see you haven't left yet." Seeing Orochimaru standing alongside Raza, Jiraiya's expression grew serious. I've never been afraid of Konoha, so why would I leave? The reason I avoided your pursuit before was simply to avoid trouble." "Oh, it really seems to fit your character, lurking in the shadows and suddenly biting others. But did you ever consider whether your plan would succeed before implementing it? You should know that the great Jiraiya, who is as beautiful as a flower, is here too. Who knows who will eat whom?" Jiraiya struck a pose, expressing a great deal of confidence. Having two high-level fighters does make things difficult, so Orochimaru, your so-called secret weapon should be brought out to deal with this now, right? Looking at the rising purple flame barrier surrounding them, Raza asked Orochimaru. "Don't be so impatient. Good things are meant to be saved for critical moments. Kazekage, you shouldn't be unable to hold up just because the battle has just started, right? I really don't know what possessed me to cooperate with you." Magnetic escape, sand gold burial. Luo Sha manipulated a massive amount of sand gold, wanting to envelop Jiraiya and Sarutobi Hiruzen like rolling waves. Wind release, great breakthrough. Sharp wind blades mixed within the sand gold nearly filled the entire barrier's space. "Jiraiya, I will block the attack, you counterattack," Sarutobi Hiruzen said, forming hand seals rapidly. He spat out a mound of earth, and instantly a thick earthen wall rose before him, temporarily blocking the sand gold. Earth release, earth flow river. At the moment the sand gold broke through the earthen barrier, a large amount of viscous mud surged forth, gradually burying the sand gold underground. Swish. A sharp blue sword light sliced through the earth flow, sent flying by Sarutobi Hiruzen's golden staff. "You won't succeed." Throwing off his Hokage robe, Sarutobi Hiruzen gripped the golden staff, charging at the two in a suit of black-gray armor. Stepping on the rubble, producing a series of crisp sounds, Luo Sha looked at the massive staff descending upon him and transformed into sand gold, retreating backwards. Orochimaru extended his hands. A multitude of snake hands lunged at Sarutobi Hiruzen, but were entangled by a roll of white hair. "Your true opponent is me, Orochimaru." Jiraiya clapped his hands together, and the originally soft white hair instantly sprouted sharp spikes, piercing the poisonous snakes with dozens of holes. Fire release, fire dragon flame bullet. The scorching fire dragon bombarded the solid sand gold wall, and Orochimaru seized the chance to sever the snake hands and retreat beside Luo Sha. "Give up, this is the territory of Konoha. If you surrender and help capture Orochimaru, we can overlook the past." Looking at Luo Sha standing with Orochimaru, Sarutobi Hiruzen twirled the staff in his hand and struck it down onto the ground, as he persuaded Humph, who can easily turn back on the battlefield. "Hokage, you don't need to say such nonsense." Luo Sha formed hand seals, reshaping the sand gold into a cube, and hurled it towards the two. Fire release, flame bullet. Slipping in the muddy ground, Jiraiya quickly formed hand seals and expelled a torrent of flames towards the two. Boom. The expanding flames engulfed one side of the barrier, and Sarutobi Hiruzen created two shadow clones that appeared beside him. Lightning release, thunderboom. Wind release, cyclone. Seeing the output from his two clones, Sarutobi Hiruzen also formed hand seals, rapidly summoning a fearsome earth dragon head from below. Ninjutsu, earth flow fire stream. The luxurious ninjutsu bombarded in front of him. Even Luosha's sand gold wall turned red and began to melt. However, when he turned back, he found that Orochimaru had already disappeared without a trace. Luosha. Swish. A massive snake emerged from underground. Its enormous size shattered the buildings, causing Sarutobi Hiruzen and Jiraiya to halt their attacks and dodge to the sides. Orochimaru flew out from the snake's mouth. His long sword instantly elongated and drew a line of blood across Sarutobi Hiruzen's arm. Monkey Sage. A shadow descended from the sky, violently smashing the snake down to the ground. Then amidst a puff of smoke, it transformed into a rapidly spinning staff that sent Orochimaru flying. Hee teacher Sarutobi, you've grown old. Both your ninjutsu power and reaction speed have fallen far behind your youth. Standing up from the ground, Orochimaru brushed off the dust, speaking with a cold smirk. But it's still enough to deal with you. Looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was slightly panting, Orochimaru's gaze shifted slightly. You and Jiraiya have both aged, but I am different. I am still the same as before, even more youthful. Do you understand how powerful I am now? Teacher Sarutobi, hihaha. Orochimaru tore off his cheek, then tied up his hair, revealing a young and beautiful woman's face inside, laughing heartily, her clear and crisp voice resonating throughout the arena. Who are you? Before Sarutobi Hiruzen could voice his question, it was actually Jiraiya who first exclaimed in disbelief. Is it too sudden for you to accept? As you can see, I am Orochimaru, right? Gender is merely a constraint imposed by society to categorize people. Those who indulge in base desires are fools. Only the pursuit of greater strength and truth is the perfect eternal path. Moreover, in a sense, I have surpassed the ninja god, haven't I? Even the first Hokage cannot alter the fate of death, ha. Orochimaru, you've truly lost your mind, actually researching such evil ninjutsu. Looking at the three people's incredulous gazes, Orochimaru donned his cheek again, using a gloomy and hoarse voice to say, I am the embodiment of eternity. Teacher Zubi, you cannot stop me. Orochimaru's pupils suddenly constricted, and he clapped his hands together. Summoning technique. With a low chant from Orochimaru, 3 coffins suddenly rose from the ground. However, at that moment, Orochimaru's expression stiffened again. Wait, something's wrong. I prepared 3 coffins, but because of Jiraiya's appearance, Luo-sha shouldn't be inside, right? Could it be that Kabuto made a mistake? Crack. The 3rd coffin in front suddenly trembled, and the suppressed chakra aura shocked the 4 present. This is actually the Edo Tensei technique. Gripping the golden staff tightly, Sarutobi Hiruzen approached Jiraiya's side, his expression serious. This is a technique capable of resurrecting the dead. It seems this situation is more troublesome than I imagined. Crack. The 2 coffins behind suddenly crashed down, stirring up a mound of soil. Looking at the familiar blue and red silhouettes, Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils constricted sharply. Orochimaru, you actually used this ninjutsu to desecrate the former Hokage. Aren't you afraid of retribution? Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's reprimand, Orochimaru remained silent, but instead focused nervously on the 3rd coffin ahead that had yet to open. The chakra fluctuation does not connect with me, so who exactly is inside? Is this actually the impure world reincarnation technique? Awakening from his dormant body carrying ancient memories, Senju Tobirama clenched his fist. Tobirama, I already told you that you shouldn't have invented such a thing. Big brother, it's been so many years, you shouldn't worry about such things anymore. Looking at the 2 figures emerging from the coffin, Jiraiya also came to Hiruzen's side astonished and asked, Old man, is this really the first Hokage and the 2nd Hokage? It seems so. I didn't expect her to invade Konoha with this. Seeing the 2 Hokages appear, Hiruzen's heart began to race. I hope Orochimaru's impure world reincarnation technique is still not perfected. Otherwise, if these 2 can even exert a quarter of their power, the entire Konoha will be in serious danger. Is this Konoha? It seems to have changed quite a bit. Just as Tobirama was admiring the external changes of Konoha, suddenly a blue light shot out from the coffin before him, sending him flying. Rolling on the ground several times, Tobirama's body crashed hard into the 4 purple flame formation, burning away a large part of his body. To see the person I dislike right after coming out, what bad luck. The surrounding coffins were blown away by chakra, and the vigilant Hashirama looked at the figure with arms crossed before him, and his expression changed to one of surprise. Madara, I can't believe you're here too. Hearing the name spoken by the first Hokage, Hiruzen's face turned pale. What on earth is Orochimaru doing? In fact, Orochimaru herself didn't know what she had done. She remembered not summoning this guy. Damn, did someone tamper with the coffin while I was negotiating with the Kazekage? Orochimaru glared fiercely at Kabuto outside the barrier, but Kabuto appeared equally confused. Is this really my doing? Madara, I can't believe I get to see you again, even in death, hahaha. Seeing Hashirama rush over to hug him, Madara quickly held down his head to prevent the embrace. To want to hug me right upon meeting, there's no sense of distance at all. Relationship with Senju Hashirama 1, a relationship with Senju Tobirama 10. Seeing that Madara seemed to be ignoring him, Hashirama squatted in a corner, drawing dark and gloomy circles. "Sai, you still care about matters from before your death, don't you? Big brother, what are you doing?" "He's Uchiha Madara, a super dangerous element for Konoha." Using the Flying Thunder God technique, Tobirama quickly pulled Hashirama up from his despondency. "Does Madara ignoring you pose a problem? Don't you still have your beloved younger brother?" "Ahahaha, I'm just a bit excited because I haven't seen Madara in so long." "Well, your reminiscing should be over now. Shouldn't we go and do something productive?" Orochimaru formed hand seals, and in an instant Tobirama and Hashirama felt their bodies suddenly lose control. "So it was you who cast the technique. But did you not consider who invented this jutsu when you summoned me?" Senju Tobirama's hands stiffened as he tried to form seals, but a strange feeling within him halted his actions. Of course I took precautions, which is why I prepared special talismans placed within your bodies. If you insist on defying my orders, your consciousness will be erased." Orochimaru sinisterly smiled as she manipulated Senju Tobirama's body to charge towards Jiraiya and Hiruzen's. "Hey, Orochimaru, can you really control him?" "I should be able to." Upon hearing Kabuto's question, Orochimaru answered a few words, but then suddenly saw Senju Tobirama's body flying out and crashing into the top of the four purple flame formation. Alright, I forgot there was still an uncontrollable guy. Seeing Uchiha Madara looking over from afar, a faint sense of fear began to spread from Orochimaru's heart. "The caster of the impure world reincarnation, huh? Humph, do you really think such child's play can control me?" "Mr. Orochimaru, thank you for giving me this opportunity to make my entrance, otherwise it would be difficult to proceed with my plans. But for now, please take a nap." Even though Orochimaru realized the intentions of the setting sun, she was still caught momentarily under the influence of the Sharingan's light. Within his pupils, 3 tomo slowly rotated as the Madara, disguised by the setting sun, fixed his gaze on the distant Hokage rock. "Have we already had a 4th Hokage? It seems that a long time has passed in the ninja world. I wonder if Konoha still has the same abundance of talents as it did back then." Hearing what Madara blurted out, a sense of foreboding slowly rose within Hashirama. "Madara, what are you planning?" "Big brother, don't you understand? He is Uchiha Madara, the one who betrayed the Uchiha clan and Konoha. If he is allowed to roam freely in Konoha, it will surely lead to major problems." Gathering his body back to Hashirama's side, Senju Tobirama continued to persuade him. Hearing Tobirama's words, Hashirama lowered his head and eventually let out a sigh. "I never expected that even after we have died we would still have to continue fighting. But for Konoha and peace, Madara, I will not let you succeed." Looking at Hashirama's stance, the corner of Madara's mouth slightly curled into a smile. "For Konoha and peace. After your death, the ninja world has already gone through 3 great ninja wars. If the ninja village system truly could maintain peace, there wouldn't be so many homeless refugees and orphans. Ultimately, it comes down to strength. This ninja world needs a powerful presence to maintain the operation of its rules. Once she becomes the Sage of 6 Paths, the world will soon be at peace, and her brother will return. Then let me see if you can still stop me now." "Haha, spicy mama." The setting sun unleashed a surge of azure chakra from within, causing small stones and debris around to float off the ground. Fire-style Great Fire Annihilation. Forming a hand seal, the setting sun puffed out his chest and unleashed a torrid wave of fire toward the two. The roaring flames carrying the might of the ocean seemed poised to engulf the two entirely within the barrier. Wood-style advent of the tree world. Water-style water surge wave. The rapidly growing wood style mixed with the water and fire waves, merging the power of 3 different attributes and causing the floor of the barrier to warp. Orochimaru's own impure world reincarnation is fighting back. Seeing Madara clash with Tobirama and Hashirama, Jiraiya was astonished and rubbed his eyes. "This snake seems pretty smart most of the time, and I didn't expect her to have moments of foolishness too." Within the anxious confines of Konoha, the battle between the two sides was still in full swing, especially within the barrier of the 4 purple flames formation. Stepping upon the waves of water, a fearsome wooden dragon emerged from above the raging flames. With a swish, a straight line of water neatly sliced the shadow clone of the setting sun in half. Tobirama had just leaped down from the wooden dragon when the figure of the setting sun suddenly appeared from the surrounding flames. With a clang, he kicked the kunai from the white-haired figure's hand, and a black staff appeared in the setting sun's grasp. Did he use shadow clones to confuse my line of sight, while the real body hid within the gaps in visibility? Tobirama stepped back a few paces, continuously using body techniques to counter the setting sun's attacks, feeling increasingly pressed by the rapid and frequent strikes. Water release. Just as he formed the hand seal, a heavy punch landed on his face, and then the hand seal was snatched away by the setting sun. Great Dragon Fire Technique. Blasted away by the scorching fire dragon, Tobirama quickly adjusted his posture in midair to regain his balance. Tobirama. Upon hearing his older brother's shout, Tobirama's eyes widened in shock at the figure descending from the sky. The speed of the body flicker technique is astonishing. Boom. Fragments of stone flew into the ground as the setting sun stood up from a large pit, gazing at the wooden dragon barreling towards him and Tobirama beside Hashirama. The Flying Thunder God technique is indeed troublesome. Roar. The wooden dragon howled as its massive claws crashed before the setting sun. A surge of blue light neatly split the wooden dragon in half as Hashirama dropped down from above, sending out dozens of wooden clones to grab at the setting sun. Madara. Stop it. We are all already dead, so let's not interfere with the affairs of the living world. Can this truly resolve my lingering resentment? A burst of blue light surged forth, sending the surrounding wooden clones flying. Watching the azure skeleton appear beside the setting sun, Hashirama's brow furrowed slightly. Why does the current Madara and Susanoo feel strangely unfamiliar? Is this just an illusion? Fire release, dragon fire song technique. Countless large fire dragons soared into the sky, their imposing might spreading across the battlefield. This body's power is still too weak, brother. Although both are reincarnated logically, they should exhibit the same upper limit. Yet for some reason Tobirama felt that Madara's state was somewhat off. His movements were too fluid, devoid of the stiffness typical of recent reincarnations, almost as if he were a living person. There's no choice after all, we were also summoned here unexpectedly. To avoid bringing disaster to Konoha and the ninja world, we must do our best. Hashirama clapped his hands, causing rows of large trees to burst from the earth, neutralizing the fiery dragons, illuminating the day. The towering trees were cleaved in two as the sword-like arm of Susanoo, wielded by the setting sun, emerged from the smoke, directly pointing at the white-haired figure behind Hashirama. Wood release, water-severing wave. Hashirama manipulated the trees beneath him to elevate himself and Tobirama, while Tobirama formed hand seals and unleashed a sharp stream of water towards the setting sun. Dodging the straight and slender water line, the setting sun stepped onto the tree trunk and swiftly dove upwards. Is Uchiha Madara truly this fierce? He can actually chase after both the first and second Hokage alone. Observing the current situation, Jiraiya was equally bewildered. Although Uchiha Madara has a great reputation, he was defeated by the first Hokage while alive. Logically, the combined strength of the first and second Hokage should surpass Uchiha Madara, right? It seems they haven't made a move yet. Let's observe for a bit. Glancing at the unmoving Raza and Orochimaru in the distance, Sarutobi Hiruzen tightened his grip on his staff and said, "This is Konoha's territory after all. Once the Konoha ninjas outside deal with the Suna and Sound ninjas, the scales of victory will surely tip in their favor." Boom. Massive branches crashed down upon the rooftops and flashes of light flickered from the leaves of the great trees. Sensing a significant chakra fluctuation, the three within the four purple flames formation's pupils contracted sharply. This is bad. It's the master's forbidden technique. Get down. Buzz. The red light flickered in the air for a few moments and suddenly extinguished, vanishing in tandem with the blue light. Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen was still in doubt, a blinding red light suddenly erupted from the direction of the Valley of the End, several dozen kilometers away. The roaring sound reverberated through the sky, and the detonating tags multiplied in a continuous explosion, nearly vaporizing everything around. It was as if the sky had been punctured, the scorching red light illuminating the ninja world. Minutes later, the acrid scent of smoke pervaded the air, and Tobirama's figure reassembled at the edge of the scorched pit. Fortunately, the detonating tags are part of the summoning technique and won't be affected by one's own power. However, the recovery speed of the reincarnated is rapid. We must seal Madara before his body recovers significantly. Swish. Tobirama's shadow clone left on the battlefield of Konoha used the Flying Thunder God technique to transfer Hashirama over, then dissipated into a puff of white smoke. Brother, it's up to you from here on out. Hashirama nodded at Tobirama's gaze, but soon his expression turned to shock as he sensed the chakra fluctuation emerging from the smoke. Wait, what is this chakra? Brother, what's wrong? Seeing Hashirama's astonished expression, Tobirama, whose body had only partially recovered, furrowed his brow as he looked towards the shadow in the center of the pit. This figure, the setting sun, slowly emerged from the smoke, holding a heavy fan with his red armor having fallen to the ground due to the explosion. Cough, cough. The setting sun coughed violently a few times, then wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, casting a provocative glance at Tobirama in the distance. Long time no see, evil little white hair. It seems that when I died decades ago, you hadn't invented this technique yet. As the figure slowly revealed itself from the smoke, Tobirama and Hashirama's eyes widened in shock. How could you be here? Where is Madara? Haha, cough, cough. What do you think? Where is my brother? The setting sun suddenly coughed a few times, and the sharp-eyed Tobirama saw the blood spilling from his mouth, causing his pupils to contract sharply. This doesn't appear to be the state of the reincarnated, does it? The setting sun, we do not wish to fight you. I know that after your resurrection you seek revenge on Tobirama and the Senju clan, but the times have already changed. Hearing his elder brother's warning to the setting sun, Tobirama extended his hand to hold him back. Brother, there's no need to persuade her. She is likely far more dangerous than we imagine. Although it is unclear when the setting sun was resurrected, it is certain that many years have passed. A member of the Uchiha clan, having experienced death, loss of loved ones, and the fragmentation of eras, would undoubtedly tread an extreme path. The prior pretense of being Uchiha Madara in Konoha was undoubtedly purposeful. Although Tobirama did not know the specifics, it was certain that, if his deadliest rival were not stopped, he could very well become the next Uchiha Madara, perhaps even surpassing him. After all, the simultaneous existence of figures like my brother and Uchiha Madara is rare in the history of the ninja world. A madman with extraordinary power would undoubtedly become a nightmare for the entire ninja realm. The Uchiha clan is indeed a hassle. Fortunately, both Madara and Izuna are already dead, otherwise if another pair of eternal Mangekyō Sharingan appeared, we would have no chance of winning. Tobarama sighed as he looked at the three spinning tomo in the setting sun's eyes. Oh, what more can I say? The inherently evil Senju white-haired one has a keen sense, and I truly am no longer the person I used to be. Perhaps during your peak I could not defeat you, but in this current state it is impossible for you to stop me. What do you intend to do? Of course I wish to resurrect my deceased brother, for there are only a few in this world that I truly care about. Is that a mistake? Upon hearing the seemingly simple request from the setting sun, Hashirama was uncharacteristically silent. Was he too impulsive back then? Perhaps if he said a few more words he could reconcile with Madara. If Madara had died of natural causes, the setting sun might not have harbored such hostility towards Konoha. Because he had killed Madara himself, Hashirama now saw the rarely visible look of guilt on the setting sun, who was his sister. Brother, what are you thinking? Don't forget that Konoha is behind you. If Uchiha Madara is resurrected, you should know what will happen. Tobarama grasped Hashirama's shoulder and shook him vigorously. If Uchiha Sharingan could resurrect herself, then she might also possess a forbidden technique that could truly bring back the dead. If Uchiha Madara really came back to life, Konoha would likely be doomed. Hearing Tobarama's words, Hashirama's gaze shifted. Konoha, you say? Tobarama, you have a point. Although I am already dead and shouldn't meddle in the affairs of the living, allowing someone like Madara, who does not belong to this era, to resurrect in the ninja world would undoubtedly lead to major problems for Konoha and beyond. Brother is right, but it's not just Uchiha Madara. The very existence of the setting sun in this era is a mistake. Tobarama frowned as he looked at the old rival below, then drew a kunai from his waist and jumped down. What? Do you think you can kill me like before? As he saw Tobarama charging towards him, the setting sun's eyes flashed with a hint of red, and she picked up her fan and charged forward. Evil Uchiha brat, you do not belong to this era. Return to where you should be. My destiny is mine to control. I do not need others to dictate it. Swish. The kunai thrown by Tobarama was dodged by the setting sun as she sidestepped, and as she formed hand seals, a massive torrent of water surged from the ground. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. The whistling water soared into the air, only to be instantly frozen into an ice sculpture. As Tobarama stood in a daze, the ice wall suddenly shattered, and a fist emerged from within, sending him flying. Swish. Utilizing the flying thunder god technique to teleport behind the setting sun, Tobarama formed hand seals and unleashed a sharp stream of water. Water release, water severing wave. Shadow shuriken jutsu. Just as he jumped out from the ice dragon, a massive shuriken flew rapidly towards the setting sun from behind. Clang. Using the hard shell of her fan, the setting sun deflected the shuriken. Seeing numerous wooden clones rushing in from a distance, she quickly formed hand seals and unleashed a blazing stream of fire, sending most of the clones flying. Swish. A blue light suddenly appeared behind the setting sun, and before Tobarama could attack, he was scattered by the arm of Susanoo. Is it really a shadow clone? As the kunai from the clones soared into the sky, Tobarama used the flying thunder god mark above to reappear above the setting sun. Flying thunder god slash. Snap. Grasping Tobarama's neck, a black rod instantly pierced through his throat. Do you wish to dance with me as well? Crack. Sprouts began to emerge from the ground, accompanied by the sound of cracking under pressure. Countless trees grew around the setting sun, climbing up her body. Sage art. Pressured by the attack of wood release, the setting sun tossed the Senju Tobarama away, then her body used chakra to shake off the surrounding trees as she quickly retreated. Tobarama, are you okay? Cough cough, I'm fine for now, but this rod seems to block chakra flow. Brother, be careful. Climbing up from the shattered rock wall, Tobarama touched his slowly healing neck, crouching on the ground as he advised. As Hashirama was approaching, Tobarama noticed a piece of paper stuck to his hind leg through the residual ice crystals on the ground. Is this an exploding tag? Seeing the familiar pattern, Tobarama frowned, sensing an ominous premonition. No, this is a mutual exploding tag. Crack. Sensing the familiar chakra fluctuation, Tobarama was astonished, quickly reaching for it, but time seemed not to favor him. In a moment of despair, Tobarama urgently teleported to a nearby mountain using the flying thunder god technique. A blinding light shone in the sky, the world turned crimson, and after a brief pause, a loud explosion and tremors enveloped the surrounding area. Countless debris fell from the sky, and before Hashirama could even care about Tobarama's condition, the setting sun dove down, holding her fan. It's time to end this. Beneath the dim sky lies a scorched and chaotic land where the surging lake bursts its banks and floods the valley floor. Below the valley of the end, the setting sun leans against a statue with arms crossed, while the wall beside it seals the body of Senju Hashirama. It seems that as a result of the impure world reincarnation, you can hardly exert even 30 of your power from before your death. Is it truly a matter of quality? Hey, evil little ghost. You sealed us here, but not completely destroying us. What do you intend to do? Suddenly, two black rods pierced into Tobarama's head. Sorry to see you like this, I can't help but want to stab you a few more times. After all, I can't forget the pain and regret of being killed by you back then. The setting sun said coldly, watching Tobarama lying on the ground with a pair of antennas suddenly sprouting from his head. Whoosh. Tobarama spat out a water needle, which the setting sun dodged, then two more antennas pierced into his head, making it appear as though his head was about to burst. Stop playing these tricks with me. If you are defeated, accept it gracefully. The setting sun approached Tobarama and crouched down. Alright, I have a question for you. If you answer truthfully, I can guarantee I won't make a move against Konoha for now. Upon hearing the setting sun's request, Tobirama immediately denied it. You don't need to ask, I don't know where Madara's body is. After all, the coffin was already empty the night he was buried. Tobirama, weren't you the one who forbade me from desecrating Madara's corpse? Upon hearing his younger brother's words, Hashirama's expression also turned slightly angry. After all, a ninja's corpse can yield many useful things, and for the safety of Konoha, I need to see it with my own eyes. Earlier, Tobirama had been a bit afraid that Madara, that old man, might have survived secretly, but seeing the setting sun's appearance relieved his worries. It seemed that old man was indeed dead, otherwise the setting sun wouldn't be in this state. What I want to ask isn't this. Upon hearing the setting sun's response, both of them were taken aback. What I want to know is whether you killed my other brother Izuna. The setting sun had previously researched this in the Konoha library, but unfortunately there weren't many explanations regarding Izuna's death in history. All that was known was that he died unexpectedly half a year before Konoha was established. Originally, the setting sun thought that if he had died, his second brother would be spared from his original fate, but it seemed that the reality was not so. Wait, I didn't kill Izuna, I truly didn't. Upon hearing the setting sun's words, Tobirama, feeling an ominous sense of impending doom, defended himself. At that time, he had only injured Izuna, he hadn't stabbed him through the heart, as the setting sun did, so how could he have died so easily? Noticing the setting sun's gaze upon him, Hashirama nodded in agreement. All right, since Hashirama, who never lies, has nodded, I will believe you this once. Saying this, the setting sun formed hand seals and removed the talismans from the bodies of the Senju brothers. You actually know the impure world reincarnation technique. Seeing the setting sun perform the hand seals, Tobirama frowned. As your archrival, not only do I know the impure world reincarnation technique, but I have also thoroughly understood the sealing techniques you wrote. Even this thing as well, the setting sun said with a smile, producing a kunai bearing the flying thunder god seal, while watching Tobirama's form slowly dissipate. Evil white-haired man. Damn Uchiha, brat, I will surely deal with you myself another day. Tobirama's angry voice was cut off as his figure turned to dust and vanished. Watching the two white shooting stars streak across the sky, the smile on the setting sun's face gradually faded. It seems that Mr. Black Setsu has added another debt between us. With a fan slung over his back, the setting sun's figure slowly disappeared into the twilight, and shortly after, several ninjas wearing Konoha headbands arrived here. It should be right here. Quickly gather the data, and be sure to report the information to Lord Hokage tonight. Yes. After Tobirama took the setting sun and Hashirama away from Konoha in just half a day, the forces of Mangekyō and the Sound Ninja had been utterly defeated, but Orochimaru managed to escape using his special ninjutsu, while Roga seemed to have fewer options for escape. Inside the dungeon filled with various sealing barriers, Roga sat gloomily on a chair. Hearing the sounds of footsteps outside, his brow furrowed slightly. Looking at the light emerging from the darkness, Roga spoke unhappily to the old man in front of him. It's only just turned evening. Konoha shouldn't have contacted Mangekyō so soon to demand ransom, right? The ransom hasn't been demanded yet. After all, this matter is significant and requires careful discussion with the daimyo of the Land of Wind. However, the reason for coming to see the Kazekage is due to other matters. Other matters? Yes, it's about my useless disciple, or rather the undead he summoned. Upon mentioning this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression grew serious. Uchiha Madara, a peak powerhouse of the previous era, co-founded the ninja village system with the first Hokage and was known as one of the two champions of the Warring States period. Logically speaking, after Uchiha Madara was taken away by the second Hokage using a technique resembling the Flying Thunder God, he should have been subdued by the first and second Hokages elsewhere. However, from the traces captured at the Valley of the End, it seems that this is not the case. The traces of fire-style ninjutsu at the scene clearly overshadowed those of water and wood styles. If the two Hokages failed, then in escaping, Uchiha Madara, even if it was just his impure world reincarnation version, would be a significant destabilizing factor for the current ninja world. Also, this seems to be a grudge of yours with Konoha, right? What does Uchiha Madara's resurrection have to do with us? Upon hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's proposal, Roga spoke incisively. Well, it might not be very obvious, but although Uchiha Madara despises Konoha, his ideology itself is very dangerous. Don't you fear that after Uchiha Madara levels Konoha, he will turn his sights on other villages? Upon hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's seemingly alarmist words, the Kazekage's brows furrowed deeply. Is Uchiha Madara really that powerful? Having witnessed the battle between the two Hokages and Madara in the sealing barrier today, Roga could feel that Uchiha Madara was strong, but it seemed he wasn't at the level of being able to destroy a village single-handedly. Although the impure world reincarnation technique does weaken the strength of the living, there are still many troublesome aspects to deal with. Sarutobi Hiruzen leaned toward Roga and began to explain some characteristics of the impure world reincarnation, instantly turning his expression green. What kind of adorable ally had he released? And why does Konoha keep inventing such strange ninjutsu? Kakashi and Team 7 stood at the main gate of Konoha, gazing outward toward Team Snow as he said, "Truly, we are deeply grateful for your assistance to Konoha, but are you certain you won't stay a little longer?" Had Yuhi not restrained the one-tailed Jinchuriki and Byakko not held off the summoned giant serpent, Konoha would have suffered far greater casualties. The Chunin exams have concluded. We must return to report to our queen. And Konoha, after all, has already provided appropriate compensation, hasn't it? Lifting the money pouch in his hand with a smile, Yuhi spoke lightly. After politely declining Kakashi's invitation to dinner, he departed the village gates with the two younger members of Team Snow. Watching Yuhi recede into the distance, Naruto scratched his head in quiet frustration. After all, Yuhi remained a shinobi from another village. How much simpler it would be if she served Konoha. He quite liked her as a teacher. Indeed, who could resist such a charming yet formidable mentor? Perched atop a rooftop, Jiraiya set down his sake gourd as he watched Yuhi vanish into the horizon. She left rather early. Do they know something? Slightly intoxicated, Jiraiya shook his head, dispelling the fleeting thought like mist. Tensions were mounting. The Hokage had even begun preparations for a 5-Kage summit. It was high time he took Naruto to retrieve Tsunade. Better safe than sorry. Several hours after Team Snow departed, Konoha Yuhi, their leader, suddenly halted. Our timing seems about right. You two go ahead and find an inn nearby to rest for now. I have other matters to attend to. I may not return to the land of snow for several days. Understood. Smiling warmly, Yuhi ruffled Byaku's hair before vanishing in an instant. Several kilometers away, Yuhi's shadow clone dissolved into wisps of smoke, and moments later the real Yuhi, resting near the border of the land of fire, received its memories. It appears nothing went awry. Then the next phase of the plan begins. Gazing at a fish sizzling over flames, Yuhi recalled the moment she'd once stumbled upon Madara Uchiha meeting Hashirama Senju, a memory that still brought a wry smile to her lips. Back then he'd been utterly flustered, even offered her a month's worth of grilled fish to keep silent. Now it struck her as almost comical. Don't worry, Nii-san. I'll soon grill you the finest fish you've ever tasted. Clenching her fist, she glanced at the talisman in her palm, already half consumed. Once this phase concluded, and once she acquired Hashirama's cells and fused the 3 sage arts, nothing in this world would stand in her way. 3 days after the failed Konoha collapse plan, invitations from Konoha reached the other 4 great nations. Among them, Inoki's reaction proved the most explosive. Madara Uchiha. That's Madara Uchiha. How dare Orochimaru pull such a stunt? Orochimaru, wrongfully blamed, raised an eyebrow in silent bewilderment. Just Madara Uchiha. Why all the fuss? He's ancient history, mere dust from the Warring States era. Even if resurrected, one solid punch to his spine would settle things neatly. The reaction in Kumogakure upon receiving Konoha's letter stood in stark contrast to Iwagakure's outrage. Respectfully, Rikugesima caution is warranted. Madara Uchiha is legend itself. The elder shinobi of the Warring States era were formidable. Among them, only those who towered above all others earned such renown. Hearing Samui's counsel, the Raikage paused, then gave a slow, deliberate nod. If the other 3 Kage consent, Cloud Village cannot refuse, not without losing face. Still, I'd very much like to see just how strong this so-called Madara Uchiha truly is. Soon after the other 3 Kage received their notices, Akatsuki's intelligence division, via Zetsu, also learned of the development. What a Madara Uchiha has returned. At Zetsu's words, Tobi's palm grew faintly damp. So Orochimaru truly outdid himself. Who would have imagined that Hashirama's brother's self-destruct technique, enhanced with exploding tags, could evolve into this? It seems the Eye of the Moon plan will proceed far more smoothly than anticipated. According to intelligence, the Edo Tensei animated Madara Uchiha appeared remarkably potent, capable even of overpowering both the first and second Hokage. Clearly those millennia of waiting had not been in vain. Perhaps the plan can begin ahead of schedule. Watching Black Zetsu's smug satisfaction, Tobi felt no such ease. Though both he and Madara pursued the Eye of the Moon plan, each harbored his own hidden intentions. Only recently had he finally worn down the old man, shifting control decisively into his hands. Now with Madara's return, that advantage threatened to slip away. If the plan accelerates, should we inform Pain? At White Zetsu's question, Black Zetsu swiftly dismissed the idea. Let him discover it on his own. Nagato need not know Madara serves us. For now, expand your search. Find Madara and bring him back. Wait, how can you be certain he is truly Madara Uchiha? What if he's merely another Uchiha imposter? Recalling the mysterious figure from years past, who'd ambushed 7A and BU at once, stolen the forbidden scroll under Madara's name, and slain Danzo, Tobi narrowed his eyes. That enigma had vanished without trace for years. Could this news also be his doing? Hearing Tobi's words, Black Zetsu hesitated. After all, he hadn't witnessed it firsthand, so while improbable, the possibility couldn't be ruled out entirely. Then, if found, you'll test him yourself. Nodding, Tobi melted into a spiraling vortex. I look forward, keenly, to learning whether his true form belongs to the legendary Madara Uchiha, or to that elusive nameless shadow. In the rain country, the sky continued to dribble with light rain, while the disguised sunset reached the mountaintop, leaning against a large tree, grasping a fallen, withered yellow leaf from the sky. Even in the rain country abundant in rainfall, dew leaves still fall in autumn. Gazing at the distant serene rain-hidden village, the sunset furrowed its brow slightly as it looked back. You discovered this a bit too late. I didn't expect you to come personally to check on the territory leader. Or perhaps to see that precious treasure of yours. Obito emerged from the vortex, tentatively speaking to the sunset. Looking at the three, Tomo and Madara's eyes fixed intently on him, Obito's pupils trembled slightly. Did this guy really just expose his identity? Could he really be Uchiha Madara? After all, regarding his true identity aside from the deceased Madara, only Kaguya knew, and as one of the masterminds behind the Eye of the Moon plan, Kaguya would never disclose that to anyone. Are you really Uchiha Madara? What do you think? Did that stone back then smash your head? Or are you just having trouble adjusting to my youthful appearance? Damn you, Orochimaru, for summoning a real one halfway. The plan is still in progress, and it will take about 3 more years until the capture plan officially begins. However, it seems your information has already spread to Konohagakure. It might be better to seal you away for a few years and act together later. They are merely grains of sand. As long as Hashirama is not around, those 9-tailed beasts are just pets. If it weren't for the Rinnegan awakening too late, I would have completed the Eye of the Moon plan all by myself. However, this reanimated body is on the verge of collapse. I still need a white Zetsu and the remaining flesh of my original body to restore my former power. Clenching his fist and looking at the fragments falling from his hand, the Sunset frowned and spoke. In response to Madara's request, Obito confused asked, "Can you perform the reanimation jutsu?" I learned it through Jinjutsu from the snake that summoned me. After the collapse of Konoha's plan, Obito was in a venue in the Land of Iron, where the current 5 Kage were gradually arriving. This was the second 5 Kage summit since the establishment of the shinobi villages, giving the Sunset, this fake Madara, quite the face. However, as the host Mitsuba was preparing to adorn the internal decorations just at dawn, when he was suddenly startled by the sight of Inoki, already seated with 3 drowsy guards behind him. "Lord Tsuchikage, why did you arrive so early?" "Coffin, getting old. Sleep is not as sound as it used to be, so I naturally wake up a bit earlier." Inoki waved his hand to the decorating ninjas, signaling them not to mind him and to continue their tasks. A few hours passed, and after Tsuchikage, Inoki, Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Kazekage Raza also arrived at the venue. After exchanging pleasantries with Tsuchikage, the two sat under their respective flags. "You all arrived so early." Looking at the Raikage stepping out from behind the curtain, Inoki disdainfully said, "With an enemy as powerful as Uchiha Madara, only a brash person like you would be unconcerned, right? So you are afraid of Uchiha Madara?" Tsuchikage, "You seem to have lost your courage as you age." "What did you say? How old are you? When have you seen his true strength?" Tsuchikage slammed the table, staring at the Raikage. "Before the battle even begins, you boost others' confidence while diminishing your own. Anyway, our Kumogakure will not be afraid. At worst, we can all fight together. Can 5 Kage not defeat a resurrected old zombie?" Cough, cough. "Let's calm down, gentlemen. We are here to discuss together, not to argue." As the host Mitsuba stepped in between them to mediate the atmosphere. "It looks like I'm the last to arrive, but the atmosphere here seems a bit tense." Walking in from outside, Terumi May glanced around and said with a smile, "The Mizukage has also arrived." After seeing the 5 Kage gather, Mitsuba's gaze shifted to Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Since most of the people are here, then, as the proposer of this meeting, Hokage-sama, shouldn't you specify the situation described in the envelope?" Hearing Mitsuba's question, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded solemnly. "Yes, the purpose of calling this 5 Kage summit is to draw your attention to any movements of Uchiha Madara in your countries. After all, that guy does not belong to this era and has an extreme personality which could threaten the safety of the 5 great nations. Moreover," Hiruzen paused for a moment, hesitating, but eventually continued. "Moreover, there's also the matter of Orochimaru. She seems to have mastered the forbidden techniques of the second Hokage, so you all must protect your family graves to prevent her from having the opportunity to summon anything strange." "Orochimaru. That guy seems to be your former disciple, right?" Hearing Inoki's question, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. "The forbidden technique of resurrecting the dead. It seems the second Hokage really left behind something that would bring calamity to the ninja world." Hearing Mitsuba's lament, the others nodded in agreement. "We will certainly pay attention to these matters, as no one wants to see their loved ones' souls desecrated. But I still want to ask Hokage, how strong is the resurrected Uchiha Madara?" The Mizukage's question echoed the common concern among those present. Uchiha Madara was undoubtedly strong in life, but would there be any limitations or special situations upon resurrection? Otherwise, the current Hokage probably wouldn't be standing here. How should I elaborate on this? As he noticed Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze shifting towards him, Raza's expression darkened. Being caught while launching a surprise attack in someone else's territory is a deeply humiliating matter for a Kage. Cough. At that time, the battlefield in Konoha only accounted for a small portion of Uchiha Madara's combat appearance. The specifics are still to be seen from the large-scale battle traces that appeared at the Valley of the End. As he spoke, Sarutobi Hiruzen threw some photographs onto the table from his confidant. The photos were filled with battle traces of wood release, fire release, and water release. The terrain was severely damaged, with nearly half of the Valley of the End already gone. From this, it was sufficient to prove that both sides possessed great strength. However, one could be somewhat relieved that these reanimated ninjas seemed not to be under Orochimaru's control, otherwise Konoha would likely no longer exist. In the dim underground cave, several passing white Zetsu patrolled along different routes, while the setting sun, following Obito, fixed its gaze on a large coffin in the distance. "Is this the place? This is where your corpse is stored. It was originally intended for the reincarnation technique, but if you wish to appear in another way, it is also acceptable." The setting sun, burdened with heavy emotions, slowly approached the large coffin before him. Wiping the dust off the heavy coffin, the setting sun lifted the lid, and slowly in the dim light, the Sharingan revealed the visage of an elderly man. Nii-san, I never expected that after such a long time we would meet in this manner. Decades ago, the last time she saw her brother was before the coffin, and decades later her first sight of him was still before the coffin. Watching Obito linger before his own corpse for a long while, he couldn't help but furrow his brow. Madara, do you have a problem? His body has been specially preserved, so it shouldn't be damaged or corroded. There should be no issues with it. Oh, it's nothing. I just feel that this appearance of mine is too old. After resurrection, I should bid farewell to my former self. The setting sun covered the coffin lid, and then happened to notice the dark compartment below, frowning slightly. What is this thing? Opening the dark compartment below, a black and white fan adorned with 6 tomo appeared before him. As he stroked the familiar surface, the setting sun's eyes brightened. This is quite nice, it's all here. Looking at Madara standing up from the ground, Obito couldn't help but feel an ominous premonition arise in his heart. What are you thinking? It's nothing, just pondering how much value this body might have. Watching the white light gradually dissipate from Uchiha Madara's body, Obito's pupils jolted. You're the one who stole the sealing scroll years ago. You guessed right. Thank you for leading the way, Mr. Obito. The setting sun, wearing a long black robe, turned back to smile at Obito, then utilized the flying thunder god technique to take the entire coffin away in a flash. Obito. He hurried to the place where the setting sun had been, and upon seeing the empty area, the color on his face beneath the mask seemed to fill with the youthful flush that should belong to a boy. Shameless Uchiha, old thief. You bastard. Hearing Obito's unprovoked curse, several white Zetsu patrolling in the distance tilted their heads in confusion. What is Madara doing? I don't know, maybe he needs to use the restroom. Hey, is someone missing from us? Due to the limited duration of the sage symbols provided by the dragon cave, the setting sun immediately escaped using the flying thunder god technique after finding what he wanted. In the land of snow, Bai was cleaning the dust in the house when he suddenly heard a commotion in the living room, his expression turning strange. What was that noise? Could it be that Sister Setting Sun has returned? Wearing a blue apron, Bai walked to the living room and was stunned to see such a large coffin and the setting sun sitting on it. Setting Sun, your way of returning is quite special. Well, it was an urgent matter, so I didn't have time to worry about these things. Stowing the coffin into a space scroll, the setting sun picked up a cup of water from the nearby table and drank it. Few finally resolved a weight off my mind. Now it's time to attend to other matters. Meanwhile, during the 5 Kage summit in the Land of Iron, after a round of discussions, the various nations decided to maintain a state of alert, reducing external forces and halting mutual sanctions and conflict plans until Uchiha Madara truly appeared or went silent. After all, given the current situation, searching for Uchiha Madara in the ninja world was like finding a needle in a haystack. However, for their own safety, caution was still necessary. As for Orochimaru, an elite raid team formed by various nations would cooperate with Konoha in capturing him. If Uchiha Madara truly appears, I hope you all won't take advantage of the situation. Suspecting that Uchiha Madara's first target after resurrection might be Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled at the other old foxes at the conference table. Don't worry, Hokage. If Uchiha Madara appears, sealing him will be our top priority. As for Konoha, we in the Mist Village have little interest. The Sand Village agrees. The Rock Village agrees. The Cloud Village agrees. After the 5 Kage discussed and signed some treaties regarding Uchiha Madara and plans to capture Orochimaru, they left the meeting. Under the dim sunlight, Onoki frowned as he gazed at the setting sun in the distance. The reappearance of Uchiha Madara is truly a terrifying event, almost like a dream. If Uchiha Madara appeared and his movements could be tracked, it wouldn't be so bad, as individual power is limited, but as long as the 5 great nations unite, they should have no problem dealing with one person. But the fear lies in the possibility that he might hide. A beast that can kill you in the open is far less terrifying than a hunter lurking in the shadows waiting for an opportunity. Father, it's getting late, we should set off. Hearing the reminder from the nearby Karatsuchi, Onoki nodded and then left with him. As evening approached in the land of Rice, Orochimaru fell silent upon hearing various reports from his subordinates. Uchiha Madara is truly not someone she summoned. How could she summon a being that could control her through illusion? That is completely unreasonable. Damn, who is framing me? According to the reports, the 5 Kage summit today was likely discussing matters regarding Uchiha Madara and herself, but this really has nothing to do with her. She just wanted to quietly destroy Konoha, but unexpectedly it led to such a huge affair, seeing that she couldn't stay in the land of Rice any longer. No, I need to move my base, this place is too dangerous. As a former ally, that guy Raza knows quite a bit about her secrets, and if he organizes a force to attack the Rice Ninja Village at the 5 Kage summit, staying here would certainly lead to no good outcome. Just as Orochimaru was packing her things, a loud noise came from outside. Lord Orochimaru, our data center is under attack, requesting backup. Hearing her subordinate's voice, Orochimaru's face darkened like the bottom of a pot. It seems that all sorts of strange creatures have come knocking at her door. Where is the body? In the dim space, Heiju looked at the slightly marked ground before him, incredulously stating, Obito, that old thief Uchiha from a few years ago tricked us. Heiju, the latter half of the True Moon Eye plan still needs Madara to carry it out. Even with Obito, what difference does it make? The Sage of Six Paths he has become is definitely not even a fraction as good as Madara. After all, Madara is the true reincarnation of Indra. If Madara cannot be revived, the resurrection plan will easily fail. Damn, how did things turn out like this? Even without Madara, so what? I alone can become the Sage of Six Paths and fulfill the moon I plan, can I? Seeing Heiju anxiously pacing back and forth, Obito resolutely said, "Your qualifications to become the Sage of Six Paths are probably not enough. After all, you have to simultaneously bear two Rinnegan, the Outer Path Golem, and the consciousness of nine-tailed beasts, which is not a simple task. A slight mistake could backfire and lead to your demise. Only Uchiha Madara is the most suitable person." Seemingly hearing Heiju's distrust towards him, Obito turned his head, his face darkening as he spoke. "But Madara has already been stolen, hasn't he? How can we find back that guy whom we've searched for years without even knowing what he looks like? Moreover, he seems to have mastered some special space ninjutsu, otherwise he wouldn't have easily escaped from my side. Obito, you're too careless. It's just that the enemy is too cunning. Do you know how many confidential things he revealed?" Recalling the moment when the sunset transformed into a coffin and vanished in a flash before his eyes, Obito's forehead broke out in a series of hash marks. "He knows my true identity, and he even knows the moon I planned behind the Akatsuki. From this perspective, he is like a ticking time bomb. If all this information spreads, our plan will become extremely difficult to carry out." Hearing what Obito said, Heiju's eyes flashed with a hint of astonishment. That Uchiha clan member actually knows about the moon I plan and Obito's true identity. This is impossible. The total number of people who can know such special information in this ninja world should only be 3 of them. It can't be that the deceased Madara sent a dream to that guy to monitor Obito's actions, right? This is too illogical. It's not like we're writing about the perseverance of ninjas. That evil Uchiha member is truly a dangerous individual. We must find a way to deal with him. Now this guy's whereabouts are completely untraceable, and the intelligence is also uncertain about whether it will leak. It seems like we are being led by the nose, which is truly not a good sign. We may still have a chance if we can get a bit of his blood the next time we encounter him. Perhaps we can truly succeed. Hearing Obito's words, Heiju also recalled the white-haired man who often quarreled with Kakuzu in the organization. Is it a power belonging to curses? It seems to have some feasibility, but encountering that guy is not easy, let alone obtaining his blood. But for now, we can only proceed this way. However, to be safe, I will go find Nagato and discuss the matter of starting the plan ahead of time. After all, the longer we delay, the more unfavorable things will become for us. Meanwhile, the Sunset, who is despised by Heiju and Obito, just returned from the Sound Village and eagerly began researching Orochimaru's specialized cell fusion technology. First, I need to fuse the cells of Hashirama to bolster my confidence and avoid being beaten up after my elder brother revives. After all, after she and Izuna died, his mind should be filled with only the moon I plan, right? With his kind of personality, it's already incredible that he could survive in the shadows for decades. No wonder he is the representative of the highest technology in the ninja world. I didn't expect that Orochimaru has developed microscopic biotechnology so perfectly. Looking at the novel data recorded in the scroll, the Sunset felt a sudden enlightenment reminiscent of what she had learned before. In the laboratory provided by the Land of Snow, utilizing the efficiency of shadow clones for learning, the Sunset spent a week studying and experimenting to master this technology. 2 days later, the Sunset moved the laboratory to the Wetbone Forest and called Bai over as her bodyguard. Only then did she officially begin the plan for the transplantation of Hashirama's cells. Sister Sunset, will this work? In the dark depths of the cave, looking at the figure adjusting the syringe before the table, Bai expressed some concern. Of course it will work. Bai just needs to ensure my personal safety during the time when I am weak from merging with Hashirama's cells. Although it's nearly impossible for outsiders to enter the Wetbone Forest. Seeing the trust in her eyes, Bai nodded resolutely. Don't worry, Sister Sunset. With Bai here, I will definitely use my life to protect you. Little children shouldn't make promises like that. It's best to keep those words in your heart. Covering Bai's mouth, the Sunset raised her finger to remind her. Seeing Bai nodding in reassurance, the Sunset finally let out a breath. In fact, everything seemed to be going smoothly. In the Wetbone Forest, there were cloned bodies of slugs everywhere, and no one could find this place. Bai stayed vigilant, guarding the Sunset day and night. During the fusion phase, while dreaming, the Sunset seemed to faintly sense a scorching aura like that of the sun flowing through her body, expanding through her meridians, absorbed and integrated by her chakra. Sensing the unique power continuously merging with her, the Sunset adjusted the attributes of Yin and Yang, slowly waiting for time to pass. Why do I feel an additional force that seems somewhat cold? Sensing the waves of chill emanating from her right hand, the Sunset slightly frowned, but soon with the fusion of chakra, a comfortable sensation spread throughout her body, allowing her to relax. Forget it, this bit of chakra is less than 1% for her. I should focus on the matter at hand. Buzz. A white light continuously flickered within the runes on her right hand. As the cell fusion deepened, the Sunset's consciousness gradually fell into slumber, and the originally glowing runes transformed into shimmering light that merged into her body. The bounty on Orochimaru continues to rise within the ninja world, and the recent absence of Xiang has left Jiao Du feeling quite intrigued. However, it seems that due to the internal plans of the organization, there isn't much time left to pursue bounty tasks, and rumors suggest that this snake can summon Hashirama, which makes him somewhat apprehensive. A few days ago, atop the Iron Tower in the Land of Rain, Pain looked at Obito before him, his brows tightly knitted. Is the plan moving ahead of schedule? But the organization's numbers have not yet reached expectations. It is still too early to act. Our intelligence has leaked. If we don't take advantage of the situation and catch them off guard while the news spreads, I fear. Obito slightly modified the secret that Xiang had revealed to him. Hearing that a member of the Uchiha clan who had previously sought revenge has so much information about the Akatsuki, even knowing the details of their plans made him frown. How does he know so much? Could it be that someone leaked information? The first person Pain thought of was Itachi, but this speculation was quickly dismissed. Itachi had wiped out the Uchiha clan, and that guy had even attacked him a few years ago. From this perspective, these two should not be able to come together. Moreover, the plan for capturing tailed beasts should only be known to him, Konan, Madara, and Kagaya. It's strange how he knows this. I find it strange too, but he indeed knows, which is why I came to discuss this matter with you. Hearing Obito's serious tone, Pain also nodded his head. The plan can indeed be initiated ahead of time, but it seems the Three Tails has not yet been resurrected in the ninja world. If we proceed with the capture now, the power of the 10 Tails may be incomplete. Losing one Three Tails is no big deal, as long as the other tailed beasts can be successfully captured. Then I shall look forward to the power of the Sage of Six Paths. But I hope you won't pull any tricks in front of God. Looking at Pain, leaving before him a glint of cold light, flashed in Obito's eyes. The power of the Sage of Six Paths, but unfortunately these eyes do not belong to you. In the wet bone forest, droplets of cool rain fell from the sky. Listening to the sound of the outside world, the slug glanced at the surrounding dim lights, and suddenly jumped onto Bei's shoulder. 7 days have passed. It seems Miss Xiang's degree of fusion is very deep. Will Sister Xiang be in danger? Strictly speaking, the higher the degree of fusion, the stronger the power that can be exerted. Danger is generally subjective, but Miss Xiang's chakra is already quite immense, so suppressing the cells of the first Hokage shouldn't be a problem. Moreover, there is another force within her body to assist. Is that so? Hearing what the slug said, Bai felt a bit more at ease. Just as the two were chatting, a streak of green light suddenly surged into Xiang's body, followed by refreshing breezes continuously blowing in from the outside. Sensing the energy flowing in the air, Bai was taken aback. This is the aura of natural energy, but why does it feel a bit off? The slug on Bei's shoulder turned to look behind. Seeing the gentle winds surrounding Xiang, it was also taken aback. According to legend, the first Hokage was a sage body naturally adapted to natural energy, and it seems that is indeed the case. Sage body. This power is inherited from the bloodline of the Sage of Six Paths from ancient times, typically possessing a greater talent and affinity for natural energy than ordinary ninjas. However, it seems that this power is very compatible with Miss Xiang's spiritual energy. In a deep slumber, Xiang seemed to be drifting in an endless ocean where the sun in the sky looked like a spectrum of colors converging into a ball filled with void, yet orderly. Crack. Soon after, a fissure opened on the surface of the ball, as if the birth of life itself. A series of vibrations gradually merged with Xiang's heartbeat. What is this? Within the blurred world, the shell of the ball gradually transformed into fragments that ascended to the sky, while a seed existing in the core area fell to the ocean floor. The rainbow of new life gradually merged with the clear streams, growing into patches of vibrant green leaves. Xiang's consciousness was asleep, yet seemed to be awake. She could sense the gentle light and the vibrant green leaves within her mind, as well as Bai and the slug silently guarding her side in the vast, tranquil world. Circles of gentle winds surrounded Xiang's bedside, and blue light dots continuously danced upon her. Slowly, Xiang opened her eyes, and feeling the unprecedented clarity throughout her body, she rubbed the teardrop that had inadvertently slipped from the corner of her eye. How long have I been asleep? Are you? Sister Xiang. Looking at Xiang, who was stretching lazily on the bed, Bai spoke uncertainly. It felt as if the changes in Sister Xiang's aura were immense, and her body seemed completely different from before, as if she had become a different person. But what are you talking about? I'm just Xiang. Seemingly sensing Bei's peculiar gaze upon her, Xiang intended to get off the bed. However, just as she stood up, the strange feeling in her sight made her frown. Why does it feel like the bed has gotten higher? Did I sleep too confused? Reaching out to scratch her head, Xiang looked at her slightly oversized clothing, and suddenly her pupils constricted. Wait, this. Something feels off. Rolling up her sleeves, looking at the pattern that had disappeared from her right palm, and her slender hands resembling those of a delicate girl, Xiang's heart sank. Is this really the cell of Hashirama? I can't believe I might have stolen a fake from Orochimaru. Angry would release with clone technique. Making hand seals, a small sapling gradually grew before her eyes, and quickly evolved into a form resembling Xiang herself. However, looking at the clone across from her, which was a little girl shorter than by half a head, a symbol appeared on Xiang's forehead. After years of hard work to grow from the coffin, almost breaking through the 155-meter mark, she never expected to return to square one in a single day. Although her chakra had nearly doubled, and her skin was more resilient and healthier this height. It's over. I'm really going to be too embarrassed to face my brother now. Angry seeing Xiang in a seemingly self-deprecating state, I could only scratch his head helplessly. This version of Sister Xiang looks quite adorable too. In the country of snowflakes continue to swirl outside the window while the distant sound of the train echoes softly in the air. Sitting in front of the mirror, Xiang combed her slightly frizzy long black hair with a comb, watching her youthful and round face in the reflection with a sigh. She had actually grown shorter, which was a blow to her brother's pride in their family's excellent genes. Observing the setting sun outside, Xiang sighed and retrieved a robe from the cabinet. However, upon realizing that she would step on the hem of the robe and it would hinder her walking, Xiang irritably shoved it back inside. Due to her change in size, many of her previous clothes no longer fit. After rummaging through the wardrobe for quite a while, Xiang finally found a kimono she had originally prepared for little Bai. Well, it seems I can only make do with this for now. A few minutes later, Xiang was dressed in a red long-sleeved kimono with white cotton ankle socks and black snow boots on her feet. Feeling the loose fit of the outfit, she tightened the cord around her waist into a bow. Oh right, there's this too. Pulling up the white leggings over her fair calves, Xiang felt a sense of fullness and let out a soft sigh. Wearing this makes me feel the safest. Xiang Jie, it's time to eat. Noticing her slightly smaller sister fussing with her appearance, Bai said in surprise. Xiang Jie has changed her style today. But why does this outfit seem a bit familiar? I got it'll be right there. Okay, then I'll wait for Xiang Jie to have dinner together. Watching Bai leave, Xiang took out the space scroll inscribed with the flying thunder god symbol from the drawer. Seeing the large seal written on it, Xiang puffed her cheeks, feeling a bit uneasy. Will my older brother still recognize me after I have regressed in growth? Annoyed. Returning to the dining table, Bai watched as Xiang polished off bowl after bowl of food, her eyes reflecting a mix of shock, confusion, and a hint of misunderstanding. Xiang Jie's appetite seems to have increased even more, but why does everything she eats disappear so quickly? Looking at the empty bowls that filled half the table, Bai was still puzzled by Xiang's flat stomach. Bai, aren't you going to eat a bit more? Seeing that Bai had yet to pick up her chopsticks, Xiang swallowed the food and asked, somewhat puzzled. Haha, it seems I underestimated how much food we need. How about I go out and buy some more? Watching Bai pick up her winter coat and prepare to go out, Xiang shook her head and laughed as she pulled out a handful of kunai. Now that my chakra is sufficient, let me use the flying thunder god to fetch some food. Bai was momentarily stunned as she watched Xiang return with 2 steaming bowls of ikaku ramen in less than 30 seconds. Using a forbidden technique painstakingly invented by my ancestors to buy food might be a bit disrespectful. While Xiang replenished her chakra at home to prepare for her older brother's Edo Tensei, various assault teams from different countries had already gathered around the land of rice. After several hours of planning, Kakashi glanced at the moonlight obscured by clouds in the sky, made a hand sign, and instantly countless masked Umbu charged into the depths of the Sound Ninja village. However, after several hours of searching and infiltrating, the elite team had not discovered Orochimaru's presence. Captain Kakashi, we found traces of Orochimaru in a nearby basement, but according to the interrogation of the Sound Ninjas using Jinjutsu, it seems he has already left this place. Hearing the Umbu's report in the sewers, Kakashi frowned slightly. This snake seems to have its own intelligence network. No wonder Jiraiya Sensei has been chasing him for so many years without success. Yo, looks like your Konoha intelligence department isn't very effective. We need to move quickly to catch that bastard Orochimaru. Watching Karabi beside him performing a strange dance with his ninja blade, Kakashi couldn't help but facepalm. After all, he's an Shrank rogue ninja who's been on the run for years. He's not easy to catch now. Just as Kakashi was preparing to lead the ninjas and the assault team to continue following the clues to find Orochimaru, suddenly a message arrived via the summoning pigeon to Chiyo and the others who were lurking on the outskirts. Why is a message coming at this time? Hiding in the grass, Chiyo opened the letter from the pigeon, and her expression changed dramatically upon reading about the attack on Sunagakure and the capture of the One-Tails Jinchuriki. How could such a thing suddenly happen? Taking advantage of everyone's attention being drawn away by Orochimaru and Uchiha Obito, the Akatsuki organization seemed to be secretly preparing to kick off the tailed beast capture plan, intending to end the battle quickly with a blitz. In the desolate desert beneath a concealed sand dune, Scorpion cautiously observed the sand ninja, who suddenly rushed out before turning back to sew the black threads given by Kakuzu onto Deidara's severed arms. That old guy can fly so fast. I almost miscalculated. Damn it. Originally, Deidara planned to ambush Gaara and quickly leave the battlefield using his aerial advantage, but he didn't expect the Kazekage to fly so quickly. If Scorpion hadn't come to the rescue, he would have been crushed by the sand. With the power of magnet release, one can naturally control rapid flight. It's just that you don't often encounter flying ninjas. Deidara's destructive ability is indeed formidable, but ultimately he's still too young and cannot match a seasoned ninja like Gaara. This was just a mistake. Besides lightning release, no one can stop the birth of my art. That doesn't count as art. True art should be eternal beauty. Pulling on the strings of his puppet, Scorpion, inside the crimson flow of his inner self, said expressionlessly while watching the puppet that was taking his place. Hey brother Scorpion, you're wrong there. The moment of an explosion is also beautiful, isn't it? How can that not be considered art? Just a child's toy, otherwise you wouldn't be chased and beaten by others. Deidara. As the sun began to rise, Xiang stepped out of the tailor's shop, unfurling the folded light blue robe and draping it over his shoulders. Adjusting the jade pattern on his tie, Xiang let out a slow breath and utilized the flying thunder god technique to transport himself to the deep mountains of the land of snow. Buzz. In the dim light where a dozen candles were placed, mysterious and eerie runes floated on the ground. Observing the figure in the center wrapped like a mummy, Xiang began to form hand seals. Spirit communication technique. As a gust of howling wind swept through, the figure before him was swiftly enveloped in soil and paper, the familiar chakra aura gradually causing Xiang's heart to tense up. Consciousness gradually settled upon the sacrificial offering, and slowly the figure clad in red armor Madara appeared before Xiang. Seeing his older brother's stable state, Xiang also let out a sigh of relief in his heart. Finally summoned successfully, In the silent space, Madara's consciousness awakened, slowly opening his eyes and twisting his stiff body to gaze at the somewhat blurry figure before him. Isn't this supposed to be the reincarnation of Heaven's Born technique? It seems Nagato and Obito aren't mature enough yet. It appears my older brother is worried about his plan. He who is clearly an easily deceived big fool actually tries to fool others into doing his bidding. Hearing that familiar voice, Madara's natural movements suddenly froze. Xiang took a few steps forward, and that familiar face appeared before Madara's eyes. Feeling the vibrant life force emanating from Xiang, Madara's brows furrowed slightly. Could this be the world of infinite Tsukuyomi? I didn't expect Obito to have completed it behind my back. What does my older brother prefer, the me in the world of Tsukuyomi, or the sister who has long been buried and turned to bones? If you don't resemble her at all. My sister is not this short, but if she were still alive she might say such a thing. Madara chuckled lightly as he reached out and tugged at Xiang's cheek. Xiang, swatting away Madara's hands from his cheek, Xiang seemed a bit annoyed and said being short was just an accident. Alright, that's an accident, but can you explain why I am in a state of Edo Tensei? At this moment, Madara, who still thought this was an illusion, walked outside the cave and gazed at the heavy snowfall. Logically speaking, if the moon I planned succeeded, shouldn't I also be alive? That little brat Obito actually dared to do Sage of Six Paths behind my back. How infuriating. My older brother hasn't realized yet, right? This is indeed the real ninja world, and your so-called moon I plan hasn't even begun specific implementation. Walking beside Madara, Xiang looked at the snowy scenery outside and said with a hint of regret, "What did you say?" Seeing Madara furrow his brow, Xiang also revealed a slight smile. "Welcome back to the real world. After staying in Pure Land for so many years, what are your thoughts? Who are you really?" Feeling the low pressure around him, Xiang gathered chakra to isolate the surrounding, killing intent to the sides. Crack. Tiny fissures appeared on the stones surrounding the cave, and the flames of the dozen candles inside began to dance with the wind. I resurrected earlier than my brother. What? In the Warring States period, after being buried with the coffin, I awakened my Mangekyō Sharingan in my last moments of life, and it was the power of these eyes that allowed me to survive. Madara's heart trembled suddenly as he looked at the dark pattern appearing in Xiang's pupils. Is Xiang still alive? In this world filled with war and solitude, a warm spark suddenly ignited in Madara's heart, but was quickly snuffed out. Life is quite resilient, isn't it? Brother, you must also believe in hope. I don't believe that in moments of despair light can shine through the dark clouds, and am not sure if you are the real Xiang. Madara's chakra began to gather, yet Xiang's sudden words left him speechless. You had a childhood rendezvous with watermelon-headed Hashirama in the small woods, and you don't like anyone standing behind you. You enjoy the fish and beanskin sushi that Hashirama grills. Madara hurriedly interrupted as he felt stripped bare. I told you I'm real. Before Xiang could finish his sentence, he suddenly felt the figure before him embrace him. Ha! Xiang, you're still alive. Ha! Feeling Madara's slightly trembling body and the strange sound that was neither crying nor laughing, Xiang also revealed a smile. Silly brother, since you've hugged me, don't think about that illusionary world sister anymore. Of course I like the real Xiang, but what about the illusionary world? Doesn't Xiang like it? Of course I don't like it. There's no meaning to something that can be broken with a poke. Hearing Xiang's response, Madara's previously joyful and relieved mood suddenly became somewhat conflicted. Xiang, you should know that life in that era is truly painful. What I want is a real older brother, not an illusion that can change into anyone else, right? Hearing Xiang's retort, Madara sighed and gently ruffled Xiang's silky long hair. You still know too little how real life isn't this joyful. Even possessing immense power cannot recover what has been lost. Even the family I swore to protect would turn against me for the greater good. But the world of illusions is different. Oh, everyone exists, loved ones are happy, and everyone enjoys a beautiful life. As he listened to Madara's heartfelt words, a grid pattern appeared on Xiang's forehead. That bastard who seeks the Tao actually deceived my brother into this state. If I catch him next time, I won't let him off easily. Sitting together atop the snowy mountain, Xiang looked at the distant continuous range of icy peaks and asked her elder brother, by the way, do you truly trust that dark thing? I do not believe in him, but in what the Sage of Six Paths left behind in the Uchiha clan's shrine. Only the infinite Tsukuyomi is the sole method to save this distorted world. That stone tablet has long been tampered with. I never thought my decision was wrong, and this time is no different. How could a plan that has been in the making for years be easily halted? What significance does a false world hold? Why must you choose the world of illusions, brother? With you and me together we can resurrect Izuna and still create a peaceful and beautiful world. Faced with Xiang's doubts, Madara shook his head. So you do not agree with my thoughts either? I suppose Izuna would not agree either, but I will still proceed. After all, this plan has been in motion for decades. Even if the outcome may be failure, I must try. I want to see that truly flawless world with my own eyes. If you insist on developing the infinite Tsukuyomi, I will definitely stop you. Hearing Madara's unyielding mindset, Xiang replied with unwavering determination. Upon hearing her response, Madara let out a faint chuckle. Hell, although I do not know where you got all this information, Xiang, you are still just a child. It's best for you to stay behind me. With your current strength, you cannot pose an obstacle to me. With 3 tomo appearing in his pupils, Madara confidently locked eyes with Xiang. Oh, big brother seems very confident, but after all this time I have not made no progress at all. Swish. The thrown shuriken was caught by Madara, who felt a sudden interest rising in his heart as he observed Xiang's eagerness to spar with him. Alright, let me see how much you've grown in battle as Uchiha Madara's sister over these years. The soil beneath Xiang's feet shifted, and a blue light suddenly flashed before Madara. The two kunai clashed, and the sparks created by the metal frequently flickered between them, the dazzling movements resembling butterflies dancing amidst flowers swaying with the wind. If this were during the Warring States period, Xiang's physical skills would indeed be inferior to Madara's, but after years of training, she had already reached a level that could rival Madara's. Clang! The broken kunai spun and embedded itself in the nearby ground, melting away some of the accumulated snow. Madara deftly dodged the trajectory of the shuriken that soared through the air. You're improving quickly, Xiang, but you're still a bit short compared to Hashirama. As Xiang charged at him with a ninja blade raised, Madara turned and grabbed her arm, swinging her away. After spinning a few times in the air, Xiang drove her blade into the ground and came to a steady stop. Big brother, you still have your mind on that bull-headed guy. I really don't understand what's so great about him. Fire-style fireball jutsu. Forming a one-handed seal, Xiang expelled a fireball 3 stories high from her small mouth, hurling it towards Madara. After all, in my childhood, the only one who could truly resonate with me was Hashirama, and he was the only one worthy of being my opponent. As the fiery projectile charged towards him, Madara expelled a dozen blazing fire dragons from his mouth, which shattered the fireball in midair in the blink of an eye. Water-style water barrier. Clapping her hands together, Xiang summoned a massive wall of cold flowing water that repelled the excess fireballs. Swish! A sturdy branch pierced through the water barrier, with ease capturing Xiang. Puff! Noticing Xiang's figure dissolve into white smoke, Madara's brow furrowed slightly. Is it shadow clone jutsu? He didn't even notice. Swish! A long knife pierced through Madara's body, but in just a moment his body transformed into a wooden figure and shattered. Looks like it's a wood clone, but hiding won't save you from me. As she surveyed the sparse surroundings, Xiang joined her hands together, and a pair of purple shadows appeared at the corners of her eyes. Is it sage mode like Hashirama? Hiding behind a large tree, Madara felt a twinge of surprise at the change in Xiang's aura. Sage techniques can only be truly understood through combat. The enhancements they provide are immense. During the battle at the Valley of the End, the true thousands of hands that Hashirama employed were indeed part of sage techniques. Just one hand could lift the 9 tails, and even now Madara feels a sense of dread. Swish! The branches around shook and robust vines unexpectedly sprouted from the previously bare branches, reaching out towards Madara. Nanny, don't think you're the only one who can use would release, you fool brother. Seeing the surprised expression on Madara's face as he dodged the vines, Xiang quickly formed another hand sign, causing a multitude of resilient vines to surge from the ground. Wood-style forest domain. The earth trembled as countless trees extended from the snow like clawing demons trying to pull Madara into an unfathomable abyss. If you actually used Hashirama's power. Ha! Truly my sister, but merely this is not enough. As he faintly saw Hashirama's shadow in her technique, Madara felt a surge of excitement. Buzz. Seeing the crimson light breaking through the proliferating wood release, Xiang quickly dropped to the ground. Fire-style great fire annihilation. The scarlet flames broke the shackles of wood release, exploding across the mountains, the intense heat transforming the accumulated snow within a dozen kilometers into streams of water. Cough cough, big brother is indeed stronger than during the Warring States period, but I won't be content to fall behind. Watching the figure in the fire donning a blue shell racing toward him, Xiang excitedly stood up and threw a scroll at Madara. What is this? Observing the scroll flying through the air, Madara frowned, but his eyes widened as he saw the flame fan appearing amidst the plume of white smoke. He remembered he should have given this to Obito. How did it end up in Xiang's hands? Brother, let's have a duel belonging to the Uchiha, and see if this so-called child of yours can stop your plans. Holding another scroll and gripping the ice fan, Xiang shouted at Uchiha Madara. She had grown up and no longer needed her brother's protection. Now it was time for her to prevent her brother from going down the wrong path. Oh, why does the wind feel hotter today? The climate in the land of Earth is truly terrible. On the scorching land, observing the surrounding area where even the grass barely grows, Pai-Pa, Shirzong set Old Purple down and took a couple of sips from his water bottle while complaining. As a native of the mist-hidden village, the climate here indeed makes Pai-Pa Shirzong feel quite uncomfortable. He had never tasted water so refreshing. It's almost noon already. Looking up at the sun glaring at its zenith, Itachi frowned. and then sat down beside Pai Pa Shirzong. Old Purple had rebelled against the Hidden Earth Village and was at odds with the Great Stone Village, thus failing to heed the orders to be on guard against Uchiha Obito's appearance, giving the Akatsuki organization a chance. In fact, Itachi had previously been assigned to work with Kisame, but due to a shortage of personnel, he was reassigned to Pai Pa Shirzang's team, which coincidentally allowed him to send some notes to Konoha. I wonder if Konoha has received the message yet. Oh my, I didn't expect to meet two seniors here so early. I'm so happy, Obito. Just as Itachi was pondering how to slow down their journey, a cloud of dust suddenly wafted in from the distance. Covering his eyes from the dust with his sleeve, Pai Pa Shirzong frowned at Obito, who was wearing the standard Akatsuki robe. Are you also a member of the Akatsuki? I've never seen you before. Obito is a newly recruited reserve talent for the organization. This time, he personally came to the land of Earth to assist in capturing the tailed beasts due to a shortage of manpower. But I didn't expect to meet a senior so soon. It's truly delightful. The lively Obito spun around the two of them and exclaimed, but we've already captured the tailed beast. You came here for nothing. Pai Pa Shirzong felt that perhaps Pain thought he was too weak and thus assigned an extra teammate, which left him feeling quite helpless. I didn't expect the seniors to be so fast, but Obito captured not the 4 tails, but the 5 tails. Obito cheerfully pointed at a bag he was dragging behind him. Nanny, you caught this all by yourself. Opening the bag to see the 5 tails Jinchuriki Han peacefully lying inside, Pai Pa Shirzang's eyes widened. 4 tails, 5 tails, that's me, Obito. Of course I'm amazing. Obito said with a smile, counting on his fingers. Hearing what Obito said, Pai Pa Shirzong was suddenly overwhelmed by an indescribable sense of defeat. Is it possible that I am now even worse than a seemingly foolish reserve member? If it weren't for Itachi rescuing me during this tailed beast capture, I might have lost my life. Yet this reserve member captured a tailed beast so easily. Ignoring the seemingly depressed Pai Pa Shirzong beside him, Itachi furrowed his brow as he observed Obito, who wore a single-eyed mask. Has this guy finally decided to show himself in front of the organization? It seems the upper echelon of the Akatsuki is also quite anxious. While Itachi was observing Obito, Obito was likewise observing the reaction of 1 against 7. Unfortunately, Itachi's naturally stoic expression gave nothing away. Trying to deliberately slow down the pace to delay the plan 1 against 7, you really do enjoy your little tricks more and more. If it weren't for the unresolved matters with the mysterious Uchiha cloaked figure and the old man Madara, you wouldn't be so relaxed. The tailed beast capture plan was expedited, and the actions of the Akatsuki were also incredibly swift, operating in pairs or individually with teams coordinating with one another. Deidara and Sasori were responsible for the 1 tail in the Land of Wind. Kakuzu and Haiden were in the cloud-hidden village for the 2 tails, while Kisame was solely responsible for the 8 tails. Pai Pa Shirzong and Uchiha Itachi were responsible for the 4 tails, while Obito, disguised as Akatsuki, captured the 5 tails while monitoring Uchiha Itachi's movements. Konan and Zetsu were in charge of capturing the 7 tails that had strayed into the hidden waterfall village, while Pain was working alone in the Land of Water for the 6 tails. The division of labor was very clear, and the speed was astonishingly fast. The 3 tails was not considered due to not being revived, while the last 9 tails would be personally handled by Pain right after capturing the 6 tails before Konoha could react. The others were hidden underground in the Land of Rivers, using the illusion Dragon 9 seals to cooperate with Nagato's mirror rotation technique to seal the tailed beast's power into the outer path demonic statue. Nagato, you've sent Uchiha Madara out too. This speed seems a bit too tight, doesn't it? In the connection of the translucent body technique, Konan inquired of Nagato. Cough cough, after all, what we want is to catch them off guard. This is already the best plan. Sitting on the bench, the gaunt Nagato said with a determined gaze. We need to act now. Waiting for the surprise attack troops from the 5 great nations to return from capturing Orochimaru would make things much more difficult. Trust me, Konan, our plan will soon succeed. If Yahiko were to see true peace descend upon the earth from above, he would surely be pleased for us. Looking at Nagato's unwavering belief, Konan sighed and nodded. Well, at this point we have no choice, but Nagato, do save some of your energy, after all, your health. Don't worry, Konan, I won't fall until the plan for the 10 tails fusion is complete. Upon hearing Nagato's response, a hint of worry flashed in Konan's eyes, and she then shut down the translucent body technique. With such intense chakra operation, can Nagato really hold on? While the Akatsuki was struggling to sneak the Jinchuriki out from various parts of the shinobi world, a battle that should not have appeared in this era unfolded at the northernmost end of the shinobi world. On the moon, or perhaps in the prison once used to guard the otherworldly magic statue, most of the elder Otsutsuki residing here have passed away, leaving behind the last descendant of the Moon Otsutsuki clan, Otsutsuki Sharon, who has disappointed the expectations of the elders. Thus that broken seal is truly not something a mere human can unlock. Damn it, how is this happening? I have studied for so long, and yet there is not the slightest effect. Sharon exclaimed in frustration, throwing the book containing sealing techniques onto a nearby table as he observed the structure of the 4 symbols sealing barriers set up years ago by the setting sun through the giant Rinnegan. The Moon Otsutsuki clan had not been without clan members skilled in sealing techniques, but unfortunately they all perished in their internal strife, leaving behind only fragmented texts. That woman is truly despicable. She just left without a care, yet she left this broken thing here. Once I grow stronger, I will definitely find her in the shinobi world to settle the score. Recalling the setting sun holding kunai and demanding information from him in the castle, Sharon clenched his fists. The proud clan of the moon has been locked in a small dark room by a girl seal for years. It is truly a disgrace. Boom. Just as Sharon was still studying the seal, the ground suddenly trembled slightly. What is that noise? Using the knowledge imparted by the elders, Sharon skillfully manipulated the giant Rinnegan, finally discovering a clue at the edge of the northern space within the moon. Looking at the faint firelight above, Sharon's expression shifted slightly. After amplifying his perception, he realized that two special chakras were battling above. This doesn't seem to be the chakra of the Akatsuki clan, does it? Could it be someone from the shinobi world? But hasn't the passage from the moon to the shinobi world been closed? What brings these two here? This doesn't seem to be the shinobi world. Madara dodged the explosive tag's attack, frowning slightly as he sensed the completely different environment from the shinobi world. This place was once used to seal the otherworldly magic statue, which is what we usually see as the moon. Nii-san, have you ever thought about a question? If the Sage of Six Paths left a monument saying that the 10 tails could be used to release infinite Tsukuyami to create true peace, then why didn't he do it himself back then? Instead, he sealed the body of the god trees separately on the moon. Hearing the setting sun's seemingly reasonable theory, Madara fell silent for a moment, but ultimately shook his head while crossing his arms. Whether it's true or not, I just need to see it with my own eyes. Alright, it seems Nii-san is indeed stubborn. As your younger sister, I have no choice but to tie you closely to me. Looking at the setting sun charging towards him with a fan made of ice, Uchiha Madara's lips curled into a slight smile. As my sister, I acknowledge your strength, but you are still far from unlocking the true power hidden within the Uchiha clan. Clang. The ice fan struck against Madara's solid Susanoo skeleton, causing the stones beneath to shatter, creating spiderweb-like cracks that spread outward. Flung from the immense force of the Susanoo as she landed, the setting sun raised the fan before her, watching three blue tomo descending towards her. Uchiha rebound. The tomo struck the fan's surface, illuminating a dazzling blue light with snowflake-like runes. Whoosh. The freezing blizzard instantly buried the fan-shaped area before her, a thick layer of sharp ice forming over countless shattered stones. Uchiha milkshake. At the moment she was struck by the blizzard, a brilliant fire ignited from the center of Madara's flame fan, transforming the blizzard back into flames. Boom. The forces of ice and fire collided within the independent space of the moon, and amidst the mist, two azure lights gradually emerged. Sensing the presence of those two powerful chakra signatures, Sharon furrowed his brow slightly. Has the shinobi world developed to such an extent in just a few years? It seems the human world restructuring plan will have to be postponed for a bit. From the dust, two azure half-giants gradually emerged. Perhaps due to their sibling connection, the Susanoo of the two had only some differences in details and color depth. The Mangekyō Sharingan is a pair of cursed eyes. Even with Hashirama's power to negate most of the side effects, your ocular power won't reach its peak setting sun. Oh, it's alright. Even if I haven't unlocked a powerful eternal Mangekyō like Nii-san, I can still perfectly execute the plan. With the fan in hand, the setting sun confidently smiled at her elder brother, one hand resting on her hip. Well then, let me witness how much of a storm your power can stir in the shinobi world. But I must warn you in advance, if you insist on interfering with the moon's plan, I will capture you and not let you cause any trouble along the way. Yar, is that how confident you are, big brother? Your little sister is not the same as before. Maybe you'll capture you and keep you by my side. The setting sun unleashed her chakra, forming a massive double-edged sword in the hands of Susanoo, swinging it towards Madara. Such a thing will never happen. Apart from Hashirama, no one has been able to defeat me in battle. With four arms emerging, Madara picked up four Susanoo short blades and deflected the great sword. The two colossal beings clashed their weapons together, their fierce chakra presence washing over the surroundings as if suppressing the very colors of the space. Wood release flower tree world descends. Madara formed hand seals, and a multitude of trees erupted from the ground, their sturdy branches reaching towards the setting sun through Susanoo's base. By infusing natural energy, the trees binding her transformed into stone. The setting sun looked at the forest forming around her, and the giant flower buds sprouting, then clapped her hands, gathering a significant amount of chakra within. The pollen from the flower tree world descending is toxic, but seemingly ineffective on Edo Tensei. This environment is still disadvantageous for her. Seeing the high-energy chakra reaction within the setting sun through the Sharingan, Madara quickly retreated. Concentrating chakra on the great sword in his hand, as the setting sun swung with all her might, a circular blue sword wave erupted with a violent roar, slicing through massive trees. Looking at the deep dents on Susanoo, Madara raised an eyebrow slightly. It seems the setting sun is stronger than I imagined, so I will have to take her a bit more seriously. Boom. A violent tremor shook the artificial world nestled within the moon's core. Nearby patrol puppets, spotting falling debris from the sky, scattered in panic. A colossal blue two-faced giant crashed down from the heavens. Emerging from the shattered earth, Madara watched a massive sword streak toward him from afar, and with a swift slash of his short blade unleashed two searing arcs of sword light. Clang! The great sword deflected the twin slashes. As the figure before him vanished into thin air, Sasuke arched an eyebrow. Has brother already dismissed his Susanoo? No, something's wrong. There are more of them now. Using Sage Mode's heightened perception, Sasuke twisted sideways mid-roll, narrowly evading a thunderous kick delivered by a Susanoo giant descending from the sky. As towering figures, each over 50 meters tall, materialized upon the surrounding ring-shaped mountains, and overwhelming pressure descended upon Sasuke like a suffocating tide. Brother's chakra truly is inexhaustible. To reach the fourth form using only an ordinary Mangekyō Sharingan, that's already extraordinary. Perhaps it's wiser to end this now. Pushing further may well leave you wounded. Standing atop a cliff's edge, Madara crossed his arms and spoke calmly to Sasuke. Though sparring with a formidable opponent stirred his blood, she was his only sister. Should she suffer even a single injury, he knew he would carry that regret for eternity. Brother, go ahead. Strike with all your might. I've already integrated Hashirama's cells. This little challenge hardly frightens me. Watching Sasuke pout with that familiar stubborn pride, Madara chuckled softly. You said it yourself. Don't expect me to carry you home later, little one. Heh. Ha ha. The moment Madara's words faded, a dozen wood clones piloting Susanoo giants surged forward toward Sasuke. Whoosh. As the wooden clones closed in, Sasuke swiftly formed hand seals. The ground within a kilometer erupted with a blazing array inscribed in crimson glyphs. Scorching flames burst forth from below, swallowing nearly half of Madara's clones in an instant. Gazing at the towering pillar of fire, Madara's brow furrowed slightly. The Uchiha Blaze Array. I hadn't expected her to still rely on this technique after all these years. Whoosh. A lightning spear pierced the inferno, knocking Madara's short blade from his grasp. Seeing more spears hurtling toward him, Madara formed seals once more. Thick walls of wood rose instantly around him, intercepting the barrage. Their footsteps thundered across the earth as Madara's two remaining clones lunged at Sasuke the moment she emerged unscathed from the flames. Boom. A single devastating punch sent both clones flying. Sasuke stood atop the wooden giant's head, rubbing her weary eyes. Even with an ordinary Mangekyō, attempting the armored Susanoo is clearly taxing. Her tomo spun rapidly within her pupils, and in an instant a shimmering cobalt armor coalesced over the colossal wooden titan beneath her feet. As Sasuke amplified her chakra output, thick vines surged upward from the earth, merging seamlessly into the wooden titan's frame, its Susanoo armor growing denser, sharper, more resolute with every pulse. So, you're compensating for your inability to manifest the complete form by fusing the wooden titan with Susanoo, mimicking the beast of burden state. Sasuke, you truly possess both brilliance and instinct. Gazing up at the ever-expanding giant, now so vast he had to tilt his head back to behold it, Madara finally unleashed his full power without restraint. Since you've revealed this strength, then I too shall unveil what I truly am. A torrent of azure chakra erupted from Madara's body, his armor and flesh swelling upward like living architecture spiraling toward the heavens. Roar. From the void beyond sight, a pair of crimson, terrifying eyes snapped open. The deep, resonant roar of the complete form Susanoo reverberated across skies dozens of kilometers away. Shin, observing the battle live through the giant Sharingan, felt cold sweat drench his back at that deafening bellow. What is that? How impossibly huge. Sensing the two titans, taller even than mountain peaks, on the screen, an instinctive wave of primal dread surged uncontrollably from Shin's core. At that moment, Shin felt precisely like an otaku tinkering with a locked door outside his home, only to glance up at his security monitor and find a lion and a tiger locked in brutal combat on his second floor, each capable of turning its gaze his way and crushing him without effort. No, wait. The giant Sharingan is here. I am the executor of the World Reboot Project. To honor my ancestors, I must preserve myself above all else. A radiant emerald light enveloped the temple of Hamura, layer upon layer of luminous barriers sealing it in absolute defense within seconds. The shinobi world is terrifying. Better train for another 2 years before descending to seek the Byakugan princess. Back on the battlefield, Sasuke's armored wooden titan clashed fiercely with Madara's complete form Susanoo. The warlike genes inherited from their bloodline ignited simultaneously in both warriors. Madara caught the wooden titan's fist barehanded, then watched as his 100-meter blade was seized and crushed between the jaws of a colossal wooden dragon. Sasuke, your wooden titan possesses staggering might, rivaling even Hashirama's in its prime. Yet the complete form of the Uchiha Susanoo holds far more than this. With a thunderous roar, the complete form Susanoo shattered the wooden dragon and slashed diagonally toward the wooden titan's shoulder. Brother, I'll prove to you which of us, Hashirama or I, is truly worthy to stand as your equal. Sasuke puffed out her cheeks indignantly, guiding the wooden titan into a swift backward retreat to evade the colossal blade. Why do you always hold such resentment toward Hashirama? Madara seemed genuinely perplexed by Sasuke's persistent comparisons to Hashirama. Ever since your resurrection, it's been nothing but Hashirama this, Hashirama that. Tell me why. Fuming. Have both Jinchuriki disappeared? Are you sure you've searched all possible locations? Sitting in Natsuchikage's office, Ohyuki frowned upon hearing the report from the IWA shinobi below. It was somewhat normal for Onii to disappear. After all, that fellow was as stubborn as a mule. But how did Han vanish? Could it be that the honest man rebelled alongside Onii? Tsuchikage-sama, we have already searched all the places the two lords might have gone, but we just couldn't find them. How long have they been missing? Approximately 6 or 7 hours. Send people out immediately. Turn a Wagakure upside down to find them. It's shameful that not only can we not keep track of that brat Daidara, but we've also lost the Jinchuriki. It's truly a disgrace for the IWA shinobi. Yes, Tsuchikage-sama. Watching the departing ninjas, Ohyuki sighed with his hands behind his back. The appearance of a Jinchuriki at this moment wouldn't be Uchiha Obito, would it? But why would he seek the 4-tailed and 5-tailed beasts from a Wagakure, instead of going after the strongest, the 9 tails? Ohyuki was anxiously pacing back and forth in the room, while in the hidden mist village on the other side of the shinobi world the situation was no different. What? Yukitaka has gone missing. Didn't we tell you to keep an eye on him? Looking at Terumi Mice's expression that hinted at impending anger, the reporting ninja quickly lowered his head. Sai, never mind, immediately take people out to search, especially at his new apprentice's place. Understood. After the umbu of the hidden mist disappeared, Terumi Mice sat down in her chair, feeling a headache coming on. After so many years of the bloody mist, the hidden mist village had become quite hollow inside, losing several of its ancestral 7 ninja swords, and now with 1-tailed beast dead, and another missing, they must not let Uchiha Obito fixate on them. Meanwhile, within the jurisdiction of the Hidden Cloud Village, after the failure of the Kuminen's mission to defeat Orochimaru, Killer Bee was ordered back to the Hidden Cloud Village by the Raikage, but encountered an unexpected guest on the way. A few hours later, Pressure Masun. Under the dim sun, Kisame was running through the woods dragging the half-damaged Killer Bee, and when he saw the Raikage and several Cloud shinobi suddenly blocking his path, he chuckled. Originally, he intended to follow the instructions of that esteemed figure and quickly end the battle with a surprise attack, but he hadn't expected to be discovered in the end. However, as long as the 8 tails Jinchuriki remained unconscious, he still had a fair chance of victory. You bastard, hurry up and let my brother go. Otherwise he'll take you down right now. Looking at Kisame, the Raikage shouted as electricity crackled around him. Then we shall see if you have the ability to do so. Engaging in battle with Kisame, surprisingly the Raikage did not gain much of an advantage. After all, Kisame possessed numerous techniques for absorbing chakra, and the hardness of the Samahata could withstand the Raikage's attacks. The most critical factor was that Kisame could create advantageous terrain, while the Raikage was not skilled in underwater combat. In the midst of a massive water wave, even though the Raikage was renowned as the blue lightning comparable to Minato Namikaze during the Third Shinobi World War, he could not display the speed of lightning when submerged in water. After a fierce battle, Kisame jumped into the sea and disappeared from the sight of the few shinobi. However, thanks to the time gained by the Raikage, Killer Bee regained his composure and midway used his tail as a decoy to mislead Kisame's senses. Big brother, while that damn shark hasn't reacted, yet let's retreat quickly. Those evil ninjas in strange clothing, one day I will uncover the truth behind this disaster. Just as the Raikage was swiftly returning to the Hidden Cloud Village with Killer Bee, he suddenly received bad news from the arriving Cloud Shinobi. Before the Raikage left the village, the 2 tails Jinchuriki had vanished from the wooden man. As night fell, the mysterious disappearance of Jinchuriki from various countries began to escalate, and in Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared increasingly worried upon receiving news from the other 4 countries. Why is the situation developing in such a strange direction? Could it be that the recent disappearances of Jinchuriki are because Obito wants to reclaim the tailed beasts sold to other countries by the first Hokage? If that's the case, things will be even more dangerous for Konoha. After pondering for a long time, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly recalled Jiraiya, who had set off 2 weeks ago with Naruto for a journey of training, and quickly picked up a pen and paper to write a letter which he handed to the umbu. Take this letter to Jiraiya, the sooner the better, and tell him to do everything in his power to protect Naruto and bring him safely back to Konoha. Understood? Understood. The umbu saluted Sarutobi Hiruzen and vanished with the letter in the blink of an eye. Looking at the desolate surroundings, Sarutobi Hiruzen walked to the window with a worried heart, silently gazing at the Hokage rock that appeared magnificent and majestic under the moonlight. Sigh, it's hard to believe that Minato has been sacrificed for over 10 years now. If he were here with his flying thunder god technique, the situation would surely be much better. As Sarutobi Hiruzen was lost in such thoughts, he suddenly noticed 2 blue beams of light flickering across the bright moon. What was that thing that just flashed? Did I see it wrong? Buzz. A blue light illuminated the surface of the moon, causing the ground to tremble as countless fissures tore open from below. A dazzling blue beam of light broke through the underground of the moon, erupting into a splendid display of fireworks 1,000 meters above the lunar surface. Rolling a few times on the ground, Uchiha Madara restored the damaged half of his Susanoo with chakra. Sunset, if you cannot break through my complete Susanoo's defenses, it is impossible for you to win against me. Don't forget, I am still a dead man. Even a living person, no matter how much chakra they possess, cannot outlast a dead one. Standing up from the ground with twin swords, Madara shouted towards the shadow in the smoke. One must admit that Madara's complete Susanoo truly possesses a hardness that is on an entirely different level compared to the 4th form. Even with all of Sunset's strength, he could only manage to reduce it to a half-damaged state. It was simply impossible to wear him out for 3 days and nights like Hashirama once did. After all, even the rapid recovery of Hashirama's cells could not compare to the regeneration speed of the Edo Tensei state. It seems that the regular burst of power isn't enough. If I want to win, I might have to use that technique. Seeing Sunset emerge from the smoke after releasing her Susanoo armor and wooden golem technique, Madara smiled. Is it finally over? My dear sister, it seems like something is not quite right. Powerful natural energy began to diffuse from the surroundings, rapidly gathering into Sunset's body, accumulating to the point where it even exceeded her total chakra. Watching as Sunset's body was continuously devoured and petrified by the natural energy, through his Sharingan, Madara's pupils suddenly trembled. Sunset, brother, don't come any closer. I'm still gathering power. Just be ready to counter. Feeling the stiffness in her body, Sunset shouted at Madara from her position. What are you doing? You will die like this. Rarely Madara felt a sense of fear rising within him. This time, he was genuinely scared. Because he couldn't use sage techniques if Sunset continued to absorb that energy, he had no means to counter it. Don't worry, this is just a means to deal with you, Nii-san, that's all. After realizing that the natural energy had gathered sufficiently, Sunset clapped her stiff hands together and the kaleidoscope pattern in her pupils began to spin rapidly. Using the Susanoo and wooden golem technique against an enemy beneath the level of a Kage was still quite effective, but when facing someone like Madara who was at the pinnacle of Kage level, she had to take the explosive route. 8th gate of the morning lotus open. 5th gate of closing open. 7th gate of shock open. As Sunset opened more gates, the chakra erupting from within her began to expand rapidly, dispelling the signs of petrification on her body. After blue steam began to rise from her body, the chakra within Sunset had reached its peak. The power of the Dark Realm God harmonized with her Sage Chakra, while the strength of the Heavenly God enveloped Sunset, bringing a dazzling red light to the central area. Swish! The blue chakra radiated from Sunset, spreading out in all directions like a blooming lotus flower erupting from the surface of the moon. That is red steam. No, wait, it seems incorrect. It appears to be more akin to the properties of ocular power. Madara shielded his eyes with the arm of his Susanoo to block out the radiant light, feeling a slight sense of relief. With Hashirama's power as protection, as long as Sunset did not open the 8th gate, the remaining side effects would likely resolve within 2 days, leaving her full of vitality again. However, she still tends to act recklessly. After the battle, he would have to properly talk to her about it. Accelerating time to 7 times the normal speed, Sunset threw a kunai, covered in Sage Chakra, into the sky. Then her figure rapidly disappeared from the ground, causing the land beneath her to shatter with numerous cracks. Seeing the speed that even the Rinnegan could barely track, Madara's pupils trembled, and he quickly raised his twin swords in front of him, releasing all of his chakra. Nii-san, did you know? The smaller the area of force, the greater the pressure, and the stronger the piercing capability. Boom. A beam of blue light illuminated a small portion of the moon's surface, accompanied by shockwaves that shattered the ground. A small hole appeared in Madara's complete Susanoo, while Madara's figure had already been pushed away by Sunset. Did I really pierce through the complete Susanoo? Am I getting old? No, it seems that the sacrifice is still unable to unleash my full strength. Beneath the rapidly flashing night sky, Madara thought to himself as he looked at Sunset, who was holding him tightly. Swish! Just when Madara thought it was about to end, Sunset quickly made her figure vanish into the sky of the moon. Seeing the sudden appearance of a massive blue planet before him, and the flying kunai of the flying thunder god beside him, Madara's pupils trembled slightly. Nanny, is this the airspace of the ninja world? Nii-san, this is my strongest strike. In this house you are not the only one growing stronger. Sunset embraced Edo Tensei Madara from behind, then using the inertia from earlier, she spun him rapidly as they plummeted towards the ninja world's atmosphere. Meanwhile, at the border of the land of wind, Deidara and Sasori had evaded the pursuit of the sand shinobi and were about to leave this vast desert. Lying in the sand, Deidara looked at the beautiful night sky and tossed the water bottle in his hand towards Sasori. I don't need to drink water. It's really strange, Sasori, you who always hide in this stifling giant puppet don't need to eat or drink. I really don't know how you manage to endure it. Deidara complained and hung the water bottle back at his waist. Eating, drinking, and going to the bathroom are too troublesome in life. Naturally, if I can save them, I will. All I need is my eternal art. Deidara listened to Sasori's indifferent attitude and was about to retort when he suddenly noticed a bright blue meteor streaking across the sky beneath the beautiful starry night. Wow, Sasori, there's a meteor. Do you want to make a wish? I heard that if you make a wish at this time, maybe someday in the future it will come true. Hearing Deidara's words, Sasori replied disdainfully, Fool, how could such things possibly come true? It's just something to trick children. Sasori, you don't understand. You must be full of hope for the future. What if one day your wish really comes true? When you think back to the moment when you made that wish, it will definitely bring you double. Watching Deidara's eagerness to drag him into making a wish, Sasori turned his head and said, If you want to make a wish, then go ahead and do it. I for one do not believe in such things. Alright, then I'll make a wish myself. When my wish comes true, Sasori, you mustn't regret it. Deidara excitedly stood up from the sand, then looking at the distant meteor, he spread his arms and shouted, I want to see the greatest art in the world. The greatest and most explosive kind. Watching Deidara standing on the sand acting as if he were going crazy, Sasori suddenly felt that although this explosive kid didn't understand art, he was quite interesting to have around. However, if wishes could be easily fulfilled, they wouldn't be called wishes. It seemed that he recalled his parents who had tragically died in the Third Great Ninja War as Sasori sat quietly with his back to Deidara beneath the night sky, silently tidying up the puppet parts. Not long after Deidara made his wish, the meteor in the sky seemed to grow increasingly bright. Isn't a meteor supposed to flash by? Why is it still here? Watching the blue glow that had not disappeared beneath the starry sky and even seemed to have expanded slightly, Deidara scratched his head in confusion. Whoosh! A dazzling blue light tore across the sky, bearing unimaginable might as it carved a blazing trail toward the deserts of the land of wind. This isn't right. In the silent desert, Deidara's mouth slowly gaped wider as the meteor grew increasingly luminous. Meanwhile, Sasori, glancing at the azure light now blooming across the surrounding sky, turned his gaze backward in bewilderment. What on earth is this? When Sasori turned fully around and saw the meteor hurtling straight toward them, even the face concealed beneath Hiriko betrayed astonishment. The meteor was plummeting directly toward them. Get down. He slammed the dazed Deidara flat onto the sand just as the distant blue radiance pierced the clouds, mere seconds later crashing into the desert dozens of kilometers away. Boom. First came a blinding, towering mushroom cloud surging violently into the heavens, then a deafening thunderclap shook the earth, and a searing shockwave flattened everything in its path. The scorching wind that followed felt like the breath of an erupting volcano, hot enough to melt flesh from bone. Yet awestruck by that immense, incandescent force, Deidara instinctively raised his head, eyes alight with exhilaration as he gazed upon the billowing sands, an explosive plume soaring over 1,000 meters high. This is the ultimate art I've always dreamed of. Absolutely magnificent. Brother Sasori, did you see it? My wish has come true. So it actually worked. While Deidara stood entranced by the spectacle, a sand village search party, led by Gaara's father, the fourth Kazekage Rashu, felt the full fury of that power firsthand. Mere kilometers away, scouring the desert for Gaara. The world seemed inverted, fire lit up the sky itself. Had Rashu not summoned torrents of golden sand from beneath the earth to erect an unbreakable wall, the unit would have suffered casualties numbering in the hundreds. Amidst the ear-splitting roar, Rashu clenched his teeth, watching crimson-hued sand particles shimmer under the inferno, and beads of cold sweat trickled down his brow. At over 30 kilometers from ground zero, devastation was already this severe. Was fate itself forbidding him from retrieving Gaara? Damn it. Of all times to stumble upon something like this. Minutes later, the tremors subsided. Thick, acrid smoke billowed from the horizon. Retracting the near-molten golden sand barrier, Rashu immediately led his troops sprinting toward the impact site. Minutes later, surveying the barren, scorched expanse and the vast blackened basin, its radius stretching dozens of kilometers, Rashu's brow furrowed deeply. Truly terrifying, the raw power of nature. Such an assault is utterly beyond human defense. Fortunately, it struck the desert. Had it fallen upon a minor nation, that land might have vanished entirely from the map. Kazekage-sama, what shall we do now? I'll leave a sand-eye here to monitor developments. You all rest briefly, then resume your search for Gaara. He remains the one-tailed Jinchuriki, and under no circumstances may he be lost at such a critical hour. Kazekage-sama. There's someone, right at the crater's center. What? Hearing his subordinates report, Rashu hurried over and snatched the telescope from his hand. Through the dense, roiling black smoke, Rashu indeed discerned a faint, coalescing human silhouette at the epicenter. Why does that shadow feel so familiar? Adjusting the focus, Rashu finally made out the figure, clearly a man clad in crimson plate armor, cradling something in his arms. Uchiha Madara, his form still reassembling, turned his head toward Rashu. Within his pupils a faint blood-red luminescence flickered, and beads of cold sweat broke out across Rashu's forehead. Uchiha Madara, how could he possibly be here? Kazekage-sama, if Uchiha Madara stands there, we must retreat immediately, before he notices us. Otherwise escape may become impossible. Upon hearing Jonin, Might Guy's urgent counsel, Rasha hesitated, then gave a firm nod. Uchiha Madara's presence within the land of wind constitutes an unprecedented crisis. We must dispatch envoys instantly to inform the other four great nations. Of our current forces, half shall return to reinforce Sunagakure. The remainder will split into teams circumventing this zone to continue searching for Gaara, and send several of our swiftest shinobi to Konoha for aid. Though relations between Sunagakure and Konoha had grown strained after the Chunin exams, Sarutobi Hiruzen would surely not obstruct aid when the very survival of the village hung in the balance. Understood. As Rashu issued orders and withdrew his troops, Uchiha Madara shifted his gaze back to the slumbering figure cradled in his arms. Yuhi. Cough, cough. Nii-san. I'm far stronger than Hashirama, aren't I? Having released the 8 gates sage mode and temporal acceleration, Yui, her body utterly spent, coughed weakly as she spoke. Yuhi is remarkably powerful. Far stronger than I ever anticipated. As for surpassing Hashirama, meeting her earnest gaze, Madara gave a slow, solemn nod. Of course I am. Far stronger than that lumbering fool. Relieved by his acknowledgement, Yuhi sighed. Then overwhelming fatigue surged through her limbs. So, brother truly acknowledges me now. Absolutely. Even in my current state, I could not best you in combat. How utterly unseemly a brother defeated by his own sister. Gazing down at Yuhi asleep in his arms, Madara exhaled softly, offering a wry, tender smile, and gently lifted her onto his back. Hashirama's vision of peace failed. I intended to forge a new world order, one built upon my own ideals. Yet even without the Rinnegan, you surpassed me through sheer resolve and strength. Madara lifted his eyes to the serene night sky, and his expression darkened heavy with quiet disillusionment. How did Yuhi know so much? Why had she expended every ounce of her being to halt the moon's eye plan? Had his path truly been wrong? Rarely, after hearing Yuhi's impassioned words and witnessing both her staggering power and profound growth, did Uchiha Madara falter, confronting for the first time doubt in the very road he walked. In the Land of Fire at noon the following day, Hiruzen Sarutobi had just stepped out of the Hokage tower, pipe in hand, intending to grab a bite, when suddenly an ANBU agent sprinted toward him from afar. Hokage-sama, an urgent dispatch from Mangekyō. Hearing it originated from Raza, Hiruzen's brow furrowed sharply. So it arrives now. Could that scheming little Raza have stumbled upon something significant? Hiruzen accepted the sealed envelope from the ANBU and opened it, only to find several unremarkable lines of script. Instantly his brows knotted tightly. Uchiha Madara has appeared in the desert region of the Land of Wind and carved out a crater over 100 kilometers in diameter. What on earth is he playing at? This grows ever more preposterous. When the letter claimed Madara might have fallen from the moon, Hiruzen felt profound absurdity. If he fell from the moon, then I suppose I could claim he tumbled from the sun. Preposterous nonsense. For now, place this letter on my desk. I'll examine it thoroughly after lunch. Yes, sir. By afternoon, after finishing lunch and delivering words of encouragement to the new generation at the Ninja Academy, Hiruzen returned to the administrative hall to resume reviewing documents, yet barely settled into his chair when he noticed several photographs lodged in a crack on the desk. Something slipped past me. My eyes truly are failing. He retrieved the photos. One showed a vivid blue teardrop pattern glowing across the lunar surface against Konoha's night sky, though another captured a meteor-like streak over the western border of the Land of Fire. Hiruzen's brow darkened further. Unease coiled cold in his chest, and faintly he recalled the strange flash he'd glimpsed on the moon the previous night. Setting the photos aside, Hiruzen sifted through the cluttered files on his desk until he unearthed the corresponding report. As he cross-referenced details matching Raza's letter, Hiruzen's expression hardened with gravity. The climate of the Land of Wind differs markedly from Konoha's. With far less moisture than the Land of Fire, its desert skies boast fewer clouds, making nocturnal observation significantly clearer than in Konoha. Could it truly be Uchiha Madara? But falling from the moon? Dismiss that. First I must contact the other Kage for consultation. His wayward disciple. How relentlessly he plagued the shinobi world. Perhaps back when he defected, mercy should have been withheld entirely. A single decisive blow would have ended it all. Meanwhile, as the shinobi world stirred uneasily at Madara's first confirmed reappearance, he had already tracked Kisame and Deidara deep into the Land of Rivers. Brother Sasori, never imagined you possessed this function. It's utterly astonishing. Emerging from a tailor's shop, Deidara gazed ecstatically at the explosive motif stitched onto the back of his Akatsuki cloak, rendered with photographic precision. Being a puppet grants me exceptional capacity for recording. In a sense, this is eternity itself. Watching Deidara beam like a child, Sasori replied with quiet solemnity. Our artistic philosophies align for the first time. Partnering with you, Brother Sasori, was indeed fortuitous. Perched atop a rooftop, observing the two vanish into the mountains, Madara summoned over a dozen wood clones behind him. You, go secure a safe place for Yui. I'll enter the mountains myself, though I'll return by afternoon. As the clones nodded silently, Madara gently pinched Yuhi's sleeping cheek, then vanished in a blur of motion. They're capturing the one-tailed Jinchuriki. So the Akatsuki's base must have relocated here. Perfect. He also wished to see young Tobi and Black Zetsu. Using his peerless experience, Madara tracked them undetected, slipping seamlessly through the dense mountains and thundering waterfalls of the Land of Rivers, arriving unnoticed near the cavern where the demonic statue of the Outer Path was concealed. Is this the place? Concealed behind a boulder, Madara stared at the distant stone gate, just as a massive shuriken whistled toward his back. Shink. With a flick of the war fan strapped across his back, he deflected the shuriken. Gazing across the water stood Tobi, robed in the blackened cloud pattern of the Akatsuki, wearing the spiraling mask, arms crossed, a faint knowing smile curling his lips. Tobi, how unexpected that the mastermind pulling strings from the shadows now dons this very robe. Still, the moon's eye plan progresses far too slowly. Enough. I won't hear another word from you, you despicable old Uchiha scoundrel. Madara, what madness possesses Tobi now? Seeing Madara's utter bewilderment, Tobi clenched his fists and let out two cold, mirthless laughs. Do you truly believe your prior masquerade as Madara deceived me once, and that you could repeat the ruse? What are you speaking of? Still bewildered, Madara frowned faintly. Enough. Since you dare intrude alone into the Akatsuki's stronghold, you shall not leave it alive. With a sweeping gesture, Tobi erected a transparent barrier. Countless white Zetsu erupted from the earth, claws bared, surging toward Madara with feral hunger. What a nuisance. Watching the tide of white Zetsu close in, Madara closed his eyes, then reopened them. The crimson glow had vanished, replaced by a deep regal violet. Boom. A thunderous detonation echoed from the rear mountain. Deep within the cavern, Pain, sensing something, turned his gaze toward the source of the sound. What is happening there? Something familiar. Seated atop a finger of the demonic statue of the outer path, the Deva path reached toward his own eyes, perplexed. Perhaps you misheard. It's likely thunder. After all, Zetsu has taken full responsibility for perimeter security. Upon hearing Conan's reply, Pain gave a slow, thoughtful nod. Possibly. For now, the sealing of the tailed beasts remains paramount. Uchiha Obito has appeared. Is this true? Of course I saw it with my own eyes. It's just a pity that the pursuing team lost track of him at that moment. Because the leaders of various countries need to communicate promptly to respond to the crisis posed by Uchiha Obito, they have begun utilizing the wireless signal technology that is still under development. Remote communication via electronic screens is also to prevent situations where the 5 Kage are absent and the village is suddenly raided. Speaking of which, aside from the news about Uchiha Obito, there should also be issues with the tailed beasts within each village, right? Upon hearing Raikage's voice, the other 3 Kage nodded in agreement. The 2 Jinchuriki from Awagakure have disappeared, and the 6 tails from Kirigakure and the 1 tail from Sunagakure have also vanished. Could this also be the doing of Uchiha Obito? Upon hearing Terumi Mai's question, Raza immediately began to refute. Even if Obito is powerful, he is only one person. It is impossible for him to capture all the tailed beasts worldwide in a short time. Besides, those damn guys have already seen the tailed beasts. They are a group dressed in black cloaks with red clouds. Right, I encountered them too. I was ambushed by someone wearing such attire and almost died. If I meet them again, I will definitely split that damn shark in half. Hearing that familiar outfit, Inoki's expression suddenly turned unnatural. Isn't the black cloak with red clouds the Akatsuki's attire? He seemed to have often taken missions from them underground. He never expected that the organization he once commissioned would now have the audacity to oppose the 5 great nations. Those guys are organizing their own teams for tracking. I really don't understand what they want with so many tailed beasts. The tailed beasts are crucial strategic resources. Losing them would be a significant loss for any great nation, and losing them at this critical moment when Uchiha Obito is wandering around the ninja world would undoubtedly add insult to injury. What an extreme terrorist organization, said the 5 Kage as they discussed plans to eradicate the Akatsuki organization, seemingly redirecting their focus back to Uchiha Obito. Based on the intelligence they had gathered, it seemed that the Akatsuki's base was nestled among some small countries between the land of fire and the land of wind, and from the information conveyed by the Kazekage, it appeared that Uchiha Obito coincidentally was in that area as well. Speaking of which, did everyone see the moon last night? Naturally, we observed it. However, it's not good news that Uchiha Obito can appear on the moon. How did Uchiha Obito get up there? The 5 Kage expressed their confusion. While they were having an online meeting, a member of the Umbu suddenly approached Raikage, whispered something in his ear, and then presented several photos to the eyes of the Kage. Due to the high terrain of Kumogakure and the thin clouds, it is the best place for observing the moon. What is this? Looking at the photos that appeared on Raikage's screen, the Kage frowned. Yesterday, through pixel restoration and magnification, the telescope images turned out to be strange. Why does one of the photos show 2 figures for a moment? Looking at the first photo showcasing a blue lotus blooming on the moon's surface, and the second photo faintly revealing 2 blue giant figures, the Kage furrowed their brows. Due to the current state of technology, the photos could only be like this. However, it is known that one of them is Obito, but who is the other person? And what is that lotus? Since we can see obvious shapes and lights from the ground, how large must the giants be? While the 5 Kage were still discussing how to deal with the Akatsuki organization, and Uchiha Obito far away in the land of rivers, Obito dressed in tattered clothes was leading Obito deeper underground. Are you really Uchiha Obito? Do you think this pair of eyes is real or fake? Obito glanced back at the purple light emanating from Obito's eyes, still harboring some doubts. After all, the mysterious Uchiha in the cloak looked just like Obito, aside from the Rinnegan, he was almost identical to the current Obito. By the way, where is that kid Nagato? I seem to not sense his chakra here. He just left not long ago and has already gone to Konoha to capture the 9 tails. After all, this operation needs to be very swift, and it must be completed before the 5 great villages unite. The 9 tails. Slowly walking through the gloomy underground, Obito did not lead Obito to the Akatsuki sealing place for the tailed beasts. Instead, he took him further in to the temporary base where he and Black Zetsu stayed, which is also the source of intelligence. You are Uchiha Obito. You have actually been resurrected. Could it really be Orochimaru's doing? Looking at Uchiha Obito, who bore a pair of Rinnegan Black Zetsu, exclaimed in excitement. That snake has finally done something right. I thought Obito's body had been stolen, and there was no way to proceed with the plan. It shouldn't be considered resurrection. This body is essentially just in a state of Edo Tensei. That's perfect. If you have been resurrected, then the Moon Eye plan. Wait a minute. Black Zetsu was about to excitedly report to Obito about the current status of the Moon Eye plan when he was abruptly interrupted. What's wrong? Seeing Black Zetsu staring intently at him, Obito began to feel puzzled. I want to confirm whether infinite Tsukuyomi is really the only way to save the ninja world. Naturally, you have already seen it from the stone tablet in the Uchiha clan shrine, haven't you? Although it's something left by our ancestors after such a long time, could someone have deliberately modified the content of the stone tablet? What are you talking about, Madara? The Moon Eye plan is something only the Rinnegan can understand. In these thousands of years, who could have done the modifications? Seeing Obito seemingly deep in thought, Black Zetsu hurriedly refuted. Obito usually appears to be quite gullible, but why does he suddenly seem so sharp-minded after Edo Tensei? Is it really like that? Why would something that only the Rinnegan can understand be known by her? Who is she? Upon hearing the title mentioned by Obito, Black Zetsu frowned. Suddenly, as Obito sought some answers from Black Zetsu, the shadow clone of Tsukuyomi dispelled and Obito's gaze shifted towards behind him. Aren't you going to rest a bit more? I'm already fine today, just a bit curious about what my brother is doing, said Tsukuyomi, who had utilized the power of the Dark Realm to convert spiritual energy into physical energy as she walked out from behind Obito. Now that her brother has successfully undergone Edo Tensei, there is no need for her to hide her identity. As long as she deals with Black Zetsu, it won't be long before the ninja world undergoes a major upheaval. You are? No, this isn't even an Edo Tensei state. You are actually still alive. Seeing the figure appearing beside Uchiha Obito, Black Zetsu's expression instantly changed dramatically. It seems Mr. Black Zetsu recognizes me. You have indeed been observing us since the Warring States period, haven't you? Looking at Black Zetsu beside Obito, Tsukuyomi's expression turned cold, followed by a wave of murderous intent emanating from her. Old thief, if I mark you today, just wait for your doom. As the setting sun sensed the hostility emanating from his younger sister towards Heiju, Ban placed a hand on her shoulder. He is my will, do not regard him with such eyes. I'm fine for my brother's sake, I certainly won't make things difficult for him. Observing the smile on the setting sun's face, Heiju felt an odd sensation mixed with a sense of dread. It seemed that he had never had any real contact with Uchiha Sekiyō, yet why did she appear as if she couldn't resist the urge to strike him? Could it be that the person who often wore a cloak before was you? Obito looked at the appearing Sekiyō with a hint of suspicion. Ahem, it seems Mr. Obito understands the act of stealing my brother's corpse was my doing. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Ban pinched Xiang's cheek and pulled her behind him. Such an idea is probably only something you could come up with, stealing my corpse under my identity in my organization. However, changing Uchiha Old Thief to Uchiha Young Thief is about right. Wrong, big brother, stop pinching him, not fully recovered yet. Knowing you are physically weak means you should rest properly in bed rather than chasing after me here. Looking at the pitiful gaze from Sekiyō, Ban finally sighed and allowed his sister with one side of her face flushed to cling to his waist. Sekiyō actually had a strong personality. Perhaps it was only when facing Ban that she showed this true side belonging to a little girl. Now her behavior Ban could understand. After all, the Uchiha clan had always preferred to solve problems on their own. Oh, why hide your identity? Heiju, as the embodiment of my will, recognizes you. As long as you state that you are Uchiha Ban, isn't it easy to bring me back with Edo Tensei? Feeling Ban's hand combing through her hair, Sekiyō turned her gaze towards Obito in the distance. One cannot trust others except for Utu and Big Brother. Could it be that the cloaked guy was Ban's younger sister? How could she look like this? Obito frowned, while looking at Sekiyō clinging to Ban, pondering inwardly. This person's appearance completely contradicted the treacherous and cunning image he held in his heart, and she knew so much it defied logic. Heiju gazed at Sekiyō, who was intimately beside Ban, and began to calculate. Could it be that Uchiha Sekiyō disguised herself as the cloaked person to gather intelligence in the ninja world, searching for a way to resurrect Ban? If looked at this way, it seemed to make some sense. Previously, the trip to Konoha to steal the scroll was to learn Edo Tensei to create the conditions for resurrecting the deceased Ban, and attacking Itachi and Danzo was merely for the revenge of the Uchiha clan. But the only thing Heiju found puzzling was the information Sekiyō possessed. After all, it was impossible for a third person to know about the Eye of the Moon plan and Obito's true identity. After all, Ban was resurrected only after she stole the corpse. Just as the atmosphere at the scene grew somewhat eerie, a white Jew suddenly ran over from outside and whispered something into Obito's ear. Has the joint search team from Konoha and Mangekyō already entered the land of rivers? Their speed is quite fast. Try to confuse their vision and prevent them from finding us. Understood. White Jew left, and Ban turned to Sekiyō beside him and said, since you don't like the Eye of the Moon plan, you should leave here. First, we can talk when I return. Who said I don't like the Eye of the Moon plan? Hearing Xiang's answer, Ban was suddenly stunned. Becoming the sage of the Six Paths and bringing peace to the entire ninja world is not your brother's long-held wish. However, I only agree with the former part. I will never agree with the latter. So do you want to challenge us? Upon hearing Xiang's objection, a cold light flashed in Obito's eyes. Using the divine tree to complete chakra collection on the surface, it seems to trap everyone in a beautiful illusion, achieving a truly ideal world, but in reality, it is just collecting the chakra scattered in the ninja world again. And those who sleep in the divine tree's dream will gradually lose themselves over time, becoming mere biological weapons controlled by others. White Jew. That is precisely the aspect I cannot accept at all. Upon hearing Xiang's words, both Ban and Obito frowned. People will turn into White Jew and Infinite Tsukuyomi. That's just your wild imagination. How could such a perfect ninjutsu like Infinite Tsukuyomi cause such a situation? Moreover, White Jew is fundamentally just something born from the Outer Paths deity tree, having no relation to what you said at all. Hearing Heiju's rebuttal, Xiang slowly walked in front of Heiju and gently stroked the sensation of half of his white Ju. This kind of thing might fool the foolish Uchiha Obito, but Mr. Heiju. Obito felt offended. No matter what in front of my eyes, you shall not harm my brother. I truly do not understand what you are saying. Zhang Sharingan met Heiju's as if trying to discern something from his empty round eyes. Just as Xiang and Heiju faced off, she forcibly circulated the chakra within her body, her readiness to strike, causing Obito to cautiously pull out a kunai. Cough, cough. Suddenly Xiang coughed a few times, and her original aura weakened significantly in an instant. Wiping the bloodstains at the corner of her mouth with a tissue, Zhang's face turned pale as she took a few steps back. I told you still need rest. Supporting Xiang from behind, Ban frowned and said, although the side effects from yesterday's battle were considerable with Hashirama's cells present, Xiang shouldn't be in such a state just from using chakra. Sorry, Onaizen, for worrying you, but I cannot accept you exhausting your life's efforts to resurrect a woman from another world. As Xiang spoke, she coughed a few more times in frustration, and Heiju, upon hearing certain keywords, felt his pupils tremble. Seeing Zhang's weak appearance, Ban turned and ran with her outside. Upon arriving at a secluded place, Ban scanned the surroundings before releasing her, letting Xiang fall dazedly onto the grass. Ouch. Brother, what are you doing? It's nothing, I just saw you bouncing around, and you're a bit too erratic. I was worried you hadn't woken up fully, and wanted to help you regain your senses. Cough, cough. I didn't expect my perfect performance would be noticed by my brother. Upon seeing the look Ban gave her, Xiang blushed and said, Speak, what was the purpose of acting so weak just now? Isn't it simple? To help my brother test whether Heiju is truly as you think. After burning the tissue stained with blood in her hand, Xiang winked at Ban and said, What do you mean by that? You said he is the embodiment of your will, so he should definitely obey your commands. But if he were to disobey your commands and attempt to kill me, would you still trust him? Hearing this, Ban's brow furrowed. He wouldn't do such a thing. He would, as long as Onaizen cooperates. Seeing me in a weak state, he wouldn't easily let this opportunity pass. Outside a small town in the country of rivers, the sunset was skewering several tender fish, with branches roasting them by the campfire. Feeling the warm breath emanating from the fire, the sunset smiled and said, It seems like it's been a long time since I last grilled fish with you, Nii-san. Is that so? It has indeed been a long time. To be precise, it should be that it's been a long time since I last met you, considering both of us have died once already. It is precisely because of the experience of parting that we should cherish this hard-won reunion. Watching the sunset skillfully tending the fire, Ben seemed to have returned to his childhood. Back then, the sunset seemed to be about the same age as now, a mere child, yet always spoke with the wisdom of an adult, discussing matters like war, life, and hope for the world. He didn't mind, as Hashirama had always chatted with him about these things, but Izuna seemed to enjoy listening to them. In that era where the average age did not exceed 30, having someone as optimistic as the sunset was a miracle. If only Izuna were here too. Hearing Ban sigh, the sunset was slightly taken aback. Is that so? If he were here, he would probably seriously discuss the two of us, right? In the Warring States period, although Ban was the clan leader, he mainly managed strategic directions, while Izuna handled internal structure and logistics. The sunset was responsible for external negotiations, primarily dealing with interactions with other clans and securing more commission tasks from the daimyo of the Fire Country. One could say that Ban and the sunset focused on external matters, while Izuna was in charge of internal affairs, as he needed to manage internal conflicts. Thus, he was the most composed and gentle among the three siblings. If he knew she and Ban had fought yesterday and blown up the desert, he would undoubtedly have scolded them and worried. Yes, Izuna died in a surprise attack by the Senju clan. At that time, I was fighting alongside the elders in external battles. Even though I was the oldest, I couldn't protect anyone with my own hands. It's fine, and not being able to protect back then doesn't mean I can't protect now, does it? As long as I can resurrect you and Izuna, then it would be as if we never died, wouldn't it? But now it's up to me to protect you. Looking at the smile that the sunset showed him, Uchiha Ban hesitated for a moment, but nodded slightly. In the Eye of the Moon plan, would resurrected Izuna still be the same Izuna? Ban recalled the question. He had just been summoned by the sunset, and felt a faint pain in his heart. But speaking of it, it's thanks to Izuna that you and I might meet here at all. Hearing Ban say this, the sunset scratched his head in confusion. Does that mean someone wanted to dig up my grave before? Not quite, it's about family matters. I wonder if you remember what I told you before. As he mentioned this, Ban sighed. A family that swears to die for the greater good will also wield the knife against individuals. Does that mean? Upon hearing Ban's words, the sunset suddenly understood. Is that so? This seemed to be quite normal in that era. After all, the three of us could only contend against the Senju clan by working together, and after my death the balance would undoubtedly break. If you and Izuna couldn't stabilize your Mangekyō Sharingan, many more would likely perish within the clan. Moreover, I hadn't fully died at that time. If I could have some luck and temporarily contribute a pair of Mangekyō to you, it would pose a considerable threat to the Senju clan. However, witnessing the death of those I care for brings only fleeting sadness. The real pain comes when I see the traces of the deceased life reminiscing about the things they used, the words they spoke. When I truly realize that these have permanently vanished, that is the real agony. Hearing the sunset's response, Ban nodded. This is the curse from which this world cannot escape. People yearn for peace, while also desiring war. Where there is protection, there must be hatred, and with hatred war can never be entirely resolved. Don't say that, Nii-san. Who says war can't end? As long as I become the sage of six paths, resurrect you, and Izuna, I will establish peace laws for every nation to follow. Hearing the sunset say this, Ban was taken aback. Do you also wish to become the sage of six paths, eh? If you guarantee not to execute the Eye of the Moon plan, I won't compete with you for it. Haha, you little clever one. Oh no, the fish is going to burn. While the sunset was still playing by the river with Ban, the joint search team of Konoha and Mangekyō had already entered the interior of the country of rivers. Swish. A vortex appeared at the top of a large tree as Obito looked at Kakashi, who was leading the team, with a flicker of his eyes. What a narrow road for enemies, Kakashi. I never expected that after so many years it would still be you leading the team. It seems Konoha hasn't made much progress. As Obito prepared to use a transformation technique to personally divert the team, suddenly Black Zetsu emerged from the branches, blocking Obito's actions. Wait, let them go a bit deeper. There's no need to stop them. Hearing Black Zetsu's voice, Obito's expression was one of confusion. What do you mean? There are members of the Hyuga clan among them. If they detect the traces of the outer paths, Geto Mazo, and the Akatsuki organization, you needn't worry about that. After all, isn't there a sealing technique crafted specifically by Pain? Let them go a bit deeper, it's just right to utilize it. Utilize? What do you want to do? Hearing Obito's doubts, Black Zetsu's lips curled into a smile. Nagato's value has nearly been exhausted. It's time for Ban to take the stage. As for her sister dying at the hands of Konoha, would be quite fitting, wouldn't it? How do you think Ban's clone can't handle these few rotten fish? Besides, she's not weak herself, as she probably won't be killed. Ban has already informed me about what happened yesterday with the sunset. Now I just need to plan ahead. Once her weak period is over, it will be harder to deal with her. I am starting to doubt whether you are really Ban's will now. Looking at the way Obito regarded him, Black Zetsu sneered. I am Ban's will, but only regarding the Eye of the Moon plan. Isn't it reasonable to eliminate obstacles on the road in order to realize the plan as quickly as possible? Haha, what you said makes a lot of sense. As long as the Eye of the Moon plan succeeds, they will all be resurrected in the world of infinite Tsukuyomi, right? That's right, the truly perfect world is just within reach. As night approached, Xiang was resting in a guest room, a warm bowl of chicken soup placed on the table. Ban gently brushed her hair, which was pressed against her body, and looked at Xiang's pale, youthful face, saying, Are you overdoing the act? It's not overdone, it's just that I truly feel weak right now, Ban replied. I have adjusted the ratio of my physical abilities to spiritual energy within me, so this state is genuine. Cough, cough. The Uchiha clan's spiritual energy far exceeds its physical energy, so usually they convert spiritual energy into physical energy. However, this time was different. It was the physical energy that was converted into spiritual energy, maintaining a constant ratio. This allowed Xiang to have an extremely sharp perception, while simultaneously feeling a very realistic sense of weakness. Is this your kaleidoscope Sharingan technique? Upon seeing Xiang nod in acknowledgement, Ban stood up from the bedside. Well, I will wait for the start of your plan then. I have already told him everything about my life after rebirth. Of course, I concealed some of your information. However, just to let you know, Kurojitsu may resist you, but he will never kill you over some trivial disputes, just as I said. He is a will separated from me, and since he is my will, he is half of myself. How could he possibly harm his own sister? If I don't have such a slippery brother, half is not enough. Alright, you can say whatever you want. Although it's an act for now, your body is still weak. You need to rest more, understand? After seeing Xiang nod, Ban left the room. A few kilometers away on a rooftop, Obito, observing Xiang's condition through binoculars, spoke to Kurojitsu beside him. Could she be deliberately saying this, waiting for you to take the bait and sow discord between you and Ban? Ban told me a few hours ago about his experience of being reincarnated through impure world reincarnation. Do you know? Madara actually couldn't defeat her sister. Nani? Hearing Kurojitsu's words, Obito furrowed his brow. Although he had only seen Uchiha Ban in his old age, the young version reincarnated through impure world reincarnation should also possess considerable strength, right? How could he lose to that guy? So she poses a significant threat to the Eye of the Moon plan. She knows too much and is too strong. Even with a trap, do we have a choice? How does this count as burning our boats? If Ban sees through this. Haha, that won't happen. We just need to utilize White Zetsu's transformation technique combined with her blood and a little accident. Soon, we will stage a perfect act. As Kurojitsu spoke, he burrowed into the ground while Obito narrowed his eyes upon sensing the disappearance of his chakra. This guy regards himself as Uchiha Ban's will, yet he is not entirely aligned with Ban. He thinks too much that seems he will need to be more cautious in the future. Currently, Kurojitsu vaguely sensed the crisis that his 1,000-year plan had been exposed, so he couldn't afford to care about much else at this moment. As long as Xiang is dead, it's fine. He can afford to wait a few thousand more years for another reincarnation opportunity. He has experienced so many failures already, he does not mind this one. After all, this guy knows too much information. Whether she steals the chakra fruit or assists Ban in becoming the sage of six paths, as long as he cannot carry out chakra erosion to resurrect his mother, that will truly seal off all paths ahead. If it really comes to that, whatever he does will be in vain. Within the land of rivers, Kakashi led his team through the mountains with several members of the Inuzuka clan ahead, navigating various areas with their ninja dogs. Did you find any information? "Oh, it's too damp here, which interferes with the residual sense, but if we make some guesses we can still find the specific direction." Upon hearing the report from the Leaf Ninja Chiyo's side, "I wonder how Gaara is doing. It's such a pity. If Uchiha Ban hadn't smashed through the desert, Mangekyō might have had a chance to catch up. Is it true that Uchiha Ban created a basin the size of a small country by smashing through the desert?" Kakashi scratched his head and asked upon hearing Elder Kiyo's sigh. "Of course it's true. If it weren't, the sand would not have stopped at that time. After all, Gaara is his child. No, why am I telling you this?" Seeing Chiyo looking at him with what seemed like irritation, Kakashi awkwardly smiled. When they first met, this old lady almost punched him in the face. These are all the remnants of old grievances from the previous generation's wars. Kakashi even felt that this old woman was not trying to kill him secretly, merely being outwardly unfriendly was already quite magnanimous. While the on-site ninjas were still searching for traces, Hinata Tenka suddenly shouted, "At 47 degrees northwest, there are ninja," and a strong chakra response. Could it be members of the Akatsuki organization? Hearing Tenka's report, the ninjas on-site tensed up and gripped their weapons tightly. Swish! Kakashi deflected the flying kunai and leaped towards the direction of the attack, gathering lightning in his hand. However, upon reaching the top of the tree, Kakashi was taken aback by the figure standing on the power pole. "You are Shuefan Xiong. How did you end up here? No one should be here. You should leave now, or don't blame me for being rude." Standing atop the tree, Baiju disguised as the setting sun warned Kakashi while drawing a kunai. "Wait, this could very well be the hideout of Uchiha Madara and the Akatsuki organization. It's a dangerous place. You should stick with us." Unveiling his Sharingan, Kakashi noticed that the setting sun showed no signs of weakness, causing him to frown as he continued to persuade. "Kakashi, what happened?" Jonin Maki jumped up with a group of sand shinobi looking at the distant setting sun. "Isn't that the ninja from the land of snow we encountered during the Chunin exam? How did she end up here?" Seeing the increasing number of people around, the setting sun pulled out 3 kunai with explosive tags and threw them towards the ninja squad. "Kakashi." Boom. "They were fine when they last met. Oh, why does it feel like she's a different person now? Damn it, this little brat actually attacked us. She might be an external scout for the Akatsuki. We must chase her down immediately." Seeing the setting sun running towards the town in the distance, Kakashi suddenly raised his hand, stopping the sand shinobi. "Wait, this might be a trap to distract us. We don't need so many people. You continue to track her scent while I'll take a few ninjas to pursue her alone." Hearing what Kakashi said, Maki glanced at Chiyo below for her response, and upon seeing her nod, he consented to Kakashi's suggestion. "Then we'll split into 2 groups. If we don't find anything, we'll regroup before sunset." Kakashi nodded at the sand shinobi and then led a few leaf ninjas to chase after her. "Hey, Kakashi, wait for me. How can such youthful matters be without me?" Just as Guy was about to join the chase, he was suddenly stopped by Chiyo. "Let Kakashi go alone. His adaptability is strong, and he likely won't face much danger. Right now, the leaf also needs an elite jonin to lead." Hearing Kiyo's words, Guy looked back at the many leaf ninjas behind them and finally nodded. Since this is my nemesis, the first task is to let him steal the spotlight. However, for the second task I encounter, I will complete it perfectly. After all, I am the azure beast of the leaf." In the rear of the team, several sand shinobi disguised as Baiju exchanged glances before stepping forward. "Elder Chiyo, it might not be suitable for only leaf ninjas to go. Why not let a sand shinobi assist as well?" Chiyo glanced at the sand shinobi and nodded. "That could work. If you encounter any special circumstances, remember to signal with a flare." "Understood." In the small town, the setting sun awaited the actions of Kuroju, but after a long while there was no sign of movement. Could he plan to act tomorrow? It seems like little Kuro can endure quite well. The setting sun closed the storybook in hand and was about to lie down to continue her life of cultivation when suddenly the ground trembled and a dazzling light flashed by the window. Boom. The brilliant flames illuminated the horizon, and hearing the panicked voices of civilians and the brewing lightning in the sky, the setting sun furrowed her brow. Is something wrong with the outer path golem? Could it be Kuroju's doing? Just as the setting sun pondered how Kuroju would execute the plan, a figure suddenly appeared on the windowsill. It was Uchiha Madara's wood clone. There might be an issue with the sealing of the tailed beasts. The main body has already rushed over to fix it. What about you? Shouldn't we wait for Kuroju? Not yet, but it's still uncertain, brother. Alright, I'll quietly wait and see. While the setting sun was chatting with Madara's wood clone, Obito sat on the rooftop, handing a telescope to Kuroju. As expected, Madara left a clone beside the setting sun. What do you plan to do next? Of course, I will take advantage of some unexpected effects. Kuroju smiled as a Baiju suddenly appeared beside him, gradually transforming into the appearance of a leaf ninja. What are you doing? Seeing Kuroju's actions, Obito furrowed his brow. If one wave doesn't kill her, then he'll find a way to obtain Uchiha Setting Sun's blood and frame it on them. Although Kuroju seemed confident, Obito still didn't quite understand how he planned to deal with that wood clone, as Baiju's strength was not very high, and even if it was just a wood clone, Madara would likely recognize it as Baiju. Inside the cave used for storing the outer path golem and sealing the tailed beast, the illusion dragon, which was originally extracting chakra from the one tail, was forcibly interrupted because the originally quiet outer path golem suddenly went berserk, perhaps due to dissatisfaction with the slow chakra absorption, or because the main body of pain, the Rinnegan's true owner, was not present. Sizzling lightning struck the walls, and the outer path golem bandaged on its head roared, shaking everything around it. Damn it, it was fine just now, why did it suddenly go mad? Who knows, maybe it just dislikes us, that's a possibility too. If it weren't for the organization's mission, I wouldn't waste my time on this worthless thing, Kakazu said, dodging a slap from the outer path golem, furrowing his brow. Boss, what's going on? How could this happen? Hearing the questions from the organization members, Pain's animal path clone, standing at the cave's peak, also frowned. How could such a situation occur? The power of the Rinnegan seems to be ineffective. Roar. The outer path golem roared, and the protrusions on its back lit up with a series of blue electric lights, sending Pain's animal path clone flying. Swish. After a flash of lightning, the outer path golem gathered its raging chakra, again unleashing a chain of lightning that instantly covered everything around it. Earth release, earth flow wall. Kakuzu lowered his body and slapped his hands on the ground using a layer of earthen wall to block the lightning outside. However, he seemed to have forgotten that there was another person behind him. Kakuzu managed to duck just in time, but Haiden, due to the metal items and scythe on him, accidentally came into contact with the arc of electricity in the air and was blown away. What the hell? Haiden ejected from the ceiling, Cave shook his charred head, and then looked at Kakuzu, who was frantically running over with a smile. Haha, I never expected this gloomy old guy actually had a moment of concern for his teammates. This is too unexpected. My precious, we barely just met, and why are you all leaving me so soon? Seeing Kakuzu sorrowfully clutching the few bills mixed in his clothes while crying, Haiden fell silent. It seems this big guy needs to have its movements restricted, otherwise it will be troublesome if other ninjas notice the commotion here. Looking at the rampaging outer path golem in the cave, Sasori took out the scroll of the third Kazekage from his clothes. Ought to subdue the boss, disobedient summon. Sounds quite interesting. Deidara pulled out a few bags of clay from his pocket. First let's seal it, and when the boss flies back we'll decide what to do next. Seeing Deidara and Sasori preparing to take action, Haiden and Kakuzu also picked up their weapons. However, just as they were about to move, a figure suddenly landed on the head of the outer path golem, suppressing its chakra. The outer path golem let out a low growl, but under the gaze of Madara's Rinnegan, it gradually became docile. It seems Nagato still doesn't know how to use it well. Madara in Obito's form frowned as he looked down at the outer path golem. As Ban rushed towards the location of the outer path's magical statue, the allied forces of the Sand Ninja and Konoha were also hurrying towards the source of the disturbance. There must be something in the mountains there, so be careful and don't let the enemy discover you. Understood, Captain. In the small town, Kakashi watched the setting sun vanish into a narrow alley, and as he surveyed the increasingly dim surroundings, he furrowed his brow. Just a few steps back, a hand suddenly emerged from the darkness and grabbed his shoulder. It's been a long time, Kakashi. It seems you are not as clever as before, daring to venture in here alone. A sharp shuriken was placed against Kakashi's neck as Obito spoke in a hoarse voice. I don't recall knowing such a strange fellow. No matter, as long as I recognize you, that's enough. Obito activated Kamui, attempting to pull Kakashi into a different space, but halfway through, Kakashi's figure suddenly transformed into a surge of lightning, shocking half of Obito's body. I really hate electric hedgehogs. Dodging the shuriken that Kakashi threw, Obito dashed behind a nearby garbage bin and leaped onto the roof. Don't run. As Kakashi chased after him, he noticed several explosive tags affixed to the wooden railing beside him. Boom. Kakashi escaped the explosion, tumbling in the air before landing steadily against the wall. Was that guy just now a member of the Akatsuki? I have a very familiar feeling about him. There was no time to ponder further as another explosion erupted nearby. Kakashi emerged from the smoke, his expression darkening upon seeing several ninjas wearing Sand Village headbands and the shattered buildings around them. Hey, what are you doing? Our goal is infiltration, not to have you act recklessly. Sorry, Kakashi-senpai, we saw you being attacked and intended to seal the enemy's escape route with explosive tags. The disguised white Zetsu smiled at Kakashi. Kakashi decided not to quarrel with the few ninjas in front of him and intended to search the area with them before rejoining the main force, when two figures flashing in the distance caught his attention. It was Setsu, and beside him was a man cloaked in a hood. If it weren't for the Sharingan's dynamic capture ability, he might have missed them. Be careful following me, don't get lost. Watching Kakashi chase forward, the two white Zetsu displayed a faintly sinister smile. What happened here? Shortly after Kakashi left, two real Konoha ninjas caught up from behind. Previously, they had encountered two enemies, and after dealing with them, they fell significantly behind Kakashi, now just catching up. Kakashi-senpai has discovered the Akatsuki members, but unfortunately we have exhausted our chakra and can't help much. For now, take this and use it to save your life. The two white Zetsu said, handing over several canister-like objects to the two Konoha ninjas. Since these two Konoha ninjas had participated in the Chunin exams against the Sand Ninja, they recognized these as special scientific ninja tools used by the Sound Ninja. Although they seemed somewhat reasonable in the hands of the Sand Ninja, the Konoha ninjas felt uneasy, yet they accepted them under the persuasion of the two white Zetsu. Remember, when faced with an unbeatable situation, just throw it on the ground and run. Got it. In the area ahead, Kakashi suddenly flipped down from the roof, blocking the path between Uchiha Obito and Setsu. Cough, Kakashi, have you fallen into a trap? How did you catch up at this time? Setsu, holding a box of chicken soup, coughed a few times and asked Kakashi with confusion. Black Zetsu actually led Kakashi here. Could it be a ploy to kill with a borrowed knife? However, as long as this isn't the main reconnaissance force with Obito's wood clone present, it shouldn't pose a threat. I just wanted to ask you a few questions. Aren't you supposed to be in the land of snow? How did you suddenly appear here looking so weak? Setsu, do you know him? Looking at Obito's disguised wood clone, casting a glance at him, Setsu nodded. I guess I know him. We met briefly in Konoha before, but it wasn't anything significant. Is that so? Then we can just go around him. The place where Setsu had been resting was already unsafe due to the debris from nearby explosions. Obito attempted to take Setsu around Kakashi, but was stopped. Wait, I'm just delaying you a bit. After all, there are some evil organization strongholds here. Do you know anything about them? Kakashi stared intently at Setsu's gaze and inquired. Although Setsu was a disciple of Meiboku Mountain, appearing here in such a weak state was definitely suspicious. Kakashi felt as though he had entirely fallen into a thick fog, unable to see anything clearly, but encountering Setsu, who was also in the fog, perhaps he could learn something. However, reality seemed not to favor Kakashi. In an instant, he instinctively crossed his arms in front of him and was sent flying. Boom. Kakashi crashed heavily against the wall. With aching arms, he fell from the wall and looked at the cloaked man, retracting his fist, his expression filled with disbelief. This guy is so strong. You talk too much. Your ocular power is impressive, but it's still far inferior to my sister's. Obito crossed his arms over his chest, slowly walking towards Kakashi. Kakashi-senpai, we're here to help you. Seeing the Konoha ninjas suddenly rushing over from a distance, Kakashi quickly urged them. Don't come over. Swish. In just the blink of an eye, wooden vines erupted from the ground, sending the two of them flying. This is wood release. Kakashi frowned at the scene before him. How could this person use wood release? Is it possible that Orochimaru and the Akatsuki have teamed up? After all, she's the only one studying the cells of Hashirama. Boom. A thunderous roar erupted from the heart of the picturesque land of rivers, reverberating through its dense forests. Just as the joint reconnaissance team of Suna and Konoha stealthily followed the sound into the mountain's interior, they were ambushed by members of the Akatsuki. After all, the Geto Mazo remained unsecured, so for now they had no choice but to eliminate these intruders encroaching upon their perimeter. A clay owl plummeted from the sky, detonating in a blinding conflagration. Upon impact, several Konoha shinobi were hurled violently into the air by the blast. Amidst the drifting smoke and dust, Chiyo lowered her puppet's defensive stance and frowned sharply as a massive bird soared into view high above. The enemy is airborne. No wonder our sensory shinobi failed to detect them. In report, heavy chakra signatures detected at 65 degrees northwest. Scatter immediately. Main force fall back. Dispatch small squads to infiltrate once their attention is drawn away by the assault and assess Gaara's condition and the Akatsuki's movements. In wait. Massive chakra signatures overhead too. Take cover. Now. Nat Hyuga Tank is warning the squad instantly dove behind boulders or thick tree trunks. Fwoosh. 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 NAS black iron spikes embedded themselves deep into the earth. Chiyo's brow tightened. Yet the instant she sensed that familiar chakra, her pupils contracted in shock. This is the third Kazekage's chakra signature. Perched atop Deidara's clay bird, Sasori clenched his fists. The chakra threads in his hands tautened instantly. Countless black iron needles buried in the ground shot upward, transforming into lethal spears that impaled several shinobi where they stood. So many enemies. No wonder Zetsu's reconnaissance was so sloppy. But no matter how many there are, blowing them all to pieces will do just fine. Humph. Deidara molded fresh clay in his palms as his giant bird plunged downward in a steep dive. And swish. Two streaks of white light cleaved the sky. The clay bird shattered into fragments midair. Deidara glanced down in surprise at Chiyo, who stood below, commanding her puppets with unwavering precision. This puppet can fly that fast. So it's her, the old woman herself. Quite the unexpected guest. Sasori's expression darkened slightly as he gazed upon the familiar figure below. Konoha Senpu, green-clad figure surged through the air toward Deidara with a powerful kick, only to be halted abruptly by a wall of irons and conjured before Sasori's eyes. Swish. With a muffled thud, Might Guy landed firmly before Chiyo. Yo, your iron wall is impressively sturdy, but the fiercer the opponent, the more radiant youth burns. What on earth is he babbling about? This thick-browed fellow is truly bizarre, brother Sasori. And perhaps some Konoha tradition. Never mind, it's irrelevant. Our mission comes first. Within the Konoha formation, Chiyo's gaze hardened as she recognized Sasori's crimson-armored puppet Hiriko, and behind him the third Kazekage's reanimated form strung like a macabre marionette. So the third Kazekage, who vanished during the Third Shinobi World War, was here all along. And this obsession with human puppets, could it truly be Sasori's doing? Sasori and Deidara struck first as vanguards, launching a devastating assault against the joint Konoha-Suna reconnaissance unit. while other Akatsuki members raced toward the battlefield. Meanwhile, in a desolate riverside town, civilians had long since fled. Amid shattered streets and crumbling buildings, Madara Uchiha dispatched every shinobi who dared block his path in under 10 seconds, leaving them grievously wounded and sprawled across broken stone. Even the tool provided by White Zetsu slipped from his hand and tumbled into the rubble. Kakashi, still standing, could barely hold his own through taijutsu alone, outmatched in tactics, ninjutsu, and jinjutsu alike. His vaunted experience, once his greatest weapon, lay bare before this cloaked figure, as transparent as blank parchment. Just as Madara seized Kakashi's opening and gripped his throat, nearly choking him into unconsciousness, a brilliant flash of white light blazed forth from behind. Boom. And the device in the Konoha shinobi's hand was no sonic weapon. It was a stack of explosive tags densely sealed within layers of paper. In the blink of an eye, the sky flared brighter than day. Fire blossomed like a miniature sun, swelling and contracting violently, obliterating half the town in its wrath. Dozens of kilometers away, Black Zetsu watched the detonation ignite and grinned with feverish delight. Ha ha ha. Such rapid, wide-scale detonation. Madara Uchiha's clone surely won't have time to manifest Susanoo. Even if he survives, it hardly matters. With Uchiha Yuhi's blood in hand, I'll find another chance to end her. Once she falls, nothing, not even the heavens, can halt my millennium-long plan to resurrect my mother. And even if this blast fails to kill her, it must at least strip her of vitality. Collecting her blood, infusing it into a White Zetsu clone disguised as a Konoha shinobi, then having Haiden deliver a single fatal strike elsewhere. Chances remain high. Do you truly hate Uchiha Yuhi that much? Naturally. Anyone who dares obstruct my path, no matter who. In Black Zetsu froze mid-sentence, whirling around at the sound of a voice he knew all too well, only to meet Yuhi's blazing crimson eyes. His face twisted in raw terror. Yuhi stepped backward, camera in hand, her sage mode aura shimmering softly beneath the daylight as she smiled calmly at Black Zetsu. Madara Uchiha was only a clone, but whoever said I sent my true self out? What a pity, Mr. Black Zetsu, you acted far too hastily. Damn it. I've been outmaneuvered. In furious, Black Zetsu split his form and lunged, but two thick obsidian black rods pierced him through, pinning him immobile to the earth. His gaze locked onto the dual rods spinning lazily in Yuhi's palm. His expression froze. Yin-yang release nature transformation. No, how could you possibly wield that? Guess. Two more black rods slammed into Black Zetsu's body. From Yuhi's outstretched fingers, chakra coalesced into the four-symbol seal and surged forward like grasping talons. Wait, you cannot seal me. You vile brat. Without me, Madara Uchiha will curse you for eternity. Yet without you, the plan proceeds regardless. Ignoring Black Zetsu's furious protests, Yuhi completed the sealing, binding him tightly within a scroll, using both the four-symbol seal and yin-yang release. No method to permanently destroy him had yet been discovered. Sealing remained the safest course. High above a moonlit forest, a shadow darted silently across the night sky. In pain, why return now? Hasn't the Nine Tails yet been captured? The Nine Tails can wait. I sense something amiss with the Geto Mazo, a severance unlike anything I've felt before. For the sake of our plan's integrity, we must investigate immediately. Nii's expression darkened further as he spoke. To awaken the Ten Tails, even gathering all nine-tailed beasts swiftly would be futile without the Geto Mazo. After the other members of the Akatsuki departed, Pain's maimed Predapath clone approached Uchiha Madara in the silent cave. Who are you truly? You are not Uchiha Madara, Pain declared sternly, gazing up at the figure standing atop the demonic statue of the outer path, arms crossed. Who I am matters little now, but after all these years you still wield the power of the demonic statue with clumsy ineptitude. Hearing Madara's rebuke, Pain's brow furrowed sharply. What do you mean by that? Glancing at Pain's bewildered clone, Madara's eyes flashed violet. His hands swiftly formed a seal, and beneath him the demonic statue roared, then unleashed 6 chakra chains from its mouth, piercing the abdomens of the Jinchuriki of tails 2 through 7. As the chakra of the 6-tailed beast was drawn forth, surging along the chains into the statue's hollow form, Pain's expression darkened with alarm. Ignoring the stunned clone, Madara sensed the emergence of his would-release clone, and frowned. Such a massive explosion. So the situation at Sunset's location has indeed deteriorated. Upon perceiving the disturbance, Obito rushed toward where Black Zetsu had been, only to find no trace of him. Instead, he found Sunset standing there, one hand resting on her hip. How did you get here? Guess. Obito's gaze fell upon the scroll in Sunset's hand, and understanding struck him instantly. I never imagined you'd survive even that blast. Your life force is astonishingly tenacious. Black Zetsu, ever mindful of preserving Madara's trust, sought to frame Konoha Shinobi for Sunset's death. But Obito bore no such restraint. He refused to let that aged fool stand above him. So long as Nagato remained alive, the Eye of the Moon plan would proceed unimpeded, and Obito alone could ascend as the sage of the 6 paths of this shinobi world. Oh, are you planning to fight me? Don't forget, my lightning release holds a distinct advantage over you. You'll scarcely lay a finger on me. With a flick of her sleeve, Sunset drew forth a black rod and warned Obito. You know of my Kamui ability. But it hardly matters. Once I draw you into the Kamui dimension, starvation alone will claim you. Obito's single Mangekyō Sharingan spun rapidly as he bound 2 chakra chains around his wrists, then lunged forward hurtling toward Sunset. Watching Obito charge, Sunset raised her hand. Within crackling lightning, a radiant azure sphere coalesced, sparking with countless high-velocity lightning arcs spiraling in tandem with chakra. Slowly she clenched the sphere within her palm and surged forward to meet him. To starve me. You're vastly overestimating your own ingenuity. Try capturing me first. Humph. Thinking to suppress me again with lightning release. This time, however, I wear armor woven from rubber. Your lightning holds no dominion over me. A kunai pierced cleanly through Obito's intangible body, and Sunset's form passed through him as though through mist. Got you. Sensing that both their bodies had fully exited the physical realm, Obito instantly dispelled his intangibility, his chakra chains snapping taut, binding Sunset tight. Shun. Sunset's figure vanished without a trace. Feeling only empty air where the chains had gripped, Obito's pupils contracted sharply. Boom. A blazing sphere slammed into his back, searing lightning arcs tearing through fabric, slamming him face first into the earth and carving a crater deep into the ground, while imprinting a flying thunder god mark upon his flesh. Ever heard of flying thunder god technique? Second stage. What? A colossal plume of dust erupted, blurring his vision. Numb and staggering, Obito collapsed onto the scorched earth. How could she possibly master the flying thunder god? Gasping for breath, Obito suddenly recalled Sunset's raid on Konoha years earlier, the theft of the forbidden scroll, and comprehension flooded in. Miscalculation, utter miscalculation. Activating Kimui, Obito withdrew from the battlefield. As the dust settled, Sunset turned her gaze toward the distant mountains, where a brilliant azure radiance spilled forth, bathing the heavens in ethereal light. So that's the Akatsuki's battlefield. It seems the reconnaissance team has already engaged them. Glancing at Kakashi unconscious nearby, Sunset sprinted toward the demonic statue's location. Amidst the nocturnal carnage, the art duo's relentless bombardment forced the reconnaissance unit into desperate defense. Swarmed by legions of puppets, retreat became impossible. With additional Akatsuki members arriving, the tide turned decisively against them. Never imagined I'd earn distinction within this organization. Wiping blood from Kubikiri Bocho, Hoshigaki Kisame chuckled, surveying the 7 figures gathered, including himself. That distant shinobi's attire. Why does it look familiar? Planting Kubikiri Bocho into the earth, Kisame narrowed his eyes at Might Guy locked in combat with Kisame's comrade, same Hada-wielding Kisame. That man looks strangely familiar. Boom. Sent flying by Samahada, Guy emerged from the soil, shook his head, and grimaced at the falling comrades surrounding him, before fixing his resolute gaze upon Chiyo, who struggled to hold the line. Elder of Sunagakure, you deal with the puppet blockade behind us and lead your people to safety. I'll hold them off alone. What? They outnumber us vastly. How could you possibly withstand them? And our speed pales before theirs. Fleeing now would only make us prey, hunted down and devoured without mercy. Evading a lancing spear of iron sand, Chiyo wiped sweat from her brow. To think every Akatsuki member rivals the 5 Kage in strength. This is sheer terror. You truly have no path left. Submit quietly and be eradicated as mere prey. Kisame bared his fangs in a chilling grin. Then prepare for disappointment. Konoha's youth shall rise unwavering when destiny calls. 8 gates released. Gate of view, open. Crossing his arms before him, Guy unlocked the 8 gates in swift succession, reaching the gate of view. A torrent of chakra erupted, hurling Kisame backward with sheer force. A most peculiar chakra signature, unlike any technique I've witnessed. Surely worthy of Samahada's bite. While Kisame dismissed the threat, Hoshigaki Kisame, wielding one of the 7 swordsman's blades, stood frozen, utterly unnerved by Guy's unmistakable bearing. 8 gates released. Could he possibly be? Hearing Kisame's frantic heartbeat pounding beside him, Itachi's brow furrowed faintly. What's wrong? No, we must flee. This battle cannot be won. Not at all. Watching Kisame snatch up his massive blade and bolt backward, Itachi stared dumbfounded. This comrade had always seemed composed. Why had he transformed so utterly, so suddenly? Water-style water surge. The Akatsuki member Kisame Hoshigaki formed hand seals and struck the ground, causing waves of water to surge from beneath, dragging Might Guy along with several ninjas from Konohagakure and Sunagakure into the depths. Sensing the flowing water around him, Scorpion used the abilities of the 3rd Kazekage's magnet release to soar into the sky. In the center of the water, Might Guy attempted to swim to the surface, but was pulled down by a hand reaching from below. Once you're in my territory, there's no way you're leaving. With a loud bang, Guy unleashed chakra, kicking apart Kisame's water clone. Seeing the water sharks emerging from all directions, Might Guy's brows furrowed again. This place is filled with water, indeed not friendly for a taijutsu ninja. Whoosh. Guy flew out of the water's surface only to have a black, elongated hand grasp his ankle, and with a tremendous force he was hurled away. Young man, trying to heroically fend off the attacks of 7 of us alone, and allowing the main force to retreat, is not something just anyone can accomplish, especially someone who only knows taijutsu. That's not necessarily true. The flame of protection that resides in my heart will never fade because of fear. Even with your numbers, I will not back down, and this is what youth is all about. Looks like you are refusing my kindness and opting for punishment instead. Seeing that Might Guy still stood in front of him, Kakuzu's eyes glinted coldly, and he formed hand seals, summoning a bolt of blue lightning that flickered before him. Lightning-style false darkness. The blinding lightning struck the water's surface in segments, but all were evaded by Might Guy's agile movements. Pressure main. Upon seeing a shadow emerge from the water's depths, Might Guy immediately jumped away from his spot. Splash. As the water splashed Kisame's mist, and he submerged back into the water. Huh. Let's go meet Lord Evil God together. Haiden ran across the water's surface, his scythe whirling like a windmill, aiming for Might Guy's vitals. Meanwhile, from a distance, Itachi observed Might Guy being besieged by 3 opponents, his brow furrowed in concern. Kakuzu and Kisame's strength is not inferior to the 5 Kage, and although Haiden's attacks are close range, he only needs to draw a little blood to execute a finishing blow. It seems this guy poses a significant danger to the allied forces of Konohagakure and Sunagakure. On the water's surface, Haiden was kicked away by a mighty wind from Konohagakure, while Kisame clashed again with Might Guy. Earth-style hardening technique. Covering chakra on his foot, Guy kicked into Kisame's muscular body, then leaped into the sky to evade Kakuzu's heavy punch. In the air, humans cannot change direction. For a taijutsu ninja to dare do so is truly seeking death. Watching Might Guy about to fall from the air, Kakuzu sneered coldly. Oh, this guy's fists are still quite hard. It would be a pity if he were to be done for so soon. Kisame formed hand seals as torrents of water surged beneath him, sweeping towards the place where Might Guy was descending like a tsunami. Seeing countless sharks emerging from the waves, Might Guy began to gather the raging chakra within his body into his hands. Are you planning to set up sharks below and tear me apart directly? But the treasured beasts of Konohagakure will likely disappoint you. Peacock. Might Guy's body erupted with green light as he swiftly swung his arm, unleashing a barrage of massive fireballs through friction with the air, striking at the shark swarm in the waves. From the front, it appeared as if a peacock was spreading its tail, beautiful and splendid. Due to the recoil, he remained suspended briefly in the air. Nanny. Seeing the peacock technique nullifying and even countering the waves, both Kisame and Kakuzu frowned. This guy's taijutsu is indeed formidable. He can create an attack comparable to a large-scale fire-style technique just by the speed of his punches. It seems they cannot afford to be too careless. On the other side, the setting sun had reached the area surrounding the outer path golem, and along the way it suddenly spotted a figure with chestnut red hair lying by the roadside. Gaara lay in the sand, his consciousness fading, watching the night sky and hearing the explosions around him, feeling that his life was about to slip away. Is he about to die? What a pity. He lived to the end, yet never truly understood anything. No one liked him, no one cared for him. Ultimately, he was just like a tool used and discarded on the ground. There's still a trace of chakra left. It seems he can still be saved somewhat. Looking at Gaara's nearly lifeless form, the pattern of the Sharingan appeared in the eyes of the setting sun as he infused yang chakra into Gaara's body, sealing the power of the god of the setting sun inside him. Mom. Feeling a gentle hand caress his head, Gaara subconsciously called out. The setting sun replied, Don't call me mom, I'm currently single with no children and certainly won't have any in the future. The power of the god of the setting sun can ensure that he remains alive for about 7 days, and the yang chakra she infused will slowly restore his lost life force. As long as Sunagakure operates properly, he should have no problem surviving. Fortunately, the extraction of the tailed beast was interrupted, otherwise with the little chakra of Shikaku in him, even Tsunade would find it very difficult to save him. Creating a wood clone, the setting sun carried Gaara towards the distant battlefield, crossing the seal in the valley to press onward. At that moment, Madara had already sealed the power of the tailed beast into the outer path golem. Just as he was about to go out to find the setting sun, the two met directly in the tunnel. Setting sun, why are you back? Did you find something important? Indeed, I found something important that I might show to Big Brother. After watching the footage of the black Zetsu captured by the setting sun, Madara's brow furrowed tightly. He knew that the setting sun would not deceive him, but why would black Zetsu say such words? Madara Uchiha aims to become the sage of 6 paths, and it is clear that Obito and Nagato are merely pieces in the Eye of the Moon plan. He never expected that black Zetsu would harbor such great malice against the setting sun. Where is black Zetsu now? Upon hearing Madara's inquiry, the setting sun retrieved the sealing scroll hanging behind her. He's quite dangerous, so I've temporarily sealed him in the scroll. I can explain his specific plans to Big Brother later. Upon hearing the setting sun's response, Madara nodded. This certainly did not sound like something his will would say. Oh, for now, let it be, for the progress of the plan does not necessarily hinge on black Zetsu. Inside the temporary base of the Akatsuki, Pain's avatar was still worrying about the situation regarding Uchiha Obito when suddenly Juzo Biwa rushed in from outside in a panic. Leader, we must retreat quickly. If we don't, it will be too late. Looking at Juzo Biwa's flustered expression, Pain frowned slightly. There are people in Konoha who can use the 8 gates of Doinja technique. Right now he has only opened the 6th gate, so we still have a chance. If he opens all 8 gates, no one on the front lines will survive. The 8 gates of Doinja technique sounds like a ninjutsu I've never heard of. How could it be as powerful as you say? Besides, our Akatsuki has 6 cage level members. How can we possibly be easily defeated? You really need to calm down and trust your teammates. Pain regarded Juzo Biwa's nervousness as a sign of weakness given his lesser strength within the organization and attempted to comfort him. Boss, I'm not lying. The 8 Gates of Doinjia was once used by a man named Might Guy during the Third Shinobi World War. After he opened the 6th gate, our previous 7 ninja swordsmen could barely keep up with him, but once he opened that blood-red steam, anyone who came close would die. If I hadn't run fast, I would have been killed in one punch. Is he really that strong? Seeing Juzo Biwa nodding furiously, Pain felt a hint of concern about the battle ahead, yet he still did not issue the retreat order. After all, with the outer path golem rampaging and lacking the main body's ocular power, he couldn't move. Boom. A few rocks fell from the top of the cavern as Juzo Biwa sensed the earth trembling and hurried outside. Looking at the blue light rising from the horizon, he felt a chill run through him. Could he really be this unlucky? He had changed his appearance for so many years just to find a place to hide, only to encounter such a familiar scene again. On the battlefield, the 3 of them had originally been able to suppress Might Guy with 6 gates, but as the blue steam rose from the ground, the tide of battle instantly turned. Bang! A heavy punch struck Haiden's scythe handle, sending a wave of metallic vibration that caused blood to seep from Haiden's hands. How can this guy be so strong? This power is completely beyond what a human should possess. Haiden, grab him. It will be much easier to deal with him in the water. Ugh, how can I grab something like this? The heavy punch to his abdomen sent Haiden spewing blood as he tumbled into the water, while Might Guy was engulfed by the swirling waters. What? The chakra emanating from his body can actually push the surrounding water aside. In his fused state, with Samehada Kisame's pupils contracted as he watched the blue energy shield surrounding Might Guy. Kisame's 3 chakra clones of the land of water roamed through the water surrounding Guy, where the powers of wind, water, and lightning began to brew. Seeing Kakuzu's actions, Kisame formed hand seals, gathering a large amount of chakra into the shape of a giant shark and charging toward Might Guy. This technique can devour any ninjutsu attack. Just enjoy being surrounded and attacked in the water. Whoosh! The wind dragon vortex spewed by Kakuzu along with torrents of water and lightning spears closed in on the figure in the center. My clone can move in accordance with your actions. Just sit back and let me turn you to dust. As he saw the ninjutsu attacking him from all directions, Might Guy gathered chakra and swam upwards. However, Kakuzu's clone also launched an attack toward the center, and when the 3 attacks converged, they formed a more powerful chakra cannon. Hee, you can't escape. Watching as the 3 clones and Kisame's giant shark bomb were positioned beneath him, Might Guy suppressed the pain coursing through his body and gathered a massive amount of chakra in his hands. Is he planning to counter with ninjutsu? It seems he has indeed chosen an unwise course of action. Daytime Tiger. With his hands positioned below him, the compressed air was instantly expelled, and a white air cannon, resembling a tiger, quickly engulfed the 3 chakra clones. What a... Hee, it seems you are more suited for combat on land. True combat in the water is still my domain. Watching as the 3 chakra clones were shredded by the air cannon, Kisame propelled his giant shark bomb directly toward the Daytime Tiger. This technique can consume ninjutsu. In the water, sharks are invincible. However, as Kisame clashed with Daytime Tiger, he suddenly realized that it couldn't be digested. What a... Isn't this thing made of chakra? Seeing the giant shark bomb break apart and charge toward him, Kisame quickly used the water prison technique to defend himself. Boom. The white shockwave blasted a large gap in the surrounding waters, and the terrifying shockwave spread outward in a semicircle, causing ninjas within several kilometers to stagger due to the violent tremors of the earth. They'll fight you another day, old lady. Retracting his puppet, Sasori dashed toward Kakuzu and the others on the battlefield. Seeing Sasori leave and the damaged horn puppet on the ground, Chiyo sighed. She never expected that after Sasori disappeared, he would end up here. This was all her fault. Elder Chiyo, I found Gaara at the rear of the troops. What a... The water's turbulent waves subsided and the drenched Kakuzu leaned against a large rock, supporting the seriously injured Kisame. Cough, cough. That thing is actually a taijutsu attack. To deal that much damage with taijutsu in the water. Oh, it seems this is an intelligence issue. This guy's taijutsu is extraordinarily strong, not at all inferior to ordinary ninjutsu. We should hide and wait for the artistic duo's support, Kakuzu said while reaching for his chest. That last attack destroyed 3 of his hearts and severely injured Kisame. In terms of combat power, even if Hashirama Senju came close, he wouldn't fare any better. Boom. The stones beside them shattered as Kakuzu quickly activated his hardened technique to defend himself against the flying kick aimed at him. Just as Haiden arrived at the battlefield, he was suddenly sent flying by a strike from Kaku. Hey, you old man should lose some weight. Feeling Kakuzu's weight on him, Haiden shouted. Seeing Kisame so close, Might Guy extended his fist, but just as he was about to strike, a warning from his battlefield experience suddenly made him leap away. As black flames rose around him, Kisame laughed and looked toward Itachi, whose eyes were still bleeding. Hee, mister. Itachi has finally decided to make a move. Ka. Small suns rose from the ground as Deidara returned to the battlefield, having previously gone to cut off the escape route of the allied forces. The large number of clay bombs dropped from the sky forced Guy back. Meanwhile, Sasori, who had been fighting Chiyo, also returned to this battlefield. After all, with his teammates dead, he couldn't manage so many puppets alone. Looking at the 6 people gathered around and panting heavily, Guy smiled as he viewed the allied ninja who were gradually escaping behind him. Haha, father, it seems I have successfully guarded them. However, I don't think I can maintain the 7th gate for much longer. It will probably be impossible to escape now. The Akatsuki's capture of 9-tailed beasts certainly posed a huge threat to the ninja world, if he could eliminate most of their living force alone. Guy said, preparing to poke his thumb toward his chest, but suddenly a giant frog fell from the sky. Haha, it seems I'm late. I rushed over without stopping, and it sure took time. You are Jiraiya Sensei. Nii-san, have you met Pain yet? Do you mean the clone in the cave? I suppose that counts as having met him, though it was under Obito's identity. Come to think of it, Madara's original plan had been for Black Zetsu to manipulate Nagato into performing the outer path, samsara reincarnation technique, to resurrect him after the tailed beasts were captured. But now that Black Zetsu has been sealed, carrying out this plan has become far more complicated. After all, even if the Rinnegan were reclaimed, that young Obito seemed rather defiant. Perhaps he even dreamed of becoming the Sage of 6 Paths himself. As for using the outer path, samsara reincarnation technique, to resurrect himself, Madara was unwilling to entrust such a task to Yushi. And the cost of that technique was simply too great. Even Hashirama's cells could not mitigate its devastating side effects. If he abandoned the Eye of the Moon plan altogether, he could instead elevate Yushi to the Sage of 6 Paths, and then use the technique to restore himself. Yet he remained deeply uncertain. On one hand stood his sister's unwavering devotion, on the other the decades-long machination. The half-century of meticulous preparation he had devoted to the Eye of the Moon plan. Neither could he easily forsake. Obito, after Black Zetsu's sealing, he even launched another attack against me. He's probably still recuperating within the Kimui dimension. Is that so? This time he actually sided with Black Zetsu. Naturally, he cannot tolerate me since I oppose the Eye of the Moon plan. Speaking of which, brother, do you still intend to carry it out? Let me think it over once more. Madara sighed, gazing back at Yushi's steady searching eyes. Later I'll explain Black Zetsu's true purpose and history to you, brother. But right now there's something else that demands our attention. Though still weakened, her white-haired senior brother found himself in grave peril. Given the bond between Mount Myaboku and its allies, it was only fitting to lend him a hand. Aside from his lecherous habits, he was in truth quite admirable in every other respect. In watching Yushi dissolve into azure light, Madara cleared the cluttered thoughts from his mind. The Eye of the Moon plan would have to wait. For now, he must first complete the earlier phase of his strategy. At the rear of the battlefield, the allied shinobi forces had just begun evacuating Gaara at high speed, when suddenly a blinding pillar of fire erupted behind them, illuminating the world as if it were midday. It was Daidar's masterpiece art, C318, a blast powerful enough to obliterate an entire major shinobi village. I wonder how Juzuma and Might Gai-sama are faring. Enchio shielded her eyes against the roaring wind, gazing at the towering inferno piercing the heavens, and felt a quiet pang of concern for those Konoha shinobi. She hadn't expected foreign shinobi, mere outsiders, to willingly sacrifice themselves for the collective cause. Was this truly the embodiment of Konoha's will of fire? Watching Gaara carried ahead on a stretcher, Chio felt both reassured and unsettled. Gaara's condition defied normal physiology. His chakra flowed unnaturally. His heartbeat and respiration were several times slower than a healthy adult's. Yet every vital sign stubbornly declared him alive. Who, hidden in the shadows, grants him such strange power? At the heart of the battlefield, perched atop Gamaken's head at the edge of the crater left by the explosion, Jiraiya stood battered but unbowed. These people are extraordinary. If united, even a single great shinobi village would stand no chance against them. Noi had already been returned safely to Mount Myaboku via reverse summoning. No danger remained. Now, if only he could extract their combat intelligence, countless lives might yet be spared in the coming war. And given their overwhelming strength and the strategic significance of the tailed beasts, conflict with the 5 great nations was inevitable. In that sense, he was already leading the charge. I'm sorry, I've reached my limit. This is where I must leave you. And Gamaken raised half a shattered shield, gasped raggedly, and vanished in a puff of white smoke. Old man, you're alone now. No need to force yourself any longer. And Deidara descended from the sky and strode toward Jiraiya. To withstand his C3 bomb Hedon and remain so steadfast, that old man was formidable indeed. Still, they held the advantage in numbers. Defeat was impossible. He, Bright-Eye Jiraiya of Mount Myaboku, the sage of Su Dao, am far younger than the old man you speak of. Jiraiya surveyed the figures encircling him, formed the hand seals, and slammed his summoning tattoo onto the ground. Before chakra could flow into the seal, a figure slammed into his back. In tumbling forward several times, Jiraiya sprang up, forehead marked with a furious X, and glared at Yushi, who had appeared behind him without warning. Hey, could you at least show some respect for middle-aged men? My lumbar disc hasn't been doing well lately. PFFT. Who cares how I make my entrance? You're the one who insists on trading your life for results. What did you expect? Yushi stuck out her tongue in a playful grimace and teased him. Wait. Igor. Anidara stared at Yushi's familiar face, memories slowly surfacing. The time he'd fled Fire Country in rebellion, nearly caught by Konoha's ANBU for interrogation. Wasn't she taller 3 years ago? I'm pleasantly surprised you still remember me. But regrettably, you won't be taking this silver-haired lecher away today. Yushi stepped forward, arms spread wide, blocking Jiraiya's path. And hey, what business is it of yours? You can't beat them. You useless old man. If you're injured, lie down and stay still. I wouldn't have shown up at all if you weren't from Mount Myaboku. Insasori approached Deidara, watching his stunned expression with quiet curiosity. Do you know her? And yes, before I joined Akatsuki, she once saved my life. Damn, why did it have to be here? Deidara scratched his head, brow furrowed in conflicted thought, then mounted his giant white bird and soared backward. And there was no shortage of fighters on the field. He'd settle comfortably in the rear and watch the spectacle unfold. Why do I always feel that this little brat has something strange about him? From behind, Jiao Du, who was nursing his injuries, squinted his eyes slightly while looking at the sunset blocking Jiraiya. Although he had never seen him before, there was indeed a very familiar feeling. Hey little brat, you're not a leaf ninja, are you? Interfering in others' business could bring you trouble. I'm indeed not a leaf ninja, but from a broader perspective, perhaps we will still be on the same side in the future. Upon hearing the sunset's response, Xie slightly furrowed his brows. He was a veteran of the Akatsuki organization, yet he had never seen this little brat. What's the point of talking to him? Watch me send her to meet the Dark Lord directly. Although he had taken a few punches from Kai earlier due to Feiden's good self-healing abilities, he was currently in the best condition among the three injured. Watching Feiden run towards him, the sunset slapped a summoning seal on the ground, summoning a slug the size of a fist. Lord Jiraiya. Looking at the slug crawling on his shoulder, Jiraiya was taken aback. Tsunade is here. No, he hadn't sensed her chakra. Alright, you retreat first, I'll hold them off for a while. Wait, is this your slug? Ah, is that strange? Jiraiya with the slug began to retreat backward, glancing back at the sunset, engaging in battle, with Feiden, his expression filled with confusion. A person signing a contract with two sage lands. Can it really be like this? His junior sister is hiding quite a few secrets. Dodging the side's horizontal slash, the sunset leaped onto the blade and threw a kunai towards Feiden's neck. Clang. A piece of sandiron plate deflected the kunai, and the third Kazekage puppet controlled by Xie appeared behind Feiden. Magnet release, sand iron triangular spike. Watching the pointed object crashing down from the sky, the sunset took out a scroll from his waist, summoning a silver-black fan that steadily blocked the attack above. This weapon. Upon seeing the fan, Jiao Du suddenly understood. Isn't this the weapon of the person who has been competing with me for business these past few years? Could it be that the bounty hunter who was competing with me for business before is her? Do you know her? Hearing Guiyu's question, Jiao Du also furrowed his brows tightly. This guy has been active in the bounty office for a long time, but since she kept herself well hidden, I didn't know what she looked like. However, if she is here, we likely can't deal with her in our current state. Is she really that powerful for a little brat I don't look up to? Hearing Guiyu surprise, Jiao Du felt a pang of sorrow. If he and Feiden could defeat this guy, wouldn't they be able to snatch the bounty task? Words are just tears. Uchiha rebound. Countless sand, iron-long spears fell from the sky towards the sunset. Holding the fan in front of him, a wave of ice-blue light erupted from the snowflake pattern upon contact with the chakra. Boom. A blizzard engulfed the fan-shaped area before him, ice fragments flying into the sky. Feiden was blown away and clusters of ice began to freeze in the joints of the third Kazekage puppet. Damn it, I hate these thin small things that can get stuck in the joints. Throwing away the robe of the third Kazekage, Xie breathed fire from his hand, quickly melting the frozen joints and nodes. On the battlefield, the sunset glanced at Itachi, who was still floating in the distance, and Xie, who was busy. He split off a shadow clone to stay here, while his main body disappeared using the flying thunder god technique. Guiyu and Jiao Du were still injured and Deidara didn't want to take action, so let's leave it for now. There will be opportunities to spar with them later. By the way, the current pace seems a bit too fast. The tailed beast capture plan was implemented too early. She might not have time to conduct the fusion experiment of the three sage arts. Land of Snow. Instantly transported back to her home, the enormous chakra drain made the sunset cough several times. Cough, cough, cough. It seems the period of weakness is still here. Sister Xiang, you're finally back. Bai, who was still outside training, heard the commotion in the room and excitedly opened the door, hugging the sunset tightly. I've had some troublesome matters lately, so I didn't come home. I'm sorry, Bai. It's all right. Bai will always wait for Sister Xiang at home. Besides, since Sister Xiang has been away for so long, you must have important matters to attend to, right? As she spoke, Bai enjoyed rubbing against the sunset's body. Sister Xiang is small, soft, and has a scent of snow. Being close to her feels so comfortable. Sigh, indeed, there are many important matters waiting for me. Wanting to ruffle Bai's hair, but realizing she was shorter, the sunset awkwardly put her hand down. Bai is growing up, but why am I shrinking back? In the future, if we go out together, I hope I'm not mistaken for the little sister. Cough, cough. Speaking of which, Bai, hurry up and pack your things. We're leaving the land of snow for other places soon. Hearing the sunset say this, Bai was puzzled. Why do we have to do this? It seems we've been doing well in the land of snow. The queen has always treated them well, as she would come to talk to Bai whenever Sister Xiang was not around. Why must they leave? The ninja world is about to change. The land of snow is still a small country. We should wait until after the war to return. War. Hearing the sunset say this, Bai's pupils slightly widened. Strictly speaking, Bai's experiences are actually a microcosm of the misfortunes brought to the people after the war, so she does not like the emergence of war. Yes, the fourth great ninja war is about to begin, and I will likely appear as the instigator. Why are you willing to fight alongside me like before? Sister Xiang is the instigator of the war. Looking at the hand extended towards her, Bai hesitated for a moment, but placed her hand on it. Although she hated war and did not understand why Sister Xiang had become so radical, she was after all her benefactor, bringing her happiness and safety, teaching her knowledge and ninjutsu. No matter what, she should use all her strength to protect this precious bond. This is the value of her existence, so even if she truly went to the battlefield it would not matter, as long as Sister Xiang was happy, that is enough. Is this the younger sister you met on the road? She seems a bit weak, but that's not a big deal. In the cave, Uchiha Obito with his arms crossed looked at Bai, who was holding Xiang's hand, and said with a relaxed expression, Xiang grew up amidst the flames of war, surrounded by boys, and apart from her few brothers, she hardly had any companions. Perhaps seeing the children of other families made her suddenly want to fill the void of her own childhood. Hello. Although she was holding Xiang's hand, Bai couldn't help but stutter when faced with the powerful aura of Uchiha Obito. Xiang's brother looks quite difficult to get along with. Obito pointed at Bai's head, and then turned to check the current map of the 5 great nations planning to visit their home in the future. After Obito left, Bai let out a slow sigh of relief. I don't mind him. Although my big brother looks fierce on the surface, he actually has a good heart. He just has a bit of an obsession. I understand having such a brother in childhood must have made sure no one dared to bully Xiang He. Hearing Bai's words from behind, Uchiha Obito seemed to remember the time he almost stabbed Xiang to death with a kunai, and a frown appeared on his forehead. I may not have been a good brother before, but I will be in the future. The wicked white-haired man, I almost forgot about you. Once the plan is complete, I will personally settle the score with you. After hearing Obito suddenly say such a thing and run off quickly, Bai scratched her head in confusion. Did I say something wrong? It's not Bai's fault. This is related to the era back then. Xiang sighed and scratched her head. In fact, during the Warring States period, there were several siblings besides the 3 of them, but unfortunately, they all passed away at a young age. At that time, because she was a girl and the youngest, she was basically assumed to be unfit to grow up, yet in reality, she was the one who lived the longest among her siblings. Since she had already spoken with Kazuhana and Yukike, Xiang settled her home in the land of rivers, and then took Bai to the wet bone forest using the flying thunder god technique. Although she no longer had time to experiment with the fusion of 3 kinds of sage arts, she still needed to visit the wet bone forest. On one hand, it was to quickly recover her condition, and on the other, it was to inquire about the fusion of sage arts. Whoosh! A blue light flashed, transporting Xiang and Bai to the lush bamboo forest. Breathing in the fresh air here, Xiang let out a slow sigh. The climate here has always been very pleasant. Xiang, did we arrive at the wet bone forest? Bai, who was brought along by Xiang, looked at the unfamiliar scenery around her and curiously asked. Although she had come here once before with Xiang to implant Hashirama cells, she had only walked around the cave. She never expected the environment outside to be so beautiful. This is indeed the territory of the slug sage. Come with me, I will take you to visit the slug sage. Although she had been here many times before, she usually spoke only with the little slug and had never met the main body of the slug residing deep in the bamboo forest. Is it Lady Xiang returning? Walking on the stone path, Xiang smiled as she watched the little slug jumping towards her from the trees, placing it in the palm of her hand. Yes, I came to visit the slug sage and to restore my condition. Upon hearing Xiang's words, the little slug nodded. I didn't expect it to be this time so soon. What do you mean? Lady Xiang previously asked about the fusion of sage arts. This must be partly related to that, right? Hearing the little slug expose her purpose, Xiang scratched her head awkwardly. Isn't the slug sage the one with the strongest healing abilities? She should have a deeper understanding of nature and fusion. The sages of the 3 great lands indeed have their strengths and weaknesses, but the wet bone forest is the best in terms of sage art fusion. Upon hearing this, Xiang was taken aback. Could it be that the 3 great lands once collaborated on sage art fusion? Yes, in ancient times, before the Sage of 6 Paths had matured, the 3 great lands conducted the strongest sage art fusion experiment to resist the 10 Tails from absorbing the life of the ninja world. But unfortunately, due to the high difficulty, there were many failures, costing the 3 great lands many excellent descendants. Later, after Kaguya was sealed, this matter was buried in the dust. It was only after Lady Xiang arrived here that I remembered it. So is fusion of sage arts really very dangerous? Upon hearing the concern in Xiang's tone, the slug nodded. Not only is the fusion of sage arts dangerous, but even learning multiple sage arts at the same time is a risky endeavor. However, Lady Xiang is quite special, possessing extraordinary talent, and with her unique ocular techniques and the 6 Paths mark, she might really succeed. What is the 6 Paths mark? Hearing the slug say this, Xiang also looked at her palm. When she previously visited the moon, there was indeed a circular mark on her hand, but it disappeared after fusing Hashirama's cells. Could the 6 Paths mark be that thing? The 6 Paths mark contains the essence of the chakra that initially formed in the ninja world and belongs to the same type of energy as the 6 Paths yin-yang power, but in a different form of application. Logically, this thing should be in the hands of either Kaguya's child, the Sage of 6 Paths, or the Sage of the Feather Village. With the existence of such power, one can suppress the energy of nature and prevent the host from falling into excessively dangerous situations. The only drawback is that it is a consumable. But didn't Lady Xiang know when she fused with the first Hokage's cells? Xiang really didn't know when she had been tampered with. After all, she regarded that trip to the moon as an accident, but based on what the slug sage just said, could it be that that old man of the six paths deliberately pulled her over? Damn, why does it feel like I know everything, but actually know nothing? As Xiang quietly lamented by beside her was full of questions. The topics that the slug and Lady Xiang were discussing were so profound. Things like Kagaya and the six paths mark seemed completely incomprehensible. As dusk approached, a light drizzle fell from the sky. Guided by the slug, Xiang entered the temple nestled deep within the forest. I don't seem to see the slug sage here. Seeing the temple utterly empty, Xiang scratched his head in mild surprise. The white snake sage and the great toad sage had both traditionally awaited visitors seated within this very temple, yet the slug sage appeared to follow no such convention. Indeed, the slug sage's true form is simply too vast to reside indoors. She usually rests beside the lake behind the temple. Still, if Miss Xiang wishes to recover swiftly, consulting her true form would certainly be most effective. Upon hearing the young slug's guidance, Xiang nodded, and accompanied by passed through the main hall, the rear gate, and a thicket of untended trees, arriving at the quiet ring-shaped mountain terrain beyond. Sister Xiang, why does that hill ahead feel so strange? I gazed at the distant bluish-green slope, stepped forward and tapped it. Only to recoil in astonishment. It was soft. Little one, striking someone's belly without permission is rather impolite. Startled by the layered, echoing voices all around, I instantly drew a kunai and scanned the surroundings with sharp vigilance. Xiang lifted her head and gasped, shaking it rapidly in disbelief. The slug sage's true form stretched upward, vanishing into the clouds above. This must rival even the ten-tails in scale. You are the slug sage's true form. You've already sensed it, little Xiang. Still, for convenience, I shall speak to you through a manifested fragment. With those words, the colossal slug detached a humanoid fragment over a meter tall, which gently descended before them. This is the slug sage. Sorry. Hearing Xiang's voice, I blinked, momentarily stunned. Unperturbed by Bai's earlier gesture, the slug sage gently enveloped Xiang within her own immense form, preparing to channel her sacred arts to their fullest, restoring Xiang to peak condition. Isn't this far too soft? I feel like I'm sinking right in. Surrounded by utter darkness and yielding warmth, Xiang murmured uneasily. Stay still. Just a few hours, and you'll be fully restored. A soft emerald radiance bloomed across the sky. A ripple stirred across the lake below. To Bai's awestruck eyes, cerulean luminescence seemed to drift like mist from every corner of the world, converging upon the slug sage's colossal being. Inside the slug sage's form, Xiang felt her entire body cradled in gentle, soothing energy, warm currents flowing steadily along her meridians, suffusing her limbs and core. Such immense chakra. So sages wield not only senjutsu, but ordinary chakra itself is profoundly potent. Gradually lulled by that tender restorative force, Xiang's consciousness softened, and she slipped into slumber. When she awoke, dawn had fully broken. How long did I sleep? Sister Xiang, you're awake. Would you like something to eat? Seeing Xiang stir awake upon the broad lotus leaf, I cheerfully presented her with a rice ball. Sensing the abundant chakra now surging through her veins, Xiang smoothed her tunic over her chest and set the rice ball aside. Sigh. Another busy day begins. Rubbing her eyes and stretching languidly, Xiang finished a simple breakfast before heading off to bid farewell to the slug sage. Truly worthy of a sage, her post-8 gates exhaustion had vanished entirely in a single night. Had such recovery been available daily during those years of training in the land of snow, she might well have unlocked the 8th gate by now. Xiang trained using 2 ocular techniques in tandem with shadow clones, yielding exponential gains in efficacy, yet also intensifying fatigue. Yet such thoughts remain mere fantasy, being wholly enveloped like that was deeply uncomfortable. And if such aid were readily accessible every day, she'd hardly call it sage power at all. You're leaving so soon. Still, I understand the shinobi world grows ever more turbulent, and no doubt pressing matters await your attention. Before you depart, however, please accept this. Xiang watched puzzled as the slug sage exhaled a sapphire crystal pendant engraved with 3 tomo. What is this? A gift from my true form. A chakra stabilizer forged in the era of Kagaya by the 3 sage lands. It doubles as a chakra reservoir, but remains sealed. To activate it, you'll need the corresponding artifacts from each sage land. At these words, Xiang stared startled as one of the tomo on the pendant flared with soft light. What artifacts did the 3 sage lands possess? She had never heard of them. Noting Xiang's lingering confusion, the slug sage explained the toad oil of Myobokuzen, the dragon transformation mist of Ryukido, and the corrosive acid of Shikatsurin. Though called treasures, they're merely common substances found deep within each sage land. Yet their convergence signals the reactivation of the Senjutsu integration project. Having received her answer, Xiang offered a grateful bow before employing reverse summoning technique to transport herself directly to Myobokuzen to meet the great toad sage. Beyond gathering toad oil, she wished to seek the elder sage's counsel. After all, deploying such an artifact demanded respect for the local sage's consent, and she harbored several profound questions she longed to ask. Yet the first figure she encountered upon arriving at Myobo-Kuzan startled her. Might Guy? What brings him here? Uncle Bushybrows, are you alright? Shoo. Spotting the girl before him, Might Guy urgently gestured for silence. Don't speak. This place is perilous. If we don't leave immediately, something truly dreadful may unfold. Shiyong. Gazing at Guy's grave, uncharacteristically solemn expression, Shiyong wore a look of pure bewilderment. Oh dear, you're here? With multiple muscle tears and chakra levels so depleted you really ought to rest properly, at Myobo-Kuzan. At Shima's devilish laughter, and the quivering leaves before him, Guy broke out in cold sweat. Thank you so much. I truly am not hungry. Ha ha ha. Ahhh. Suddenly a toad's tongue lashed out, snatching Guy from the undergrowth and dragging him away. Oh dear. Such frailty, yet still refusing nourishment. How ungrateful for a toad's earnest care. Shima sighed, watching Guy vanish into the distance, hauled off by medical toads for a mandatory meal. From the grass, Shiyong glanced at Guy's utterly defeated expression and pitied him silently. Sigh. Even a genius who strives relentlessly can fear this. Oh, little Shiyong, it's been ages since you last visited Myobo-Kuzan. Why not join that leaf shinobi friend just now for a meal? I've mastered several new dishes lately. Peering through the parted reeds, Shima beamed at Shiyong with the warm maternal smile of a doting matriarch, causing Shiyang's face to freeze mid-expression. Yum. Actually, I only came to see the great toad sage. Truly. Lord Orochimaru, is it truly safe for us to hide here? In the mist-shrouded cavern, Kabuto Yakushi gazed uneasily at the serpents gliding silently across the damp stone floor. Rest assured. This place is a celestial sanctuary. Even the 5 great shinobi countries would scour the earth in vain to find it. We need only lie low here for a few months weathering the storm, then re-emerge as before. My deepest apologies. I alone am to blame for dragging you into such grave peril, Lord Orochimaru. Gazing upon Kabuto, who bowed deeply before him, Orochimaru spoke coolly. For now your transgression shall be recorded, but you may redeem yourself later. Yet whoever manipulated you so flawlessly, tampering with the Edo Tensei without your awareness, that foe is no mere shadow. Indeed, Kabuto, a prodigious jonin whose medical arts are matched only by his prowess in ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu, was utterly subdued, leaving no trace of resistance. Such mastery implies at least cage-level jinjutsu artistry. Moreover, Kabuto's own incomplete version of the Edo Tensei technique renders this all the more astonishing. Thus, the resurrected Madara Uchiha must have been fabricated, not by Orochimaru himself, but by that unseen hand seeking to frame him. Who then is this phantom master of both Edo Tensei and jinjutsu? Ah, the bitter taste of being wielded like a blade. Sasuke Uchiha slipped through my grasp, yet another schemer seized the moment to turn me into their pawn, and now even the land of sound remains beyond my reach. A catastrophic miscalculation indeed. Within Myobo-Kuzan, after diplomatically declining Shima's generous offering of insect delicacies, Shiyong slipped away like twilight itself, vanishing into the temple of the great toad sage. The great toad sage, still deep in slumber, stirred faintly at the disturbance and opened his eyes, gazing calmly upon Shiyong before him. Ah, little Shiyong has arrived. So, you've come seeking Senjutsu integration, I presume? No, not yet. It's far too early for me to harmonize with Senjutsu. I intend to wait until the tides of conflict settle before beginning formal training. Still, do you approve of my pursuing this path? Not approval, but precaution. Should calamity loom, the future of the shinobi world may well rest upon your shoulders. Hearing these words from the great orange toad seated upon the dais, Shiyang's brow furrowed, a silent question mark blooming above his head. Could his decision, whether or not to embrace Senjutsu, truly reshape destiny itself? Having gleaned no new insight from the great toad sage, Shiyong infused the crystal with toad oil and departed immediately for Ryuchi Cave. A soft poof, a wisp of white smoke curled upward in the cavern. Orochimaru turned and met Shiyang's gaze. For a breath, silence hung thick and awkward between them. Orochimaru, you fled all the way here. Shiyong stared astonished at the pale figure perched upon a stone slab, roasting a field mouse over a flickering flame. Shiyong, what cruel fate brings us face to face again? I'd yet to settle accounts for your interference when I sought that young Uchiha's vessel, and now you walk straight into my lair. From his throat coiled the Kusanagi sword. Orochimaru lunged forward, eyes burning with bloodlust. Half a second later, he flew backward, flung violently in the opposite direction. Pushing himself upright, Orochimaru stared, dumbfounded, at the crimson light pulsing along Shiyang's forearm. What just happened? Oh dear, so eager to charge at me on sight. How impatient you are, Lord Orochimaru. With that, Shiyong deactivated his ocular technique and fixed Orochimaru with a pair of blazing crimson eyes, 3 tomos spinning slowly within each iris. Orochimaru's arrival could not have been more fortuitous. He was indispensable to Shiyang's next phase of design. The Sharingan. No, it cannot be. How dare you possess the Uchiha sacred Dijitsu? As Orochimaru recoiled in shock, Shiyang's twin orbs flared, the 3 tomo within each eye blurring, merging, and resolving into the distinct dart-like pattern of the Mangekyō Sharingan. At the sight of that singular spiraling motif, Orochimaru's memory surged back to the imposter who had masqueraded as Kabuto infiltrating his laboratory with chilling precision. So it was you. No. Wait. That matters less than this. You were present at the examination grounds, weren't you? Was it you who resurrected Madara Uchiha to cast the blame squarely upon me? In that instant, Orochimaru unraveled the entire conspiracy, its threads, its motives, its execution. And as he glared at Yushi Yang's serene, knowing smile, his face flushed an ominous green. Oh my, how remarkably astute of you, Lord Orochimaru. You've reconstructed my entire sequence of actions with startling speed. I must thank you for granting me the very opportunity that allowed my grand design to unfold seamless and inevitable. You insolent Uchiha brat. You'll soon learn the price of conspiring against me, Orochimaru. His hands flashed through the summoning seal. Ripples of chakra radiated outward. From every crevice and fissure in the cavern, colossal serpents erupted, fangs bared, scales glistening. Ha ha ha. So you've come to Ryuchi Cave in search of Senjutsu. Alas, it is too late. Though you passed the three snake princesses' trials, I forged my covenant with Ryuchi Cave long before you arrived. Even should I end you here, the white snake sage would scarcely rebuke me. After all, how many shinobi have perished seeking Senjutsu throughout history? To one who has lived 1,000 years, one more life weighs less than mist upon the wind. Orochimaru shifted his seals, commanding the serpents to swarm and strike. But Sakon stretched into silence. Not a single coil stirred. Kia, 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 an imaginary crow cawed overhead. Orochimaru swept his gaze across the motionless, unblinking serpents, then scowled, his expression darkening. You've already sworn the covenant with Ryuchi Cave. Damn it. Oh my, how uncannily perceptive you are, Lord Orochimaru. To deduce that so swiftly, truly impressive. Yushi Yang smiled gently, while Orochimaru closed his eyes, raised the Kusanagi sword, and charged once more. This chamber was small. If he refused to meet her gaze, even for a heartbeat, he might yet prevail. His own acute sensory perception, honed over decades, could still match this wicked child in combat. As Orochimaru hurtled forward, Yushi Yang formed the hand seals. Violet chakra shimmered across his eyelids. The Senjutsu chakra of Ryuchi Cave fused seamlessly with the cavern's dense, clinging mist. Mid-lunge, Orochimaru froze, his senses reeling. Impossible. Her chakra signature, it's vanished entirely. Meanwhile, within Ryuchi Cave's inner sanctum, the white snake sage listened idly as a small serpent relayed the battle's progress, then merely waved a languid claw. Let mortals resolve their grudges as they will. Yushi Yang, that clever girl, will not strike to kill. Go about your duties, untroubled. Understood. In a red space woven from illusions, Orochimaru was pinned down by 4 rusty long nails, firmly securing him in place. The illusionary chain technique, a control-based genjutsu derived from the Sharingan, is perfectly suited for dealing with someone as mentally weak as Orochimaru. The wicked little Uchiha, you can't kill me. I wouldn't want to kill you after all. Uncle Snake still has his uses for me, and you are also from the Dragon Cave, aren't you? Even if I wanted to kill you, I'd have to give some face to the white snake sage, wouldn't I? Yeah. Hee, since you don't want to kill me, then hurry up and let me go, okay? Aren't you afraid that I might suddenly bite you a few times when you're weak? Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Shiyang shook her finger. Don't worry, I will definitely let you go. Oh, I just need you to help me with something. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru suddenly turned his head and coldly said, I'll do it. Most of you will too. What I want to you will. What else do I need to help with? Looking at the dispersing chakra of Xiang's sage arts, Orochimaru felt a bit sour, thinking, she only has so many skills. What more can this little brat ask of me? To be clear, she is now a wanted criminal throughout the ninja world. I want to ask you to go to the Land of Whirlpools. The Land of Whirlpools. Upon hearing of that place which had been destroyed many years ago, Orochimaru furrowed his brow slightly. That's right, although there are only ruins left in the Land of Whirlpools, there should still be some remaining Death God masks. I need you to help me find the corresponding Death God to release the soul of the deceased Minato Namikaze. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's face turned green. Good grief, what kind of help is this? Isn't this just sending me to be the substitute? The corpse demon technique isn't so easily undone. Even if she can be revived many times, no one wants their soul to be caught in that thing. Impossible. How is this any different from killing me? Don't be so quick to refuse. As the hardest living being in the ninja world, surely Mr. Orochimaru can accomplish this task, right? Isn't the Death God after souls? When he captures you, how about you use the corpse rebirth to escape? Seeing Orochimaru's look of, are you messing with me? Xiang waved her hand to explain. In the original story, Orochimaru relied on the loophole of corpse rebirth to successfully trick the souls of the 4 Hokages out of Konoha, so she surely can do it here. However, she was also doing this to use the chakra of the 9 tails to replace the one in Naruto's body. After all, no matter how you put it, Naruto had taught her for half a month, and with just a few calls of master, she couldn't let this kid die for nothing. Angry. After hearing Xiang's words, Orochimaru fell into deep thought for a moment. Theoretically, she could indeed do this since her body hadn't yet undergone reincarnation. However, she is a very cautious person. What if after doing all this little brat crushes her during her weak period? How can you guarantee that after I help you get what you want, kill me? I will swear by the Uchiha clan name that after you give me what I want, make things difficult for you, and I will help you live in the light again, but the premise is to stop human experiments. He what a little fellow filled with a sense of justice. I suppose I will reluctantly agree to you for now. Agreeing verbally means that I can find an opportunity to sneak away later. After all, Orochimaru have always been untrustworthy. Looking at the vanishing feeling of restraint around her, Orochimaru instinctively wanted to stick out her tongue to lick her lips, but was suddenly caught by Xiang. Seeing Xiang suddenly holding her tongue, Orochimaru felt a few drops of cold sweat rolling down her forehead. Could it be that the Jinjutsu of the Uchiha clan has the function to see through inner thoughts? Xiang left a flying thunder god mark on her tongue and simultaneously injected a trace of chakra into Orochimaru's body. Upon sensing the completely female physiological structure, she raised an eyebrow. This guy actually turned female. It's truly incredible. Using the perception from Sage Mode and the inside of the Sharingan to detect the white snake's true form within Orochimaru's body, Xiang threw a glowing red pill into her mouth, then quickly formed hand seals and cast a sealing technique onto her chest. What did you do to me? Feeling the strange chakra being injected into her body and the pulsating sensation with her heartbeat, Orochimaru's pupils suddenly constricted. It's nothing, just a temporary internal mini-dimension created using Sage Art's sealing techniques and eye techniques. You can consider it a safety device. Well, what do you mean? If the chakra within you suddenly reverses or stagnates, it will unfold inside your body, allowing the Sage Arts to return to normal. Even if it's just a smaller version of the white light technique, it will still be a high-frequency attack. After being hit your true form, the white snake will need at least 3 days to regain mobility, which is enough time for me to find a way to you. This is also to prevent you from using corpse rebirth to escape any special measures taken for breaking the agreement. However, once you finish these tasks, I will also grant you some special rewards such as branches and leaves from the divine tree, the body of white Zetsu, or even money and other things. Under Xiang's imposing pressure, Orochimaru reluctantly agreed. The evil Uchiha clan is truly full of schemes. How did I end up thinking about going to such a place to avoid trouble? Another day of Uncle Snake being persecuted. While Xiang and Orochimaru were talking, Nagato's true body and Konan had already returned to the base within the Land of Rivers. After receiving the memories of the Zetsu clone, they inquired about the remaining members of the Akatsuki organization. Whoosh! In a deep cave, a vortex slowly appeared in front of Nagato. It was Toby, who had fully recovered. Was that you earlier? Upon Toby's approach, Nagato looked at him with his Rinnegan. Do you think I can control the outer path 10 tails? I don't even know I have such great ability. Then who was that person before? That person? Recalling Obito's figure, Toby's expression hesitated. Should he tell Nagato about Uchiha Madara's identity? This seemed like a significant issue. It seems you do know something, but it doesn't matter. The chakra within the outer path 10 tails has already been replenished. Even if that guy suddenly appears, as long as the Akatsuki members are willing to cooperate, he won't be able to defeat me. I am the key to this world. Looking at the seemingly confident Nagato, Toby fell silent. It feels a bit challenging to fight Madara with Nagato and an outer path 10 tails with 6-tailed beasts, doesn't it? Not to mention that these eyes originally belonged to Madara. It seems I should find another way. After conversing with Orochimaru for a while, Xiang headed towards the location of the White Snake Sage. Upon entering the temple, the White Snake Sage seemed to say very little, as if everything that needed to be said had already been covered by the Slug Sage and Gamabunta. After obtaining the transformation mist, Xiang paid his respects to the White Snake Sage and was about to leave when he suddenly noticed an unexpected person appearing here. It was Yakushi Kabuto. Is he here to learn ninjutsu as well? It seems to be earlier than in the original story. Watching Yakushi Kabuto leave his field of vision with a serving of fried eggs, Xiang turned around and slowly vanished into the mist. It would probably take Kabuto several months to master Sage Mode, and by the time he really learns it, most of the important matters would likely be over, so there's no need to worry about him. After the joint forces of the Sand and Leaf returned, the 5 Kage seemed to convene another meeting, and this time the intelligence gathered was even more comprehensive than before, with even the data on the members of the Akatsuki having been sorted out. Deidara, a ninja from the Mangekyō, who disappeared years ago, known for repeatedly sabotaging village facilities, later exiled by Inoki to live outside. Sasori, a ninja who vanished at the beginning of the Third Shinobi World War, grandson of Chiyo, a Sand Elder. Hidden suspected remnants of the Jashin cult. Kisame, information unknown, appears to be a bounty hunter. Juzo, a member of the Second 7 Ninja Swordsmen. Chojuro, a member of the First 7 Ninja Swordsmen. Itachi, Uchiha and strength rogue ninja from the Leaf. As he reviewed the files on the rogue ninjas from the other 4 nations, the third Raikage found himself sweating profusely. Why are all these rogue ninjas from your countries? Each of them has the strength to match us. Can't you keep a better eye on your own people? Hearing the Raikage's dissatisfaction, Inoki the Tsuchikage helplessly crossed his arms and sighed. Isn't it normal to have rogue ninjas? With more ninjas being trained collectively, it's inevitable that some issues will arise, but I didn't expect these powerful rogue ninjas to gather together, showing that we, the 5 great nations, have been a bit negligent. Speaking of which, I previously thought that Deidara was just going through a rebellious phase, but I didn't expect that upon seeing him again, he would cause such a big mess. It seems he had even sought a mission from the Akatsuki back then. Oh, I must be getting old not noticing that. That Tsuchikage makes a good point. We shouldn't be discussing these matters now. With this intelligence, we at least know whom we should target and where to strike. Upon hearing Danzo's statement, Sarutobi Hiruzen also nodded in agreement. Indeed, although we haven't yet discovered Uchiha Obito's whereabouts, he is likely already within the borders of the Land of Rivers. Currently, the Akatsuki and Uchiha Obito are holding fort at one point. We need to gather the strength of the 5 great nations to completely eliminate this threat. Right, besides gathering the troops, we also need to protect the remaining 8 tails and 9 tails. After all, we don't know what the Akatsuki plans to do with so many tailed beasts. Just thinking about Gaara's frail state, while recuperating in the rear, Raza furrowed his brows. After Shikaku was extracted from Gaara's body, he surprisingly survived thanks to that peculiar power. While I'm grateful that someone helped him in secret, the fact that the tailed beast was extracted so quickly shows that the Akatsuki is definitely up to no good. We'll take care of protecting the Jinchuriki in our village, since the battlefield is in the Land of Rivers, and the vast sea behind the Raijin Gorge limits their capabilities to some extent. Speaking of which, doesn't your village possess a massive turtle island that can move on the sea? Upon hearing Inoki's question, the Reikage nodded. We do indeed have a giant sea turtle that can drift on the ocean, evading enemy reconnaissance. Additionally, it has facilities used by previous Jinchuriki for training, which is why I suggested that our village take charge of protecting the Jinchuriki. After briefly discussing the plan, the 5 Kage decided to hold another meeting. After all, some things cannot simply be clarified on a large screen. A specific troop deployment's progress of plans and strategies against the enemy must be discussed in person. After hanging up the signal, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff from his old pipe and retrieved a crystal ball from under the table. Infusing chakra into it amidst the azure glow, the image of Naruto dining at Ichiraku Ramen, with Kakashi under the protection of several Umbu, gradually emerged. Seeing Naruto looking unharmed, Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a faint sigh. The village really can't afford to be tossed around anymore. However, after incorporating Danzo's root, the Umbu's defensive strength has increased by nearly half. For now, protecting the 9 tails until we rendezvous with the Cloud Village shouldn't pose a problem. Creak. The door was pushed open and Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback at seeing Jiraiya, who had more white bandages wrapped around him. Jiraiya, how come you've gotten more bandages so soon after your injuries? Hahaha, isn't that just my old problem flaring up again? Today I got whacked by an old lady patrolling the bathhouse with her cane, but it's just superficial injuries, nothing serious. Looking at Jiraiya's cheerful demeanor, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but smile wryly. You're still so optimistic, huh? But this time, thanks to you and Might Guy holding off the 6 members of the Akatsuki, the support team was able to retreat safely, which is a great achievement. I was actually Might Guy who covered the retreat. I can't take credit for that. Besides, I was behind, so it wasn't me who held them back for the retreat to happen. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen fell into contemplation. Are you saying that Xiong of the Snow Clan suddenly rushed out and turned the tide? Although that girl's entrance wasn't very dignified, it was indeed because of her that I'm able to stand here and talk to you. It's strange, after the Chunin exams, didn't she return to the Land of Snow? That extremely northern place is a long way from the Land of Rivers. That's something I don't understand either, but no matter how you look at it, she shouldn't be considered our enemy, especially since both Mayaboka Mountain and Surebone Forest have signed contracts with her, maintaining good relations with the Leaf. Surebone Forest is a difficult place to find. The only way would be to seek Tsunade. It seems that girl likely has a decent relationship with Tsunade and is definitely on our side. As the 5 great nations convened for their next meeting and gathered war supplies, the setting sun had already returned to the territory of the Chuan nation. Brother, I'm back. It seems your body has aged a bit, hasn't it? Upon returning, Xiong looked at the fragments that had fallen from Uchiha Madara's face, surprised as he spoke. It appears that the Edo Tensei cannot completely allow the resurrected to remain in the world, but this might also be related to the technique of Edo Tensei she studied. After all, she was still using Orochimaru's modified version, yet the closest to a perfect Edo Tensei state should be the version that Yakushi Kabuto customized specifically for her brother. This body is fundamentally fine, it's just that over time the sacrifice seems to have been eroded by the aura of death. Uchiha Madara twisted his hand and frowned at the slowly recovering state. The chakra used for Edo Tensei seems different from that of the living. Perhaps in 3 days he will be forced offline due to the deterioration of the sacrifice. Then he'll just prepare for another Edo Tensei, he'll gather some good materials, and I must restore my brother to his peak state. Oh, by the way, when you help me perform Edo Tensei, please summon Izuna as well. Hearing Madara say this, Xiong was taken aback, then a faint smile curled at the corners of her mouth. It seems my brother is still looking forward to our 3 siblings returning to the ninja world. Alright, I'll do it, but I need my brother to provide the coordinates. Originally, Xiong planned to wait until the Great War ended and everything returned to peace before summoning Izuna and performing the reincarnation ninjutsu, but if her brother wanted to do it, she could do it earlier. Then I'll leave this matter to you for now. By the way, there's also that kid Nagato. The Rinnegan should be very beneficial to you, right? Looking at the question posed by Uchiha Madara, Xiong shook her head. As for the Rinnegan, I won't need it for now. I plan to talk to Nagato about some matters. After all, the public leader of the Akatsuki organization is still him, and following etiquette before engaging in conflict has always been my principle. When I truly need the Rinnegan later, he'll take action then. You're still the same, but when it comes to big matters it's better not to be too merciful, Madara said as he gently ruffled Xiang's hair. This isn't called mercy, after all his goals align with my thoughts, just our positions differ. Moreover, strictly speaking, we are merely ambitionists birthed from war. My brother and Hashirama established the hidden leaf system for the peace of the ninja world, while Nagato also walked this path after experiencing the pains of war and the shattering of the first Akatsuki. Although Nagato's tragic experience cannot be separated from the actions of my brother and Obito in reality, it is a mixture of multiple factors. As long as the flames of war in this ninja world continue to blaze, there may well be a second Nagato, a third Nagato in the future. If we do not put an end to war at its source, the ninja world will always have innocent individuals suffering from persecution. During the time when Hashirama was alive and founded the Hidden Leaf, it was actually the most peaceful period in the entire ninja world, but unfortunately that piece of wood did not live long. In any case, strength is the hard truth. After conversing with Madara for a while, Shion grasped the crystal glowing with blue light in her hand. After obtaining the coordinates of Azuna's grave, she immediately disappeared using the Flying Thunder God technique. At that time, the skies over the Hidden Leaf were dark, and the once bustling night market seemed to have closed early with only a few pedestrians wandering the streets. Whoosh! In this atmosphere of tension, shadows darted across the rooftops of the Hidden Leaf, and the village's security forces were patrolling the surroundings in an orderly manner. The faint moonlight in the sky was briefly obscured by dark clouds, and in just a moment a masked figure in a black cloak appeared on a utility pole near the market. It looks like the Hidden Leaf is also preparing troops and strategic supplies. Shion observed the figures running in the distance, gradually blending into the depths of darkness. On the back mountain of the Hidden Leaf, Obito, who had placed several bouquets of flowers in front of Rin's grave, seemed to sense something and hurriedly phasing into the Kimyu dimension. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of footsteps on the stone path rang out from around, and Kakashi, holding a few white flowers, was taken aback at the fresh bouquets on Rin's tombstone. I'll have someone come before me. Placing the remaining bouquet at Obito's tombstone, Kakashi crouched down, and a hint of pain flashed in his eyes. On the blink of an eye, so many years have passed, and the ninja world seems to be on the brink of war again. Oh, it's truly a disgusting piece of news. But I won't just stand by and watch my comrades die like before. You all will surely cheer for me from above, right? After expressing his feelings in front of Obito and Rin's graves, Kakashi heard the faint sounds of a warning whistle nearby and stood up to disappear from the sight. After Kakashi disappeared, Obito returned to his tombstone and swept away the flowers placed on it. You failed to protect what should have been guarded, Kakashi. Your cowardly behavior is truly disappointing. But soon, once I seize the fruits of the Sage of Six Paths victory, you won't have to live in this false world any longer. Obito looked at the sky and slowly vanished into the whirlpool. Shortly after, as Shion passed by, she saw the fallen flowers at the tombstone and gathered them again, placing them in front of Rin's grave. Oh, it seems Kakashi and Obito have come by, or it looks like I just missed another iconic scene. Shion smiled, and then hurried towards the further area. Do I not need to accompany you tomorrow morning? Just focus on healing your injuries. I'll take Asuma and Moonlight Gale to the Five Shadows Conference. Moreover, Konoha has already sent a message to Tsunade, and she is likely to return the day after tomorrow. In the Hokage office of Konoha, Jiraiya scratched his head, feeling a headache upon hearing the news of Tsunade's return. It seems that it won't be a good time to gather materials in the next few days. After all, with the imminent battle and his own injuries still not healed, if Tsunade were to break a few more of his bones, it would be disastrous. Just as the master and disciple were conversing on the scene, suddenly, an Umbu jumped in through the side window and whispered something into Sarutobi Hiruzen's ear. Nanny. To arrive at such a time, it seems the visitor has chosen a good moment. Jiraiya was taken aback at the serious expression of Sarutobi Hiruzen. What happened? There are outsiders in the village, possibly Orochimaru. I need to check it out first. On the back mountain of Konoha, the setting sun planted a shovel into the ground, and after inspecting the coffin in front of her, she stored it into a space scroll. This is probably the body of the second brother, but due to the passage of time it seems to have decayed excessively. However, it can still be distinguished through the clothing and bones. Sigh, if only I could awaken the Mangekyō Sharingan earlier, perhaps the three of us could have survived back then. Just as the setting sun finished these thoughts and was preparing to fill the pit back, and several shurikens suddenly flew towards her from behind. Who are you? After dodging the incoming attack, the setting sun looked at the Umbu rushing towards her in the distance, her chakra gathering. Have I been discovered by the patrol? Then please enjoy your sleep a little longer. The setting sun formed hand seals with her hands, preparing to cast an illusion technique, but suddenly a cold gleam shot up from the ground towards her neck. Clang. Breaking the incoming kunai, the setting sun kicked Kakashi away and then immediately reacted upon seeing the Hyuga clan ninja in the distance. Suddenly forgetting the incident of Orochimaru summoning Uchiha Obito, all the major countries were on high alert regarding their own graveyards. It seems she has stumbled into someone else's warning zone. You have nowhere to escape, surrender now. Kakashi wiped the shoe prints off his clothes and warily gripped his kunai. It seems you all are quite confident, but just relying on a few of you won't catch me. Then how about adding me to the mix? Hearing the aged voice, the setting sun turned around and saw Sarutobi Hiruzen standing on the hillside looking at her with a serious expression. It's the third Hokage. I didn't expect you to be brought here too. Stop the nonsense. What is your relationship with Orochimaru, and what bad intentions do you have coming to this long-abandoned graveyard? Heaven and earth as my witness, I just wanted to see my deceased relatives. How could that be considered a bad deed? This abandoned grave's history can be traced back to before the founding of Konoha. Do you think saying such things is humorous? Anumbu glanced at the excavated area in the distance, mocking her. You don't believe me? Fine, I never intended to explain it to you. But the next time we meet it will probably be during the Ninja World War. I hope by that time you can hold out for a few more rounds against me. Looking at the two thick stacks of explosive tags pulled from her sleeve, everyone present felt a chill run down their spines. Is this guy carrying so many explosive tags to blow up Konoha? Get down. Earth-style earth flow wall. Looking at the bright white light, many ninjas present, including Sarutobi Hiruzen, activated their ninjutsu for defense, but after a while it seemed there was no explosion. Noticing something was off, Sarutobi Hiruzen jumped atop the earth flow wall, only to find that the setting sun had already disappeared from there. Running so fast. Could it be a space-time ninjutsu? At that moment, the setting sun had returned to the land of rivers using the flying thunder god technique and was carefully putting away the explosive tags. The white light is the effect of sage art. That place is also the graveyard where Uchiha clan members died during the Warring States period, and she naturally wouldn't use explosive tags to disturb those sleeping there. The setting sun looked at the dark sky and the dim light surrounding her, planning to rest well tonight and prepare for the troublesome Edo Tensei ceremony early tomorrow. At the Akatsuki's base in the land of rivers, Nagato sat alone on the rooftop, gazing at the light rain falling from the sky. Although his heart remained firm, the thought of Uchiha Obito effortlessly subduing the outer path golem and instantly drawing five-tailed beasts into his body filled him with unease. Who exactly is that guy? The outer path golem can be controlled by others besides himself, and this power beyond his control makes Nagato feel very insecure. While Nagato was still worried, he also received intelligence from Deidara. Due to the disappearance of Zetsu, the Akatsuki's intelligence network had shrunk by 80, so this time other members were temporarily sent to replace Zetsu in seeking information about the 5 major countries. Fortunately, during the last incident in Konoha when the Sand Shinobi forces escaped, there were still a few injured who hadn't managed to flee, and they were controlled by Deidara, using special needles returning to their country as spies inserted into Konoha and the Sand Village. Are the 5 major countries preparing to unite to attack the land of rivers? Inside the cave, upon hearing this news, Nagato's brows furrowed tightly. That's what the rumors suggest. Moreover, the movements from both the Sand Hidden Village and Konoha are not small. If the 5 major countries really gather tens of thousands of troops to deal with us, it will be quite difficult for us. Although the members of the Akatsuki are all powerful, the influence of the 5 shadows should not be underestimated. Once they truly mobilize and gather tens of thousands of ninja troops to surround this place, their situation will be exceptionally dangerous. After all, humans are not machines. Eventually, there will come a moment when their chakra runs out. If the outer path golem activated by the leader cannot be of any use, it will likely lead to great trouble. However, it seems they mentioned that Uchiha Obito is also within the borders of the land of rivers, seemingly wanting to eliminate us together. Uchiha Obito. Which Uchiha Obito are they referring to? Upon hearing this keyword, Nagato inquired curiously. Unnaturally, it's the one who was unexpectedly summoned by Orochimaru during the Chunin exams. Deidara said, pulling out a portrait from his robe. Uchiha Obito's appearance is not a secret in the ninja world. After all, there's a statue of him at the Valley of the End. Nagato held the portrait in his hand, and upon seeing the figure clad in armor with wild hair, several question marks appeared above his head. This Obito seems to truly be Obito, but the previous Uchiha Obito who had been by my side for many years really bore no resemblance at all. On the quiet meadow, a gentle breeze swept in from all directions, carrying the fragrant scent of grass that brushed against the tender face of the setting sun. A blue flash suddenly appeared behind the setting sun as a shadow clone emerged, holding 2 white figures beside the main body, and spoke. After checking the condition of the 2 white figures, the setting sun patted their heads, ignoring their foul language as she pressed them into the coffin. This time, the sacrificial offerings were decent, likely stronger than the hastily found white figures from last time, but to restore the eldest brother's peak strength to over 90, it seemed the improved Edo Tensei would still be necessary. However, Orochimaru is probably still busy, so I won't seek her out. A slender little hand propped up in front of her as the setting sun looked at her shadow clone, who had a rose in her mouth, and with a bored expression pushed her away from the coffin. Hey main body, I've worked hard for you all these years on tasks and training. Aren't you going to prepare a reward? A reward? Alright, go catch a few more for me. Let's see if I can pick the best one out. Watching the setting sun take out the drawings for the Edo Tensei, starting to examine them closely, the shadow clone also wrapped her arms around her waist. If you want give me a reward, then I'll just take it myself. Don't move, don't reach into your clothes, haha. I'm going to die from itching. On the meadow, accompanied by green water and grass, butterflies gently landed on the vibrant wildflowers as 2 adorable black-haired girls seemed to be playing around in the fragrant grass. A few minutes later, the setting sun with a slightly flushed face adjusted her somewhat messy clothes, then delivered a chop to the shadow clone's head. When dealing with serious matters, no messing around, understood? Well, isn't this just to relieve your stress? After all, the one who knows you best is yourself, right? Holding her throbbing head, the shadow clone also chuckled. In front of the white figures, she needed to be a responsible and reliable sister, and in her eldest brother's eyes, she had to embody a strategic aura to prove her path was correct. Yet facing the fourth great ninja war, a massive conflict involving tens of thousands, which could affect the fate of the entire world, how could one not feel pressure, even with many plans in mind? After all, watching anime and experiencing it firsthand are two entirely different matters. I understand what you mean, but staying here is just relaxation for me, right? Glancing at the beautiful surroundings, the setting sun sighed. The tranquil and deserted environment coupled with the gentle breeze was the most relaxing. In such an environment, wasn't she in great shape? Are you really relaxed? Really relaxed? Really? After spinning around with the shadow clone a few times, the setting sun decisively pulled out a long breadstick from behind and stuffed it into the shadow clone's mouth. Gurgle, a mournful sound from her stomach, made the setting sun kick her shadow clone out, sending her to prepare breakfast. And why not eat the bread just now, you ask? Probably because the setting sun felt that long breadstick didn't even count as dessert after a meal. Watching the shadow clone leave with that resentful little gaze, the setting sun turned around, took a deep breath, and then took out the space scroll on the ground, beginning to fiddle with the materials related to Edo Tensei. Edo Tensei, as a forbidden technique invented by the evil white-haired one, has broken the rules even in the entire history of the ninja world. By utilizing the cellular tissues of the deceased, extracting chakra information, and summoning the soul of the deceased back to the ninja world through summoning techniques. Although I understand the principle, I am not an expert like Orochimaru, so I can only try my best to restore my eldest brother's strength. Is this the Edo Tensei? It seems a bit different from the techniques of Senju Tobarama. At this moment, Uchiha Madara, whose body was faintly crumbling, approached the setting sun, glancing at the complex formation with a hint of surprise. If it's just the initial version of Edo Tensei, then it's likely that even 20 of my brother's strength cannot be exhibited, especially since this ninjutsu was sealed in the Book of Seals as soon as it was invented by Hashirama, and that evil white-haired one died too early and couldn't develop it further. If he had another 50 years to focus on research, he might have summoned the Sage of Six Paths. Hearing the setting sun's joking remark, Uchiha Madara scoffed. But that's just a side path developed due to one's own insufficient strength. Aside from that forbidden technique of his that is somewhat useful, what else can compare to my sister Uchiha Madara? If you had 50 years, the entire ninja world would have been unified long ago. Hashirama was just too idealistic. The setting sun's talent is actually quite comparable to Madara's. It's just that at a young age, she was cut down by that old Tobarama. Hearing her eldest brother praise her so much, the setting sun's face turned red, and she shyly scratched her head. My talent is actually okay. Overall my brother is still superior. But for now, let's first lift the Edo Tensei, so I can summon you back properly. Facing the suddenly serious expression of the setting sun, Uchiha Madara nodded, and then formed hand seals. Edo Tensei release. A burst of white light emanated from Uchiha Madara's body, and his original form gradually turned to dust, scattering into the sky. Watching Uchiha Madara detach from his old body, the setting sun swiftly formed hand seals, pressing chakra onto the ground. Edo Tensei. After the setting sun activated the formation, the surrounding breeze seemed to turn colder, and the two white figures locked in the coffin were gradually enveloped by the dust. Seeing her eldest brother's soul being pulled into the sacrificial body, the setting sun changed her hand seals. Accompanied by a gust of cold wind, the two already formed bodies slowly opened their eyes. What is this? Looking at her pale hands, Izuna furrowed his brow slightly. Didn't I already die? Where's this place? Kwana became familiar with her own body and stepped out of the coffin. However, just after taking a few steps, a large hand suddenly pressed down on her head. Kwana felt that familiar sensation, and alert drew a kunai from her waist, only to be stunned as she gazed at the figure of Uchiha Madara illuminated by the sunlight. Nii-san, am I not dreaming? Kwana activated her Sharingan to observe Uchiha Madara's appearance, confirming there were no signs of a transformation technique, and then slapped herself. It doesn't hurt, so I must really be dreaming. Madara, with the sunset behind him, remarked. It seems my younger brother still finds it hard to believe he has returned to this world. After all, at that time, the evil Tobarama hadn't yet invented the Edo Tensei technique. But that doesn't matter now, because we the three siblings are finally reunited. Although Madara's thoughts had always been focused on the Eye of the Moon plan, upon seeing Kwana and the sunset return, the heart that had once died from the departure of loved ones and the betrayal of Hashirama seemed to reignite. Are you really my elder brother? Kwana asked incredulously while looking at the laughing Uchiha Madara. Of course, it's just that we all returned to the ninja world in a special way, Madara said, holding Kwana tightly, feeling a pang in his heart. Seeing her elder brother and second brother embracing the sunset also revealed a faint smile. Kwana's second brother had returned, and everything from the past was coming back. However, Senju Tobarama would never have imagined that his invention of the ninjutsu would bring his elder brother and second brother back to the ninja world right. After explaining the current situation to Kwana, it seemed to take him a while to understand his present circumstances. So it turns out so many years have passed. As Kwana spoke, she suddenly turned to the sunset and pondered for a moment. Then why has the sunset gotten shorter? Upon hearing Kwana's abrupt question, the sunset's cheerful expression immediately froze. You have to ask the Senju cells about that. She doesn't even know why she got short or sad. After chatting with Kwana for a while, the sunset then asked about some doubts from the past. Did you really die from a sneak attack by the Senju clan's ninjas back then? Sitting leisurely on the grassland, the sunset inquired of Kwana. Upon hearing the sunset's question, Uchiha Madara suddenly focused his gaze on Kwana's hesitant expression. This look was not right. Could there be things from the past that he was unaware of? In the past, I was indeed injured by Senju Tobarama and recuperated in the logistics department, but the one who attacked me at night was not just a ninja from the Senju clan. However, I couldn't clearly see the shadow of that murderer. At this point, Kwana also became puzzled. Such a thing is really difficult to define with human terms. At least for Kwana, who had lived for so many years, she had never seen such a thing. You couldn't see the shadow of the murderer. Upon hearing this, Madara's expression suddenly changed. Although Kwana was attacked at night, her own strength was not weak. Even in an injured state, relying on the excellent dynamic vision of her Sharingan, she shouldn't have failed to notice a person. Although the one who attacked me was indeed an elder of the Senju clan, I could clearly sense that it was not him controlling his body. Instead, under the moonlight, there was a mass of black, unidentified creature attached to him, Kwana recalled responding. After hearing Kwana's description, Madara's expression seemed to darken, and the previously joyful atmosphere suddenly became somewhat oppressive. Elder brother, what's wrong? Did that vile guy also attack you and the family? Kwana grasped Madara's hand, nervously asking. Oh, it's nothing. I just suddenly remembered some unpleasant things, Madara responded, looking composed while the sunset immediately took his other hand. It's okay, elder brother. We're reunited now, aren't we? With our current strength, we won't be separated again. Let's not dwell on unhappy things anymore. Haha, what you said makes sense, sunset. I'll ask that black creature tonight when I find him. For now, being happy is the most important thing, right? Madara suppressed the confusion and anger in his heart and smiled at the two. Could Black Zetsu have existed before he visited the Nanga shrine to view the Uchiha stone tablet? Uchiha Madara did not understand. Clearly, that guy who could see through his heart at a glance upon meeting him couldn't have a hidden face behind his back. If Black Zetsu truly killed Kwana to grant him the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, then what did all his past actions amount to? I'll go find you a place to stay. Although Edo Tensei doesn't require eating or sleeping like living people, everyone still needs a home, right? As the sunset spoke, she took the two away using the Flying Thunder God technique and purchased a house next to her own. After all, she was also a bounty hunter. A regular civilian house was just a matter of completing 2 days' worth of tasks. 7 hours later, shortly after moving into the new residence, Kwana immediately voted against the idea when she heard that the two wanted to instigate a ninja world war. Didn't elder brother and younger sister hate war the most? How could they come up with such a terrible idea? To stop war with war? Can that really work? The power of a single family is limited after all. Daring to provoke the 5 great nations, even if Uchiha and Senju joined forces, they wouldn't dare to do such a thing. Kwana, the times have already changed. The family system of the past no longer exists. Nanny. Now it's the era of ninja villages, the system established by me and Senju Hashirama. After listening to the sunset and Madara ramble on for a long time, Kwana still had a look of confusion, as if she couldn't understand what they were saying. However, this situation seemed quite normal, as although Madara and the sunset were born in the Warring States period, they had indeed experienced the historical changes of the ninja village era. Only Kwana had truly become disconnected from society due to her death. Anyway, second brother, just listen to elder brother. We have the ability to initiate the 4th Great Ninja War. And later becoming the Sage of 6 Paths, all those detestable conflicts will come to an end. While the sunset was still arranging furniture in the new home with her 2 elder brothers, Nagato was already regaining some color in the depths of the mountains, utilizing the abundant chakra within the outer path golem. Konan gently massaged Nagato's shoulders and looked at the gradually revealing bright red hair, smiling happily. It seems the chakra of the tailed beasts is quite effective. With a bit more chakra absorption, you might completely restore your condition. Upon hearing Konan's words, Nagato still shook his head regretfully. I've only just absorbed the tailed beast's chakra, and the chakra within the outer path golem hasn't stabilized yet. Large-scale absorption of chakra might have negative effects. I think we should wait a few more days to see. Speaking of which, after he recovers, he'll probably have to make another trip to Konoha. After all, the 9 Tails is the largest of all the tailed beasts. If they can absorb the 9 Tails before the ninja coalition of the 5 great nations gathers and deal a heavy blow to Konoha, their chances of victory will surely increase significantly. Are we leaving so soon? Yes, I've heard that the 5 great nations are already mobilizing their armies, so I cannot lag behind on my side either. Looking at the setting sun donning its robes, Ban also spoke up. Shouldn't I and Izuna accompany you as well? Probably not. I'm afraid if you see Nagato, you might just beat him up first. The setting sun looked at Ban's restless demeanor and responded accordingly. As the Rinnegan is the most basic tool under Nagato's control of the outer path Deva statue, it certainly cannot be easily countered. My brother's arrogant diplomatic style is not suitable for this moment. It's better to wait until the Shinobi World War officially begins before letting him help. Alright then, I won't go for now, but to prevent that kid Nagato from bullying you, I'll give you something. Uchiha Ban placed his hands on the shoulders of the setting sun, his purple glowing eyes meeting the gaze of the setting sun. What is this? Feeling the peculiar power of the eyes seeping into his body, the setting sun instinctively reached for his eyes. This is the power of the Rinnegan, which contains the force of all things. It can temporarily enable you to activate the complete Susanoo, but remember not to store it for too long as the chakra contained in the Edo Tensei is not suitable for the living. Thank you for your kindness, big brother. I will use this power wisely. The setting sun accepted the power and instantly transformed into a blue light, disappearing. Where's the setting sun? Izuna, holding a spatula, walked out of the kitchen and happened to see the setting sun vanish. Are you cooking? Looking at the cooking utensil in Izuna's handband suddenly had a bad feeling. What are you talking about, big brother? I was quite good at cooking back during the warring states, wasn't I? After finally being revived, of course, I want my little sister to taste the long-lost flavors. Sensing Ban's confusion, Izuna spoke with some perplexity. Did you turn on the gas stove? Is the gas stove that canister that emits fire? Ban boom. At that moment, Bai, who was doing chores in the adjacent study, suddenly looked at the flames erupting and the wall that had been blown apart, startled. What? What happened? Looking at the empty room beside them, Ban and Izuna fell silent. This was supposed to be the newly bought house, but the setting sun shouldn't blame them, right? Big brother, what should we do? Emil used earth release to repair the wall first and then decorate it a bit later. It should be fine. Unaware that his own house had been blown up, the setting sun was already near the Akatsuki's base. Feeling the raindrops around him, the setting sun boldly walked toward the place where Nagato was. Nagato, who was recuperating under the cave, sensed the unfamiliar chakra and suddenly opened his eyes. How could I sense it so late? Whose chakra is this? What's wrong, Nagato? Is there an enemy invasion? Seeing Conan preparing to move, Nagato raised his hand to stop her. Conan, let me handle this personally. You don't need to intervene. If it truly is an enemy, I can also familiarize myself with the tailed beast chakra within the outer path Deva statue. As Nagato spoke, he clapped his hands together, and Pain, who was watching the sky from the mountaintop, suddenly jumped down from above. Walking through the long corridor, the setting sun stopped in front of the open cave pool, where someone suddenly descended from above. Who are you? I'm someone here to negotiate with you. Hearing the setting sun say this, Nagato suddenly frowned. I don't think you have any bargaining chips to negotiate with us alone. Haha, what the outcome of a negotiation will be, we just need to meet to find out, right? Taking a glance at the setting sun, who was clad tightly, Pain frowned. Being able to easily bypass the sensing network of the rain tiger, this guy is clearly not simple. If you want to negotiate, that's possible. Follow me. Pain slowly walked towards the left passage, but the setting sun did not follow. After a while, Pain returned and said to the setting sun, didn't you want to negotiate? But I don't want to negotiate with a puppet. Why doesn't this gentleman reveal his true face to meet me? Hearing the setting sun say this, Nagato's pupils suddenly constricted. This guy can actually sense that Pain is not a living being. If you've come to pick a fight, then you've truly come to the wrong place. Seeing Pain erupt with chakra after sensing the crisis, the setting sun also took a few steps back, spreading his hands. Are you trying to gauge my strength before negotiating? This does seem like a bottom line, as the path to meet has always been strength. Whoosh. The surrounding mountains suddenly trembled with some rubble falling from the top, and a flame erupted from the cave entrance. Pain, stepping into the flames, inhaled deeply, pulling out the stone slabs from the earth to seal off the cave entrance. Boom. Breaking through the thick stone slab in the way as the setting sun approached Pain, he was flung back. Seeing the wires closing in on him, Pain quickly flew into the sky to evade the bindings. Fire release, great fireball technique. The meter-wide fireball was dodged by Pain in the sky. Whoosh. A black rod shot from behind toward him. Reacting quickly, the setting sun tilted to the side, and then attached chakra to his palm, sending the human path flying away. Amidst the screeching and the tremors of the earth, a massive rhinoceros burst forth from the darkness, which the setting sun narrowly jumped over. Gently landing on the water's surface, the setting sun clapped his hands, and a light green energy gradually appeared around him. Sage mode activate. Boom. A figure plummeted from the sky to the ground with tremendous force. The setting sun drew a shuriken from his waist, infusing it with wind chakra, and hurled it at Pain. Buzz. The rapidly spinning wind blade sliced through Pain's clothing, but just as it was about to hit Pain, it was deflected away by an invisible repulsive force. Useless, you cannot defeat God, said Pain, who had been kicked back a few steps, looking at the still composed setting sun, trying to dissuade him. That's not necessarily true. After all, I haven't gotten serious yet. The setting sun smiled and said, glancing at the other 5 Pains appearing behind the Deva path. The 6 paths of Pain, special puppets made from corpses and black rod chakra receivers, each capable of using one of the 6 basic abilities of the Rinnegan. They seemed quite formidable, but unfortunately, I do not possess the eternal Mangekyō, and I will never have this power that truly belongs to me. Shinra Tensei. Pain raised his hands, emitting a repulsive force that sent the setting sun flying away. Puff, the shadow clone, dissipated into smoke, and as a fireball flew in from behind, the hungry ghost realm jumped beside the Deva path and absorbed the ninjutsu. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Missiles trailing white smoke struck down the path taken by the setting sun. Universal pull. Feeling his legs lift off the ground and fly directly towards Pain, the setting sun formed hand seals and slammed a summoning pattern onto the ground. Boom. The Deva path narrowly dodged the attack, but the hungry ghost realm Pain was not quick enough, getting smashed into the ground by 3 giant toads that fell from the sky, interrupting the control of the universal pull. 3 of you. Help me fend off the summoning beasts from the animal path, please. Understood. The toad moved aside, watching the hellish 3-headed dog and giant rhinoceros emerge from the surroundings, and pulled out the 2 double-edged swords stuck in his back. What a hassle! Toad Bunta exhaled a smoke ring, lifting the large blade in his hand, while Toad Kin humbly remarked that he was clumsy and asked for understanding, then took up his long spear and shield, charging towards the giant summoning beast of the animal path. Swish! With a kick, the setting sun shattered the rock wall behind Pain. Dodging the black rods, he threw gathering chakra in his fist and striking towards Pain's head. Huh! Seeing the red glow radiating from the setting sun's arm, Pain crossed his hands in front of him, but seemingly misjudged the power of the punch, which sent him flying like a missile and crashing hard against the mountainside. Crack! 2 deep dents appeared around him, and feeling his bones creaking, Pain took a deep breath and fell out of the indentation. Your strength is indeed formidable, but as I said, I am the true kami, and I will not lose to mortals. Looking at the Azura path coming at him with serrated claws, and the human path encircling him from the front, the setting sun threw out several shurikens, scattering in all directions. Then the kaleidoscope in his pupils spun rapidly, and his body seemed to flash like red lightning, crossing through the bodies of 2 Pain in just a few hundredths of a second. Swish! In the state of time acceleration, the setting sun held the flying thunder god shuriken, appearing over 10 meters away, while the 2 Pains running suddenly had several scratches appear on their bodies and fell to the ground unmoving. In Sage Mode, the increase in speed itself was significant, and combined with the time acceleration abilities of the Flying Thunder God technique and the Heavenly Eye technique, the setting sun's speed seemed to reach an unprecedented peak in a short time. On the other side, the Hell Path tried to use the chameleon's invisibility to recover and revive the damaged Pains to rejoin the fight, but was detected by the setting sun's Sharingan, who preemptively pierced its body with Chidori. Seeing the 4 damaged Pains and the restrained animal path, Nagato's expression changed dramatically. Where did this guy come from? How could he be so strong? So how is it? This should be qualified, right? If this continues, I can't guarantee the safety of your remaining 2 Pains. Oh, it seems you do indeed possess the qualifications to negotiate with a god, but as for visiting the main body, let's forget about that. He welcomes no one. Seeing Pain's resolute attitude, the setting sun helplessly said, Don't reject me so quickly. I came to find you for the sake of the future of the ninja world. If we must speak through barriers, I would feel quite uncomfortable. Then that has nothing to do with me. Even if you are strong, the main body still does not wish to see you. Looking at Pain's hard attitude, the setting sun had no choice but to leap a few steps up the mountainside, running towards the sensing barrier. Since Nagato still did not want to meet him now, he would have to find him personally. Wait, where are you going? Seeing the direction the setting sun was running towards, Nagato seemed taken aback. How did this guy find me? After all, he had set up a barrier to isolate the area. Besides, the Byakugan, ordinary chakra sensing could not detect this place. Creating several wood clones to distract Pain's attention, the setting sun quickly dove into the surrounding caves, following the natural energy flow to find the entrance. Reaching out to rip off the ceiling symbol in front of him, he was suddenly met with sheets of white paper rushing towards him. Using the body flicker technique to retreat several meters, he watched as the small south gradually materialized from the paper in the sky, and the setting sun also revealed a faint smile. Is this a secret technique I've never seen before? Did this young lady create it herself? You shouldn't be here. Small South extended her hand as countless sheets of paper gradually spun, covering the surroundings. Oh, I came here to negotiate with the leader behind the Akatsuki organization. Perhaps we will have many common topics. Upon hearing the setting sun's words and seeing her tightly wrapped demeanor, Small South frowned. A guy who does not dare to show his true face, what can we possibly talk about? Looking at the swirling papers rushing towards him, the setting sun formed hand seals with one hand, gathering chakra in his body, quickly spreading countless arcs of electricity that reduced the attacking paper to ashes. If you insist on stopping me, Sister Small South, then I'll have to keep you quiet for a while. Watching the explosive tags scattered around him, the setting sun's kaleidoscope Sharingan slowly rotated, and the flying thunder god shuriken in his hand was thrown into the sky. Boom, boom, boom. The continuous explosions echoed within the cave, and the scorching black smoke even seeped through the cracks in the rocks, slowly drifting into the sky. Amidst the smoke, the setting sun held the black rod against Small South's neck, while also leaving the mark of the flying thunder god on her back. How do you have this weapon? Seeing the black rod in the setting sun's hand that resembled Pain's, Small South frowned. Probably because I casually took it off Pain, but don't you plan to let your main body come out? The shuriken in the setting sun's dual pupils slowly rotated, and his gaze turned towards the place where he had previously torn off the sealing technique. Swish! The paper clone before the setting sun transformed back into white paper, flying towards the door, while the sealing technique paper he had ripped off suddenly transformed into countless sheets of white paper, merging with the paper clone to form Small South's figure. How did you discover me? You should know that my god's paper technique cannot be seen through even by the masked man's Sharingan in a short time. Your paper clone is certainly perfect, but compared to the wood clone, it seems to be lacking a bit. The setting sun, since the flying thunder god mark left on Small South's paper clone, instantly flickering behind her and rushing into the cave. Small south. The setting sun passed through the long corridor and finally arrived in the spacious cave. A colossal outer path magic statue resembling a withered tree sat behind them, while the tall, yet somewhat slender Nagato sat on a stone chair observing the setting sun with a stern gaze. Nagato, Pain and Conan rushed in from the corridor behind, and upon seeing the encounter between the setting sun and Nagato, Conan spread her wings and flew in front of Nagato, blocking the two. Be careful, he might use some kind of space-time ninjutsu. I understand, but Conan, you don't need to protect me. Oh, I actually want to see what he wants to say to me. But, under Nagato's gesture, Conan still moved aside, allowing Nagato and the setting sun to gaze into each other's eyes. The chakra of the Uzumaki clan is indeed abundant. If combined with the Rinnegan and the outer path magic statue, it is indeed powerful. It's a pity that your legs are a bit of a burden. Aren't you planning to repair them? That doesn't concern you. What do you really want from me? Nagato said, looking somewhat displeased at the eyes hidden beneath the mask of the setting sun. Are you getting straight to the point? Do you think we have nothing better to do? Seeing the chakra subtly fluctuating within Nagato, the setting sun waved his hand and said, don't be so agitated. Perhaps we could become allies. What exactly do you want to say? Probably about the Akatsuki organization and the war in the ninja world, as well as your Rinnegan. Mentioning his purpose, the expression of the setting sun seemed to turn serious. I'm truly sorry, but the Akatsuki can contend with the 5 great nations by itself. We don't need outside help. Hearing Nagato's outright rejection, the setting sun placed his hand over his chest and said, I understand that you want to create a peaceful world through force, making the entire ninja world understand the value of peace through suffering, but that won't last. What do you mean? Hearing the setting sun say this, Nagato furrowed his brow again. As for whether you can win against the 5 great nations, let's set that aside for now. Ultimately, every person must die. Even if you achieve peace through the deterrent of the 10 tails, after you pass away, who will bear that responsibility? Naturally, it would be the next inheritor of the Rinnegan. He will inherit the will of the Akatsuki and emerge for the peace of the ninja world. Hearing Nagato's argument, the setting sun shook his head again. Can you really find a suitable person? You should understand yourself that those who enjoy basking in the sun will never grasp the value of peace, just like your ideology. Moreover, human nature is destined to be filled with desires. Looking at a weapon that can destroy a great nation in an instant, even if he truly abides by your will for a few years, just to promote peace, what about 10 years, 20 years later? Even if the inheritor you find is truly a sage with the passage of time and the 3rd or 4th generation of Akatsuki inheritors, can you guarantee that they will truly uphold justice and maintain peace? Hearing the setting sun say this, Nagato furrowed his brow. Why did this guy seem to make sense? But how did he know about his plans? So you mean to say my plan has flaws? Will you trust the next generation and the next generation they deem appropriate? This is our own plan. We don't need outsiders to worry about it. Hearing Conan say this, the setting sun covered his eyes and said, but this is something we must face, and the Rinnegan is not something just anyone can master. If misused, the ninja world could vanish. Alright, you make a valid point. I will consider it, but Conan is right. The Akatsuki doesn't need outsiders. Then is Uchiha Obito considered an outsider? Hearing the setting sun mention Uchiha Obito, both of them were taken aback. Which Uchiha Obito are you referring to? Of course I'm talking about that guy with the single-eye mask. You should be quite familiar with him, right? Hearing the setting sun mention Obito, Nagato's expression changed instantly. Do you know him? Sort of. I've fought with him a few times. He should have returned after he was injured. I can tell you his plans along with some truths about the ninja world. The setting sun revealed the conspiracy involving Obito and Kagaya aiming to collect the power of the tailed beasts through Nagato to seal everyone in the infinite Tsukuyomi. Is the infinite Tsukuyomi an advanced version of the Eye of the Moon plan? Seemingly having heard this name within the organization, Nagato asked with some confusion. The so-called infinite Tsukuyomi is a large-scale illusion technique. It can suspend all of humanity in the ninja world through the divine tree, which is the 10 tails drawing the chakra that was originally spread back into the 10 tails Jinchuriki. The target of the technique would enter an absolutely beautiful illusion world, living through a fleeting and beautiful life while gradually having their chakra drained. Doesn't that sound like a romantic notion of death? But in reality, doing so would only lead to the complete extinction of humanity. When that time comes, whether in peace or war, it will all be meaningless, for it will be an end. The Rinnegan actually hides so many secrets. Nagato looked at Pain's purple eyes, somewhat stunned. So the Eye of the Moon plan is unfeasible. However, my visit is not only for an alliance, but for other matters as well. Next, the setting sun began to discuss Nagato's Rinnegan. It was his elder brother Uchiha Madara who, after being deceived by Kagaya, entrusted the Rinnegan to Nagato, intending for Obito to assist Nagato in furthering the Eye of the Moon plan. However, when Nagato heard that his Rinnegan belonged to someone else, he immediately rejected it. These eyes had belonged to him since childhood. How could they possibly be transplanted from someone else? He was the reincarnation of the Sage of Six Paths, and he aimed to bring true peace to the world through suffering. Alright, even though your story is touching and full of twists, I still stand by my words. The Akatsuki does not need outsiders right now. Perhaps I will welcome you after I achieve true peace. Seeing Nagato's stubborn demeanor, the setting sun seemed to fall silent for a moment. It seems unavoidable. You say it ultimately serves as an auxiliary role. How about you and I have a match? If you win, I won't bother you again, but if I win, you'll have to do as I say. A match with my outer path. No, with the one behind you, the outer path magic statue. Of course you can participate too. I won't take advantage of your leg injury. Nagato looked at the outer path magic statue pointed out by the setting sun, hesitating for a moment before agreeing. Is it just a match? The outer path magic statue has gathered a significant amount of tailed beast power. If he can't even defeat a single person standing before him, how could he even think about confronting the entire ninja world? Then it's settled. Let's hope both sides are people of integrity. The setting sun said, dispelling the transformation technique and removing the hood from his head. Seeing the mysterious and powerful cloaked figure suddenly transform into a young girl, Conan and Nagato were taken aback. Are they facing off against a child? And it seems like someone they've seen before. Due to the exposure of geographical location, Nagato has commanded the remaining members of the Akatsuki organization to migrate south, while he himself stays here temporarily with Conan to recuperate before heading to Konoha to capture the Nine Tails. However, unexpectedly, before they could leave, they encountered the setting sun. In the tranquil forest, a gentle breeze swept across the hills. The setting sun felt the tremors of the ground and observed the outer path golem emerging from the cliff in the distance, while Nagato held the ice fan stored in the space scroll above his head. Let me remind you, I generally don't bully children, but once a fight starts, it can be hard to hold back. Are you really sure you want to duel with me? Hearing Payne's indifferent and authoritative voice, the setting sun confidently patted his flat chest and shouted, "Who's the child here is still uncertain. Bring it on." After hearing the setting sun's confirmation, a sharp aura flashed in Nagato's eyes. The outer path golem let out a roar, and the protrusions behind it flickered with countless arcs of electricity striking towards the ground. Using body flicker technique to dodge several incoming lightning chains, the dazzling arcs were absorbed into the fan held by the setting sun. Two wooden clones appeared beside the setting sun, using the fan as a lightning rod. The intense wind pressure instantly pushed back the incoming lightning. Wind release, great breakthrough. With sparks flying, Nagato controlled the outer path golem to charge towards the setting sun. Within the vision of the Rinnegan, Nagato furrowed his brow at the massive chakra response that appeared. What's that after the lightning? The chakra seems so dense. The Yata mirror's light struck the chest of the outer path golem, causing this gigantic humanoid monster to stagger back several steps. Seeing the third form of Susanoo gathering under the dark clouds in the distance, Nagato frowned. Is that thing made entirely of chakra? It's surprisingly hard, but such a size still seems a bit lacking for the outer path golem. Nagato clapped his hands, and the outer path golem let out a roar, lumbering forward to grab the setting sun. Seeing Nagato charging towards him, the setting sun formed hand seals, guiding the ocular power belonging to Madara into his own eyes. Feeling that cold aura, the setting sun used yang release chakra to calm himself, and then purple light gradually covered the original kaleidoscope pattern. Vaguely, the setting sun seemed to feel the presence of his elder brother merging with her. Brother, your ocular power is indeed very strong. After preparing himself, the setting sun's lips curled upward slightly as a large amount of chakra gradually radiated from within him, filling the third form. Woo! After receiving Madara's ocular power, the setting sun's Susanoo seemed to excitedly emit a series of howls, and its originally massive body grew even more robust as it donned the armor of the Tengu. Seeing the blue warrior suddenly grow to a height similar to his own, a hint of astonishment appeared in Nagato's eyes. This thing can actually evolve. But what was that fleeting familiar ocular power just now, eh? The complete form of the Susanoo was a deep blue. As its hands clapped together, a long sword gradually separated from the wings on its back, coalescing in front of it. This is the complete form of Susanoo, the true power contained within the Uchiha bloodline. Standing within the six-pointed crystal of the complete Susanoo, feeling the surge of power, the setting sun grasped the long sword forming before her. With a swish, the left hand blocked the heavy punch from the outer path golem, while the setting sun used her right hand holding the long sword to push the massive body of the outer path golem back. Lightning release. Sensing the overwhelming power of the complete Susanoo, Nagato formed hand seals, and blue lightning flickered from the protrusions behind him, sweeping towards the setting sun. Fire release, great fire annihilation. Gathering chakra in his throat, a searing flame erupted from the setting sun's mouth, pushing the lightning back. Come on, Nagato. Watching the outer path golem being thrown away by the complete Susanoo in the distance, Conan spoke with some concern. After rolling several times in the valley, Nagato stood up, and then a purple sphere gradually gathered at the mouth of the outer path golem. Can the outer path golem also release tailed beast balls? Seeing the purple sphere rushing toward him, the setting sun held kunai in both hands, aimed at the position of the tailed beast ball, and then used chakra and sealing techniques to open a pitch-black rift in the space before him, sucking the tailed beast ball inside. Flying Thunder God Lightning Guide. This technique was still not very familiar to the setting sun. Transferring the Ten Tails tailed beast ball might be difficult, but dealing with ordinary tailed beast balls was definitely no problem. Boom. A bright fireball erupted in the night sky, flattening several peaks. Seeing the tailed beast ball exploding mysteriously hundreds of kilometers away, Nagato frowned. So it really is a space-time ninjutsu. This is really troublesome. Fire Country Konoha Village. Shortly after Sarutobi Hiruzen set off for the 5 Kage Summit, Tsunade returned to Konoha and Naruto received secret orders to head to the rendezvous point in Kumobikure and then go to Turtle Island. Huh, why do I have to go with people from other villages? I could clearly stay in the village. Seeing Naruto's puzzled expression, Kakashi shook his head regretfully and said, "This is probably not something we can decide. After all, it's an order from above. You can just treat it as a mission. But you don't need to worry about being too bored on the way. After all, Team 7 will escort you to the destination. As Konoha's Jonin Yamato and Aoba will stay with you for a long time to protect you." Hey, what do you mean protect? Am Uzumaki Naruto a ninja who can stand on his own? Naruto was just making a fuss when suddenly someone punched him on the head. Ouch, this is serious, you should just stay in the back obediently. Jiraiya retracted his fist and spoke with an undeniable tone. Damn it, even you perverted sage are like this. Isn't this for your safety and the greater good? Naruto was temporarily taken away to prepare, while Jiraiya and Kakashi exchanged glances, seemingly both seeing the unease in each other's hearts. Is guy doing well in Mayaboka Mountain? Sensing the awkward atmosphere, Kakashi scratched his head and smiled. Oh, are you talking about that guy with the thick eyebrows? Upon mentioning this, Jiraiya shook his head with a look of regret, causing Kakashi to tense up immediately. Could it be that he was severely injured last time in the Land of Rivers? Thinking about how he had fainted at that time, Kakashi felt a sense of regret. How could he have not played any role at that time? As one of his few friends, if Guy were to be gone, he would regret it for a lifetime. No, his injuries are actually recovering quite well. It will take about half a month for a full recovery if he doesn't resist. Resist? Hearing this word, Kakashi's face froze. Jiraiya looked at Kakashi's confused expression and whispered something in his ear, instantly making his eyes turn sympathetic. Boiled insects, dry-fried insect eggs, long worms, and drinks. Guy must be having a tough time there, right? It's really hard on him. Although Tsunade has returned, Guy will probably be transferred back to Konoha for treatment, but enduring so many days of insect feasts is not something an ordinary person can handle. Speaking of which, did you see my junior sister when you were in the Land of Rivers? Hearing Jiraiya mention this, Kakashi nodded. That's right, I did encounter her in a weakened state, and there was a very strong man in a black cloak beside her. Weakened? Upon hearing Kakashi say this, Jiraiya raised an eyebrow. The force with which she kicked me over at that time certainly didn't seem like a weakened state, did it? Moreover, how could she possibly be in a weakened state if she could single-handedly block the members of the Akatsuki and let me retreat? Could it be that she was deliberately disguising herself for someone to see? What exactly is she doing this for? Whoosh. The kaleidoscopic Sharingan reflected a vivid crimson, while the blue war god wielded a long sword tightly grasped in both hands. A tempest swept across the hills with the sky brewing thunderous roars capable of crushing any soul. The blue sword energy traversed the mountains for dozens of miles in an instant. The towering peaks groaned under the burden, revealing smooth and scorching cuts. The outer path's golem rolled over and stood up, gazing at the split mountains behind, beads of anxious cold sweat trickling down Nagato's forehead. The destructive power of this move surpassed even that of the outer path's golem's tailed beast ball. A single strike could bring dire consequences. Looking at the sunset that met his gaze, Nagato remained silent, but the wings of Susanoo unfolded behind him. The setting sun gathered chakra continuously upon him, while the rumbling thunder in the clouds converged within Susanoo. Countless feathers flew from the blue wings, gradually solidifying in the hands of the setting sun with the aid of lightning. Let's settle this. As he watched the purple lightning spear gathering in the sunset's hands, Nagato's expression grew serious as he controlled the limbs of the outer path's golem to plunge into the ground, the yin-yang chakra within him frantically merging together. A menacing purple-tailed beast ball gradually formed above his head, its size nearly matching that of the golem itself. The outer path's golem emitted an eerie scream that seemed to echo throughout the sky as the lightning spear in the sunset's hand collided with the tailed beast ball shot by Nagato. In that moment, time seemed to freeze, and a white radiance rose from the ground, illuminating the ninja world as if it had lost its original colors. The earth cracked, creating deep ravines, and the fierce wind swirling outward felt like a blazing fireball. Each breath was an agonizing experience. After a long while, the hurricane still raged across the battlefield. At the center, the setting sun descended from the sky, reaching out to Nagato, who lay on the ground. Seeing the outer path's golem behind him already heavily damaged, and in a deep slumber, Nagato turned back to the outstretched hand of the sunset, hesitating for a moment before reaching out to grasp it. Looks like I've won. I never expected the semi-complete outer path's golem would actually lose. Nagato was supported by the sunset on a nearby stone, gazing at the utterly distorted terrain around him, filled with confusion and self-doubt. Is this the peak ocular power of the Uchiha clan? It was able to spawn a creature even more powerful than a tailed beast. Nagato, after the battle concluded, Conan flew over on a paper whirlwind to Nagato's side, assisting him. I'm fine. Conan has no intention of harming me. The slightly haggard Nagato glanced at the sunset's somewhat short stature and youthful appearance, his heart filled with complex emotions. The strongest among them had actually lost to a child from the Uchiha clan. He couldn't fathom where she derived such immense chakra. A bet is a bet, Nagato. You will keep your promise, right? Upon hearing the sunsets, inquiry Nagato nodded without hesitation. A loss is a loss. As the leader of Akatsuki, I am not a man of dishonor, but this must be done without harming Konan and the others. Don't worry, I won't make overly excessive demands, and my thoughts align with yours, only the execution differs. The sunset approached Nagato and whispered something causing him to frown momentarily, but after some contemplation he agreed to the request. I can agree to that, but the 5 Kage summit is not so easily navigated. Don't you plan on resting for a week or two? Having fought here, Nagato was acutely aware of how much chakra the sunset had expended. Time is life. I will recover on the way. After all, the speed of the 5 great nations isn't slow. Just give me your identities in these few days. After discussing matters with Nagato, it was already late at night. Using the flying thunder god technique, the sunset returned home, collapsing onto the couch in exhaustion. The couch is the most comfortable. I wish I could lie here forever. Sister, you're back? Would you like to eat something? Hearing the noise, Haku walked out of the kitchen, placing 2 steaming bowls of ramen on the table. It's already this late, and Haku hasn't gone to sleep. Well, I'm not tired after all. Haku usually can't help with anything. The only thing I can do for you, sister, is to cook and tidy up the room. Walking to the table, the sunset took a sip of the hot soup in the bowl, and seeing Haku's somewhat guilty expression, he comfortingly ruffled her hair. Haku has also made great progress recently. You're a genius. It's just that you haven't had the chance to showcase it, so don't take it too much to heart. We are family, aren't we? Family trusts and relies on each other. As long as Haku can stay safe by my side, that's enough. Upon hearing the sunset's words, Haku seemed to tremble slightly, her gaze drifting towards the kitchen. Sister's older brother and second brother seemed to have forbidden her from mentioning that matter, but if she didn't bring it up, would that be deceiving the sunset? As the sunset finished the ramen Haku had brought, he got up to refill his bowl and grab a drink. Noticing the exposed stone bricks and some gaps on the wall, a sudden frown appeared on his forehead. How could there be such rough spots in the newly bought house? Why hadn't he noticed before? What if a mouse got in? The price of the house is a bit high, but this shoddy workmanship is truly atrocious. Once I finish my business, I must file a complaint against them. Angry. Due to being too tired and it being too late, the sunset did not visit the older brother and second brother next door. After a quick shower, he lay in bed and fell asleep within just a few minutes. The day after the competition between the setting sun and Nagato at the location where many members of the Akatsuki were migrating south, Pain called over a few individuals who had just arrived. Boss, didn't you say you wanted to recuperate before going to Konoha to capture the 9 tails? Why did you come with us today? In the picturesque forest, Haiden looked at Pain, who appeared on the high platform, and expressed his confusion. The previous plan to capture the 9 tails chakra was unexpectedly cancelled and assigned to another member of the organization. Pain seemed to maintain a detached expression. The other member, could it be Kaku? Reflecting on the time in the land of Earth when Kakuzu captured the 5 tails alone, Haiden said with some doubt. No, Kakuzu has gone missing and has yet to return to the Akatsuki. Currently, the task of capturing the 9 tails chakra falls to a new member. As Pain spoke, he glanced behind him, and beside Konan, a figure clad in a similar black robe with red clouds jumped down from a tree. Seeing the familiar figure of the setting sun, Deidara suddenly gasped in surprise. What, it's you again? We meet again. The last time we fought, I mentioned that we might become allies in the future. Looking at the Akatsuki members, the setting sun revealed a gentle smile and said, wait, how did you end up here, leader? This is highly unusual. She wouldn't be a spy sent by Konoha, would she? Upon hearing Kakuzu's suspicion regarding the setting sun's identity, Pain confidently replied, since Yukike Setsunai can become a member of the Akatsuki, she has naturally earned my trust. If this person truly belonged to Konoha, there would be no need to disguise her identity as a spy. With such power, she could have easily killed him yesterday and shattered the Akatsuki after obtaining the Rinnegan. A true strong person would never resort to despicable means to deal with others. After Pain dismissed the objections from Kakuzu and others, Deidara suddenly leaped to the setting sun's side and asked, hey, how did you manage to get the boss, such a stern and uncompromising person, to invite you in? This is simply not his style, huh? That's a secret I won't share with you, but what's that sticking to your back? Noticing something on Deidara's clothing, the setting sun also looked puzzled for a moment. Does the Akatsuki allow members to modify their outfits privately? Hearing the setting sun mention this, Deidara proudly turned his back, pointing to the explosive pattern behind him. See this? What I have on my back reflects the greatest explosion in the history of art, which I just witnessed recently. Are you talking about that meteor from the land of wind? Of course it's that meteor. The explosion at that time was stunning. The terrain within hundreds of miles was transformed into a fiery cloud. Watching Deidara excitedly gesticulate in front of her, describing how beautiful and impactful that explosion was, the setting sun felt a bit embarrassed and scratched her head. Who would have thought that the previous explosion actually caught Deidara's attention? But it seems it pleased him. Last time, holding on to my brother, I fell from space. If it weren't for Susanoo and the sage's robe protecting me, I would have had to go to Wet Bone Forest for treatment. At the migration site on the south side, after the setting sun's shadow clone greeted the members of the Akatsuki, it dissipated automatically. Meanwhile, in Konoha village, the setting sun set down the Umbu who had fainted in her hands. After acquiring the information and news she desired through Jinjutsu, the setting sun transformed into a burst of blue light and vanished from the scene. 2 days later, in the meeting hall of the Land of Iron, 4 tables were set up, and around the chandelier, at the top, symbols of the 5 great ninja villages were hung. The 5 Kage seemed to have gathered once again, but the last time was regarding Uchiha Obito and Orochimaru, while this time, it was a meeting concerning the Akatsuki and the war to reclaim the tailed beasts. "Oh, it seems you all arrived quite early," Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked, looking at the other 4 Kage who were already seated under the lights as he took his place. "Alright, since most of us are here, let's begin the meeting early. After all, although the enemy's whereabouts have been confirmed to be within the Land of River, if we delay too long we will find ourselves at a disadvantage." Mifyu nodded at a nearby samurai, and then 5 flags symbolizing the alliance unfurled from the ceiling. Although they had deployed many ninjas along the borders of the Land of River for surveillance, the enemy was not an army. It was estimated that only about 10 individuals were in the organization, but each one was at the level of a Kage. If too much time passed, it would be easy to miss crucial intelligence. We certainly know that, which is why we have this meeting of the 5 Kage, right? That's right, the purpose of the 5 Kage Summit is to address the inconvenient layouts and strategies, as well as issues of merging ninjas and resource allocation. These things cannot be sorted out in a short time. Upon hearing Rosace's points, the others nodded in agreement. Indeed, these are troublesome matters. However, before discussing these topics, I have some important intelligence to share, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, placing several folders that had just been rushed over from Konoha on the table. The contact toads remaining in the Land of River seemed to have accidentally witnessed a grand battle in the central mountain region. From the descriptions, it seemed that 2 enormous humanoid beings were engaged in combat, and each random attack unleashed an explosion capable of destroying a large part of a ninja village. Such large-scale, high-damage, long-range entities, if controlled by the Akatsuki, would pose a significant threat to the Ninja Alliance. After all, besides small-scale combat units, the main battlefield would surely be controlled by the main forces. If during a battle a cannon were to suddenly fire from 800 miles away, it would be dreadful. Does this mention the tailed beasts? But it seems to be much more powerful than the tailed beast bombs, the 4th Raikage said with some trepidation as he placed the documents on the table. In large-scale warfare, one fears such expansive and fast-moving threats. We don't know for sure yet. After all, we only got the description from the toad. Although it also drew some images, they were too gruesome to present for reference. Just as the 5 Kage were still discussing the observed battle between the setting sun and Nagato, a figure that did not belong here had secretly infiltrated using transformation jutsu. Dressed in heavy armor, the setting sun walked through the silent and solemn corridor, watching the gradually illuminated meeting room ahead, gathering chakra and slowly gripping the hilt of her sword. Just as the 5 Kage Summit was formally commencing, each Kage was preoccupied with strategizing how to unite their forces against the Akatsuki and petition the daimyo for military funding, when suddenly a sword-bearing samurai strode stiffly toward the main hall. "Wait, the meeting is still in session. You cannot enter." Blood splattered across the curtain. As the others watched their comrade collapse beneath the blade, the remaining samurai instinctively drew their swords, eyes locked warily upon this eerily aberrant fellow warrior. "Please step aside. Otherwise it may grow rather painful." "And who exactly are you?" Sunset's katana gleamed crimson. 2 samurai perceived only a flash of white light. Then a scarlet gash split open across their chests, and they crumpled lifelessly to the floor. As Sunset advanced steadily toward the heart of the hall, the commotion outside reached the ears of the 5 Kage. "And what is happening? Why is it so noisy out there?" Raza's brow furrowed faintly. Then a flustered samurai burst in breathless, "Terrible news. The summit venue is under attack. An intruder has already breached the main corridor." "What to storm the 5 Kage Summit itself? I'd very much like to see which fool dares lay hands upon us." The Raikage, flanked by Darui, and they swept aside the curtain and strode outward, just in time to witness Sunset lowering her bloodstained katana over another fallen samurai. "Oh, you emerged so swiftly. Has the summit concluded already? It seems I arrived just a touch too late. And are you one of the Akatsuki? Some infiltrator slipped through our defenses?" "Care to guess?" And the Raikage sensed the surging aura of slaughter radiating from Sunset, and lightning erupted around his body as he lunged forward, fist blazing toward her skull. Boom! Sunset caught the thunderous blow barehanded. Crackling arcs scorched black streaks across her samurai armor. But as the Raikage saw her stagger back only a few paces, his gaze hardened, losing its earlier nonchalance. To withstand his punch, this foe must possess either extraordinary abilities or power rivaling that of a Kage. The Raikage leapt backward at blinding speed. Yet beside him, a sharp eyes caught something subtle, faint chakra threads tracing along the Raikage's arm. "Raikage-sama, your right arm," and boom. In the taut chakra strings snapped taut, hurling the Raikage's massive frame through a towering stone wall. Amid billowing dust and flying rubble, lightning surged towards Sunset along those silken threads, so she raised her scroll before her like a shield. Sealing release. In azure, frost patterns bloomed across the surface, absorbing the lightning into the blizzard mechanism. Within, the fan-shaped weapon pulsed with an ethereal, cerulean glow. Yotan lava monster technique. In detecting corrosive acid arcing from the flank, Sunset tilted the fan, flooding the corridor in an instant with blinding azure light. Boom! Na glacial tempest tore through the chamber. Howling gales ripped the village banners to shreds. Amid shattered walls and splintered tables, the four Kage stared grimly at the emerging figure clad in black robes. Those are Akatsuki garments. Has word of our summit already leaked? Sunset calmly settled a porcelain fox mask over her face, gripped her war fan, and stepped slowly toward the threshold. Tengush of the Akatsuki, present. An Akatsuki member. How strange. I've never seen her in any intelligence report, said Sanbai, gripping his katana tightly, baffled by her complete anonymity. Unknown, but to brazenly invade our summit alone suggests the Akatsuki has deployed one of its ultimate assets. With his Byakugan, AO scanned 10 kilometers in every direction and found no trace of additional chakra signatures. If the 5 Kage were crippled before the allied shinobi forces could even coalesce, the alliance's morale would shatter at its inception. Yet, if only one operative had been sent, was she carrying some doomsday device prepared to take them all down with her? AO of Kirigakure, an elite jonin, scrutinized Sunset with his Byakugan, only to recoil violently as a searing crimson light flared from her eyes. He collapsed instantly, clutching his head in agony. Things not meant to be seen should never be glimpsed so carelessly, Sunset murmured coolly, her Mangekyō Sharingan spinning lazily. To assault the 5 Kage single-handedly, you truly believe yourself to be Uchiha Madara. Gazing into the swirling patterns of her Mangekyō, Inoki raised his hand, and a radiant white sphere coalesced above his palm. Doton, dust release, particle style, and Sunset's pupils reflected the onrushing white cube. Crimson light flared across her body, and in the blink of an eye she vaulted beyond the technique's lethal radius. In an instant, the incandescent white sphere reduced everything within its grasp to molecular dust. Then Sanbai drew his blade, anticipating Sunset's landing spot, and slashed. Nanny. Sanbai's strike missed entirely as Sunset's form hung, suspended midair, an impossible defiance of physics. She planted her foot atop his blade, and with a single sweep of her war fan sent Sanbai hurtling backward through the air. Sanbasama. Several samurai rushed forward to catch him, while Hiruzen Sarutobi summoned the golden staff and charged alongside the rakeage, converging on Sunset from front and rear. Lightning release, lightning beast running technique. Sunset dropped low, evading the descending palm strike, then formed hand seals. A wall of earth erupted from the floor, launching both attackers skyward. Katon fire dragon flame bullet. A roaring fireball obliterated the earthen barrier in an instant. Sunset leapt onto the open rooftop, only to be seized from behind by a 3-meter turtle stone giant that locked her arms in petrified shackles. Simultaneously, a rod shot upward from below, driving straight for her abdomen. Once a shinobi loses use of her hands, and thus the ability to form seals, she becomes little more than a lamb awaiting slaughter. Inoki mused aloud, stroking his beard with quiet satisfaction. Old man, do you truly believe shinobi still rely solely on hand seals in this age? A soft white aura shimmered around Sunset's form. In an instant, the overwhelming power of Sage Mode shattered the earth-binding jutsu, and seizing the golden staff midair, she pivoted, lifting Hiruzen clear off his feet. Swish! And the staff spun away in a puff of smoke, reforming as Enma the Monkey King, now standing beside the Hokage. And she possesses astonishing strength. Indeed, her chakra signature has shifted, faintly serpentine. Could she be linked to Orochimaru? Hiruzen narrowed his eyes, watching Sunset evade coordinated assaults from both the Mizukage and the Kazekage. Orochimaru. What on earth does that man contemplate day after day? Aligning with the Akatsuki, summoning Uchiha Madara to wage war upon the entire shinobi world. And yet as a child, he was one who cherished life and recoiled from death itself. The golden sand, manipulated by Rashi, surged across the ground like ocean waves, while Meiterumi's water dragon roared across the surface, tightly enveloping Yushi's body. Magnet release, golden sand burial. Clasping his hands together, Rashi sent countless torrents of golden sand surging over Yushi's form, seeking to crush her utterly beneath their radiant gilded weight. Whoosh! Using inorganic reincarnation, Yushi detached a fraction of the golden sand from its seal. Moments later, a fused jutsu, Earthflow River, and Fire Dragon Bullet slammed into her line of sight from outside, forcing her back into confinement. Earth release, Yellow Spring Swamp. Hiruzen Sarutobi formed hand seals, the stagnant mud beneath them instantly coalescing into a perfect circle, dragging both the golden sand seal and Yushi downward into the earth. Meanwhile, the fourth rakeage channeled lightning release into the surrounding water, further restricting her movement. Watching Yushi sink slowly from view, Inoki soared into the air, locked onto her position, and gathered a searing white light before launching it downward. Beneath the blinding white radiance, the conjoined jutsu at the epicenter collapsed inward, carving out a massive square crater. Yet no trace of Yushi's chakra remained within. Remarkable coordination even on our first attempt. Brother, if you choose to play with them a while, it may yet prove entertaining. Startled by the voice behind them, the 5 Kage whirled around, only to behold the figure of Tungsha already encircled by their elite personal guards. You were just eradicated by dust release. At Inoki's incredulous question, Yushi smiled faintly. I was erased once, but one erasure is hardly enough. We do not care how many lives you possess, so long as you remain human, and so thoroughly surrounded. You have already run out of paths to flee. Should you divulge the Akatsuki's internal arrangements ahead of time, perhaps we might grant you clemency. Mei Terumi, glancing at her confident allies, addressed Yushi with calm persuasion. Surrounded. That word hardly applies here, little sister. What did you call me? Mei Terumi stared at Yushi's diminutive frame, confusion flickering in her gaze. A respectful address from elder to junior. Yushi formed hand seals, and instantly a crimson line materialized across the ground in all 4 directions around her. Simultaneously, 8 identical figures of Yushi appeared at the cardinal and intercardinal points surrounding the 5 Kage. As chakra shimmered beneath their feet, Hiruzen Sarutobi's pupils contracted sharply. Is this an explosive tag formation? No, it resembles more closely the Uchiha clan's blaze array. Correct, though no reward awaits you. Yushi merged chakra between her palms, and from beneath the earth infernal flames erupted upward like ravenous specters. Water release water encampment wall. Sensing the searing heat rising from below, Mei Terumi formed seals, and joined by fellow Mist Village shinobi unleashed torrents of water upon the ground. With a thunderous roar, the water constructs shattered against the blaze array, not extinguishing the fire but evaporating instantly into scalding steam that inflicted secondary burns upon those nearby. From a mountaintop several kilometers away, Yushi stood arms crossed, watching twin pillars of fire pierce the clouds, turning the sky blood red, her gaze fixed upon several white cubic objects ascending from the epicenter. The blaze array's true focal points lay at the 8 peripheral positions. The central explosion was merely the detonation trigger. Indeed, Hiruzen Sarutobi, the professor of ninjutsu, had discerned the formation's weakness at a glance, coordinating perfectly with Inoki to dismantle it. Whoosh! 8 cubic dust release techniques severed each peripheral node in sequence. Once the hellish inferno subsided, Yushi reappeared at her original position, gazing upon the 5 Kage, now visibly battered and weary. Oh, impressive resilience, this golden sand wall. Ordinary gold would have melted long ago under such heat. Yushi applauded, lightly patting the charred, blackened walls beside her. Curses. We've been thoroughly outmaneuvered. Inoki glared at his exhausted subordinates, Karatsuchi among them, and spat the words in bitter fury. Uchiha indeed possessed cunning beyond measure. No wonder even the wily second Hokage held them in profound dread. Amaiwood clone's realism was simply too convincing. You merely failed to recognize it. Fortunate, given your attention was so thoroughly diverted. Had you remained vigilant, I'd have had no time to weave this intricate array. Though truth be told, its presence or absence changes little. Yushi slid her hand into the voluminous sleeve of her robe, a motion that instantly tensed every shinobi present. No need for fear. That little display was merely prelude to ensure you take this seriously. True battle belongs upon the field of war, to swallow all enemy leaders whole in one stroke. That is not my way. Only a war lost with absolute conviction holds true meaning. Those who refused had long since been cremated by Madara. Though the 5 Kage were far from peak condition, they were hardly incapacitated. Each estimated he could still endure hundreds of exchanges with Tingsha. Yet with several of their elite guards gravely wounded, even retreat risked becoming impossible. Cough, cough. How does she possess so much chakra? Chojuro coughed weakly, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at Yushi. To unleash such a cataclysmic fire release blast, and not even break a sweat. Was she truly human? Yushi tapped her chest once, then tossed a sealed letter into Hiruzen Sarutobi's waiting hands. This is a declaration of war from the Akatsuki's leader. Pray ensure the 5 great nations arrive at the battlefield without losing their way. Should you choose surrender, however, I carry an alternative agreement, one worth thoughtful discussion. Surrender? Ha ha ha, how amusing. A single organization dares demand the entire shinobi world kneel. Strength alone means nothing. As long as the 5 great nations stand united, no force in this world can overcome us. Precisely. The Cloud Village bows to no threat spoken in words alone. So what if Madara, Uchiha, and the tailed beasts stand with you? Bring them forth. We welcome the challenge. As the 5 Kage rose to their feet, resolute and unyielding, Yushi nodded, her expression one of quiet anticipation. An outcome foreseen. Then let it be proclaimed. The 4th Shinobi World War begins now. I only hope your resolve remains as unshaken when you stand upon that battlefield. Yushi retrieved the surrender accord and turned, her true form receding steadily into the distance. The 4th Shinobi World War has commenced. Brother, the peace we dreamed of lies within reach. I've already delivered the challenge letter to the 5 great nations. They seem fairly confident. Sunsets withdrew a can of orange juice from the refrigerator and sat atop the table, addressing Madara. Is that so? It appears most of that generation have already passed on, except for Inoki. The rest are merely children who've never truly witnessed the essence of power. Placing a chess piece precisely at the border between the land of fire and the land of lightning, Madara turned his gaze towards Sunset's silhouette and asked, by the way, have you still not decided to act against Nagato? Nii-san, answer me first. Do you still intend to carry out the Eye of the Moon plan? Hearing this, Madara fell into a brief silence. I seek only the true path, that is all. If you remain determined to pursue the Eye of the Moon plan, then the state of the real world, no matter how it transforms, holds no significance for you. But if what you truly desire is to live peacefully alongside Izuna and me in this shinobi world, to become its guardian of peace, defending it against external invasions. Then you cannot treat the real world as you once did. Sunset tossed the empty can into the trash bin, then placed a hand over her chest, amplifying her heartbeat through chakra until its steady, resonant rhythm filled the room. Listen, that is the heartbeat of a human being. Can something born of illusory dreams truly possess a heart? Within dreams, everything conforms to your imagination. If you wish for Sunset to be a cheerful, adorable sister, she becomes exactly that. If you envision her as serene and composed, she manifests as the most tranquil and thoughtful of siblings. She is flawless, yet when perfection is dictated solely by one's own perception, does she remain the person you truly remember? Upon hearing these words, Madara let out a quiet sigh. Sweet dreams always enthrall the soul. He had indeed once longed for such a world. But if reality itself were truly beautiful, would he ever have walked down that solitary shadowed path? By the way, he'll take you to meet Black Zetsu. He'll also recount the history of the shinobi world. Perhaps then you'll finally understand. Madara Uchiha nodded slightly as Sunset unrolled a scroll. Yet just as the two prepared to depart, they noticed a figure concealed behind the living room curtains furtively engaged in some unknown activity. Nii-san, what are you doing here? We're about to avenge you. Would you like to join us for the show? Wait, just give me a moment. He'll be right there. Watching Izuna scramble awkwardly behind the curtain, Sunset tilted her head in mild confusion before leading Madara down to the basement. After Sunset disappeared from view, Izuna exhaled in relief and tossed a bucket of paint into the dumpster outside. Finally finished restoring the house. Entering the sealed basement, Sunset glared irritably at the leaking ceiling, then drew black rods to erect a simple dark red barrier sealing the space completely. How shoddy is this construction? Perhaps after the war we should return to the land of snow. Yes, it's bitterly cold, but every other aspect, from infrastructure to craftsmanship, far surpasses that of the land of rivers. As Izuna descended the stairs clad in a deep blue robe, Sunset formed a hand seal and slammed it onto the scroll. With a burst of white smoke, Black Zetsu materialized within the confined barrier. You wretched Uchiha brat, release me at once. Startled by his sudden appearance, Black Zetsu snarled fiercely at Sunset. Ah, your shouting is useless. This barrier is woven from yin-yang release. You cannot escape. Madara, you are here too. Hurry and rescue your pitiful will fragment. Spotting Madara standing silently behind Sunset, Black Zetsu's expression instantly brightened. After all, Madara had coexisted with him in that subterranean cavern for decades. He surely believed Black Zetsu had been wronged. Ah, I don't believe a mere sentient will fragment could harbor such intricate schemes. Don't you think you ought to reflect upon what you've done, being found here like this? No, I was falsely accused. Have you forgotten our Eye of the Moon plan? Everything serves our shared dream. Eternal peace, everlasting. What? How did you get here? As Izuna emerged from the shadows, Black Zetsu's face paled. This was truly the end. A viscous pitch-black entity, so this must be it. Yet wasn't it originally created by Hashirama Senju's younger brother Tobarama? Hearing Madara's earlier exchange with Black Zetsu, Izuna murmured, puzzled. Was it truly he who killed you? Meeting Madara's gaze, Izuna studied Black Zetsu's form more closely, then gave a slow, solemn nod. This unique chakra signature, it's unmistakably his brother. What's wrong? Noticing chakra erupting violently from Madara's body, cracking the ceiling above, Izuna spoke with gentle concern. In that era, clan warfare was relentless, shinobi deaths were commonplace. So much time has passed, surely Madara's emotions shouldn't still burn so fiercely. Ah, nothing serious. I simply wish to speak with this black entity, alone. A dangerous crimson light flickered in Madara's eyes. Sensing imminent peril, Black Zetsu broke into cold sweat. No, Madara, believe me. I am truly your will incarnate. After a rigorous interrogation, though physical torment proved futile given Black Zetsu's lack of pain perception, Sunset's barbed remarks, such as, your mother will never emerge again, nearly shattered millennia of cultivated composure. You despicable lowborn vermin. You're nothing but unworthy inheritors of scattered divine seeds. How dare you treat me thus? Once mother awakens, none of you shall escape retribution. At last, realizing all hope had vanished, Black Zetsu cast aside his mask of deception and unleashed a torrent of venomous curses upon the three Uchiha siblings. Ah, so you finally dropped the facade now that I've laid bare the secret you kept buried in your heart. Yet it matters not. You truly cannot escape. You vile little brat. As Black Zetsu slumped onto the floor like a puddle of tar glaring up at Sunset, a sudden unsettling smile tugged at his lips, as if sensing something beyond sight. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. Does my fall mean anything? This shinobi world itself may not survive much longer. If mother remains imprisoned watching your beloved ones descend into hellfire, that too is a joy beyond measure. Sunset frowned faintly, observing Black Zetsu's bizarre demeanor. His reaction seemed profoundly unnatural. Could it be a unique sensory ability inherited from the Akatsuki clan? While Sunset and the others interrogated Black Zetsu in the basement, Hagoromo Akatsuki, dwelling at the threshold of the Pure Land, gazed upward, his eyes fixed upon the brilliant tapestry of stars shimmering across the heavens. So, it has finally arrived. Beneath the desolate and cold night, a figure clad in white robes and wearing a veil sat atop a massive wooden stump, gazing at the barren planet around him as he consumed a blood-red chakra fruit. My lord, the chakra of this planet has been fully collected, and we are nearing the location instructed by the elder. Oh, I see. I truly wonder how formidable the threat mentioned by the elder can be in this vast universe. Those natives are merely a bunch of insects, yet we are still required to make the journey ourselves. After finishing the chakra fruit, Akatsuki Momoshiki's chakra aura became even more formidable. I heard that this world is also under the jurisdiction of Kaguya and Ishiki. There might have been some changes, otherwise the elder would not have personally issued the command. Humph, no matter what kind of monsters they are, we will crush them with our own power. After all, they are merely lowly beings that have obtained chakra. Akatsuki Momoshiki elegantly wiped his mouth with a tissue, and then along with Kinshiki transformed into a streak of white light and vanished into the starry sky. In the shinobi world within the land of rivers, the chaotic Kurizetsu was resealed, while the sunset shared the history of the shinobi world that he knew amidst the doubts. Upon hearing the origins of Kaguya's descent into the ninja world, and the Senju and Uchiha clans, Izuna bore a look of disbelief. Who would have thought that the two strongest clans which fought to the death during the Warring States period were actually one family thousands of years ago? The explosive nature of this news left him instinctively reluctant to believe it. As someone who had just been revived, the new knowledge he was receiving felt increasingly surreal. Facing this ancient history, Uchiha Madara seemed to be already expecting it. In that case, it would explain why he needed to transplant Hashirama's cells to awaken the Rinnegan. Is Kurizetsu the will of that woman named Akatsuki Kaguya? It seemed somewhat unexpected that she had lived for so many years. It appeared that the Akatsuki clan might have a fundamental difference from humanity. Hearing Madara's words, the sunset nodded. I don't know the true nature of the Akatsuki clan, but I can confirm that their power surpasses that of today's ninjas by a great deal. After the peace in the shinobi world, we should focus more on technological innovation and ninja training. Although historically all chakra in the shinobi world comes from the ancient figure Kaguya, it cannot be said in such a way theoretically. After all, the cultivation of ninja chakra still requires drawing power from both the physical and spiritual levels to integrate chakra. This power is not immutable, but can be obtained through effort, so we still have hope to overcome the Akatsuki. After hearing the sunset's analysis, Madara also nodded. Didn't expect there are actually strong beings beyond this world. Humph, he suddenly seemed a bit interested. Aside from Hashirama and the sunset, there were no ninjas in the ninja world who could ignite his desire for battle, but this newly emerged Akatsuki clan appeared quite formidable, providing an opportunity for a few skirmishes. Noticing Madara's interest in the Akatsuki warriors, the sunset smiled. Perhaps there will be an opportunity to spar with the Akatsuki clan later, but for now, let's first handle the matters at hand. Due to Kurizetsu's identity being exposed, Uchiha Madara also abandoned the Moon Eye plan. Though it was a pity, continuing down this path would likely yield no good results. After explaining the history of the ninja world to Izuna and Madara, the sunset rolled up the scroll and departed using the flying thunder god technique. In the ruins of the land of whirlpools, sensing the sudden chakra presence behind him, Orochimaru, who was stealthily moving through the woods in a raincoat, cautiously drew out a kunai. Who is it? Who's there? Don't worry, it's me. In the misty world, the sunset removed the hood from his head. Isn't it still not time? I haven't found the loophole to break the Shiki Fuin yet. Orochimaru, thinking that the sunset was rushing her to act, spoke with an unsightly expression. Don't be impatient, I'm not here to rush you, but rather to ask you for something. As the most brilliant biological scientist in the ninja world, I believe you would not be stingy, right? Hearing this, several question marks suddenly appeared over Orochimaru's head. What devious ideas is this guy concocting again? A few minutes later, Orochimaru spat out a scroll and handed it to the sunset. This is a modified version concerning the transplantation of Hashirama's cells. If it's just for treating the legs, it should take no more than 3 days for you to be able to walk freely again. Alright, thanks. After shaking the scroll in a puddle, the sunset transformed into a blue light and vanished from the spot. Watching the sunset disappear, Orochimaru also furrowed his brow slightly. Is this the flying thunder god technique? That night, the sunset followed the instructions recorded in Orochimaru's scroll, and with the help of Yin-Yang release, transplanted Hashirama's cells into Nagato's legs. What is this? Hashirama's cells, the power belonging to the first Hokage. And you, being a member of the Uzumaki clan and possessing the ocular power of the Rinnegan, should not have a strong rejection reaction. As long as some time passes, Hashirama's cells should consume the necrotic cells in your legs and nurture new cells to restore your original mobility. Hearing this, Nagato suddenly fell silent for a moment. Why are you helping me? You should know that obtaining the complete power of the tailed beasts could very well backfire on you. No particular reason. I have always been good to my own. But even if you gather all the tailed beast chakra and restore the 10 tails form, you might still not be able to defeat me and my brother. After all, this is a confidence in one's own strength. The sunset confidently pointed at himself with his thumb while standing with one hand on his hip, and after chatting with Nagato about the battlefield arrangements in the Shinobi World War for a while, he left. Not long after the sunset departed, Nagato felt a sudden tingling sensation in his legs, which had long lost all feeling, and was taken aback. That little guy is really helpful. If one overlooks her despairing power, she is quite adorable. The Ninja World War is about to begin. Within half a month after the 5 Kage Summit, the 5 great nations and several smaller countries have formed a ninja coalition gathering at the border of the Land of Fire. On the vast sandy terrain, the 5 Kage, Sarutobi Hiruzen Inoki Tsunade Raza, and appeared atop a stone tower. The 5 Kage symbolically waved their hands, instantly met with countless enthusiastic cheers from the vast square formation below. Looking down at the dense crowd of ninjas in formation, Inoki couldn't help but smile. This time the Ninja Coalition has mobilized over 8,000 troops, with military expenditures exceeding several hundred billion. The assembled forces here are greater than any period in history. One could say that the current Ninja Coalition possesses the power to flatten any opposing force, and even the once feared Uchiha Madara might not stand a chance. There are so many people, it seems we have a good chance of reclaiming the tailed beasts. The hearts of the 5 Kage were filled with confidence as they looked at the cheering coalition ninjas below. Well, it's the Akatsuki organization that has pushed the limits of the ninja world. They dare to challenge us, so we should strike back with full force and show them the gap between us, shouldn't we? Hearing Tsunade's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen closed his eyes and replied, "The Akatsuki organization is not the main concern. The real trouble lies with Uchiha Madara and the tailed beasts that have been captured." As an elder ninja, that such a kid should understand how terrifying Uchiha Madara truly is. Seeing the look in the Hokage's eyes, Inoki nodded. "Indeed, I have encountered Uchiha Madara in the past, and naturally understand his strength. However, times have changed, the world's powers have united, and we may not fear him as we once did." The 5 Kage, leading their grand army, hurried towards the agreed battlefield. During this time, the setting sun suddenly woke from the tranquil waters of the training lake. Cough, cough. It seems I still can't adapt. Grasping the necklace hanging on her chest, 3 different forms of sage chakra flowed back into the crystal. The difficulty of merging the 3 types of sage arts seemed to be beyond her expectations. Although she felt she was close to finding a way, something was still missing, preventing her from breaking through the barrier. "Sister Xiang, it's time to eat." Hearing Bei's voice, Xiang stood up from the water, took a deep breath, and a faint white chakra aura emerged from her, evaporating the moisture. Walking alongside Bai on the quiet path, Xiang noticed her glances and wondered, "Is there something wrong with my face? Did I not dry it properly? No, it's something else. Huh, is there some issue with the situation of the Ninja World War?" As Xiang was about to use the Flying Thunder God technique to find Nagato, Bai quickly stopped her. "Of course not. Does Sister Xiang really not remember that your birthday is in a month?" Upon hearing this, Xiang's expression froze. "Is my birthday really in a month? I seem to remember something about that, but I can't recall clearly. Why bring up my birthday? I don't celebrate it. Who told you about this?" "It was Mr. Izuna who mentioned it while we were cooking together." Hearing Bei's reply, Xiang nodded. Given the aura of an elder brother, Bai probably couldn't talk much with him, but the second brother's gentle personality might have led to some casual conversation about trivial matters. Well, this matter isn't urgent for now, but it could serve as a celebration feast after the war ends. At the dining table, Xiang diligently ate bowl after bowl of food, while Izuna looked at the stack of bowls and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. "It seems that my little sister can eat even more than before. It looks like we need to prepare dozens more dishes for her birthday." After a hearty meal replenishing her chakra, Xiang led Izuna and Madara to the location marked by the Flying Thunder God technique, which is the main battlefield of the Ninja World War. "Are we going to fight again?" It seems that even after the Warring States period, humanity still cannot escape war. Hearing Izuna's lament, Madara nodded in agreement. This is how the world is now. Everyone is unable to see the true nature of war. They only need to fight according to the will of their village. They claim to protect their families behind them, but for the opposing side, aren't they also protecting their precious ones? Where there is love, there will be hate. When love is torn apart, hate transforms into power. But can hate be shattered? Probably not. Even if one kills their enemy, they will still offend the enemy's family, and then their descendants and friends will seek revenge out of hatred or destroy their love. This was true in the Warring States period, and it remains true in the era of the ninja villages. Hashirama only saw the superficial for a moment, while Uchiha Madara's Sharingan glimpsed a much more distant future. Although the Moon Eye plan is no longer feasible, he will move forward with a new will. It seems their speed is still quite slow, but that makes sense considering it's a large army advancing. Withdrawing the extensive sensing of Sage Mode, Xiang waited a moment longer for Madara and Izuna before using the Flying Thunder God technique to reach Nagato's location. As she just entered the cave, seeing Nagato standing on the ground in his Akatsuki robe, Xiang couldn't help but smile slightly. It seems your legs have indeed recovered quite well. Then I must thank you for your help. At least I feel that dealing with the Ninja Coalition will no longer pose a significant obstacle." Hearing Nagato's gratitude, Xiang nodded. "You only need to deal with part of the Ninja Coalition. The 5 Kage will be taken care of by my elder brother Uchiha Madara. I believe this war will end swiftly under our strong offense." "Is your brother really Uchiha Madara?" Seeing the look in Nagato's eyes, Xiang nodded. "Strictly speaking, I am also a person from the Warring States period, but I was resurrected due to some special reasons." Looking at the purple eyes in Nagato's gaze, Xiang answered. Nagato's Rinnegan is not in a hurry, focusing first on achieving peace in the world. On the third day since the ninja allied forces set out, the army, led by the 5 Kage, arrived at the location marked in the war declaration. It was an open battlefield in the Gobi Desert with numerous naturally formed sand towers and wind tunnels in the central area. Due to having scouted the area beforehand, the ninja allied forces quickly reached this place. Why can't we even see a shadow of the Akatsuki? Listening to the information reported by the surrounding reconnaissance team, AI frowned slightly. Could it be that they were deceived? But that shouldn't be the case. The surveillance reports from the Land of Rivers indeed stated that they were heading this way. Although the specific route was unknown, the general direction was certainly correct. The enemy wasn't the 4th Hokage. Could they still use the Flying Thunder God? Report. A chakra response from a ninja has suddenly appeared up ahead, but it's quite strange. What? Is he wearing the Akatsuki's clothing? No, it seems not. The person is sitting on a stone wearing a full set of red armor with a fan beside him. The reconnaissance ninja from the Hyuga clan replied honestly upon hearing the Hokage's inquiry. Upon hearing this familiar description, the expressions of the 5 Kage instantly tensed. Could it be Uchiha Madara? Has he actually appeared so soon? All troops form up. Prepare for battle. Seeing the ninjas charging towards them in an imposing manner, Madara with his chin resting on one hand revealed a smile. The ninjas have developed quite a lot in recent years. But quantitative changes do not necessarily lead to qualitative changes. I hope there is something among these sands to amuse me. Watching Madara stand up holding a fan as if preparing for close combat, the ninja allied forces reasonably chose not to initiate with ninjutsu, instead sending in melee troops in a wedge formation charging towards Madara. Madara shook off the dust clinging to him and gradually quickened his pace towards the ninja allied forces. Hearing the furious shouts of his comrades, the morale of the ninja allied forces seemed to reach its peak. However, in just one exchange, a row of ninjas was sent flying by the fan. The blades and shurikens in the hands of the ninjas seemed to flutter like leaves in a myriad of flowers, brushing past Madara's body, but never able to come to a halt. With a heavy fan in hand, Uchiha Madara's eyes flickered with red light, resembling a living embodiment of death, continuously reaping the lives of the surrounding ninjas. Many ninjas had only seen a glimpse before their fragile lives were claimed by Madara. Amidst the smoke and dust of battle, Madara broke a sword that was swung at him, kicked away the enemies coming from both sides, then took an explosive tag that had been planted on him and kicked it at a nearby ninja. Oh, what is this? Seeing the white light glowing from his chest, the faces of several surrounding ninjas instantly turned pale with fright. Boom. Bursting out from the flames, Madara slung the fan across his back and wielded a double-bladed weapon he casually picked up, sweeping through the battlefield like a white whirlwind. As he watched the ninjas fall at a visible speed, a fierce wind blast sent Madara flying. Stop underestimating me. Looking at the several wind-released ninjas in the distance, Uchiha Madara seemed quite regretful as he said, "Your melee troops are too weak, not even enough to pique my interest in using the fan. But that's fine, you still have ninjutsu stages, so I hope to see some impressive performances from you." Madara formed a hand seal and a massive amount of chakra surged up from his throat. Fire release, great fire annihilation. As if a volcano erupted from beneath the ground, a wave of fire several dozen meters high engulfed everything in front, turning it to ashes. What? There's actually a fire release of this magnitude. Seeing Uchiha Madara's great fire annihilation, which nearly covered the entire battlefield, Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback. As a ninjutsu expert, he believed his fire release techniques were quite strong, but if he were to face Madara, it would be like a small sorcerer facing a great sorcerer. Water release team, go to the front. Quickly. Following Terumi Mai's command, the Mist Village ninjas at the rear immediately rushed to the front line, quickly forming seals and gathering chakra to support the defense ahead. Water release, water formation wall. Countless streams of water mixed together, crashing against Madara's fire release like a vast ocean. Dozens of kilometers away, a figure wearing a fox mask, the setting sun, appeared atop a tower, gazing at the distant scene where water and fire clashed. Allowing the ninja allied forces to battle against my brother now probably only adds to the casualties. The 5 Kage will likely intervene personally soon. Just as the setting sun was waiting for his brother to clear the field before taking Nagato to ambush the allied forces, a surge of chakra suddenly transmitted over. How could the sage chakra from Mayaboka Mountain find her at this moment? The setting sun left a shadow clone here to watch, then her main body returned to Mayaboka Mountain. Removing the fox mask, the setting sun, dressed in a simple black robe, hurried along the path to the temple. However, noticing the surrounding stillness, she furrowed her brow slightly. The Ninja World War is naturally significant for humanity, but why does Mayaboka Mountain appear so somber? Arriving at the depths of Mayaboka Mountain, the setting sun walked up the steps, listening to the sound of dripping water in the quiet surroundings, then focused her gaze on the great toad sage seated at the top. I wonder why the great toad sage has come to seek me. Ah, the enemy has arrived. Hearing this from the sage, the setting sun scratched her head in confusion. Are you referring to the ninja allied forces of the 5 great nations? Upon hearing the setting sun's question, the great toad sage shook his head regretfully. It seems the timing is still a bit too fast. The current situation is very dire. I'm afraid I need to ask you to help the ninja world through this crisis. Of course, we as the sages of the 3 great sage realms will unite to assist you. Although he and the white snake sage are quite strong, they are of advanced age, and the slug sage is not adept in battle. In this situation, they can only place their hopes on the setting sun, who has not yet learned sage art. Upon hearing the serious expression of the great toad sage, the setting sun suddenly had a bad premonition. What do you mean? Looking at the setting sun with his gaze, the great toad sage pointed towards the starry sky. The clan of Kaguya has arrived. The perception ability of nature is still not as fast as the chakra sensing of the Akatsuki clan. Hearing this from the great toad sage, the setting sun's pupils suddenly contracted. How could they arrive at such a critical moment? In the sky above the blue planet, 3 figures floated within a beautiful arc of light. Is this Kaguya's planet? It certainly looks lively. There are so many low-level life forms chakra signatures. Their total amount seems to exceed any planet we've harvested before. Should we go down and deal with them? As he spoke, Kinshiki took out a chakra-formed axe from behind his halo. These small amounts of chakra can be dealt with later. For now, let's find the tastiest thing to quench our thirst. Momoshiki's Byakugan bulged with veins, and within his line of sight the figures of Nagato and the outer path golem gradually emerged. On the front lines of the shinobi world war, a massive meteor descended from the sky, breaking through the clouds and crashing down upon the battlefield with the force of annihilation. As the shadow suddenly loomed above, several allied ninjas were left in shock, unable to react, with many even dropping their weapons, unable to believe their eyes. What is that? This power is simply beyond human capabilities. Seeing some of the surrounding ninjas losing their will to resist and fear, Oenoki regained his composure from the shock, standing up and nodding towards the other 4 Kaguya. I never expected Uchiha Madara to possess such power, but everyone do not give up. We still have a chance. I truly did not expect this battle to be so arduous. Rashi wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, then manipulated a large amount of sand and gold from underground to form pillars that pushed upward. Oenoki flew into the sky, placing both hands against the bottom of the meteor, roaring as he activated the light-heavy rock technique in conjunction with the full force of the earth release, finally managing to halt the 500-meter-wide meteor in midair. Watching the meteor being held up, Madara with his arms crossed revealed a hint of surprise, but his gaze was directed toward the faint rumble coming from above the first meteor. To think you could stop the first meteor, Oenoki, you've grown. But what will you do about the second one? Just as the Ninja Alliance was coming to terms with Oenoki's impressive display, a thunderous sound from the sky suddenly filled their hearts with an ominous premonition. Boom. The Hyuga clan's ninjas using their Byakugan saw another meteor suddenly appearing in the sky, causing their mood to plummet. How could this happen? Is this the power of Uchiha Madara? Boom. The second meteor made contact with the top of the first, and the immense pressure descended upon Oenoki, causing the old man to feel every bone in his body tremble. Oh. Boom. The sand and gold pillars and earth columns supporting him collapsed under the overwhelming weight, and even the light-heavy rock technique was insufficient to counteract it. As he watched the meteor crashing down, a blue light suddenly flashed behind Madara. Appearing several kilometers away on a hillside, feeling the earth groan, Madara looked towards the setting sun. The current situation is very stable. By tomorrow morning at the latest, I can scatter the Ninja Alliance. After all, ninjas today are still lacking compared to the Warring States period. The only thing to commend is their unity. I am naturally at ease leaving the main battlefield to my elder brother, but it seems there is a bit of trouble with Nagato right now. Hearing about the trouble with Nagato, Madara activated Susanoo to shield himself from the falling debris, expressing his displeasure. Could it be that Nagato has betrayed us? Upon hearing Madara's inquiry, the setting sun shook his head. It's not that there's a problem with Nagato, but rather that there are new enemies. Time is of the essence, so I won't chat with you for long, elder brother. Watching the setting sun leave with flying thunder god, Madara's brow furrowed slightly. Could the new enemy be the Akatsuki clan that the setting sun had mentioned? A few minutes earlier, at the base of a desolate mountain on the border, a massive outer path golem appeared to be resting as if asleep, while 2 figures in red cloud-patterned black cloaks discussed something in front of it. Nagato, have your legs fully healed. The surgery by Tenzo was indeed remarkable. I feel as if I have real legs again. Don't worry, once the great battle ends, my and Yahiko's dream will truly come to fruition. Feeling the warmth of Nagato beside her, Konan nodded. While Tenzo has healed your legs and allied with us, can she really be trusted? Probably. I'm not entirely sure, but as long as we observe her for a few years after the war, if she truly loves peace, perhaps giving her the Rinnegan would be worth it. Just as Nagato was still talking, he suddenly noticed a black rod flying from the distance, and Konan's pupils contracted as she quickly pushed Nagato away and transformed into paper to fly several meters away. Ayu reacted quite quickly. Retracting his hand, Toka smiled at the Rinnegan in Nagato's eyes. That Kaguya actually let the bloodline flow into the realm of mortals. Oh, what a disgrace for the Akatsuki clan. Who are you? As Nagato faced the appearance of the 2 strangers, he manifested the Deva path in his hand. We are from the sky, ordered to eliminate threats and retrieve the fruit of the god tree. I truly can't understand what you're saying. Seeing the strange chakra reactions within the 2, Nagato frowned and positioned himself in front of Konan. No matter what, his strength had already reached its peak, and he would not allow these 2 to act recklessly. Merely going through the motions, or whether you understand or not matters little. Toka exchanged a glance with Kinshiki, and instantly understanding, Kinshiki pulled out a large axe from behind and charged toward Nagato. Whoosh. The purple laser emitted from the cannon in Nagato's hand struck Kinshiki, yet this massive warrior seemed different from ordinary ninjas, showing no fear of the scorching heat. Conan, you hide first, while handle these two. Conan hesitated for a moment before departing to find the other Akatsuki members who were still leisurely hanging back. Ka! The ground split open, creating a massive crack over 20 meters long as the Rinnegan captured Kinshiki's movements. Two mechanical arms extended from behind Nagato, gripping 4 black rods, as he commanded his still untrained legs to engage in a fierce taijutsu battle with Kinshiki. Due to the long-term control of pain, Nagato's taijutsu foundation was not poor, and with the convenience of a Deva path, although he was still at a disadvantage, he was not yet at risk of immediate defeat. Boom! A dozen missiles exploded at the landing point of Kinshiki, and Nagato's mechanical arms were severed. Watching the giant axe swing towards him through the smoke as Nagato extended his hands to unleash Shinra Tensei, suddenly, the giant axe transformed into 3 deep red chains that bound his hands together. What is this? The red lightning struck in front of Nagato, the overwhelming force propelling him to crash through 2 mountain walls before finally coming to a halt. It seems even mortals who have gained divine power are not much different. Watching Nagato being buried in a pile of stones, Toka revealed a mocking smile. However, shortly after, Kinshiki noticed the mud seeping through the rubble in front of him and paused. Could it be a clone similar to chakra transformation? He should have used Byakugan just now. Wood style, the tree realm descends. In the dim battlefield, Uchiha Obito waved his hands, causing countless wooden vines to surge from the ground, spreading grandly in the devastated world beneath the falling stars. For the countless casualties of the ninja allied forces, even the fortunate survivors would be ensnared by the pursuing branches and vines, drained of their chakra and perishing. Toad oil firebomb. Just as the wood style was further expanding, a wave of fire, mixed with oil, suddenly swept across the battlefield, suppressing the growth of the wood style and allowing some ninjas to escape. Summoning technique. Slapping his hand on the ground, black runes appeared, and amidst the white smoke, a colossal slug split into countless smaller slugs scattering across the battlefield. Oh, are those your 2 disciples? It seems they helped a great deal. Due to needing to heal, Jiraiya and Gai Tsunade arrived later than the main forces. However, having such a vast chakra supply to heal the ninja allied forces truly shows she is the granddaughter of the first Hokage. Hey old man, what happened here? Sensing the countless fallen ninjas around, Tsunade suppressed her dizziness and asked Sarutobi Hiruzen. Oh, there's nothing that can be done. The main forces just advanced here and encountered Uchiha Obito. This guy is indeed too powerful, and it seems he has also implanted the cells of the first Hokage. I wonder if it was Orochimaru's doing, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, wiping the sweat from his forehead as he looked at the remaining meteorites and the advancing wood style. Hearing the name Orochimaru, a symbol appeared on Tsunade's forehead. That bastard Orochimaru again. It was already terrible enough when he attacked Konoha during the Chunin exams with the Sand Village. Now the enormous crisis facing the ninja world is probably not unrelated to her actions. Is this chakra aura similar to the sage art of the setting sun? Moreover, with the granddaughter of Hashirama, Konoha indeed still has a capable opponent. However, in this world besides Hashirama's mother and the setting sun, no one can match me. Obito smirked, and the hand seals he formed changed. The wood style that was originally spreading towards the allied forces ceased its growth, instead channeling chakra to its tips, blooming into beautiful yellow flower buds. This guy has implanted cellular tissue and can use grandfather's ninjutsu so proficiently. Watching the pollen spreading in the air, Tsunade's expression grew serious. The combination of wood style and Mangekyō Sharingan, the power that once quelled the chaos, is now being used against the ninja allied forces. It seems today will inevitably be a fierce battle. Utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique, I found Nagato only to be met with a flying boulder. Smashing the stone slab that fell on himself away, the setting sun looked towards the distant figure of Peach Style, who seemed to be smiling radiantly. Otsutsuki. He's really come so quickly, but unless it's the Ten Tails, such chakra-based attacks are likely ineffective against the enemy. How foolish to think of using the power of the divine to combat the divine. Peach Style extended his hand, the golden Rinnegan in his palm, absorbing the tailed beast bomb from the outer path golem, like a black hole, amplifying it in the other hand. Looking at the purple glow appearing before him, Nagato immediately felt a chill run down his spine. Does this guy also possess the abilities of the Hungry Ghost Path? But why does it feel like an amplified version? Whoosh. The tailed beast bomb returned with enhanced chakra, seemingly did not explode in the cave, but appeared at the seaside dozens of miles away. The crimson light illuminated the ocean, and feeling the boiling sensation of the sea amidst the chaos of heaven and earth, the ninja allied forces stationed at the Intelligence Analysis Division by the sea felt very good. It felt explosive. Is that the power of time and space? I didn't expect it to give rise to such strength, but it doesn't matter. Even if they can use time and space, they are merely difficult to catch natives. Enemies of this kind are best left to Kinshiki. He indeed wants to see what makes this native so concerning to the elders. Tensho, aren't you over on the main battlefield? Seeing the setting sun suddenly appear before him, Nagato said with some surprise. I sensed something was wrong here, so I came over. But right now we should deal with the enemies in front of us first. Watching Nagato raise the Ashura gun, the setting sun pressed it back down. Nagato, It's hard for chakra-based attacks to work on such enemies, leave it to me. Taijutsu and Sage Art are particularly effective against Akatsuki. Looking at Kinshiki, who was charging at him with various weapons, the setting sun's pupils flickered with red light, and an orange shadow covered his youthful face. To think you want to use a mortal body to contend against the body of Akatsuki. You are the first I've ever seen. As Kinshiki swung down with his blade, a sharp aura cleaved a neat fissure through the rock behind him. Seeing the axe coming at him, the setting sun adeptly dodged Kinshiki's complex and fierce attacks, then gathered chakra in his hand and threw a punch. Clearly evading the setting sun's attack, Kinshiki nonetheless felt the pain of a punch striking his face. Damn it, an unknown technique. Harnessing the power of the god of waves, chains, giant axes, and knives floated around him, moving as if they possessed life, in coordination with Kinshiki. Meanwhile, to match the speed of the enemy, the setting sun activated the first 3 gates of the 8 gates of opening, further enhancing his speed and strength to a new level. Is that the power of the ninja world itself? How strange. I didn't expect it to be usable without the refinement of the god tree. Watching the setting sun's Sage Art suppressing Kinshiki amid his taijutsu, Peach Style furrowed his brow slightly. Could it be that the threat the elder mentioned to me was this? Swish. Bracing against the punch of Jin, the setting sun carved 2 deep grooves on the ground. Sensing the weapons flying in from all directions, the setting sun quickly utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to vanish from his original location. Boom. Amidst the lightning and thunder, the entire mountain range was neatly cleaved in 2. Alright, I'm done playing with you all. It's time for a snack. Tao waved his hand and Jin withdrew to the side, while a massive amount of chakra gathered in his right hand. This time Tao seemed to have learned from experience, aware that the setting sun had the ability to shift the tailed beast ball. Thus he used chakra to create several giant dragons from the earth, which bit onto the tailed beast ball and charged towards Nagato. Boom. A brilliant light erupted from the valley as the giant dragons roared, and the outer path golem emitted a series of long, mournful howls. However, as the smoke from the explosion gradually dissipated, looking at the now leveled mountain range and the distant long-gone Nagato and outer path golem, Tao's brow furrowed again. The power of time and space is truly troublesome. I should have called that unreliable guy Pooh to come with me. That fisherman is always up to no good, and now he probably doesn't even know where he's off playing. My lord, I've already grasped the powers of the one with the Rinnegan. He poses little threat to us, rather it is that guy wielding the native powers. I know without you saying. This power system is beyond chakra, and if it grows it could threaten our clan. We should eliminate it swiftly, but with that guy flying around it might be difficult to take action. Let's instead focus on collecting the other 2 sources of chakra. Several dozen kilometers away, the setting sun had transported Nagato to a secluded underground cave. They must be members of the Akatsuki clan. I didn't expect them to arrive so quickly. Akatsuki clan. Nagato and Jin exchanged blows for a moment. That guy's taijutsu was indeed impressive. Even his 6 arms could be suppressed. If he hadn't used the tailed beast ball to push back at a critical moment, his situation would have been quite perilous. I'll tell you about this later, but for now, let me explain their abilities so that you won't be caught off guard. The setting sun rambled on, nearly overwhelming Nagato with information. How do you know so much? Are you also a ninja of the Akatsuki clan? Although in good health, Nagato, in conjunction with the outer path golem, could not defeat these 2 individuals, he certainly wouldn't be easily defeated in the short term with the information at hand. If the enemy did not employ space-time ninjutsu, at that moment the setting sun finally understood why Kaguya had suddenly lost control in the basement. Though he was a premature baby, he belonged to the Akatsuki clan and possessed Kaguya's power. He must have sensed the arrival of Tao and Jin long ago. If only they had come after the Sage of 6 Paths had completed his transformation, but it just had to be at this critical moment. If it weren't for my brother Uchiha Madara and his strength providing a safety net, it would truly be a case of internal strife and external threats. The setting sun utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to leave, and not long after Conan arrived with members of the Akatsuki organization. However, upon seeing Nagato's frail body, everyone was left in a state of stunned silence. Wasn't their leader Pain? Who is this tall, red-haired person? Conan, why did you bring them here directly? Considering the enemy's chakra presence was too strong, I didn't think too much about it. But since you've already recovered, you shouldn't need to act as Pain anymore, right? Nagato, on the battlefield of the Ninja Alliance, Uchiha Madara was toying with the 5 Kage in his sinew when the setting sun, dressed in a hooded cloak, suddenly reappeared beside him. Big brother, lend me some of your Rinnegan's ocular power. It's urgent. Uchiha Madara. What's wrong? Does someone dare to bully you? Tell me who it is. We'll go take care of him right now. The strengths of the 5 Kage present were not very high. Perhaps I should throw down 2 heavenly obstruction stars to stall the battlefield for a while. I want to see which bastard dares to trouble my little sister. A big brother, please deal with the front line first before coming to support me. The enemy is a bit tricky. Once it's sorted out, I'll use the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport you over. Remember not to use too much of my Rinnegan's ocular power due to the impure world reincarnation state, which carries the aura of death. Even Hashirama's cells cannot negate it. I understand. I just want this ocular power as a backup. Buzz. The light of dust release melted away a significant portion of the 4th stage of Susanoo. The 5 Kage bearing numerous injuries furrowed their brows at the sudden appearance of another figure beside Madara. An unfamiliar ninja appearing suddenly beside Madara. Could they be one of Orochimaru's subordinates or a member of the Akatsuki organization? Jumping onto a nearby boulder, Uchiha Madara placed his hand on the setting sun's shoulder, the cold, ocular power of the Rinnegan flowing into the setting sun's eyes. A purple shadow flickered in the crimson Sharingan, and after giving Madara a nod, the setting sun immediately activated the Flying Thunder God technique and vanished from the spot. The two Akatsuki seemed to be merely playing during their earlier battle. To avoid any unexpected events, she must reach her strongest state. Gripping the necklace hanging around her neck, the setting sun's orange eyeshadow gradually shifted to purple. I wonder if the chakra of the Akatsuki clan can help her awaken the Rinnegan. It seems theoretically possible. Hey fellow forum members, why is everyone else fighting on the battlefield while I'm stuck here watching tiny animals? On Turtle Island, Naruto glared at the towering elephant before him, then kicked the hay bale beneath his feet high into the air. Foolish fox. Idiotic Naruto. Right now you're not even half as capable as I was back then. Bean Sprout. Pudding Boy. You do better charging headlong into battle than lingering in the kitchen. Naruto watched Killer Bee circle him restlessly, and a vein pulsed like a jagged kanji across his forehead. He wasn't weak, just young. As resentment flared within him, why must he be shielded rather than stand as the shield? 2 meteors streaked across the cerulean sky. Killer Bee Midrap suddenly paused and tilted his head upward, sensing the disturbance. B, something's returning. Its chakra feels strange, stay vigilant. An enemy ambush. Oh yeah, wait no, that doesn't quite fit. But fearless Killer Bee and his 8 Tails partner never yield. Yeah. 8 Tails Gyuki high above Ghost Island Otsutsuki Momoshiki sensed the colossal chakra signatures emanating from Killer Bee and Naruto, and with a flick of his wrist summoned a bolt of lightning that split the heavens and plunged downward. Crack! Golden lightning seared across Turtle Island's shell, its raw power surging through the air and reducing innocent beasts to charred husks. The giant turtle roared in agony. Feeling the earth tremble and stone pillars collapse around them, Killer Bee reacted instantly, yanking Naruto behind his back. What's happening? The allied shinobi forces assigned to guard the Jinchuriki converged from all sides. After scanning the ambient chakra, they spotted 2 figures descending slowly from the sky, robed in white. So this is Kagaya's scattered chakra essence. Though the beast inside seems rather grotesque. Momoshiki's expression twisted faintly with disdain upon sensing the 8 Tails coiled within Killer Bee. No matter. As long as we extract chakra for the divine tree's rebirth, the vessel itself is irrelevant. Their mission was twofold: eliminate threats and harvest chakra to reseed the god tree. This world's energy reserves are astonishing. No wonder Kagaya dared rebel against them. Who are you? Yamashiro Aoba hovered nearby, crows circling like silent sentinels, kunai drawn, as he confronted Momoshiki and Kinshiki descending from the heavens. Lowly creatures unworthy of our names. Momoshiki hurled a torrent of chakra flame toward the allied forces. This was chakra in its most primal form, unrefined, unbound, and deployed at scale, its destructive force rivaled any ninjutsu. Whoosh! For octopus-like, tails unfurled from behind him, interlocking before his chest to block the assault. Half-transformed Killer Bee charged forward, voice thunderous, despicable scoundrels. Your true adversary is Killer Bee, the strongest singer of Kumogakure, the Jinchuriki of the 8 Tails. He's rushing forward to hasten our convergence, is he? Momoshiki observed Killer Bee's writhing tentacle tails, then gathered chakra in his palm. In an instant, countless black rods shot forth like vengeful spears. Uncle Killer Bee, be careful. Hey, Leaf Village dead last. Don't underestimate the bond between me and the 8 Tails. Killer Bee lunged forward, brandishing his ninjato, dodging black rods with furious precision. Yet to his shock, he misjudged their strength. Within mere exchanges, he lay utterly defeated. Though he could sever a tail and flee, the fox behind him couldn't. Still unripe, and entrusted by his elder brother, this burden weighed heavily. Minutes later, Turtle Island convulsed beneath lightning and fire. Amid ruins strewn with fallen shinobi, fully transformed Killer Bee hung immobilized, pierced and pinned upright by colossal black rods onto a shattered stone pillar. Gazing up at the hovering intruders, the 8 Tails lifted its massive head with grim effort, and a monstrous obsidian-tailed beast ball coalesced in its maw. Uncle Killer Bee. Idiot. Fool. Look at me, not away. Glancing back at Naruto, Killer Bee seized the blinding flash of the tailed beast ball, and with one decisive strike hurled him deep into the sea. Shum. Momoshiki raised his hand, and in seconds the black sphere, 3 stories tall, vanished entirely into his palm. Nani. Channeling Takamamasubi's divine amplification, he surged the absorbed chakra into his left hand, then tossed the augmented tailed beast ball back, with a smirk of utter contempt. With the Rinnegan's absorption ability, such chakra attacks held no terror for him. Boom. Watching the blast detonate miles away, Momoshiki clenched his fist, and a jagged vein pulsed across his brow as he glared at the setting sun. You truly are an inescapable specter. Indeed. You too are grave threats. If I hadn't followed closely, the shinobi world would face catastrophe. As Dusk drew a slow breath, her Mangekyō Sharingan spun rapidly within both eyes. The 2 intruders frowned, watching a colossal blue giant rise from the earth. This foe still harbored hidden techniques, had he held back during the earlier battle. While fierce battles raged across the shinobi world far away at the ruins of Uchiha, Orochimaru had finally unraveled the secrets of the dead demon consuming seal, and with meticulous preparation prepared to deceive the Shinigami himself via the impure world reincarnation technique, thereby releasing the souls sealed within. Yet recalling the failsafe mechanism Sunset had implanted within his body, a risk triggered by the very act of reincarnation, Orochimaru paused, then set the death god mask aside. He couldn't remain passive. If Sunset discarded him once she'd exhausted his utility, all would be lost. After all, the Uchiha clan had vanished. The weight of a surname meant little now. No, I must secure a contingency. I must escape this perilous place immediately after completing the transfer. A spark ignited in his eyes. He licked his lips, then retrieved preserved cellular samples, and began the ritual of impure world reincarnation. Within a narrow cave, Orochimaru formed hand seals channeling chakra into the array, whereupon dust and soil swirled violently, swallowing the sacrificial bodies whole. Amid icy gusts, two figures stirred and opened their eyes. Wait. How am I alive again? Hashirama Senju stared at his hands, scratching his head in bewilderment. Where is that vile Uchiha brat? Instantly resurrected Tobarama Senju turned on Orochimaru, his voice thick with simmering wrath. Orochimaru, that accursed Uchiha brat still lives, and has stolen every last achievement of my life. Unforgivable. Tobarama, calm yourself. Brother, I cannot. That innately malevolent Uchiha brat wields the very forbidden technique I designed solely to counter Madara Uchiha, and flaunts it recklessly. People might mistake it for an Uchiha invention. Hashirama blinked. Had he truly never noticed how fiercely his younger brother guarded intellectual ownership? Still, Sunset, with both Flying Thunder God and impure world reincarnation, was undeniably dangerous. I told you long ago, abandon those bizarre jutsu. Brother, this is no time for lectures. We must locate Uchiha Sunset immediately and subdue her before the shinobi world collapses. Orochimaru, standing silently beside them, remained utterly baffled. The Susanoo with outstretched wings soared through the clouds, wielding its long sword with all its might, sending the golden style flying away. Piercing through two mountain ranges, the golden style lay beneath the shattered rocks, followed by a deafening roar from the sky, as a massive red flame bird clutched onto the back of Susanoo. The peach style shimmered with light, and the powerful chakra aura formed a tailed beast ball over 50 meters in size, which slammed into the chest of the setting sun. You need to understand the gap between people. This impure force of yours cannot stop us. As a native, just stay put, and let us harvest your chakra. The Firebird and Susanoo were both thrust into the sea with flames and explosions erupting from below. The vast ocean churned with waves, and a red sun floated on the water's surface. But amidst the explosive light of the tailed beast ball, the peach style, using the Byakugan, noticed countless chakra reactions appearing in the air, frowning deeply. Truly troublesome. Countless wind-style shuriken infused with sharp chakra soared into the sky. Utilizing its flight capabilities, the peach style swiftly navigated through the gaps in the attacks, consuming several chakra pills, while more chakra flames shot from its hands towards the shadow clones below. The shadow clones began to dissipate in large numbers in the air, but some of the setting sun still managed to break through and rushed towards the peach style. Kicking away the approaching shadow clones, the peach style grabbed the setting sun before it revealing a detonating tag that radiated white light. Boom. The smoke in front was torn apart, and a heavy punch met the peach style's face. Like a shooting star, it crashed deep into the water. Feeling the swelling pain in its face, the peach style seemed to wear an expression of anger and humiliation. Damn inferior creature, how dare you treat me this way? The setting sun glowed with green light, but as it prepared to chase after the peach style again, a chain suddenly bound it from behind. Your life is about to end. I'll regret ever encountering a member of the Akatsuki clan. Looking at the setting sun bound by chakra, the golden style ignited its great sword with raging chakra and swung it downward. Crack! The sea was split open, revealing a deep chasm, and sensing the setting sun suddenly appear behind him, the golden style frowned. The power of space-time is truly troublesome. Buzz. A dangerous light emanated from the setting sun's hands, and numerous weapons shot out from a wheel entangled by thick tree roots. Twisting itself within the vortex, the golden style evaded the setting sun's wood style and reappeared beside the peach style. All right, human brat, since you dare to obstruct our chakra harvesting time, and again, I suppose we must absorb you first. Looking at the lightning forming in the peach style's hands, the setting sun raised its fan defensively, saying, I've never been afraid of anyone in a fight. Clang. The fierce sparks collided against the fan, and an icy aura instantly swept across the sea. Snowflakes drifted through the air, and the storms might seem to freeze the tumultuous ocean surface. Previously almost killed by the Akatsuki on Turtle Island, Killer Bee gradually broke free from complete tailed beast transformation, while Naruto crawled out of the water, dragging his weakened body into a secluded cave. Looking at the numerous seriously injured ninjas around, Killer Bee seemed to still be rapping his favorite lyrics. Dumb octopus can't defeat the damn jellyfish. The peach style wears a transparent veil and can discharge electricity, hence Killer Bee likens it to a jellyfish. Naruto, Uncle Killer B, can you really say something like this in this state? As Killer B was seriously injured, and the outside situation was uncertain, the nine-tails sealed within Naruto suddenly stirred restlessly. Naruto could only feel his vision go dark, and when he looked around again, the scenery had turned into a water-filled cage. In the darkness, the nine-tails' sharp claws gripped the seal, its blood-red eyes larger than lanterns fixated on Naruto's body. Hey kid, what's happening outside? The nine-tails seemed to sense a trace of Uchiha Obito's chakra and appeared somewhat anxious. How would I know what's happening? You ask me, and I want to ask someone else. And you big fox, how come you don't come out to help when you see your brother being beaten up? You ask me why I don't go out to help. Do you think a powerful fox like me would bow down and stay inside your body? After quarreling with the nine-tails for a while, Naruto finally got the nine-tails to express the danger it sensed. It seemed that the nine-tails felt two extremely strong chakra reactions fighting against another chakra akin to that of Uchiha Obito and Hashirama Senju. These two chakra signatures were certainly not something that the current half of the nine-tails and eight-tails could contend with, but to prevent Naruto, who was somewhat oblivious from getting involved, the nine-tails felt it necessary to give him a warning. As the setting sun and the Akatsuki clan battled on the vast ocean on the front lines, Madara seemed to lose the desire to continue fighting against the Ninja Alliance. After all, something was wrong with the setting sun, and he felt somewhat uneasy. Watching the seals wrapping around him, Madara formed hand seals, releasing a large amount of blue chakra into the surroundings. Alright ninjas bearing the name of shadows, your childish games should come to an end. I, Uchiha Madara, am about to unleash the power of Kaguya. You should retreat now. This guy has an incredibly strong chakra reaction. What does he want to do? Feeling the waning chakra within him, Inoki looked towards the terrifying chakra fluctuations emanating from Uchiha Madara in the distance, his heart racing. Woo. The originally second form of Susanoo rapidly took shape, armor and robust flesh filling its form, and blue chakra flames ignited in the eyes of the Tengu. This guy is enormous. Tsunade, appearing tattered and dusty, gazed at the blue giant warrior that towered like a mountain, her eyes seemingly glazed over. Inoki, do you think your dust release can destroy him? Hearing the Hokage's inquiry, Inoki glanced at the giant, whose peak was seemingly beyond sight, feeling drenched in cold sweat. In this state, did he defeat me and the second Tsuchikage without even using half of his power? Observing the motionless 5 Kage below, Uchiha Madara drew his sword. In the blink of an eye, a blue light streaked across the sky and a fierce wind blew everyone away, followed by a rumbling sound echoing from mountains hundreds of miles away. Countless mountains seemed to be cleaved in half by the sword's aura, revealing a clean and scorching cross-section in the middle. This is Uchiha Madara, the power of Kaguya. Swish! A purple light burst forth from the ICC and a dozen suns appeared beside Tao Shi. As fists and feet clashed together, 2 suns were seized by Tao Shi and smashed aside, but before he could react, a sharp pain shot through his back leg as steel wires bound around his body. Releasing chakra within his body, Tao Shi discarded the 2 suns that had left their marks on him, and then a repulsive force sent all the clones, including the kunai bearing the flying thunder god marks, soaring into the sky. Swish! On the other side, the main body of the sun was knocked away by a hammer, but before the next attack from Jinshi arrived, he used the flying thunder god technique to reappear behind Tao Shi. Marked with the flying thunder god seal, escaping was not so easy. A blue light flickered across the sky and Tao Shi's hands trying to break free were bound together by wooden vines. Seeing the towering clouds around him, Tao Shi's scalp tingled. What do you want to do? You madman. I don't want to do anything, just want to see if you can escape my seal. The sun's eyes glowed red, slowing the flow of time for both himself and Tao Shi by thousands of times, though the inertia and other external factors remained unaffected. With the celestial arts and Susanoo's chakra enveloping him like armor, the sun gripped Tao Shi's body, resembling a meteor glowing with fire falling from the sky. Boom! Flames erupted in the desert, incinerating everything around. Emerging from the crater, Tao Shi trembled as he took a few steps before collapsing to the ground. The body of the Akatsuki really is resilient. In the split second before the fall, the sun transported himself to a lake and then used the flying thunder god technique to appear behind Tao Shi. Seeing the slightly weakened chakra aura, Tao Shi frowned. It seems I must control my strength. If it were like the fall of my elder brother back, then he could probably smash this guy to death, but after the death of Akatsuki, the remaining wedge is a big problem. She certainly didn't want a stranger lingering within her body. Seeing Tao Shi's weakened appearance, the sun manifested the 4-symbol seal and reached out towards him, but suddenly a long blade emerged from the vortex, forcing her back. Stepping out from the spatial gate, Jinshi lifted Tao Shi from the ground with one hand. Cough cough. I didn't expect the effects of this space-time technique would be so extreme. And with a time-locking ability like Pooh Shi's, you little brat are ridiculously strong for a native. Tao Shi gasped heavily, looking at the drenched sun before him. Logically speaking, a native endowed with divine power could develop into something powerful, but ultimately it is sourced from other strength and cannot surpass the primordial origins of chakra. Yet this little brat before me seems to have mastered chakra in a way I cannot comprehend, moving in conjunction with a bunch of incomprehensible techniques, giving Tao Shi the illusion that he was fighting against a fellow clansman. Oh dear, can't the small fry do anything now? You're just too weak, don't even think about farming and planting trees in the ninja world, you won't get a chance. You stubborn brat. Looks like I need to teach you a lesson. After enduring a bout of mockery from the sun, a grid symbol appeared on Tao Shi's forehead, and then he pulled out a handful of chakra pills given by the elders, swallowing them in one go. Buzz. A red light seeped from Tao Shi's body, and sensing that inexplicable feeling of unease, the sun furrowed his brows tightly. This guy seems to be different from the original story. While the Sun and Ban were showcasing their skills on their respective battlefields within the Land of Rivers, I had prepared a birthday cake, preserved it with ice ninjutsu, while the second among the three siblings, Azuna, seemed to be sitting on the rooftop lost in thought. Big brother and little sister have become so strong. Even though he possesses shadow-level strength, it seems utterly useless in this grand battle. Indeed, times have changed. As Azuna reflected on the vast changes in today's world far away in the land of whirlpools, his archrival Senju Tobirama seemed to be learning about the current ninja world war through Orochimaru. What? The five great nations are actually willing to unite against Uchiha Ban. That's some unity. As long as they can achieve genuine mutual trust, perhaps true peace isn't just a delusion. Upon hearing the news of the formation of a ninja coalition by the five great nations and other small countries, Hashirama spoke with a hint of hope. However, before he could be excited for long, his younger brother Tobirama doused him with cold water. Big brother, you shouldn't be thinking of such unrealistic things. The ninja world only unites because they face an unavoidable enemy. Moreover, that guy Uchiha Ban has been resurrected, reclaimed the tailed beasts from several other nations, and initiated the ninja world war. This indicates that that damned little brat Uchiha Yang must have succeeded. Whether as the first Hokage or for the safety of the ninja world, big brother, we cannot stand by and do nothing. Listening to what Tobirama said, Hashirama nodded gravely. Although Madara's nature isn't inherently bad, his character is indeed a bit extreme. If not stopped, the ninja coalition might be in for trouble. After all, as a ninja who often battled during the Warring States period, Hashirama knew well the immense difference between ordinary ninjas and Ban. Moreover, the ability of Edo Tensei allows Ban to possess infinite chakra. Don't mention an 800 strong ninja coalition. Even an 800 strong, one might not be able to subdue Ban. Oh, by the way, what generation of Hokage is Konoha on now? That old monkey is still around, right? Seemingly recalling the incident where Suna attacked Konoha during the last summoning, Senju Tobirama inquired of Orochimaru. Currently, the third Hokage is still in power, but in terms of generations, it should be the fourth. To divert attention from his collusion with Suna, Orochimaru shifted the topic to Tsunade. The fourth. Why is that monkey in power? Could it be that that seemingly honest guy has also gotten involved in politics? Tobirama seemed to be filled with doubts, and when he learned from Orochimaru that the fourth Hokage was killed by the Ninetales, his face was full of questions. The cute little fox of the Ninetales would kill the Hokage. Lord, you. Jinshur felt the overwhelming surge of chakra radiating from Tao Shi beside him, his expression shifting instantly into profound shock. The elder had actually refined a chakra fruit of this magnitude into pills and bestowed them upon them. Truly an honor so unexpected it left them breathless. I sensed boundless power surging within me. Ha! A radiant prismatic halo emanated from Tao Shi's chest as chakra surged through his body at an exponential rate. Sensing the searing heat in the air and the warped vortex churning within the clouds, Yuxiang tightened his grip on the flying thunder god Kanai, wariness sharpening his gaze. This one is strange indeed. A multicolored aura ascended slowly from the heavens, the seven elemental chakras coalescing like a silken cocoon around Tao Shi. The violent, chaotic chakra fluctuations swirling around him were so intense that Yuxiang dared not activate the flying thunder god technique to teleport directly into that maelstrom. Krah. After several seconds, fissures spiderwebbed across the prismatic chakra cocoon. From within, gray light bled forth, an omen of death descending once more upon the ninja world. Ha ha ha. So you loved calling me Minnow, didn't you? Then tell me, what words remain in your mouth now? The cocoon dissolved into drifting feathers, and within the shimmering chromatic light, Tao Shi emerged anew, reborn, resplendent, unyielding. A gray robe draped over his frame, 6 black magatama beads glowed softly upon his collar and back. Even the spiral horns atop his head had transformed, twisting now into demonic serrated spires. If the former Tao Shi exuded the refined grace of a noble youth, this incarnation embodied the solemn authority and seasoned mastery of a legendary martial sovereign. An unfamiliar form, and why has the flying thunder god mark grown so faint? Yuxiang stared into Tao Shi's deep crimson Rinnegan, then probed the dimmed resonance of his own seal, chilling premonition tightening in his chest. Consider yourself fortunate. I've just decided not to kill you. For the unique energy pulsing within you. I believe I finally understand it. Gazing with Rinnegan vision into Yuxiang's meridians where chakra and something deeper coursed in tandem, Tao Shi spoke with a sardonic knowing smile. To bypass the divine tree's transformation entirely, and instead channel planetary energy, directly harmonizing it with chakra for multifaceted application. This aberrant methodology would certainly intrigue the clan. Chakra flared across his palms, crimson light erupted instantaneously from his hands, swallowing all before him in blinding radiance. High above the ninja world, Hagoromo Otsutsuki, the sage of 6 paths, summoned the unconscious Naruto and Killer Bee to the moon, then gazed down at the crimson semicircular law manifesting across the world's surface, his brow deeply furrowed. Is this power akin to Mother's chakra fruit? No, it falls 2 tiers short. Yet even so, such strength may well surpass what Uchiha the current Uchiha can possibly withstand. Hagoromo clapped his hands once, his form dissolving silently into the starless night. Simultaneously deep within the layers of Ryuchi Cave, Shikatsu Forest, and Myobokuzen, the 3 great sages each sensed the sudden, unmistakable presence of the sage's chakra. Within a tranquil, mirror-still spiritual lake sat 4 white Zafus, and at its center, seated in serene stillness, was Hagoromo Akatsuki himself. Gradually at the remaining 3 seats, the forms of the white snake sage, the slug sage, and the great toad sage materialized, one by one, like mist condensing into form. Well, long time no see, esteemed colleagues. Gamamaru beamed, eyes crinkling with warmth as he surveyed the assembled sages. Nearly 1,000 years since last we met. Still kicking, old toad? What do you mean still kicking? Can't you speak with more respect, you serpentine fool? I'll outlive you yet, and say whatever pleases me. That's only because I'm older than you. Show proper deference to your elder. I'd sooner bow to a stone than a frog. Hagoromo raised both hands, calming the near escalation with quiet authority. Friends, let us temper our haste. The hour is grave, duty must guide our words and deeds. Indeed, you're right. I already entrusted that crystal to young Shien. The moment has surely arrived. Hearing the slug sage's words, the others nodded in silent accord. If the crystal now rested with young Shien, then the final phase of their grand design had irrevocably begun. Let us lend our strength, for the survival of the ninja world, and for resistance against encroaching fate. Hagoromo summoned his staff, planting it firmly before him. From the 3 cardinal directions, the 3 sages bowed their heads and channeled their sage chakra, pure, ancient, resonant, into the staff, weaving their wills into a single luminous thread. Ninja World Ocean. The crimson radiance gradually receded from the aftermath of the explosion. Uchiha rose from the scalding sea, jaw clenched, staring at the blistered burns marring his right hand. The blast radius was immense. If not for the flying thunder god technique, even activating the earlier forms of Susanoo would not have spared him from total annihilation. He wondered how the tailed beasts and their Jinchuriki fared on Turtle Island. As boiling waves churned up the bloated corpses of marine life, Tao Shi and Jinshi descended slowly from the sky. Can you endure it? That space-time ability is truly formidable, though soon it shall belong to me alone. Tao Shi extended his hands, crimson sigils flared into being, and in the blink of an eye Uchiha's form was wrenched through, the glyphs seized tight in Tao Shi's grasp. Karike. Tao Shi froze, eyes widening, as the figure in his grip dissolved into crackling lightning. His expression darkened sharp with disbelief and fury. A clone. Clever little girl. Deep beneath the waves hidden among coral reefs, Uchiha held her breath, receiving the clone's fragmented sensory data, and frowned, deeply unsettled. The Akatsuki truly are monsters. After consuming those dozen small pills, his chakra had swelled manyfold. The sheer pressure he now exerted was utterly unrecognizable, nothing like the opponent she once faced with quiet confidence. For the first time, Uchiha, who had always stood unwavering, felt an indescribable weight settle upon her spirit. Yet through the hazy water, the crystal resting against her chest began to glow, not with one, but with 3 distinct interwoven lights. As torrents of potent sage chakra surged unceasingly from within her, Uchiha's small, sharp eyes widened, not with fear, but with vast childlike wonder. Wasn't this crystal meant to store chakra? Then how could it now emit chakra of its own? In the profound depths of the ocean, Shi Yang's chakra surged violently, unleashing the 6 paths seals embedded within her body. Within the Magatama crystal, 3 hues of Senjutsu chakra merged seamlessly, converging and flowing into Shi Yang's meridians. Even the residual ocular power left behind by Uchiha Madara within Shi Yang appeared to integrate fully, yet the faint, deathly aura emanating from the Pure Land was forcibly expelled by the overwhelming 6 paths chakra. Gazing at the 5-colored light ascending from below, Momoshiki furrowed his brow slightly. Has this one taken a stimulant too? Whoosh. Shi Yang shot forward toward Momoshiki, her body blazing with radiant light. In the blink of an eye, she shattered Kenshiki's massive axe into 2 pieces. Tumbling through the air, Kenshiki was seized midair by Momoshiki's hand. As a faint humanoid silhouette emerged in the heavens above, Momoshiki's lips curled into a mocking smile. This chakra resembles Kagaya's. Could it be that traitor, sensing my arrival, has chosen to aid you after all? How utterly laughable. Once I subdue and seal you, I shall hunt down that treacherous woman, one fragment at a time. Shi Yang remained silent in the face of Momoshiki's provocation. Her consciousness was wholly consumed, straining to stabilize the torrential energy within her while resisting the encroaching erosion of nature itself. Though she had already surmised that 3 sages were aiding her, the sheer magnitude of this power overwhelmed even her formidable spiritual fortitude. Moreover, every chakra point along her body was saturated, leaving no room to activate even a single gate of the 8 gates. So this is pushing me to my absolute limit. Her pupils spun rapidly as the inherited ocular power fused with the pristine 6 paths chakra, gradually evolving into a singular violet luminescence. The Rinnegan, The legendary eyes of the Sage of Six Paths represented the zenith of all cosmic forces. Upon awakening them, the precarious equilibrium suppressing her inner energy stabilized markedly. Tsukumi no Mikoto, a divine ability that surfaced spontaneously in Shi-Yang's mind upon attaining the Rinnegan, bore resemblance to Tsukuyami, yet diverged fundamentally in essence. Tsukumi no Mikoto to invert reality and dream, forging dual cyclical pathways. Boundless divine power eternally imprisons the guilty beneath the infinite moon. In layman's terms, it constructs countless semi-real dimensions, mirror-like spaces capable of flipping an opponent's physical form inward for eternal sealing. Within each dimension, events unfold autonomously, but no entity stronger than the user may ever manifest. One may further unfold such a dimension within another, creating a reinforced seal. Spatial nodes can be embedded across layered dimensions, forming a multidimensional lattice akin to a Rubik's Cube, trapping the foe forever within its infinite folds. Note the fidelity and resilience of these semi-real dimensions correlate directly with the user's soul strength at the moment of casting. With sufficient soul potency, even the entire shinobi world may be temporarily translocated into Tsukumi no Mikoto to evade cataclysm. What an intricate dojutsu. My head aches just comprehending it. As Shi-Yang rubbed her temples, Momoshiki conjured a staff forged from a truth-seeking ball and swung it down upon her. She extended her hand. Black chakra coalesced instantly into a long spear. In an instant, the clash of the two polearms echoed hundreds of times. Whoosh! Kicked backward over 10 meters, Momoshiki raised a wing from his back to intercept the seal-marked hand lunging toward him. I've already foreseen your movements. This time you won't get another chance. Oh my, has this lowly fellow suddenly acquired such conviction and confidence? But mere words will never defeat me. A flash of violet light flared in Shi-Yang's pupils. Momoshiki, sensing danger, instantly launched himself skyward. At a distant mountain peak, the surrounding space twisted abruptly, as if washed over by a blinding white light, then vanished entirely from the shinobi world. Seems the wind-up was too slow, and the aim off target. Annoyed, Shi-Yang raised both hands before her as Momoshiki hurled a colossal chakra sphere downward. Simultaneously, she activated the powers of the Preta Path and Chitenjin. Within seconds, the attack dissolved completely into her being. Bearing the searing pressure of swelling chakra, she leveled her spear at Momoshiki. Vast torrents of chakra coalesced before her, condensing fiercely at the spearhead. Whoosh! As Momoshiki reshaped his truth-seeking balls into a spherical mass for a direct confrontation, Shi-Yang's spear vanished mid-flight, twisting through warped space. Hm. Frowning sharply at the spear's sudden disappearance alongside the spatial distortion, Momoshiki muttered another vanishing technique. Some rare space-time jutsu. Thwip! The spear pierced straight through his chest. Staring at the shattered truth-seeking ball, Momoshiki's expression stiffened. Why? Why could he not sense this chakra at all? Below, Shi-Yang flicked her fingers. Her spear withdrew from Momoshiki's chest, and a ring of white mist bloomed around him. Countless identical spears materialized in the air, all aimed unerringly at Momoshiki. Whoosh! Spearheads streaked across the sky, trailing luminous white trails, encircling Momoshiki like a celestial sphere. Darting evasively, Momoshiki escaped the vortex using Yamatsu Hirasaka. Reappearing behind Shi-Yang, he lunged for her neck, only for the space before him to invert like a mirrored surface. Nanny! By the time Momoshiki fully emerged from Yamatsu Hirasaka, Shi-Yang's palm was already pressed firmly against his back. Boom! An azure Rasengan slammed into Momoshiki's back. Infused with fire-natured Senjutsu chakra, it radiated scorching, searing heat. Crimson light flickered in Shi-Yang's pupils. Chitenjin's ocular power amplified the Rasengan, its size and rotational velocity now exceeding ordinary capacity by dozens of times. Though Momoshiki hastily absorbed most of the impact using Takama Masubi, his back still resembled raw flesh ground repeatedly by a grinding wheel, mangled beyond recognition. Emerging from a spatial gate composed of black, cubic fragments, Momoshiki touched the wound on his back, still healing though his garments had nearly disintegrated, and his expression darkened. You insolent brat, you truly incense me. Oh dear, mere irritation hardly suffices, does it? Didn't you just declare you'd pin me down and seal me thoroughly, little minnow? How dare you? A flush, utterly unbecoming of a noble Otsutsuki, rose across Momoshiki's pallid cheeks. Could it be that a proud Otsutsuki born of celestial lineage was truly losing to a native of this mortal shinobi realm? Such disgrace would surely become the laughingstock of the cosmos. Brat, you've enraged me beyond endurance. I no longer wish to capture you alive. Pray descend into the abyss. Momoshiki locked his perception onto Shi-Yang and gathered his chakra. Dense violet-black chakra spiraled, violently coalescing into a Rasengan over 100 meters tall. Simultaneously, two colossal black serpents roared beside him, coiling around the titanic Rasengan as they bore down upon Shi-Yang. Gazing up at the black-purple radiance blotting out the heavens, Shi-Yang raised her hand to meet the assault with equal force when the crystal pendant at her chest fissured with a hairline crack. A radiant glow suddenly emerged from the hands of the setting sun, but as power gathered, a sharp pain in the heart caused the technique in the sun's hands to come to a halt. Watching the gigantic serpent approaching him, the setting sun shifted his strategy, utilizing the flying thunder god technique to vanish from the scene. The waves of the sea were gradually filled with the light of the spiraling sphere, and from 100 kilometers away the setting sun felt the tremor from the island reaching into his clothing to gaze at the glimmering crystal. The surface sparkled with 3 colors of light. Though it appeared magnificent and mysterious, there seemed to be a small crack forming at the edge. The setting sun felt a sensation aside from her reincarnation eye, and the 6 paths mark. It seemed that all her power was being transmitted from this small object. If this crystal were to shatter, although she could escape, it would mean losing the opportunity to subdue the Tao style. It seems that after 1,000 years the quality cannot be guaranteed, or perhaps the power is too great. Just as the setting sun was worrying, the Tao style had already locked onto her presence through the aura. A short stick stabbed from behind, grasping the Tao style, and the 3 gems of seeking Tao formed around him, transforming into an immensely thick pillar that pressed him down. Why have you stopped fighting me? Is it because your body cannot withstand that immense power? In the end it's still a mortal body. You certainly talk a lot. A dozen massive serpents flew out from the red runes, hissing and lunging at the setting sun. Flying in the air, the setting sun's crimson Sharingan continuously observed the traces left by the serpents weaving through the gaps. Senjutsu white activation technique. The setting sun clapped her hands, puffed out her cheeks, and unleashed a gigantic red dragon that bit onto the Dragon Ball, charging towards the Tao style. Is this chakra a joke? As the Tao style raised his right hand to absorb the jutsu released by the setting sun, the dragon suddenly exploded in the air, encircling the Dragon Ball. The momentary flash of light and the continuous high-frequency vibrations caused the Tao style, who had received misinformation, to painfully cover his eyes and head. Damn, what bizarre things are these? The Tao style wrapped the seeking Tao jade into a sphere, retreating towards the Huangquan Massacre behind him. Crack. However, before the seeking Tao jade could fly, and the setting sun, in a special state, punched through the shell and landed a fierce blow on his face. Rolling several times on the ground, the Tao style's body crashed through a massive mountain and finally adjusted himself in the sea. Since this state cannot be maintained for long, I might as well eliminate you quickly. Gripping the flying thunder god Kanai with both hands, the setting sun vanished from her original spot in the blink of an eye. Boom. Continuous explosions erupted from the shallow sea, the powerful chakra collisions nearly shattering the surrounding islands. Whoosh. A black beam shot out from the water. Struck by the earth explosion star, the Tao style quickly emerged from the rock sphere, only to be met by a gust that knocked him back. Senjutsu inorganic rebirth. The setting sun clapped her hands together, the light flickering in her reincarnation eye as the stones surrounding the earth explosion star seemed to be covered in a layer of white light. The stones, infused with life, appeared to soften considerably, wrapping around the Tao style, like a massive tentacle continuously absorbing his chakra through the infiltrating would release. Good, as long as I can control you for half a second. The setting sun's gaze focused on the Tao style as the ocular technique of her reincarnation eye activated. In just a moment, the dozen softmeter shy earth explosion star was transferred into the mirror world of the moonlit scene, but upon sensing the emptiness inside, a grid pattern appeared on the setting sun's forehead. On a beach several hundred meters away, a fisherman with a fishing rod and jean style pulled the Tao style out of Huangquan Massacre. Hey, it's been a few days and Xiao Dao has become so much stronger, but it seems that he is the one being suppressed. Upon hearing Pustyle's taunt, the Tao style's expression darkened slightly. It's just that this little brat's ability is a bit too bizarre, causing me to make a few mistakes. But where have you been all this time? You really haven't taken the Elder's mission to heart at all. Upon hearing the Tao style's accusation, Pustyle helplessly spread his hands. I was merely completing the hidden tasks assigned by the Elder. After all, compared to your straightforward confrontation, I'm more suited to work behind the scenes. So what have you managed to obtain? I haven't found anything yet. Don't look at me like that. The treasure has been lost for thousands of years. It's not that easy to find. I came over just to see if I could find you. Just as the Akatsuki trio was exchanging their work updates, the setting sun reached for the reassuringly smooth surface of her chest and removed the crystal necklace hanging there. Seeing another crack forming on it, the setting sun furrowed her brows tightly. The power within seemed increasingly difficult to control. Feeling the invisible pressure from the heavens and earth, the setting sun channeled the power of Chitenjin into the long stick formed by the seeking Tao jade. Looking at it now, it seems I can only take a gamble. Across the sky, the sea, and even beneath the earth, Xiang leapt relentlessly through space-time, using her ninjutsu, clashing fiercely with the 3 Akatsuki before her. Though she had maintained the upper hand throughout the battle, time was slipping swiftly from her grasp. Standing within the borders of the land of fire, Akatsuki Urashiki's staff lay shattered in two, his body pierced by several deep wounds. The other 2 Akatsuki, bore grievous injuries. Mamoshiki's garments hung in tatters, one of his horns snapped clean off, while Kenshiki's halo-like bow-wave aura still shimmered behind him. Yet one of his arms had vanished entirely. Xiang gasped heavily, a thin trickle of blood escaping the corner of her mouth, only for surging energy from all directions to mend her wounds almost instantly. Clutching the crystal in her hand, now chipped at its edge, Xiang gazed toward Urashiki in the distance, her face paling slightly. The moonlit celestial sovereign technique required nearly half a second to initiate. A fatal window for this fisherman whose reality-bending temporal reversal ability rendered such vulnerability intolerable, especially when already weakened. Haha, you hardly look well yourself. Tell me, how long can you possibly endure our combined assault? Momoshiki extended his hand, vast chakra coalescing within his palm. As a molten lava giant materialized behind Momoshiki, Xiang rubbed her wrist and rose defiantly from the ground, declaring, "Do you truly believe I fear you? Then witness. This is the true stature of a titan." She summoned chakra from her core, and radiant sapphire light blazed anew across her form. Beneath the starless night, just as Xiang gathered every ounce of strength to renew her assault upon the Akatsuki, sudden petrification seized her limbs, halting her mid-motion. Cursed. I let my guard down. The balance of sage chakra slipped. Cough, cough. Feeling the 4 volatile streams of sage chakra within her spiral into chaos, as the crystal's stabilizing power waned, Xiang collapsed to the ground, her body trembling uncontrollably. Ha ha, you've finally broken. 1 against 3. You were doomed to fail. Momoshiki stood atop the lava giant's head, eyes locking onto the fading luminescence radiating from Xiang, and brought down his colossal foot. Shwa! A katana sliced from the clouds, cleaving the lava giant diagonally in two. Sensing another surge of chakra approaching, the trio turned their gaze upward. Beneath thick, roiling black clouds, a Ravantengo bathed in deep cobalt light descended from above. Upon beholding Xiang's frail form crumpled before the 3 Akatsuki, Uchiha Madara's gaze turned glacial. Foreign shinobi, do you seek to dance in the pure land? Another of these azure titans. Is he kin to this child? Gazing upon the Ravantengo, its form uncannily mirroring Xiang's Susanoo, Kinshiki frowned faintly. Enough talk. Let's eliminate that troublesome brat first. Urashiki pivoted, only to find Xiang herself vanished from the spot where she'd fallen. Within the cobalt Ravantengo, Xiang activated her flying thunder god mark, teleporting instantly behind Uchiha Madara. Sorry, brother. I've yet to resolve this front, though you've already cleared the main battlefield. Ah, you've done more than enough. Now it's my turn. Madara steadied Xiang beside him, his eyes blazing with fury as they locked onto the Akatsuki triad. 6 decades ago, he had failed to protect her, watching her fall on the battlefield. 60 years later, he would never again endure that crushing helplessness. Wait, brother. Even in your Edo Tensei state, you cannot best them. Knowing full well how monstrously formidable their synergy was, Xiang urgently grasped Madara's sleeve. Ha ha ha. Not so certain. No one dares harm Uchiha Madara's little sister. Not even Hashirama himself. Madara clasped his sister's right hand. Though his Edo Tensei flesh should have felt cold and lifeless, Xiang sensed warmth radiating from his grip. But brother, wait, what's happening? Staring in disbelief as her own unstable chakra surged uncontrollably toward Madara, Xiang froze mid-thought. The crystal suspended at her chest dimmed as chakra dispersed, but with that dispersion came an unexpected release. Tension dissolved into profound relief. The chaotic imbalance of sage chakra within her had stabilized, now far easier to command. Is this your chakra? It feels violently unmoored, Madara murmured, brow furrowed as his form flickered, shattering and reforming in rapid succession. This chakra was not hers alone, yet it was immense, turbulent, and strangely alien. Brother, you. Watching Madara's body repeatedly disintegrate and reassemble, Xiang's mind momentarily blanked. His chakra resonated so deeply with hers that it instinctively drew hers away. Uncontrollable, yes, yet harmless given his Edo Tensei nature and boundless chakra reserves. Wait, Nii-san, take my hand. Let me synchronize our chakra flows. At her words, Madara immediately clasped her slender fingers. Closing her eyes, Xiang attuned herself to the resonance between their chakra, and suddenly clarity struck. If chakra could interconnect, then placing a shadow clone upon him would allow her to regulate his sage chakra balance remotely, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Granted, the aftermath would leave her head throbbing mercilessly. Grumble. Under Xiang's guidance, her shadow clone latched onto Madara's back, crimson pupils flaring as their chakra entwined, channeling his colossal power into disciplined, harmonious motion. BRM. A searing crimson beam pierced the heavens, vanishing into the cloud layer. Wait, Xiang, what's happened to your eyes? Madara deflected Momoshiki's strike with his complete Susanoo. Then, catching sight of violet light gleaming beneath Xiang's hair, his expression tightened with bewilderment. Along the border between the land of lightning and the land of fire, where Tobirama had once inscribed flying thunder god marks, the group swiftly located the surviving remnants of the allied shinobi forces, accompanied by Hashirama and Orochimaru. Across scorched earth, wounded shinobi were carried rearward on stretchers by medical teams. Blood and shattered weapons littered the ground. Most striking, however, were the surrounding mountain peaks, sheared perfectly flat, still smoldering like the caldera of a slumbering volcano. Even Orochimaru's countenance shifted into stunned disbelief at the hellscape unfolding around them. This is the battlefield of the 4th Shinobi World War. How did the Akatsuki achieve such devastation? No, it was Madara. Only he could cleave mountains so cleanly. Hashirama clenched his fist, grief weighing heavy as he surveyed the dead and wounded strewn across the land. Madara, once a man who cherished peace and justice, how had he become this? Who are you? At last, someone in the camp spotted the newcomers and shouted aloud. Instantly mobile shinobi of the alliance converged encircling the group. Noticing the slug markings on their shoulders, Orochimaru's brow lifted sharply. So Tsunade is here. And her hemophobia, has it truly been cured? That indeed was no small feat. As the setting sun illuminated the battlefield where Uchiha Madara confronted Akatsuki, Senju Tobarama sat within the camp of the allied shinobi forces. Despite his formidable aura, the desolate atmosphere of the camp seemed unaltered. Monkey, where are the other 4 Kage? Tobarama inquired with some puzzlement, looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was bandaged and surrounded by only a few shinobi. Saida Mizukage and Kazekage are unconscious due to severe injuries that Tsuchikage is resting after exhausting his chakra, and the Reikage was knocked into the sea by Uchiha Madara. They are still in search and rescue. The only conscious Kage left is probably me. Hiruzen replied, helplessly feeling the pain coursing through his body. They originally brought an army of 8 Zero shinobi to deal with the Akatsuki and reclaim the tailed beasts. Unexpectedly, before they even entered the door, Uchiha Madara single-handedly took out half of them. How embarrassing! How could he have taught such a disciple as Orochimaru, who stands against the ninja world? Upon hearing the status of the Kage, Tobarama seemed to fall into silence for a moment. It seems that the younger generation of shinobi truly lacks a ninja like my elder brother to stop Madara. Speaking of which, the allied shinobi forces were defeated, but Uchiha Madara did not take the opportunity to pursue us. Upon hearing Tobarama's question, Hiruzen shook his head. He seems to have not pursued us, but instead flew away with a blue giant with wings towards the south. When he encountered the command center of the allied forces midway, he did not initiate an attack. Hearing this, Tobarama's expression turned peculiar. The fact that Uchiha Madara did not pursue and allowed the allied shinobi forces to retain some combat strength is truly strange. What could have made him abandon the fight? Could it be that Uchiha Yuyu encountered trouble? Just as Tobarama was about to inquire if anyone had seen a petite girl on the battlefield, Orochimaru, wearing a straw hat, suddenly walked in from outside. Long time no see, Sensei Sarutobi. Orochimaru, how dare you show your face here? No, Uchiha Madara was summoned by you. I never expected you to have such a vile hobby. After the enemy's defeat, to run back to their lair and mock them. This guy's personality is truly something I should have anticipated when he met the 2 Hokage. Seeing Hiruzen's face turn green with anger, Orochimaru's sinister smile suddenly froze. Monkey, is he your disciple? Upon hearing Tobarama's inquiry, Hiruzen lowered his head in shame. I'm sorry, Sensei. It's my failure to guide my disciple that has led the shinobi to face such a calamity. I am unworthy of the Hokage lineage, Hiruzen lamented, glancing at Orochimaru with deep sorrow. Tobarama, Orochimaru, enough, monkey, do not dwell on this matter. Uchiha Madara is not someone he summoned. Nanny. Hiruzen raised his head in confusion, looking at his teacher. The previous plan to destroy Konoha was indeed orchestrated by Orochimaru in collaboration with the Sand Shinobi, but the original instigator of the Edo Tensei for Madara is someone else. Are you saying Madara was not summoned by him? Looking at Hiruzen, pointing at him, Orochimaru quickly shook his head. Strictly speaking, she is at fault, but she is also a victim. After all, the mastermind is too cunning, having deceived all of us from the outset. Could it be that Uchiha Madara was someone else's summoning? No, it was not Uchiha Madara, but rather another person in disguise, that is to say her. Tobarama was about to mention Uchiha Yu's name when he suddenly felt a blockage, glancing curiously at Orochimaru beside him. Seeing her pleading expression, Tobarama refrained from saying Yu's name and simply used the term for the Uchiha clan. After Tobarama revealed his speculation, Orochimaru and Hiruzen exchanged glances, and the atmosphere grew subtly strained. Alright, we should first reorganize the forces. The current situation is not friendly to the shinobi world. Ensuring our own safety is paramount. Hiruzen solemnly nodded at Tobarama, then led his trusted Umbu out of the camp. After Hiruzen left, Tobarama approached Orochimaru, crossing his arms and saying, I promise you, I will not speak of Uchiha Yu's name. By the way, what were you doing in the Land of Rivers? Is it related to her? Although he had some speculation about the destruction of the Land of Rivers, Tobarama still found it hard to understand what Orochimaru was doing there. Speaking of which, my freedom is currently restricted, and I'm reluctantly working for that evil Uchiha kid, Orochimaru said, feeling a bit bitter. Why is she so unfortunate? She merely coveted that kid's body, and did she think she would be pursued like a rat in the street for such a trivial matter? Unbeknownst to her, she took the opportunity to wash herself clean, lest she be targeted wherever she went in the future. Seeing Orochimaru's clone transform into a small white snake and disperse around Tobarama's side, the debts of the previous era were unexpectedly magnified in this era. The love of the Uchiha clan is too profound. Once they fall into darkness, it poses a great threat to the entire world. Just as Tobarama pondered how to handle this situation, a sudden loud noise erupted from outside. Just as the allied shinobi forces thought it was an attack from the Akatsuki, they suddenly saw 2 familiar silhouettes in the sky. What is that? A medical ninja pointed towards the blue light emanating from the clouds. Upon hearing the shout, the other shinobi looked closely at the white clouds, and someone through a telescope saw 2 complete blue Susanoo battling something in the clouds, their faces instantly turning pale with fear. Well, what is this thing again? Is it ever going to let us live? Within the logistics medical department of the Ninja Coalition, the atmosphere among all the troops seemed rather grim after experiencing a setback. Stepping out of the medical department, Kakashi rubbed his aching head and then noticed a man in the camp who seemed out of place with his surroundings. Kakashi, why are there so many injured in the troops? Did we suffer a defeat on the front lines? Seeing the serious expression on Aki's face for the first time, Kakashi fell silent for a moment. A defeat? I suppose you could say that, but have you really not fully healed until now? Upon hearing Kakashi's words, Aki thought he was upset for not being on the battlefield, and with a grin revealing his white teeth, he said, "Oh, as my close friend, are you really complaining about not keeping pace with the battlefield? Haha, it seems you've already acknowledged me, Kakashi." Hearing Aki's enthusiastic voice, Kakashi could only shake his head bitterly. He was relieved that Aki had not faced Uchiha Madara directly on the battlefield, otherwise, in that despairing atmosphere, Aki might have opened the 8th gate prepared to perish with the enemy alongside the sealing team. As of now, although the ninja coalition was crushed by Madara and the 5 Kage suffered injuries, there were still at least half of the ninjas remaining, and it hadn't reached the point of complete hopelessness yet. After talking with the injured Kakashi for a while, Aki went to report to the 10 ahead. Kakashi glanced at the departing Aki and walked towards a nearby hillside in the night, seeking a moment of solitude. But just as he walked into the dimly lit area, a hand suddenly touched his shoulder. Moi. Kakashi turned back in confusion, only to be stunned by the calm demeanor of Aki. Aki, didn't you go report to the command post? Why are you back? Kakashi, I'm back, but I need to ask you for something. Seeing Aki's somber expression, Kakashi frowned and reached for the ninja tool pouch at his waist. What do you want? Your eyes. Kakashi. At the headquarters of the ninja coalition, due to Tsunade's extensive healing of the troops on the battlefield, her own chakra had been significantly depleted, and she was currently recuperating. In the medical logistics department, with Tsunade absent, the medical ninjas, led by Shizune, were busy tending to the injured. Just after hearing from Tobarama that there was a hidden mastermind, Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a sigh, then after checking on the injured and comforting them, a sudden tremor shook the entire camp, causing everyone to become tense. Wait, could the enemy be attacking again? It can't be Uchiha Madara, though I can't withstand that. In the noisy scene, a ninja appeared before Sarutobi Hiruzen and knelt, saying, "Lord Hokage." Several large chakra signatures appeared in the sky not far from the ninja coalition, suggesting that powerful beings were engaged in combat. What? Is it confirmed to be Uchiha Madara's chakra signature? Not certain yet, but the silhouette of that blue giant does resemble his handiwork. However, it seems there are 2 such tengu in the air. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow. Go observe further and lead the ninja coalition troops to quickly relocate to the north. Do not let them be caught up in the battle. Understood. After the ninja delivering the orders left, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately headed toward the command post, intending to have a serious talk with his deceased teacher. Although he was also an experienced veteran ninja, when it came to strategic vision, his teacher was still superior. Meanwhile, as the ninja coalition took action, a blue cross-shaped sword light streaked across the sky, and a sharp roar echoed in his ears. Seeing the long canyon carved behind him, the injured Taosher gathered chakra, once more forming countless firebirds the size of tailed beasts to charge at the 2 tengu. The Otsutsuki clan, they seem to be nothing special. Floating in the sky, gathering chakra in his hands, 8 large tomo formed. Senjutsu. He placed his hand on Madara's right hand, and the tomo, which had originally shone with blue light, was infused with 2 types of chakra attributes, producing a dazzling red halo around it. Boom. The tomo in Madara's hand shot out, carrying a terrifying force that scattered the firebirds along the way. Seeing the 3 tomo that emerged, Taosher, however, the setting sun seemed to have anticipated this and activated the ocular technique. The black spatial gate was quickly drawn into the Tsukuyami. The blue light bombarded the ground, creating deafening sounds and a flood of red light in the surroundings. Amidst the dust, Taosher, whose body was shaken into submission by the white rage technique, crawled out. Who on earth invented this thing? Although its lethality isn't strong, its controllability can completely bypass all defenses and directly strike the senses. The effect is truly ghostly. Hey, are you alright? Returning from the side, Urashi pulled Taosher up from the ground. Huh, what did you say? Urashi, fortunately, he had the ability to rewind time, allowing him to gain advanced knowledge of enemy intelligence. Otherwise, another deaf person would have appeared on the battlefield. It seems the situation is unfavorable for us. You might as well use the final plan. Otherwise, escaping will become difficult for us. Conveying this information to Taosher through chakra, Urashi spoke with a troubled expression. TCH, have we really come to this? Taosher, still visibly not fully recovered, watched Urashi suddenly escape through the spatial gate, and a hexagram suddenly appeared on his forehead. Damn, fisherman, you really don't follow the family's rules. Using the Byakugan's ocular power, Taosher glanced at the 2 divine beings flying in the distance, and his mood seemed to lighten. Alright, since we've reached this point, it's time for Jinshur to play his role as well. With the support of the 6-path sage techniques, the threat posed by Jinshi's taijutsu was already minimal, and fighting with just one hand would greatly reduce his combat effectiveness. In this situation, instead of allowing their powers to continue depleting, it would be better to merge into one, seeking a glimmer of hope. After all, the transfer of power was a tradition of their clan, right? Taosher extended his hand and shouted to Jinshur in the distance, and his originally white body suddenly transformed into a blood-red hue. Lord Taosher, please proceed. After you absorb my chakra, you will become a true deity. Watching the chakra fruit transformed from Jinshi flying towards him, the corners of Tao's mouth couldn't help but curl upward. Damn brat. Once he absorbs Jinshi's chakra and becomes the perfect ancestor of chakra, just wait for your doom. Not good, it's too late. Watching the red light flying in the distance, the body of the setting sun instantly detached from the Susanoo, preparing to use the flying thunder god to rush over, when suddenly a twisted vortex appeared in the air, absorbing the chakra fruit transformed from Jinshi. Wait, this chakra. Sensing the faint presence of the flying thunder god mark that had appeared on the scene, the setting sun's eyes suddenly widened. Got it. Obito placed the chakra fruit into the void space, but just then a figure appeared behind him. Obito turned to look, and as the setting sun placed a hand on his shoulder, a rapidly twisting vortex suddenly ensnared the sunset's arm. Swish. Utilizing the flying thunder god technique, the sunset returned to Madara's side, shaking his arm, and then gazed at the red light flickering in Obito's eyes beneath the white mask, feeling a jolt in his heart. Double Sharingan. Seeing Obito about to vanish, the sunset did not pursue. After all, the flying thunder god mark would not disappear. As long as Obito appeared in the present, she could easily locate him with a little focus. For now, it was better to deal with the peach style first. Watching the chakra fruit transformed into gold being packed away by another masked man distorting space, the peach style's face was filled with astonishment. But immediately a surge of anger rose from within. Damn natives ruining my grand plans. Seeing things going awry, the peach style stepped back a few paces and hurriedly leaped off the cliff. Looking at the yellow spring bypass unfolding beneath him, the peach style's face brightened. First escape, once he and the pus style found the treasure, he would crush this little ghost. Would release. Just as the peach style was halfway through his jump, a large tree suddenly sprouted from the cliff and grabbed him. Peach style. On the mountainside, seeing his would release, catch someone Hashirama sighed and wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead with relief. I just came out for a stroll and unexpectedly encountered someone attempting to jump off a cliff. I must be doing something good, ha ha ha. Ha hey Saimama. Hashirama. How did he hear Madara's voice? Was it an auditory hallucination? Just as the Ninja Alliance was retreating, he happened to see a golden sun rising from the ground. The blinding beam of light even surpassed the clouds, blasting the ground into a boiling lava lake resembling a volcanic crater. A blue light flickered behind Hashirama, and Tobirama frowned as he looked at the edge of the lake with a radius of several dozen kilometers. Big brother, did you do this? This. Just as Hashirama, who was recovering his body, was unsure how to explain to his younger brother, two figures suddenly fell from the sky. That guy was eliminated. No, at the last moment he planned to indiscriminately release most of his chakra to fight us, but for now he has been temporarily sealed by my ocular technique. The chakra of the Akatsuki clan is incredibly powerful. If that previous release had been complete, the land of fire and the surrounding seas would have been significantly affected. It's the evil Uchiha. Big brother, be careful. Upon seeing Uchiha Sunset and Madara, Tobirama's expression instantly tightened. Last time that little ghost of the sunset managed to double kill him merely because the sacrifice was too weak to exert real power. Although this time their restored strength was about 70, it was still too much to handle both Madara and the sunset. After all, from the news of the Ninja Alliance's complete defeat, it seemed that Uchiha Madara's restored power might be over 90. Isn't that the white-haired guy who likes to sneak attack from behind? Why can't he just stay in the Pure Land and not cause trouble? Could it be that he got angry because my big brother returned? Sunset made a face at Tobirama, mocking him with her hands on her hips. Looking at her arrogant demeanor, Tobirama's face seemed to be filled with dark lines. You bastard. What did you do using my forbidden technique in secret? What do you mean your forbidden technique? Wasn't it invented for others to learn? While Tobirama was still arguing with Sunset, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama seemed to have quieted down considerably. Madara, you were resurrected too. Hashirama looked at the special chakra cloak shimmering on Madara and lowered his head, pondering. What? Do you think I can't be resurrected? Or are you worried about this ninja world? Looking at the familiar Hashirama, Madara revealed a wild smile. I've heard about your situation of being enemies with the entire ninja world. Can you tell me why? Feeling Hashirama's gaze upon him, Madara suddenly froze. You want to listen? Seeing Hashirama nodding, Madara glanced at the two who were still bickering and quietly left with Hashirama. Gradually, the crystal hanging at Sunset's chest lost its color, and the chakra surging within vanished. In a mysterious corner of the ninja world in the tranquil lake water, the Sage of Six Paths retracted his staff. It seems that the semi-fusion state of sage arts can indeed be utilized by Sunset, but she is still too immature. It's better to wait for later to attempt complete fusion. Hearing what the Sage of Six Paths said, the three sages present nodded. Currently, Sunset needs to rely on the power of the crystal and her family's dispersed strength to control this semi-finished power. It's best to let her grow a bit more before attempting the complete fusion of sage arts. If Sunset could truly master that power, she would become the first true sage belonging to nature in this ninja world. Able to freely wield the power of heaven and earth, developing sage arts to the utmost, she would certainly have considerable confidence against future Akatsuki. You wretched Uchiha brat. I swore long ago that if I ever laid eyes on you again, I would deal with you myself. As Tobirama's chakra erupted around him, Yu Xiang's lips curled faintly as he slid one hand behind his back. You silver-haired old man have been lying unconscious on the ground for far too long. You clearly have no grasp of the current reality. No matter. Let me give you a thorough beating to jolt you awake. Then perhaps you'll finally understand who holds dominion here. Damn it. Seeing Yuxiang deliberately place his right hand behind his back, in open mockery Tobarama's brow twitched into a furious hash mark. This insolent brat showed not the slightest respect. Tobarama resolved he must teach her the dire consequences of stealing another's forbidden techniques. While Tobarama was still locked in fierce combat with Yuxiang, battling not only for victory, but for the very legitimacy of his jutsu. A few kilometers away, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama stood atop a mountain pass. Madara, tell me plainly, what is your true purpose? Humph. Simple, I will destroy Konoha. Did you not once declare that for the sake of the village you would slay anyone, even kin and closest friends? That night both of us acted rashly. Upon seeing Yuxiang's fanatical, unhinged expression, Hashirama seemed suddenly haunted by regret, wondering why he had struck so decisively, so irrevocably in that fateful moment. No, I hold no such belief. By then your heart had already turned. Had that battle not occurred, I might never have seen through you. As Madara's unblinking gaze locked onto him, Hashirama froze startled. Do you still recall the original vow we made together when founding Konoha? Of course. To ensure future generations could thrive beneath the open sun, we ended the Warring States era and co-founded the first shinobi village. Peace. Has it truly been realized? A wry smile flickered across Madara's lips. It has not truly. Other nations merely endure restrained only by fear of our combined power. Madara, what do you mean by this? Hashirama's voice carried quiet bewilderment. I survived the Valley of the End. There I beheld realities you never saw. Recalling the ceaseless wars he had witnessed across the shinobi world during the years his Rinnegan was active, Madara felt an urgent visceral need to strike Hashirama down with crushing force, then eviscerate him with words until he resembled nothing more than a lifeless mushroom-covered log. Hashirama had been far more endearing as a child. Now he was as rigid and unyielding as timber. Madara recounted the 3 great shinobi wars that had unfolded before this final conflict, and Hashirama fell silent for a long, heavy moment upon hearing the truth. Indeed, ensuring peace and safety for all is far more difficult than we ever imagined. Your path is too idealistic. I warned you of this long ago. Shortly after Konoha's founding, as Hashirama's influence swelled and factionalism fractured the village, especially as the Uchiha clan increasingly leaned toward autonomy, Madara grasped a fundamental truth. Cooperation could never forge genuine understanding. Instead, partisan extremism would breed endless darkness within the village itself. That path would not endure. Though Konoha's advantageous geography spared it from launching aggressive wars, its abundant internal resources inevitably sparked rivalry and infighting among clans and factions. Over time, these divisions would stifle its growth and weaken its strength. And after Hashirama's death, the other 4 great shinobi villages, geographically disadvantaged and perpetually envious, would inevitably set their sights on Konoha like vultures circling carrion. So long as humanity harbors desire, war will never vanish. Though Madara had abandoned the infinite Tsukuyomi as his first solution, the second method now being enacted by Yuxiang aligned precisely with his own vision. The Sage of Six Paths plan ascend to the status of the Sage of Six Paths, attain boundless power and eternal life, so that all tremble in awe and fear, stripped of the will to wage war. It is akin to human society relying on law to govern conduct when consequences are absolute and unbearable. None dare cross the line. Let time turn the page. Let war fade into history and peace settle into every soul as natural law. Only then will the shinobi world break free from its endless cycle of suffering. Madara revealed his alliance with Yuxiang to Hashirama. Madara, your plan is excessively extreme. Tell me, during your lifetime, did any shinobi village dare launch war against Konoha? Hashirama paused, his expression unreadable. The logic was undeniable, even devastating. Though countless lives had fallen in this war, an unexpected pang of guilt stirred within him. After all, he himself had designed the very shinobi village system, and yet before his death he had sensed no shadow of the crisis now unfolding. Though your reasoning holds weight, I remain Konoha's Hokage, Madara. Let us settle this, as rivals once more, in one final decisive duel. Watching Hashirama extend his fist toward him, Madara hesitated, but then slowly raised his own hand to meet it. At last you show some spirit. Gazing upon Hashirama, Madara smiled, a warm nostalgic light in his eyes, as though beholding the spirited youth who once sought him out for sparring matches. Within the land of fire, 2 streaks of azure lightning collided high above the earth. In the blink of an eye, flame and thunder merged in blinding confluence. The flying thunder god technique flickered beyond mortal perception. Then, boom. After several aerial clashes, a black spear materialized, piercing Tobarama clean through the chest, sending him plummeting from the sky. Swish. 2 more black rods, forged from truth-seeking balls, impaled Tobarama's wrists, anchoring him to the ground and severing any chance of escape via the flying thunder god. Your eyes, they're not Sharingan. What sorcery is this? Prostrate on the earth, Tobarama stared up at Yuxiang, whose violet irises gleamed faintly beneath his fringe. Confusion etched deep into his brow. His flying thunder god Kanai had vanished, swallowed by some unknown force. Otherwise defeat would not have come so swiftly. Ha ha ha. A manifestation of the 10,000 phenomena. Envy it. Yuxiang swept aside the hair veiling his face, one hand resting casually on his hip as he flaunted his power. What of it? Forged from your elder brother's cells. You. Seeing Tobarama's face drain of color, Yuxiang burst into delighted laughter. I simply adore that look of fury on your face. Kuru ha. Just as Yuxiang taunted his ancient nemesis, the earth trembled with a deafening roar. There in the distance loomed Hashirama's colossal would-release giant and Madara's fully manifested Susanoo. Yuxiang sat astride Tobarama, legs crossed, lazily sucking on a lollipop. Oh my, looks like your brother and mine have started their little scuffle. I hadn't noticed. My brother will surely defeat your vile elder brother. Though pinned helplessly beneath Yuxiang, Tobarama's tongue remained sharp as ever. Not necessarily. You know well how Edo Tensei functions. Infinite chakra and regeneration mean nothing against Hashirama. And after all these years, my brother has awakened the same Rinnegan I possess. Tobarama. Where did he acquire the Rinnegan? At Tobarama's genuine curiosity, Yuxiang mischievously seized his chin between thumb and forefinger. Curious are you? Shine. A needle of water whizzed past Yuxiang, only to be followed instantly by a truth-seeking ball impaling his skull. Better behave yourself, little minnow. After all, dismantling your body entirely using yin-yang release is hardly beyond my reach. Watching Yuxiang smirk down at him, triumphant cunning utterly assured, Tobarama clenched his teeth in seething frustration. How utterly depraved. This sadistic, whimsical fiend possessed a temperament far more malicious than even Uchiha Madara's arrogant, self-absorbed tyranny. Having expertly shattered Tobarama's composure with his razor-sharp rhetoric, Yuxiang exhaled softly, gazing calmly toward the distant clash of titans. Now the allied shinobi forces were shattered. With only Kagaya's remnants, Urashiki and Obito, still at large, this war would soon reach its final inevitable conclusion. Lord Jinshin felt the overwhelming surge of chakra radiating from Tao Shi beside him, his expression shifting instantly into profound shock. The elder had actually refined a chakra fruit of this magnitude into pills and bestowed them upon them. Truly an honor so unexpected it left them breathless. I sensed boundless power surging within me. Ha! A radiant prismatic halo emanated from Tao Shi's chest as chakra surged through his body at an exponential rate. Sensing the searing heat in the air and the warped vortex churning within the clouds, Yuxiang tightened his grip on the flying thunder god Kanai, wariness sharpening his gaze. This one is strange indeed. A multicolored aura ascended slowly from the heavens, the 7 elemental chakras coalescing like a silken cocoon around Tao Shi. The violent, chaotic chakra fluctuations swirling around him were so intense that Yuxiang dared not activate the flying thunder god technique to teleport directly into that maelstrom. Crawl. After several seconds, fissures spiderwebbed across the prismatic chakra cocoon. From within, gray light bled forth, an omen of death descending once more upon the ninja world. Ha ha ha. So you loved calling me minnow, didn't you? Then tell me, what words remain in your mouth now? The cocoon dissolved into drifting feathers, and within the shimmering chromatic light, Tao Shi emerged anew, reborn, resplendent, unyielding. A gray robe draped over his frame, 6 black magatama beads glowed softly upon his collar and back. Even the spiral horns atop his head had transformed, twisting now into demonic serrated spires. If the former Tao Shi exuded the refined grace of a noble youth, this incarnation embodied the solemn authority and seasoned mastery of a legendary martial sovereign. An unfamiliar form, and why has the flying thunder god mark grown so faint? Yuxiang stared into Tao Shi's deep crimson Rinnegan, then probed the dimmed resonance of his own seal, chilling premonition tightening in his chest. Consider yourself fortunate. I've just decided not to kill you. For the unique energy pulsing within you. I believe I finally understand it. Gazing with Rinnegan vision into Yuxiang's meridians where chakra and something deeper coursed in tandem, Tao Shi spoke with a sardonic knowing smile. To bypass the divine tree's transformation entirely, and instead channel planetary energy, directly harmonizing it with chakra for multifaceted application. This aberrant methodology would certainly intrigue the clan. Chakra flared across his palms, crimson light erupted instantaneously from his hands, swallowing all before him in blinding radiance. High above the ninja world, Hagoromo Otsutsuki, the sage of 6 paths, summoned the unconscious Naruto and Killer Bee to the moon, then gazed down at the crimson semicircular law manifesting across the world's surface, his brow deeply furrowed. Is this power akin to Mother's chakra fruit? No, it falls 2 tiers short. Yet even so, such strength may well surpass what Yuxiang, the current Uchiha, can possibly withstand. Hagoromo clapped his hands once, his form dissolving silently into the starless night. Simultaneously, deep within the layers of Ryuchi Cave, Shikatsu Forest, and Myobokuzen, the 3 great sages each sensed the sudden, unmistakable presence of the sage's chakra. Within a tranquil, mirror-still spiritual lake sat 4 white Zafus, and at its center, seated in serene stillness, was Hagoromo Otsutsuki himself. Gradually, at the remaining 3 seats, the forms of the white snake sage, the slug sage, and the great toad sage materialized, one by one, like mist condensing into form. Well, long time no see, esteemed colleagues. Gamamaru beamed, eyes crinkling with warmth as he surveyed the assembled sages. Nearly 1,000 years since last we met. Still kicking, old toad. What do you mean still kicking? Can't you speak with more respect, you serpentine fool? I'll outlive you yet, and say whatever pleases me. That's only because I'm older than you. Show proper deference to your elder. I'd sooner bow to a stone than a frog. Hagoromo raised both hands, calming the near escalation with quiet authority. Friends, let us temper our haste. The hour is grave, duty must guide our words and deeds. Indeed, you're right. I already entrusted that crystal to young Shien. The moment has surely arrived. Hearing the slug sage's words, the others nodded in silent accord. If the crystal now rested with young Shien, then the final phase of their grand design had irrevocably begun. Let us lend our strength, for the survival of the ninja world, and for resistance against encroaching fate. Hagoromo summoned his staff, planting it firmly before him. From the 3 cardinal directions, the 3 sages bowed their heads and channeled their sage chakra, pure ancient resonant, into the staff, weaving their wills into a single luminous thread. Ninja World Ocean. The crimson radiance gradually receded from the aftermath of the explosion. Yuxiang rose from the scalding sea, jaw clenched, staring at the blistered burns marring his right hand. The blast radius was immense. If not for the flying thunder god technique, even activating the earlier forms of Susanoo would not have spared him from total annihilation. He wondered how the tailed beasts and their Jinchuriki fared on Turtle Island. As boiling waves churned up the bloated corpses of marine life, Tao Shi and Jinshi descended slowly from the sky. Can you endure it? That space-time ability is truly formidable, though soon it shall belong to me alone. Tao Shi extended his hands, crimson sigils flared into being, and in the blink of an eye Yuxiang's form was wrenched through the glyphs seized tight in Tao Shi's grasp. Karike. Tao Shi froze, eyes widening, as the figure in his grip dissolved into crackling lightning. His expression darkened sharp with disbelief and fury. A clone. Clever little girl. Deep beneath the waves hidden among coral reefs, Yuxiang held her breath, receiving the clone's fragmented sensory data, and frowned, deeply unsettled. The Otsutsuki truly are monsters. After consuming those dozen small pills, his chakra had swelled manyfold. The sheer pressure he now exerted was utterly unrecognizable, nothing like the opponent she once faced with quiet confidence. For the first time, Yuxiang, who had always stood unwavering, felt an indescribable weight settle upon her spirit. Yet through the hazy water, the crystal resting against her chest began to glow, not with one, but with 3 distinct interwoven lights. As torrents of potent sage chakra surged unceasingly from within her, Yuxiang's small, sharp eyes widened, not with fear, but with vast childlike wonder. Wasn't this crystal meant to store chakra? Then how could it now emit chakra of its own? What? A month after the war had ended in the Hokage office, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the exposed information in shock, slamming his hand on the desk and standing up. At the negotiation table, the little brat beside Madara turned out to be Uchiha Sekiyō. She really did bounce out from the grave in the forest of death. Hey old man, why are you so agitated today? Jiraiya, just walking in, looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen's unsettled expression and asked with some confusion. Wait, why does she look so familiar to me? Yo, isn't this my junior sister? How come you have time to dig her up? Although her appearance just before the Ninja World War was a bit strange, now that everything had passed, why was there still interest in finding her in the land of snow? Jiraiya picked up the info card from the table, and upon seeing the clearly visible Uchiha characters in the name, his eyes nearly popped out of his head. Uchiha. After flipping a few pages, Jiraiya looked at the information about Madara, Uchiha's sister, and some life experiences from the Warring States period, feeling a bit unsettled. He had thought that his junior sister had many secrets, possibly even hiding her identity, but this was too much. What? The junior sister he had always called was actually 2 generations older than him. Yo, what's that trash Jiraiya doing? Xiang walked in wearing a beautiful black coat, looking at Jiraiya's shocked expression, and said, wait. How did you get here? While the ninja world is at peace now, as a law enforcer of the ninja world, is it not fine for me to come and inspect? In reality, after being forced to train for a long time, she came to find a place to slack off, and incidentally, it was her birthday, so she came to invite her elder brother to the birthday banquet. Jiraiya, just as Jiraiya was left speechless, Xiang closed the door and was about to see if there were any interesting happenings in Konoha when suddenly the door that had just closed was violently kicked open and Tsunade rushed in from outside. Old man Jiraiya, enemies are invading. Get ready immediately. What? Didn't we just draft a peace agreement? How could someone attack so quickly? Ignoring Xiang, who was pressed against the wall, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff from his pipe and ran outside with Jiraiya. Creak after the group left, the door closed by itself, and Xiang, feeling dizzy, slumped down against the wall. The people of Konoha are so rude. Shaking her head, Xiang sensed the massive chakra presence and the slight tremors from the floor, becoming much more serious. Daring to start a conflict at this time, she wanted to see who had the audacity. On the Hokage rock of Konoha, Madara Uchiha, who had been revived by Xiang using the chakra of the divine tree, stood alongside Hashirama Senju, gazing at the prosperous scenery of Konoha. Madara, your eyes. Ah, they're fine for now. The other eye is with Nagato. What are you not used to the new me? With one Rinnegan and one ordinary Sharingan, Madara smiled at Hashirama Senju beside him. Xiang had previously revived him as Izuna and a young man with orange hair. Due to the side effects of the Rinnegan's natural abilities, even with the help of the divine tree's chakra and sage's symbols, he still lay in bed for half a month before recovering. Though it looked painful, it's truly wonderful to have such a lovely younger sister. I remember she wanted to revive a small part of the Uchiha clan in a few hundred years. He felt this matter needed careful consideration. I never expected the ninja world would end up living on in this manner. Using force to suppress the ninja world to achieve peace, was that the goal? It seemed similar to the era he lived in. Perhaps this was the correct path. Looking at Hashirama's tacit approval, Madara Uchiha's furrowed brow relaxed. It seems this guy isn't so rigid after all. However, his Edo Tensei technique should be nearing its limit. It's time to say goodbye to this old friend. Since Hashirama wanted to see how Konoha was doing after Madara's revival, he had been preserved for a while by Orochimaru in a coffin. Madara placed his hand on Hashirama's shoulder, just about to say something, when suddenly a loud noise from within Konoha caught their attention. That chakra is elder brother. Looking at Izuna running over with a short knife from behind, Madara slightly frowned. Izuna, what's wrong? Elder brother, someone has ambushed the Uchiha relics. What? Why are they attacking that place? Just as Madara wondered why someone would attack that place, a familiar chakra presence suddenly made him frown. Whoosh. The tailed beast bomb of the Nine Tails grazed the Hokage rock, striking the death forest behind, creating a brilliant little sun. In the Uchiha clan's territory, the second pillar was pinned under a rock, desperately reaching out for a kunai not far away. Ugh. The masked man with a single eye shining with golden light stepped on the second pillar's hand, holding chains in his hands, absorbing the tailed beast bomb from Naruto, who had already entered his six-tailed state using the Preta path. There's actually a special seal set on me. I never expected to be outsmarted. That road is a trap. Looking at Naruto being grabbed by Obito with a teleportation technique, his grip around Naruto's neck made the three Tomo in the second pillar's eyes suddenly evolve. Whoosh. Rasengan. Seeing Jiraiya falling from the sky, Obito didn't even look at him, and the invisible repulsion generated around him instantly pushed Jiraiya back. After flipping in the air a few times, Jiraiya landed steadily and shouted at the masked man, "Who are you? What do you want with the Nine Tails?" "Haha, I'm just a person abandoned by the world." Obito extended his hand. Three black rods formed from the chakra fruit, pierced into the rampaging Naruto. Then he reached out towards Jiraiya. The universal pull was activated but was repelled by a wave of sword light. Madara Uchiha and Hashirama Senju descended from the sky in front of Jiraiya. "Grandpa, how did you get here?" Seeing Hashirama's sudden appearance, Tsunade, who rushed over, was taken aback. "Haha, just came to see Konoha with Madara," Hashirama said, scratching his head and laughing heartily. On the other hand, Obito squinted his eyes at the appearing Uchiha Madara. "Madara, you betrayed me. You betrayed the Eye of the Moon plan. That path is wrong. I have now found a new road. Obito, Black Zetsu has been sealed. You can't achieve anything alone." Not necessarily. I've consumed the chakra fruit and obtained the technique to refine chakra pills. After I absorb the Nine Tails chakra, I will return and end this false world. Wearing a white long robe, a red halo appeared behind Obito, and dual blades formed from chakra appeared in his hands. You really are persistent, but do you think merely eating a fruit and awakening the golden Rinnegan will make you our opponent? Madara rolled up his sleeves, the runes attached to his arms glowing, and a large fan appeared in his hand accompanied by white smoke. "Let's go together, Hashirama." "Okay. Massacre, so you all have been waiting for me here." Obito lay on the ground, his mask shattered into pieces, his face bruised and battered, surrounded by four individuals. He did not understand. He could not comprehend why these people were in Konoha. He merely wanted to catch the Nine Tails, yet he had directly run into the enemy's main force. You brought this upon yourself, so you can't blame us for encountering you." The Sunset raised a hand to grab Obito, but he dodged it in a moment of phasing. "Impossible, I cannot concede just yet. I will return," Obito exclaimed as he leaped down toward the shattered Hokage rock. Seeing Obito fleeing downward, Madara was about to pursue him when the Sunset stopped him. "Brother, don't chase just yet. I have set up a trap below using my ocular technique. He won't escape." As Obito ran toward the narrow part leading into the village below, the Sunset formed hand seals, causing Konoha to suddenly warp. Bang, bang, bang. In the depths below, countless spaces twisted in the blink of an eye. The prosperous scenery of Konoha vanished, replaced by the moonlit reverie space, which formed a tightly woven barrier to stabilize the surrounding areas. As the surrounding space twisted, and he felt the slow speed of Kamui, Obito's palms seemed to exude a bit of cold sweat. Was he sweating profusely? No, this was definitely not. Obito gazed at the blazing sun in the sky, suddenly falling silent. "Yo, where do you think you're running to? How about coming to play in my moonlit space?" Utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique, the Sunset appeared behind Obito, pulling out a wire from his waist, and instantly, the tingling electric arc twisted through Kamui's space. "Humph, did you forget that I have already activated the Rinnegan? Is that all you can do?" Feeling the unabsorbable lightning, Obito stiffened his neck to look at the severed high-voltage power line behind the Sunset. Obito, he hated lightning techniques. After sealing Obito, the Sunset returned to his current life. Both older brothers had been revived. Our reality seemed to be quite fulfilling. As long as he continued to grow stronger, he would one day defeat the Otsutsuki clan, bringing a bright future to the entire ninja world. That afternoon, Haku, Madara, Izuna, and others prepared a lavish feast for the sunset in the land of snow. Of course, the three great sages who taught her sage arts also received gifts from the sunset. In a room illuminated by candlelight, the sunset wore a paper crown, feeling shy as she looked around at the people. Is it really necessary to go all out like this? Isn't this a great day for you, Sister Sunset? Of course it should be done beautifully. But Sister Sunset, blushing, is indeed even prettier now, Haku said as he gently pushed her toward the cake. Since it's my first birthday, let's make it grander. Plus we bought it, so not eating it would be a waste, Izuna said, glancing at the 9-year cake on the table. To be honest, this one cake alone wasn't enough for the sunset to eat by herself. Madara watched the lively scene before him, secretly staying behind, quietly enjoying the atmosphere that permeated the air. This kind of life was something he never even dared to dream of before. However, since he had obtained it, he would not let it slip away easily. All right, stop pushing me. Ooh, I want to blow out the candles. Standing in front of the cake, gazing at the warm flames igniting atop it, the sunset silently thought, may this continue forever, hoping that everyone around me can live safely and happily. In the tranquil lake, the Sage of Six Paths observed the birthday party reflected on the water's surface, along with the playful children nodding in satisfaction. Power and protection are interdependent. As long as love resides in the heart, there will be potential for progress. The Uchiha clan truly produces geniuses. Watching the three great sages enjoying cake, in another scene the Sage of Six Paths smiled. I didn't expect time to pass so quickly. In the blink of an eye we are already at this point. I hope that in a few hundred years you all will still be so spirited. Gradually the Sage of Six Paths figure began to fade from the surface of the pond, casually taking a piece of cake from the party. Occasionally one must experience the life of the young. This cake is quite delicious. The end.